Chapter 100. Jing Yuan couldn't help but wonder, why not retire here? It didn't seem impossible. Mr. Zhongli was the owner of this place, so he wouldn't object to his request for an acre of farmland and a small cottage. Ningguang and Keqing came before Zhongli and bowed slightly. Current Tianquan star, Ningguang greets the emperor. Current Yuheng star, Keqing greets the emperor. Zhongli heard the two women address him and glanced at Hu Tao, who was playing landlord with Amber and Eula. Is there any need to guess? It must have been his own Hu Hall master who let the cat out of the bag. Luckily, he was standing in a secluded spot, inside a shed, otherwise he wouldn't be seen. Just call me Zhongli. I'm just a guest of the Wangsheng Hall, Zhongli. Ningguang and Keqing were smart people, and they naturally understood Zhongli's reluctance to reveal his identity. Yes, Mr. Zhongli. Zhongli nodded slightly, and looked at Ossel. You go ahead and get the civilians out. Ossel will be free to make the arrangements. Ningguang and Keqing heard this. As you command. Ningguang and Keqing went to arrange for the 1,000 rocks to drive away the civilians, who had come to watch the commotion. After the surrounding civilians and the 1,000 rocks had dispersed, Zhongli approached Ossel. Transform into human form. Ossel snorted coldly. Humph. Why should I listen to you? Morix. 1,000 years of hatred. How can I repay you? Ossel was about to stand up and roar to the sky when he saw the little gray-haired creature silently draw the flaming great sword and stare at him with a grin. Ossel froze for a moment and swallowed hard. Zhongli spoke again. Transform into human form if you don't want to suffer physical pain. Ossel obediently transformed into human form this time. Ossel's human form was a muscular, bearded man, looking quite wild. Then, the group set off for Wanman Hall, passing through its portal back to the train. On the way, Jing Yuan looked out at the dimly lit, bustling streets, liking the atmosphere. It was already dark, the moon rising high, and vendors hawked their wares along the roadside. The faces of passers-by were filled with happy smiles. Kelly and the other little ones were chasing and playing in the streets, laughing and talking happily. Jing Yuan loved this kind of atmosphere. There used to be a place like this in Luofu. It was called Golden Man Lane. Jing Yuan remembered that as a child, he often ran there to buy snacks. Back then, just being able to enjoy a small snack like Cheongshire bird skewers would make him happy for a long time. Now, as an adult, even the most delicious food was hard to make him happy. Therefore, he greatly enjoyed spending time with Zhongli, Walter, and Yiyun. Their relationship was very equal. They were all friends, sometimes exchanging insults. This, in fact, was something Jing Yuan hadn't experienced in a long time. Bai Heng, Yingxing, Jing Lu, and Dan Feng. As they walked, the four children, who had been chasing and playing in front of them, suddenly stopped at a small vendor stall. Looking over, they saw the four children curiously gazing at the night lanterns on an old woman's stall. Old woman, what is this? Kelly asked curiously, biting her finger. The old woman smiled gently. This is a night lantern. The Lantern Festival is coming soon. Lighting night lanterns can ensure safety. Kelly heard this. Guarantee safety? Kelly wants to light a night lantern too. Old lady, how much is this night lantern? The old lady smiled. My dear little darlings, I give one to each of you. The four little ones refused repeatedly. No, we can't take your things for free, Bailu said, waving her hands frantically. The old lady stuffed the night lantern into the four little ones' arms. It's okay, it's not worth much. I made it myself. Just take it. Be good, dear. Seeing this, Bailu looked the old lady up and down, took out her medicine gourd, and asked the man selling juice nearby for a cup to pour it. Here, old lady, drink this. It's our night lantern payment. The old lady saw this, and was even more fond of these little girls. They were sensible and polite. Okay, old lady, drink it. Bailu watched the old lady drink the potion, then took the night lantern with peace of mind. Zhongli watched the scene before him. The Lantern Festival is just a few days away. It's the most important festival of the year in Liyue. Zhongli looked at Jingyuan, Walter, and the others. Would you all like to come to Liyue and participate in our Lantern Festival? Jingyuan and Walter agreed immediately. No problem. The group continued onward until they reached Wanman Hall. They reached the second floor and entered the portal. They returned to Yiyun's shop. By then, Yiyun, Xiangling, and Noel had already prepared many dishes. Tonight, they were all stir-fries. Yiyun and Xiangling were very quick, whipping up a dish in minutes. Meanwhile, Bellowberg and his group, along with Feitsue and Topa, were relaxing and chatting in the sofa coffee break area. They had just arrived. After learning of Bronya and the others' close relationship with Yiyun, Diamond decisively sent a batch of supplies to repair the relationship. It was foreseeable that, with Yi Yun's help, Bellowberg would soar to new heights sooner or later. What Diamond did was invest in advance. As the saying goes, one more friend means one more path. To survive in this icy universe, the more friends the better. Topa and Jade were responsible for delivering supplies to Bellowberg. With the support of Diamond and the others, Bellowberg had reclaimed the land where the ice and snow had melted in just a few days. The company provided a large amount of building materials, and with the help of the mechas from the mecha settlement, a residential area was quickly established. Now, Bellowberg no longer had to worry about housing. The entire lower city, except for the mechas from the mecha settlement and Swarovski, moved back to the upper city. After discussions with Topa, Jade, Jeopard, Shaluva, and others, Bronya planned to stop mining underground. Overmining the underground would bring unimaginable disasters to Bellowberg. Emerald suggested that Bronya come to Yi Yun's shop to look for things suitable for economic development, believing Yi Yun would have them. She also suggested that the company invest in building a factory, but only pay taxes. Profits would have nothing to do with Bellowberg. So, this scene unfolded. Bronya and the others came to Yi Yun's shop. Emerald and Topaz's progress in collecting stellar jade had been very slow. To be precise, many treasure chests throughout the universe had suddenly disappeared. Yes, they had vanished. Nowadays, only a very small number of planets possess treasure chests. Thus, the two of them only brought 3,000 stellar jade this time. The 10 members of Stoneheart had already discussed their intentions. This time, they would buy items that would enhance their strength. Chapter 101. And the culprit behind the treasure chest's disappearance, our god of fun, Aha, was currently watching a play he personally directed with his remaining 16 coins of fate. That's right, in just a short time, Aha had given away 3 more coins of fate. Ha ha ha. Congratulations. You got tails. Boom boom boom. A bolt of lightning struck, instantly pulverizing a down-and-out general, not even a fate walker. Aha finished laughing and took out another coin of fate. Which protagonist will appear next? Aha is looking forward to it. Inside the train, everyone sat around enjoying dinner. Tonight's meal was a feast. Yi Yun and Xiangling had cooked a total of 12 dishes. Each dish was generous. Yi Yun thought, since it was all for the family, he might as well just serve it in a bowl. 12 bowls of food and 3 pots of rice were placed on the table, ready for them to enjoy. The 4 little ones sat at their tables, chatting and eating. Children, after all, can't sit still while eating. Jingwan, Zhongli, and Walter each filled a large bowl with rice and added a few side dishes. They each held a bowl and stood by the French window, eating and chatting happily. Emerald, Topa, Bronya, and the others were also eating. Topa was so engrossed in chatting with the others that she forgot about the account. Seeing this, the account could only run over to the Pokemon like Charmeleon, Bulbasaur, Rios, Fluttershy, and Blue. Yi Yun had prepared tree berries for these Pokemon from a certain yellow mouse world. The berries tasted quite good and would help these Pokemon grow stronger. Zhang Zhang came closer. Rios glanced at Zhang Zhang and asked Blue to bring him a few berries. Blue. Blue smiled and handed the berries over. Zhang Zhang jumped up and down happily, then ate the berries with a chuckle. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they dispersed. Some drank tea and played chess, some watched cartoons, some played video games, and some slept. Xing went to the essence incubator and placed the high-level essence he had drawn earlier in it. Xing checked the time. It would take 12 hours. So, Xing went to play with Silver Wolf, letting it incubate on its own. Bronya, Jeopard, and the others went to the bar, shopping for items that would boost Bellowberg's economy. Now, with the company's help, Bellowberg had no worries about sales channels. The only thing they lacked was a product, a unique one. After a long search, they finally settled on something that surprised Yi Yun greatly. Well, this thing will definitely sell, but the initial profit might not be obvious. Item: Ice Deer Fawn. Description: a species from a fantasy world. Its meat is incredibly delicious, making it irresistible. Price: 50 star coins. Bronya brought a total of 10,000 star coins this time, and she plans to use them all on this. Bronya has already thought about it. The best option is to develop agriculture. The initial investment in industry is beyond the capabilities of the current Bellowberg. First, there's the raw material issue, which Bellowberg can't solve. Buy it? You can, but the question is the technology of your factory. It would be difficult to produce products that are even on the same level, if not better than, current competitors on the market. Bellowberg is like a small village in modern society. Only by developing agriculture and laying a solid foundation can it transition to industry. Bronya remembered what Topa had said to her yesterday. Any civilization that attempts to skip the agricultural age and leap directly into the industrial age would commit suicide. Therefore, Bronya chose to take it one step at a time, taking it slow. If one generation doesn't work, then 2. If 2 generations don't work, then 10. Bellowberg will succeed. Bronya bought 200 young ice deer and returned to Bellowberg with Jeopard and the others. The ice deer require a very demanding living environment, and Bellowberg perfectly fits the bill. Bronya planned to establish a ranch on the ice to raise ice deer. As long as these ice deer grow up, Bellowberg will receive a large sum of money. As for why she was so sure of making money, it's simple. One of the dishes Yiyun was cooking tonight was this ice deer. Everyone praised the meal, leaving not a single drop of meat in the pot. Paimon even used the last bit of broth to mix with his rice. Not long after Bronya returned to Bellowberg, she received a message from Tapa. Tapa, Bronya, can you reserve 2 of your ice deer for me? Bronya immediately agreed to Tapa's request. In Yiyun's shop, Emerald and Tapa went to Yiyun to shop. After exchanging their stellar jade, they asked Yiyun to help them find something suitable. Yiyun, we have a total of 30,000 star coins here. See if you can buy something to increase our strength. Emerald, supporting herself with one hand, looked at Yiyun seductively. Yiyun pondered, and there really was something. Yiyun searched, and a product appeared before the 2 of them. Product, equipment forging card description. This item is from a certain game, and can be used to upgrade and strengthen equipment. Note, this item has a certain failure rate. The higher the level of the enhancement, the greater the failure rate. Price, 10,000 star coins. Yiyun explained. Your power comes from diamonds, right? Your jade and topaz are also a type of equipment. This is a bit of a gamble, but if successful, it will definitely boost your strength. There's a reason why this item is expensive. This thing can even be used to upgrade some higher level weapons in the fantasy world. Topa took a look and thought it was a good item, perfect for him and the others. Jade, let's buy this one. We can each get 3 when we take it back. Then it all depend on luck. Jade smiled at this. Okay, I listen to you, little Yelena. Emerald reluctantly slid the 300,000 star coins in her hand into the coin slot next to the touch screen. The 300,000 star coins vanished, replaced by 30 equipment crafting cards in Jade's hand. Emerald pulled out 3 and handed them to Topa. Little Yelena, these are yours. I take the others back to the others. I be troubling you here from now on. That's right. After a discussion among the 10 people at Stoneheart, it was decided that Topa would be stationed on the train permanently. To this end, Diamond even spent a large sum of money to purchase the materials for building a carriage and gave it to Jeezy. The condition was that a room in this carriage be reserved for Topa. Jeezy, of course, agreed immediately. Such a good thing was so easy to refuse. Once the materials arrived tomorrow, Jeezy planned to call Walter and Clara to get started. Clara was currently poring over the train blueprints Jeezy had just given her, so as not to be a drag tomorrow. Afterwards, Jade also got off the car and boarded the warship heading to Pier Point. Chapter 102. Pier Point. Emerald brought 27 equipment forging cards to the top conference room of the Strategic Investment Department. At this time, except for Tapa, all 10 members of Stoneheart were gathered there. Emerald walked into the conference room and found her seat. Som Gang looked at Emerald. Have you bought anything? Emerald placed her suitcase on the table and opened it. This is what Tapa and I bought. 3 each. She's already taken Tapa's. Emerald distributed 3 equipment forging cards to each person. Som Gang examined the equipment forging cards before him. What's the use of this? I thought you were going to buy weapons or something. Gold Dust was also curious. Emerald, you spent all that stellar jade, and in the end, all you got is something like an admission ticket? Emerald smiled charmingly and crossed her legs. This thing is called an equipment forging card. As the name suggests, it can be used to upgrade and strengthen equipment. According to Yiyun's description, this item is from a certain game world. Everyone present was a little confused by what Feitsue meant. Shuju leaned back slightly in his chair. Feitsue, have you forgotten the shopping plan we discussed earlier? We want something that can improve our strength. While this can improve things, it only improves our equipment, not our main body. Feitsue smiled slightly. Don't worry, Shuju. I told you, this thing is called an equipment forging card. As she spoke, Feitsue took out her jade stone and placed it in front of her. Then she took an equipment forging card and placed it on the jade stone, causing it to gleam with a dazzling light. Jade continued. And our stone heart is one of the equipment. As Jade finished her words, the equipment forging card vanished, and the jade stone was successfully enhanced, a star symbol appearing on its surface. Everyone sensed the jade stone's transformation. It was obvious that the energy contained within it had become even more powerful. Gold Dust looked at the equipment forging cards in his hand, and laughed heartily. Interesting. Interesting. This thing comes just in time. Gold Dust clenched the 3 equipment forging cards tightly in his hand. This gave his plans at Pinocchio an extra layer of security. Everyone present took out their stone hearts, and used the equipment forging cards to enhance them. Almost everyone succeeded twice. Jade and Diamond were luckier, succeeding 3 times. Except for Gold Dust, who hadn't used an equipment forging card, Shuju was the only one who failed even once. Shuju angrily slammed the table, and glared at Jade. Humph. Don't buy this thing next time. With that, Shuju pushed open the conference room door, and walked away. Opal removed the pacifier and sneered. Alas, someone seems to have very bad luck. Jade, you did a good job this time. This equipment forging card is indeed very suitable for the 10 of a stone heart. Opal looked at the crowd again. Everyone, if there are no other matters, this meeting is over. After the meeting, Jade and Gold Dust gathered at a small tavern. This tavern was Gold Dust's business, and Jade and Topaz would often come here. It was a small base for the 3 of them. Jade twirled the spoon in her hand gently along the side of the teacup, and looked up at Gold Dust. Don't tell me you're planning on using the equipment forging card after you infiltrated Pinocchio. Gold Dust shook his head. No, no, no. I plan to wait until the dust settles, after the judgment. Emerald sighed, as she thought of the plan Gold Dust had shared with her. Are you sure you want to go this far? Gold Dust took a sip of red wine. Or, do you have a better way to infiltrate? This is the best way, isn't it? Even if I fail, you have a compelling reason to intervene in Pinocchio, right? This plan was a win from the start. It might just be a small price to pay, like my own death in Pinocchio. Emerald nodded. I hope I won't have to collect your body then. Gold Dust smiled. I hope so. Luofu Immortal Boat, inside the general's mansion. Jing Yuan returned home in high spirits, deeply satisfied with his day's experiences. For Jing Yuan, simply drinking tea and chatting with a few friends was enough to satisfy him. Jing Yuan summoned the butler. Pass the order down. Have someone collect stellar jade on the market. Also, have Yanqing lead the team to open treasure chests. The butler spoke, remembering something. General, you may have forgotten that last night, nearly all the stellar jade in Luofu was collected by the girls from the train crew. Except for Scaled Abyss Realm and Sui Yuan, those girls haven't been to those 2 areas. Jing Yuan suddenly realized. How could he have forgotten this? The butler had reported it to me this morning before leaving. Jing Yuan was paralyzed, the birdcage he was holding falling to the ground. Then have Yanqing set off now. First, open the treasure chests in these 2 areas and take the stellar jade inside. Jing Yuan took a deep breath, barely recovering from his demonic attack. What had he done? Those stellar jade should have been his. Just when he was about to leave, Xing, Sanyueki, and the others were still queuing up to shop. Now that he thought about it, they were holding the stellar jade they exchanged from the treasure chest in Luofu, right? The thought of this infuriated Jing Yuan. Damn it! I let the immortal boat down. No! I have to speed up and try to empty the entire treasure chest on the immortal boat tonight, midnight. Jing Yuan, who had clearly fallen asleep, suddenly sat up and slapped himself. Damn it! When the housekeeper was reporting, I even helped those girls pay compensation to the residents who were harassed. Jing Yuan lay awake all night, tossing and turning, annoyed. Meanwhile, Xing, Sanyueki, and the other girls were shopping at Yiyun's shop. Sanyueki brought her star coins to the bar. Yiyun, what do you think I should buy? I want to improve my strength. Yiyun thought for a moment. How about a different weapon? Sanyueki's interest piqued. What weapon? Let me see. Yiyun manipulated the touch screen, and a magnificent longbow appeared before Sanyueki. Item: Hoi Bao, replica, description. This imitation of the legendary Hoi Bao was crafted by a top craftsman from a mythical plane, possessing extremely powerful lethality. When the bow is drawn, it automatically gathers a sun-shooting arrow. The sun-shooting arrow has an automatic lock-on feature, ignoring defenses below the level of a commander. Additional skill: Rain of Arrows, which rains down dozens of sun-shooting arrows within a designated area. Note: this skill consumes a significant amount of the user's stamina. Price: 150,000 star coins. I saw this on March 7th, and it was great. Chapter 103. March 7th, without a word, immediately paid out 150,000 star coins to purchase the Hui Bao. Although it was a replica, it was powerful enough to ignore the defense of enemies below the level of a commander, automatically focus arrows, and even automatically track. It was the dream Bao of an archer like March 7th. March 7th was overjoyed to receive the Hui Bao. Now, he could act as cool as a star. If he had had the Hui Bao, fighting Huanlong would have been much easier. March 7th, holding the Hui Bao, immediately wanted to find a monster to test it on. Alas! After the battle with Jinmu, Luofu had already exhausted most of the Medicine King's secret power. Then, it was Ying's turn to go shopping. She immediately bought enough unsealing pills to restore all her strength. After receiving them, she grabbed a handful and threw them into her mouth, chewing them. Ying's sealed strength was instantly restored. Paimon congratulated Ying upon seeing her strength return. "Great, Ying, your strength has finally returned." Ying nodded happily. Now she finally had the strength to seek revenge on that woman. Ying wanted to charge right then and there, give that woman a beating, and finally get her revenge. However, remembering how she and her brother hadn't even won a 2-on-1 fight, Ying instantly lost her temper. "No! I need to work harder to earn star coins and strengthen myself, so I can have the strength for revenge. Didn't you see Xing? Didn't she become so powerful just by frantically earning star coins and opening chests? When she encountered an enemy, she unleashed her Skyfire without a second thought. Unleashing Skyfire wasn't enough? Simple, just unleash a Tribulation Destruction. Isn't Tribulation Destruction enough? Dual Core Star. Activate. Xing's current strength could rival even some low-level order envoys. Ying felt his pockets. Sigh. Broke again. Paimon, seeing this, consoled him. "Ying, we can earn more star coins when we run out. Let's go see what Xing has to offer." Ying nodded, and Paimon went outside the train. At this moment, everyone gathered in the open space outside the train. Xing spent 320,000 star coins to buy 320 trash can scratch-off tickets. Xing placed all of these trash can scratch-off tickets in the open space outside the train. On a table he had brought from somewhere, Xing placed an urn with 3 incense sticks inside and prayed. Next to him, Xing had set up a large speaker and was playing Good Luck Comes. Everyone was watching the fun, wanting to see what Xing had to offer. After bathing and burning incense, Xing approached the first row of trash can scratch-off tickets. 10 in a row, 32 in total. A truly spectacular sight. Xing, without a second thought, immediately launched a Tenkan combo to establish a base. "Show it!" 10 dazzling flashes of light flashed, and 10 cans of herrings were neatly laid out on the floor. Xing gasped. "No way! 10 cans of herrings right out of the gate? What kind of luck?" Sanyueki, Ying, and Amber, standing by, couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha! Xing, what kind of rotten luck is that? 10 cans of herrings, ha ha! That's right, that's right. Even if you got a durian, it would be better than this." Xing waved his hands frantically. "Damn it! My opening is so dark. Will everything sink to the bottom today?" Xing suddenly made up his mind and decided to go all out, choosing to open all the cards. Xing quickly shuttled through the array of trash can scratch-off tickets, opening each one he passed. As for what he opened, Xing didn't care, and without looking back, he went on to the next one. A flash of golden light swept across the open space, illuminating the previously dim area. While opening, Xing suddenly stopped. Hiss! I think I just opened something great. Xing looked back and saw that the trash can he had just opened was glowing red. This was the first time Xing had ever seen red light. Yi Yun was stunned. No way, Xing had really opened something great? Everyone present was also attracted by the rising red light. Yi Yun looked closely, and saw that Xing was holding a core in his hand. Product, Weapon Fusion Core. Instructions. This can be implanted in a weapon. Once implanted, the weapon will have the ability to absorb the characteristics of other weapons 3 times. Note, maximum absorption limit, immortal weapon. Price, 500,000 star coins. Xing ran to Yi Yun, holding the Weapon Fusion Core. Yi Yun. Yi Yun. Did I sell it? Yi Yun nodded. Indeed, I sold it. This thing of yours is one of the best you can get from a trash can scratch-off. Paimon, upon hearing this, wondered how much it was worth. Yi Yun, how much is this thing worth? Yi Yun held up 5 fingers. Paimon asked, seeing this. 5,000? Yi Yun shook his head. Paimon then guessed. It can't be 50,000, right? Yi Yun still shook his head. Paimon's eyes widened in astonishment. No, it can't be 500,000. Yi Yun nodded. Yes, this thing is worth 500,000. Let's put it this way. If Xing could find 3 immortal artifacts and fuse them into the heavenly fire judgment, relying solely on the heavenly fire judgment, Xing could challenge some star gods if she fought tooth and nail. Why did Yi Yun say that Xing would have to fight tooth and nail to challenge a star god? Simply, Xing's body couldn't withstand the backlash from the heavenly fire judgment after fusing 3 immortal artifacts. 3 immortal artifacts? Those are immortal artifacts. Everyone present was shocked when they heard Yi Yun's words. What? This thing is so powerful? March 7 looked at the weapon fusion core in Xing's hand with disbelief. Xing, you really taken off now, Amber echoed. Yes, a star god, that's an incredibly powerful and invincible figure. At this time, Jizi said. It's indeed impressive, but there are conditions. Yi Yun just mentioned that Xing needs to find 3 immortal artifacts. This item can achieve such a significant improvement, so it must be worth a lot. Yi Yun nodded. Indeed, immortal artifacts are extremely rare, only found in very high-level worlds. However, I do sell them here, and the cheapest starts at 1 million star coins. After hearing this, everyone felt more at ease. If Xing wants to reach the level Yi Yun mentioned, she have to spend at least 3 million star coins. Those 3 million star coins are incredibly hard to earn. Just now, they heard from Fei Tsui and Topa that many treasure chests in this world have vanished into thin air. Even with their interstellar peace company, which is so large, they only managed to collect 300,000 after all this time, and it's getting harder and harder to get them. Yi Yun glanced at Xing, who was beaming at the side. Xing, put it away first. You still have nearly half of your trash can scratch off tickets unopened. Xing happily stored the weapon fusion core in her storage ring. Then, she went to open the trash can. Kelly saw this and tugged at Yi Yun's shirt. Brother Yi Yun, Kelly wants to open the trash can too. Chapter 104. When Yi Yun heard that Kelly wanted to play, he bought 10 trash can scratch-off tickets for the 4 little ones. Take them and play. The 4 little ones gathered around their 10 trash can scratch-off tickets, chattering and imagining what they might win. Xing sighed. After her recent incredible luck, Xing's winnings were all pretty ordinary. Things like supply cards, computers, some furniture, and other miscellaneous items. Well, these things were valuable, but Xing had no use for them. Seeing this, Hu Tao spent 1,000 star coins to buy the computer redemption card from Xing. This computer redemption card was good for redeeming 1,000 computers. The specifications of these computers were much better than the one Silver Wolf had sold her before. Hu Tao planned to go back and rent a place from Ningguang to expand the Wangxingtang Internet Cafe. It took over half an hour for everyone to help Xing pack up the prizes. Jizi glanced at the pile of canned herrings nearby and couldn't help but quip. Xing, it seems the weapon fusion core has drained all your luck. Xing, who was eating a durian, looked up, spread his hands, and sighed helplessly. I don't want this either. Xing glanced at the pile of canned herrings, thought for a moment, and put it away. This thing is still very useful in certain situations, don't you think, Your Highness? Sora, speechless. Everyone helped Xing clean up, looking for anything they could use, and offering star coins to buy from Xing. Xing, of course, welcomed the offer. It would at least help him recover some health. I'm completely broke now, and I spent all my star coins on the trash can scratch-off lottery tickets. And surprisingly, there are some interesting little things here. After cleaning up the place, everyone helped the 4 little ones place the trash can scratch-off lottery tickets on the open space. Kelly and Hook each got 3, and Diana and Bailu each got 2. This was Bailu's distribution, or as Bailu put it, Miss Diana is older than you too, so we take a small loss and get 1 less. The 4 little ones stood beside their respective trash cans, and everyone smiled knowingly at the scene before them. These 4 little ones are everyone's happy pills, constantly bringing joy to everyone. On March 7th, Hu Tao and the other girls cheered the 4 little ones on, wishing them all the best. Yi Yun rubbed Kelly's little head. Kelly, you go first. Kelly nodded happily, standing on tiptoe and forcefully opening the trash can lid. The moment the lid opened, a flash of golden light flashed, leaving a blueprint in its place. The blueprint described how to make a bomb. Klee was overjoyed when she saw it, grabbing the blueprint and running, forgetting that there were still 2 trash cans left to be opened. Yi Yun brought her back and scratched Klee's nose. Klee, there are still 2 left to be opened. Can you wait until you're done before you start working on the bomb? Klee remembered. Klee forgot. Klee will open it now. Perhaps because she couldn't wait to work on the bomb, Klee opened both trash can scratch cards at once. In an instant, 2 beams of red light shot up into the sky. Everyone was horrified. Sanyueki pinched his arm hard. His. It hurts. No. Is Klee's luck reasonable? Hu Tao swallowed hard. I don't think it's reasonable either. Xing opened so many, and only got one. Xing, standing by, suddenly burst into laughter, looking at the two red lights. Ha ha ha. As expected, I'm a loser, ha ha ha. Amber looked at Xing, who was about to go crazy, and consoled her. Xing, you're lucky, it's just Klee who's better. Klee's constellation symbolizes the lucky four-leaf clover. Xing felt more at ease after hearing Amber's words. It turned out that it wasn't him who was unlucky, but Klee who was just too lucky. Two red lights flashed, and a book and a kitten appeared in the same place. Yi Yin checked the information of the two prizes. Product: Magic Encyclopedia Description. This collection contains all the magic from a certain advanced magical world, including a large number of forbidden spells and divine arts. Price: 490,000 star coins. Item: Magic Cat. Description: A magical cat from a certain game world, possessing the ability to help people learn magic, greatly increasing its owner's learning speed. Price: 490,000 star coins. After reading this, Yi Yin was speechless. What else could be said about this luck? All I could say was, Klee is worthy of her. Suddenly, an electronic sound echoed in Yi Yin's mind. Notice. System update in real time. Update. Customer Klee is prohibited from using any items that rely on luck to earn rewards. Yi Yin smacked his lips. TSK, Klee's luck has been directly blacklisted by the system. Especially those 3 exclamation marks at the end. TSK, TSK. The magic cat leaped onto the nearby magic encyclopedia and lay quietly there. Then, a flash of light flashed across the entire surface of the magic encyclopedia, carrying the magic cat into flight. The cat controlled the magic encyclopedia and flew to Klee's side, meowing and nudging her with its head. Ing asked Yi Yin curiously. Yi Yin, how are these 2 items? Yi Yin said upon hearing this. How are they? You still ask how are they? How can red light be bad? Let me tell you this. These 2 items are worth a total of 980,000 star coins. If nothing goes wrong, Klee should be at her mother's level in a month. At the mention of 980,000 star coins, Ing took a few steps back uncontrollably and took a deep breath. What? 980,000 star coins. Everyone present was shocked by the amount. This number is so unattainable. It could be said that since Yi Yin's appearance, the total amount of star coins earned by everyone combined has not reached 980,000. Klee, on the other hand, had only spent 3,000 star coins. No, this trash can scratch off lottery ticket was given to Klee by Yi Yin. Thinking of this, Xing suddenly began to wonder if Yi Yin had picked this one specifically for Klee. After all, this trash can scratch off lottery ticket had come from Yi Yin. Yi Yin noticed Xing's suspicious gaze, and said speechlessly, Don't worry, I really can't control this. I'm just selling it. I really don't know what's inside. If I really knew, would I sell it? Can't I use it myself? Xing thought about it and agreed. The magic cat nudged Klee, and a strange message appeared in her mind, and a magical power surged within her. Heavenly fire? Klee muttered to herself, stretching out her little hand and shouting towards the sky. The next second, the sky and the earth changed color, and swarms of meteorites appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground. Walter and Yi Yin saw this and quickly took action to collect the meteorites, otherwise the starport would be destroyed. Chapter 105. Klee, the instigator, suddenly collapsed and fainted. Luckily, Yi Yin was quick to catch her. Yi Yin carefully lifted Klee up and, looking at her sleeping, breathing evenly in his arms, gave a helpless smile. Although this little creature had mastered powerful magic, her physical fitness was still lacking. She fainted after using it once. GZ then walked over, glanced at Klee in Yi Yin's arms, and took her in her arms. Let me do it. I take her back to rest. The other 3 children, seeing Klee faint, dropped their respective trash can scratch-offs and followed. The 3 children followed GZ and whispered, Sister GZ, is Klee okay? Hook asked worriedly, his big, adorable eyes wide open. GZ smiled. It's okay. Klee's just tired. Do you still want to open the trash can? The 3 children exchanged glances, and Diana said, Forget it, forget it. Let's stop driving and go rest with Klee, Bailu said. Hook and Diana agreed. Then, GZ carried Klee and the 3 little ones back to rest. Yi Yin glanced at the 7 remaining trash cans, then at Ing, Amber, and the other girls eager to try. You guys take them and play with them. With that, Yi Yin turned and boarded the train, ready to go back to rest. When Ing and the other girls heard Yi Yin's words, they immediately rushed to the trash cans. Ing was the first to grab a trash can, rubbing her hands, with a smug look on her face. To outsiders, Ing looked like a complete nymphomaniac, completely devoid of any dignity. Hey, little trash can. I was just worried about wanting to play, but had no money, and I got one for free. So happy. Even if it's canned herring, I'd take it. The other women each grabbed a trash can. Hu Tao put her ear to one and knocked on it, listening to the echo from inside, and wondering what she might find. With my luck, I'm sure I find something useful, right? Amber said from the side. Just open it and you see. Hu Tao opened the trash can. A flash of golden light appeared, and a water god's eye appeared before her. Hu Tao rubbed her eyes, a little bit in disbelief. Ing, watching the scene from the side, couldn't help but imagine Hu Tao evaporating herself. Hu Tao was already powerful enough, and now she had the water god's eye. Ing estimated that Hu Tao's current strength was at least at the level of a demon god's followers. The moment Amber saw the water god's eye, her eyes lit up. God knows what being able to vaporize oneself meant to someone with the fire god's eye. Wow! Hu Tao, you actually opened the water god's eye. Oh my god, your luck is incredible. Hu Tao scratched the back of her head and chuckled. Hee hee, it's okay. Amber urged Hu Tao to test it out. Hu Tao, try it out and see how it works. Hu Tao hung the water god's eye around her waist. She pulled out the Homa staff and lifted it from a nearby wooden box. Then, Hu Tao spun around, and the fire and water god's eyes on her waist flashed. 2 elemental snakes, one blue and one red, wrapped around the Homa staff. Hu Tao thrust his spear, and 2 long snakes, one blue and one red, swooped down towards the wooden box in the air. The moment the 3 collided, an explosion echoed, accompanied by a thick cloud of steam. The steam dissipated, and the wooden box crumbled to dust on the ground. Amber was overcome with envy at the sight. Oh my god, evaporating myself. This was something he had only dreamed of before. Now, he could actually see it in the real world. Amber looked at the trash can beside him, clasped his hands together, and closed his eyes in prayer. May the god of wind protect me, and help me find the water god's eye. After praying, Amber opened the trash can lid with anticipation. A flash of golden light passed by, and Amber stared blankly at what he had opened, wanting to cry but unable to. Ing leaned over to take a look. Oh well, your prayers are actually a little effective. After all, they're related to water, right, Amber? Ing smirked, picked up the small water gun Amber had opened, and sprayed it to the side. Looking at Ing gloating over her misfortune, Amber burst into tears. Wow! Why can Hu Tao open the Eye of God, but I only have a small water gun? Ing, standing by, was having a blast playing with Amber's small water gun. Amber, how about I pay 1 star coin for your small water gun? Seeing Ing still dared to mock him, Amber pulled out his longbow, drew his arrow, and ignited the arrowhead. Ing! You're going to kill me! Ing, still thinking Amber was joking, continued to play with Amber's small water gun. Suddenly, Ing felt a heat near her ear as a flaming arrow pierced a container not far from her. Hiss! Ing gasped. Oh no! She seemed to have overreached. Amber! Calm down! Amber drew her bow and unleashed an arrow. Ing dodged quickly. You can't calm down! Ing, get up! Ing fled in disgrace, with Amber chasing her relentlessly. As she ran, Ing asked Eula, Xing, and the other girls to help her hold Amber back. The girls said they were helpless. You provoked Amber yourself, so you should deal with it yourself. The girls instead gathered around Eula. Xing and Sanueki's trash cans had already been opened, and they had unlocked something new this time. Beef stomach soup. The smell was so strong that the 2 girls nearly vomited. Xing felt this stuff was even more lethal than canned herring. Xing looked at Eula. Eula, you haven't opened it yet? Eula nodded. I get started. Eula opened the trash can, revealing a capsule. Eula picked it up. What is this? Xing took it and examined it. Medicine? Let's go ask Yiyun. With that, the other women, except Amber and Ing, returned to the train. Eula found Yiyun and took out the capsule. Yiyun, what is this? Yiyun took a look. Item, experience capsule. Description, this item comes from a certain game world. When consumed by a Pokemon, it significantly increases its growth rate. Price, 10,000 star coins. After understanding this, Yiyun pointed at Blue at Eula's feet. This is an experience capsule. It's for Blue. It will significantly increase Blue's growth rate. If nothing goes wrong, it should evolve. Eula was surprised to find something for Blue. Eula knelt down, handed the experience capsule to Blue, and rubbed his head. Blue, do you want this? Blue thoroughly enjoyed Eula's caress. Blue. Blue nodded. Eula then handed the experience capsule to Blue. Chapter 106. Blue took the experience capsule. In an instant, Blue was enveloped in a ball of white light, and his body began to transform. A few minutes later, a spirit remarkably similar to Blue appeared before Eula. Blue completed his evolution, transforming into Brook. Brook reached out his little arms to embrace Eula, then looked up at her with a grin. Eula touched the little creature's head, revealing a dazzling sapphire. He said, "This is Blue's evolved form, Brook. Okay, do you have anything else to say? If not, I'm going to rest." The women shook their heads. Seeing this, Yun turned and walked towards his room. Meanwhile, Xing, Sanyueki, and Eula went to the sofa tea area to rest. Xing, as usual, sat down directly on her personal sofa, the trash can. Xing lay on the sofa, watching Brook playing with Eula, when an idea suddenly struck her. "What do you think about a Pokemon competition?" Hu Tao shook her head. "I don't think so, because I don't have a Pokemon yet." Eula held Brook in her arms, one hand constantly tickling Brook's chin. "A competition would definitely require a lot of people, right? With just a few Pokemon like us, it wouldn't be fun." Hearing this, Xing temporarily abandoned the idea. Indeed, there weren't enough people right now, so a competition wouldn't be that interesting. Let's wait until there are more people and Pokemon. Afterwards, the girls played for a while, then each went back to their own homes. Their gaze shifted to the Wanmin Hall in Liyue Harbor. Hu Tao felt a little hungry after returning, and since she happened to be at Wanmin Hall, she asked Xiangling to make some hot pot. The two of them sat outside on the first floor, facing the street, eating and chatting. The dining area on the first floor of Wanmin Hall was an open space, right on the street. "Xiangling, I think you could add hot pot to your menu. Business would definitely boom." Xiangling thought it made sense. She had learned hot pot from Yiyun. Liyue had spicy dishes before, but there wasn't anything like hot pot. "That's something I could consider. If I make it, Dad would have a little easier." Hu Tao picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into her mouth, instantly feeling satisfied. "Ah, delicious, mua mua." Just then, a woman with golden eyes and white hair walked onto the street outside the fence. Her expression was so dignified that passers-by consciously took a detour. This woman was Asmodeus, the sky ruler of Teyvat. Asmodeus was originally on Sky Island, monitoring the false sky. Suddenly, she sensed an extremely powerful force erupting in Liyue. So, she stealthily descended upon Liyue, wanting to see what was happening. As she walked, she unknowingly arrived at Wanmin Hall, and saw Xiangling and Hu Tao sitting on the street eating hot pot. Hu Tao, leaning against the fence with her hands on her back, also noticed Asmodeus. Their eyes met, and Hu Tao waved. "Hello, hello." Asmodeus nodded indifferently. Just as she was about to leave, a hint of fragrance wafted into her nostrils. Gurgle. Gurgle. Asmodeus's stomach suddenly made two loud rumbles. Hu Tao saw this. "My friend, would you like to join us for a meal?" Asmodeus looked at Hu Tao, and was about to refuse, "But I'm Asmodeus, the ruler of space. I won't accept charity." Hu Tao suddenly spoke up. Come on, let's eat together." "It's all right." Hu Tao stood up and walked over to Asmodeus, pulling him inside to sit down. Xiangling also brought a new set of cutlery to Asmodeus. "Are you used to chopsticks? Would you like me to get you a knife and fork?" Hu Tao picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of beef in Asmodeus's bowl. "You're welcome. We have a saying in Liyue, a guest is welcome. When we're away from home, everyone has their own difficulties. Later, I go with you to Yujing Terrace to report your lost items and see if we can recover them." That's right. Hu Tao and Xiangling thought Asmodeus was a foreign traveler, the kind who've fallen on hard times and lost their wallet. Hu Tao said, "What else? Didn't you hear that hungry stomach growling just now?" That sound, tsk, could be heard clearly even after drinking for more than 10 meters. Asmodeus glanced at the tempting beef in his bowl, then at Hu Tao and Xiangling, who were warmly greeting him. Swallowing his saliva, Asmodeus chose to eat a little, just a little. After all, they treated him so warmly, so he couldn't let their kindness go to waste, could he? Half an hour later. Burp! Asmodeus leaned back in his chair, a look of satisfaction on his face, his small hand slowly stroking his bloated stomach. Hu Tao and Xiangling looked at the pile of dishes on the table. Their belief that Asmodeus was a refugee was completely confirmed. God knows how much Asmodeus had just eaten. Hu Tao felt that Asmodeus's fighting power could rival Paymon's. TSK, so terrifying. The three of them had just eaten and chatted. Hu Tao had even enthusiastically arranged for Asmodeus to stay with her. It wouldn't be too late to move out once Asmodeus had recovered. The three of them sat in chairs, relaxing and chatting. Asmodeus mostly listened, while Xiangling and Hu Tao talked. They talked about interesting things from their daily lives. After a short rest, Xiangling and Hu Tao stood up to clear the table. Asmodeus, seeing this, stood up to help. He might be in a high position, but he wasn't ignorant of human etiquette, right? The three of them cleared the table together. Hu Tao and Asmodeus said goodbye to Xiangling and, led by Hu Tao, headed towards the Hall of Rebirth. Asmodeus, you can stay with me for the time being. I have an empty room next door. I get you some new bedding and other things when the time comes. Asmodeus looked at Hu Tao, who was chattering non-stop as she arranged accommodations for herself, and a warm feeling welled up inside him. Feeling this feeling, Asmodeus felt it was quite pleasant, and his lips curled up slightly, a hint of a smile spreading across his face. Over half an hour later, Asmodeus and Hu Tao returned to the Hall of Rebirth. As soon as he entered, Asmodeus saw the flickering lights of an internet cafe. What is this? Hu Tao asked, noticing Asmodeus looking at the internet cafe. This is a sideline business of the Hall of Rebirth, an internet cafe where you can play games. If you're interested, you can check it out. Just tell the ceremonial officer my name. Asmodeus nodded and followed Hu Tao inside. They arrived at a courtyard, a little distance from the internet cafe, and it was very quiet. Arriving in the room next to Hu Tao, she lit the lantern. Well, you can stay here for now. I get you an electric light tomorrow. It's more convenient. I bring you your bedding later. You can rest for a while. I see you later. Chapter 107. Hu Tao quickly returned with bedding and, after fixing it for Asmodeus, yawned and went back to sleep. Asmodeus looked around the room. The small room wasn't particularly luxurious, but rather simple, yet it warmed her heart. Tucked under the blankets, Asmodeus quickly fell asleep. The sun rose and the moon set. The next morning arrived. Asmodeus got up early and looked into Hu Tao's room. Gu Tong was sprawled out sleeping. A fan stood beside the bed, blowing air at Hu Tao. Asmodeus closed the door and decided to walk around. While walking, she arrived at the entrance of the internet cafe. Yesterday, she had wanted to see what this internet cafe was like, and now she had the time. So, Asmodeus walked inside. As soon as she entered, a burst of noise filled the air. Network administrator, give me a bucket of instant noodles. Pickled cabbage flavor. Are you still playing this little game? Everyone's playing Meteor Butterfly Sword right now. Who's playing this? Take my sword. The internet cafe was bustling with activity, with many people surfing the internet. The ceremonial officer noticed Asmodeus and came over to greet him. Hello, sir. Are you looking for internet access? Asmodeus looked at the people online and felt they were all so happy. Yes. Asmodeus decided to give it a try, wanting to understand why this thing called a computer could bring people joy. The ceremonial officer smiled. Okay, we're charging 998 mora for half an hour. How much do you need to top up? Asmodeus was shocked. Mora? What the heck? I don't have mora. The ceremonial girl chuckled. Excuse me, sir, but we have to pay to access the internet here. At this moment, Asmodeus remembered what Hu Tao had said yesterday. Hu Tao asked me to come here and tell her name. The ceremonial girl, upon hearing this, thought, the hall master's friend, that's all right. So you're the hall master's friend? I turn on the computer for you. Which side would you like to sit? Asmodeus looked around and chose a private room by the window. After turning on the computer, the ceremonial girl brought him a Coke and a bag of chips. All the hall master's friends can access the internet here for free, and they also receive a free iced Coke and a bag of chips. If you need anything, just press this button and one of our staff will come over. Enjoy your internet experience. After the ceremonial girl left, Asmodeus glanced at the iced Coke and chips, uninterested. The computer lit up, and Asmodeus took a look, completely unsure how to operate it. So, Asmodeus secretly channeled his divine power, observing how others were doing it. Just then, a young girl logged onto her computer and opened a game called Audition. Asmodeus followed suit and opened Audition. The screen flashed, and the game entered tutorial mode. Dynamic music played, and the characters on the screen began to dance. Asmodeus discovered that if she pressed all the keys for a turn, the characters would dance, and if they failed, they would stomp their feet in anger. Instantly, Asmodeus's eyes lit up. Interesting. Asmodeus stared at the keyboard, pressing the keys one by one with her fingers. Alas, she was still a step too late, and the turn ended. Asmodeus's desire for a challenge was instantly piqued. I must succeed today. Asmodeus was instantly absorbed. Soon, Asmodeus went from watching and playing to typing blindly. After all, there were only 5 keystrokes to memorize. Finally, after just over half an hour, Asmodeus had cleared the novice mode. Asmodeus slammed the table, his joy evident. Beautiful. I finally cleared it. Asmodeus had just been completely absorbed in the game when he felt a little thirsty. Glancing at the ice cola and potato chips nearby, Asmodeus decided to give it a try. First, he opened the chip package, took out a piece, sniffed it, and ate it. The moment the chip entered his mouth, Asmodeus's eyes lit up. This is delicious. Asmodeus glanced at the ice cola next to him. Slurp. Slurp. Asmodeus felt every cell in his body throbbing with excitement, and exclaimed in surprise. What? What is this? How can it be so delicious? After saying that, Asmodeus bit down on the straw and took a deep sip. Ah! Refreshing. This ice cola goes perfectly with the potato chips. Alas, it was gone quickly. Asmodeus pressed the call button. Soon, a young girl, a member of the Rebirth Hall staff, arrived. The girl was the daughter of a Rebirth Hall employee, working for Hu Tao to supplement her family's income. Hello, how can I help you? Asmodeus waved his hand. Give me 5 packs of potato chips, and 5 more ice cola. The little girl smiled and agreed. Okay, 2,000 more in total. Please pay the bill. Asmodeus was stunned when he heard the word pay. Damn it! He didn't have any more on him. Asmodeus felt a little embarrassed. What should he do? Especially when he saw the little girl smiling at him, expectantly waiting for his payment. Asmodeus was in a state of panic. What should he do? What should he do? Just then, through the window, she saw Zhongli walking his bird outside. Got it. Asmodeus reached out, and Zhongli suddenly appeared from outside into the private room. Before Zhongli could react, Asmodeus pointed at him. Little girl, go get it for me first. He pay? The little girl nodded in agreement, seeing it was Zhongli. The little girl knew Zhongli. He was a big shot in the Hall of Rebirth. Okay, wait a moment. The little girl trotted off. At that moment, Zhongli realized what was happening. His pupils trembled as he took Asmodeus's face. Yes, you. Why are you here? Asmodeus glanced at Zhongli. What do you mean by I? Hurry and pay the bill. Can't you see I'm busy? Asmodeus entered a primary room with undivided attention and, following the game's instructions, clicked the ready button. Zhongli forced himself to calm down, then thought for a moment, and went to pay the bill. Zhongli left Asmodeus's room and approached the front desk, addressing the ceremonial officer. All expenses for the guests in room 3 will be charged to our Washeng Hall. This guest is a distinguished guest. Seeing Zhongli's unprecedented seriousness, the ceremonial officer nodded in agreement. After settling the bill, Zhongli took the 5 bags of potato chips and 5 ice cola cups Asmodeus had just ordered, took a deep breath, and headed for Asmodeus's room. Zhongli entered Asmodeus's room. Asmodeus glanced at Zhongli. Just put it aside. Asmodeus remained absorbed in the game. Zhongli put his things down and stood there, planning to have a good talk with Asmodeus after the game was over. Chapter 108. Quickly, Asmodeus's round ended. The result was self-evident. She came in last. Asmodeus felt a pang of displeasure as she sat at the podium, only able to scatter flowers. As the ruler of a space, she could only scatter flowers. No way. Absolutely not, especially since the first-place finisher had sent a message to everyone. A bunch of colored pencils, especially the last-place finisher. Asmodeus's fury instantly ignited. Are you still getting mad? Don't check out. We have to decide the winner today. Just as Asmodeus was about to press the ready button, Zhongli spoke. What are you doing in Liyue? Asmodeus looked at Zhongli, his usual aloof demeanor restored. Nothing, just an inspection. I already gotten the information from Hu Tao. Do me a favor, Zhongli asked. What is it? Asmodeus said. Please ask Yiyun if he has a way to repair the false sky. After this is done, I can brush aside what Liyue did before. Zhongli nodded in agreement. Okay. Zhongli left the private room and glanced back at Asmodeus, who was engaged in a fierce battle inside. Zhongli breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the matter was resolved, and Liyue would not suffer divine punishment. However, Zhongli looked at the internet-addicted girl inside, who resembled Silver Wolf, and couldn't believe she was the sky ruler who held power in Teyvat. Zhongli turned and left the internet cafe, intending to find Yi-Yun to ask if he had any way to repair the false sky. Zhongli didn't go directly to find Yi-Yun, but instead headed towards Hu Tao's room. He needed to have a serious talk with Hu Tao. How could she just bring someone back without permission? More than 10 minutes later, Zhongli was humiliated and kicked out of Hu Tao's room. Just now, he had told Hu Tao not to bring anyone back without permission. Hu Tao naturally refused to agree. I'm the hall master. Besides, don't I? Besides, I dock your salary. Hu Tao threatened him with a salary docking, so Zhongli had no choice but to give up trying to persuade her. What's going on? Ying's RV was parked in an open space behind the Wansheng Hall. Having just woken up, Ying opened the car window, letting in the warm sunlight and fresh air. Ying stretched out in a relaxed manner, stretching her body. Ying opened the car door, and first unfolded the RV's exterior tables and chairs, then raised the roof. After doing this, Ying went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, she went to the nearby stove to boil a pot of water to prepare noodles later. Last night, when she returned from Xianling's portal, she happened to see her making noodles. So Xianling gave Ying some boiling water in a pot. Ying went to the cab. On the cab's platform, Ying had planted several potted plants. Ying picked up the kettle and sprayed them with water. Then, Ying went to the bedroom, looked at Paimon, who was sprawled out, still sleeping, and picked him up. Paimon, wake up. Paimon drowsily opened his eyes and yawned. Ying, what are we having for breakfast today? Ying was speechless. As expected of you, Paimon, the first thing you ask when you wake up is what to eat. Noodles, hurry up and wash up. After that, keep an eye on the pot. I'm going to buy some vegetables. We're out of them. Paimon regained consciousness. Good. Seeing this, Ying checked her appearance in a full-length mirror. Great. Ying left the Hall of Rebirth and headed towards Chihuyan. Xianling had told her that Chihuyan had many small vendors selling vegetables every day, all picked fresh that day, so they were incredibly fresh and affordable. Ying walked along the street, listening to the chatter of the people around her. The summoning immortal ceremony is almost here. Time flies. I wonder what kind of divination the Emperor will bestow this year. I don't know about that, but we just need to follow the Emperor's instructions. Yes. Over the years, the Emperor's decisions have always been correct. Our Liyue is still the best. The Emperor appears every year. I don't know how long the wind god of Mondstadt next door has been gone. Ying was surprised. Summoning immortal ceremony? Oh, they're inviting Zhongli. But it's true. Zhongli is much more reliable than Vinny. Ying soon arrived at Chihu Rock, where the dazzling array of vendors dazzled her. Finally, Ying bought a large pile of vegetables and hurried back. It was so cheap. So cheap. Cabbage that cost 600 yuan a head in Mondstadt was only 100 here. Tsk. Liyue is truly rich. Inside the train, Yi-Yun and the train crew were enjoying breakfast with the four little ones. Xing and San Yueki were each holding a bowl of noodles by the essence incubator. The high-level essence Xing had placed yesterday was about to be hatched. Finally, the time on the essence incubator reset to 0, the hatch opened, and a small red Pokemon appeared. Mika. The moment Xing laid eyes on Mika, she was captivated by its adorable appearance. Wow! So cute! Xing put down the bowl and picked up Mika, spinning around. The noise startled Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun looked over, his eyes widening instantly. Mika! Yi-Yun's expression was filled with shock. Xing truly was the star. Mika was even here, Jizi asked Yi-Yun, looking shocked. What's wrong, Yi-Yun? Yi-Yun spoke slowly. You don't know, this Pokemon is called Mika, a light Pokemon, and one of the best Pokemons. Everyone was amazed. Wow, Xing had truly hatched a particularly rare Pokemon. Xing heard Yi-Yun's introduction, especially those last few words. The best Pokemon of all, and her love for Mika instantly intensified. She was so lucky. Xing glanced at Charmeleon and picked it up. Holding a Pokemon in each hand, Xing felt incredibly satisfied. Both of her Pokemon had immense potential. Perfect. Standing still, she made a decision. She wanted to become a Pokemon ambassador. She wanted every guest who came to Yi-Yun's place to buy a Pokemon. That way, she could host a Pokemon competition, where she'd take Mika and the little fire monkey and slay them all. It was so hot. At that moment, Mika rubbed her belly, looking unhappy. Xing saw this and understood. Mika, are you hungry? Come on, I make you something delicious. Xing rushed into the kitchen, carrying Mika and the little fire monkey. She opened the alien refrigerator and pulled out a few berries. Mika took the berries, sniffed them, and then took a gentle bite. At that bite, his eyes lit up, and he began to chew on the fruit, which was bigger than himself. Next to him, the little fire monkey also nibbled on a berry. Xing patted the two little creatures' heads. Eat. Eat big. Eat more. Only by eating more can you grow faster. Mika and Charmeleon responded, eating faster. Chapter 109. Luofu, inside the general's mansion. Jing Yuan sat up from his bed, looking listless. He hadn't slept well the previous night, and after a night of thought, he finally figured it out. Just take the treasure chest. After all, it's ownerless. Whoever defeats the monster guarding it will own it. Jing Yuan washed up and looked in the mirror. Dark circles covered his eyes. At that moment, the butler came up. General, Lord Yanqing has returned. Jing Yuan nodded slightly. Let him in. The butler withdrew, and Jing Yuan casually washed his face and lay down in the pavilion in the back garden. A moment later, Yanqing arrived with a team of cloud riders, each holding a small box. Yanqing approached Jing Yuan and bowed. General, the mission is complete. All the treasure chests in Luofu have been collected. But for some reason, there seem to be fewer treasure chests. Jing Yuan nodded. I already know about this. The treasure chests are indeed fewer. Those treasure chests were opened by Xing and the others. Yanqing's mind flashed to the train crew members. So it was them. By the way, General, I have something I'm confused about. Jing Yuan glanced at Yanqing. What is it? Yanqing asked. Why did the general ask me to collect these stellar jade? Aren't they just for decoration? Jing Yuan first asked the Yunqi present to leave before slowly explaining the story of Yi Yun's shop to Yanqing. Yanqing's composure instantly flared. Is this true, General? Then, aren't we missing out on a vast amount of stellar jade? Jing Yuan smiled wryly and shook his head. Yes, but it's not anyone else's fault. Treasure chests are ownerless. Yanqing, when you have time, take your team around Luofu. Maybe there's another treasure chest in that corner. Yanqing accepted the order. Yes. By the way, there was a major battle at Huixing Port a while ago. Maybe there's some stellar jade there. General, I go check it out. Jing Yuan nodded, and Yanqing left. After Yanqing left, Jing Yuan opened the boxes Yanqing had collected and summoned several cloud riders. Jing Yuan took the boxes of stellar jade and headed to Yi Yun's shop on the train. He had spotted a few items yesterday and had planned to buy them all today. But judging by the situation, he probably wouldn't be able to get them all. Next, Jing Yuan would have to think carefully about what to buy. He could have spent a fortune on everything, but now he had to be so frugal. How frustrating. Inside the train. After breakfast, March 7th ran through the portal to play in Bellowburg. Yi Yun and the others cleared the table and went about their business. Yi Yun returned to his room, leaving Rios to watch the door while he practiced. Noel was cleaning the shop. Walter and Donham went to the library to read. Jeezy brought the four little ones and Clara to the laboratory Yi Yun had built for Clara. Klee was studying the blueprint she had found yesterday. Yumi was flying around her. That's right. The cat Klee had found was Yumi from League of Legends. However, there was a difference. This Yumi had an additional function. It could directly teach Klee magic, and it couldn't speak. This ability, which allows Klee to learn magic directly, can't be used casually. It can only be used once a month. When Jing Yuan arrived on the train, he realized that Noel was the only one in the shop. Noel greeted Jing Yuan immediately. General Jing Yuan, good morning. Noel then gave a knight salute, and Jing Yuan smiled back. Good morning, Noel. Where are Yi Yun and the others? Noel gathered his thoughts and counted on his fingers. Mr. Yi Yun is training. Sister Jeezy is in the lab with Klee and the others. Mr. Walter and Dan Hum are in the library. Who are you looking for? Jing Yuan raised an eyebrow. I'm here to see Yi Yun. I want to buy something. As he spoke, Jing Yuan patted the boxes he had brought with him. Noel was delighted. Noel, your time has come to test you. Business is here. You have to close this deal. If you want to buy something, please come this way. I'm a clerk. I can guide you through shopping. Jing Yuan was delighted. Okay, thank you, Noel. Noel smiled slightly and gestured. Please come this way. Let's exchange some star coins first. Following Noel, Jing Yuan exchanged all the stellar jade he had brought for star coins, totaling 180,000. Jing Yuan took the 180,000 star coins and began to spin them. Noel pointed at the touch screen and introduced them. General Jing Yuan, you can see the product information here. Take a look. I give you some tea. Noel pointed at the touch screen, then turned and found a bag of tea in the small bar and began to make some tea. Jing Yuan moved aside, approached the touch screen, and swiped his finger to browse the products. Noel quickly brewed the tea and poured it for Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan thanked him and took the tea, gulping it down in one gulp. Noel was using a tea set. The cup was small, barely big enough for one mouthful. When Jing Yuan finished, Noel quickly reached for the teapot and refilled it. Jing Yuan sipped his tea while browsing the merchandise. Soon, he found something he liked. Item: Qingling pill recipe description. This pill recipe comes from a certain immortal world. This pill can help maintain consciousness and suppress inner demons. Note: each person can only take one. A second pill will be ineffective. Price: 150,000 star coins. If this Qingling pill truly works, it could potentially alleviate the problem of the demonic yin body. Many people on the immortal boat suffer from emotional breakdowns, often caused by inner demons. And this Qingling pill is precisely what can suppress that inner demon. Jing Yuan purchased it for 150,000 star coins. A few seconds later, a scroll appeared in Jing Yuan's hands. Jing Yuan opened it and took a look. Qingling pill. Recipe: Qingling flower 3 qian, guling grass 1 qian. Jing Yuan read the recipe and realized that one Qingling pill required over 30 different herbs. Jing Yuan glanced at the 30,000 star coins remaining in his hand. He knew he was running low, so he had to save. Jing Yuan planned to buy 10 herbs first and bring them back to the Danding division for research. Perhaps Luofu already has some of these herbs. Then, when he comes back, he only need to buy the ones Luofu doesn't have. Wouldn't that save him a lot of star coins? After Jing Yuan finished shopping, he smiled and said goodbye to Noel. "I be leaving now, Noel. Thank you for your hospitality. By the way, when Ian comes out, let him check his phone. I left him a message." Noel nodded in agreement. "Okay, I let Mr. Ian know. Goodbye, General Jing Yuan." Jing Yuan turned and boarded the star raft back to the general's mansion, carrying the blueprints and the Qingling pill recipe. Along the way, Jing Yuan drew his formation blade and maintained vigilance. If anything seemed amiss, Jing Yuan would summon the Divine Lord. Chapter 110. Back to the general's mansion. Jing Yuan asked the butler to call the current head of the Danding division. A moment later, the butler arrived with the head of the Danding division, but there was one more person. Fu Xian, upon hearing that Jing Yuan was looking for someone from the Danding division, followed him. She said she was visiting Jing Yuan to see if he was ill. In reality, she just wanted to rest for a while. Ever since she took the temporary general's position, she hadn't had a moment's rest, either handling government affairs or sorting them out. Fu Xian looked up and down at Jing Yuan, who was sipping tea. He didn't look like he was busy. "General, why did you call someone from the Danding division?" Jing Yuan took out the Qingling pill formula and 10 herbs, and handed them to the head of the Danding division. Fu Xian frowned as he looked at the formula Jing Yuan handed to the head of the Danding division. "What is this? Is it some kind of elixir recipe?" Without waiting for Fu Xian to ask, Jing Yuan said to the head of the Danding division, "This elixir recipe is called the Qingling pill. It has the effect of suppressing the demonic yin body. See if you can refine it." Fu Xian immediately became uneasy upon hearing the Qingling pill's effects. "What? General, this Qingling pill can really suppress the demonic yin body?" Jing Yuan nodded slightly. "Really? What? Can your Danding division refine this pill?" The head of the Danding division closed the recipe. "Of course we can, but..." Jing Yuan asked, seeing the head of the Danding division hesitating. "But what?" the head of the Danding division said. "However, there's only one person in the Danding division who can refine this elixir, Lady Dragon Girl. But Lady Dragon Girl has been missing for several days." Jing Yuan heard this and realized that this was the case. In that case, he would have to return to the train. Bai Lu should be playing in the train's laboratory right now. Jing Yuan retrieved the elixir formula and herbs. "I know where the Dragon Girl is. You go back first, I go find her." The head of the alchemy division excused himself and left the general's residence. Fu Xian was curious how Jing Yuan knew where the Dragon Girl had gone. According to intelligence, the Dragon Girl was abducted by a mysterious individual, and to this day, there has been no news of her. "General, wasn't the Dragon Girl abducted by a mysterious individual?" Jing Yuan smiled. "Come with me. The Dragon Girl is far away, yet near at hand. She's aboard the star train right now." Fu Xian was stunned for a few seconds. "I didn't expect the Dragon Girl's kidnappers to be from the train crew. No, judging by the general's appearance, she's not kidnapped, otherwise he wouldn't be so reassured. Afterwards, Jing Yuan and Fu Xian boarded the starship bound for Glowing Star Harbor. At the same time, inside Glowing Star Harbor, 10,000 swords are coming. Yan Qing controlled his flying sword, slaying several demonic in-body soldiers. Retracting his flying sword, Yan Qing turned to look at the cold, eye-patch-wearing woman behind him. Big sister, alright, the danger is over. Let's continue. Yan Qing had originally come to return Star Harbor to collect stellar jade, but unexpectedly found traces of the blade there. So, following the blade's trail, he encountered this woman. The woman was Jing Lu, returning to Luofu. Jing Lu replied softly. Okay. The two continued on their way, Yan Qing slaying many of the demonic in-body soldiers who had survived the previous battle. And, fortunately, they found several treasure chests, collecting dozens of stellar jade. Yan Qing had guessed correctly. Xing and the others hadn't opened many of the treasure chests in Huixing Harbor, mainly because the terrain was complex. Finding a treasure chest was too time-consuming. Xing and the others simply searched along a few main roads until they reached places like Shanglishan and the Xingcha Sea Center within Luofu. Arriving at the dock, Yan Qing suddenly changed his demeanor, turning around with a serious expression. Tell me, what brings you to Luofu? Your steps are steady, your breathing is even, and you remain calm in the face of danger. You are definitely not an ordinary person. I urge you to tell the truth, or don't blame me for being merciless with my sword. Jing Lu looked at Yan Qing with admiration. When did I ever say I was an ordinary person? Little brother, I told you I came to Luofu to visit an old friend. As he spoke, Jing Lu glanced at the sword in Yan Qing's hand and shook his head. You're no match for me, and therefore you're no match for Blade. Let's go! With me by your side you be safe. Yan Qing snorted coldly. He was a rare swordsmanship prodigy in Luofu. Humph, we only know if we're a match after a duel. Jing Lu smiled upon hearing this. Then let's duel. Yan Qing sheathed his sword. Let's duel. Follow me. Jing Lu looked at the childish Yan Qing and was quite satisfied. Not bad. At least, he has the sharp edge expected of a swordsman. Afterwards, Jing Lu followed Yan Qing to the industrial and manufacturing department. Yan Qing pointed to the high platform in the distance. The Cloud Riders report that a small remnant of the Medicine King's secret teachings from the last war is entrenched here. We each take a different route and see who arrives first. Jing Lu agreed. Okay, you go first, or I'm afraid you'd be badly defeated. Seeing Jing Liu's disdain, Yan Qing immediately resolved to give it his all this time. To show this man what genius truly was, Yan Qing drew his flying sword and charged forward. A little over a minute after Yan Qing set off, Jing Lu swung his right hand, and the epithalum sword appeared in his hand. Jing Liu's figure suddenly vanished from the spot where she had been. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Yan Qing. Several demonic in-body soldiers, who had blocked his path, were slain with a single strike before they even knew what was happening. Jing Lu swung his sword continuously, slaughtering the demonic in-body soldiers. Yan Qing, arriving a step late, looked at the corpses scattered on the ground and Jing Lu standing with his sword in hand, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible. When did this man get ahead of me? Jing Lu turned and looked at Yan Qing. Little brother, you need to speed up. As soon as Jing Lu finished speaking, his figure vanished again. Yan Qing hurriedly increased his speed, charging towards the platform. The corpses of demonic in-body soldiers littered the path, a feeling of urgency building in Yan Qing. Now, it felt like he truly encountered a master. Yan Qing quickened his pace, finally reaching the platform a few minutes later. Upon arriving, he spotted Jing Lu standing in the distance, a look of reluctance. Little brother, what do you think? Are you admitting defeat? Yan Qing snorted coldly. Take my sword. Yan Qing used all his strength to strike at Jing Lu, but Jing Lu shattered his sword with a simple swing. Jing Lu looked at Yan Qing with great satisfaction. Not bad, a promising avenue for reconciliation. Jing Yuan's vision was still good. So, little brother, do you dare take my sword? At the same time, his own imposing aura suddenly descended upon Yan Qing, enveloping him. A voice echoed within Yan Qing. Run! Run! Yan Qing gripped the hilt tightly, gritting his teeth and persevering. Come! Jing Lu smiled faintly and leaped high into the air. Little brother. Catch it! Jing Lu slashed out with his sword, a move he considered serious. Chapter 111. Inside the train. Jing Yuan and Fu Xuan boarded the train. Pam led them to a room on the second floor of the party car, marked Clara's exclusive laboratory. Inside the room, Jeezy and Clara were assembling a mecha as tall as a man. Klee, using tools like pliers and wrenches, was researching a new type of bomb. She had already made one, but the results weren't ideal. There was no mushroom cloud. Hook was tinkering with his whole machine, trying to replace a part. As for whether he was worried about putting it back together, Hook said he wasn't worried. Aren't Jeezy and Clara here? Deanna was mixing cocktails with test tubes, adding all sorts of bizarre ingredients. After she created a cocktail, she would ask Shut Up to give it to Wendy, so she could taste it. As for why she didn't do it herself, she was worried Wendy might get sick. She was allergic to cat hair. Bai Lu was refining medicine, experimenting with high-tech equipment, having previously used the Dan Ding Si's furnace. Jing Yuan and Fu Xian arrived. They immediately spotted Bai Lu refining the elixir. Lady Dragon Girl. Bai Lu heard someone call her back. General, are you looking for me? Bai Lu pointed at herself. Jing Yuan smiled and nodded, then took Fu Xian to Bai Lu's side. Well, what are you doing? Bai Lu showed Jing Yuan her work. General, look, this is the golden wound powder I made using Clara's equipment. It's very effective for treating external injuries. Fu Xian picked up a packet of golden wound powder and examined it. Bai Lu, have you verified the efficacy of this medicinal powder? Bai Lu nodded, pointing to the white mouse in the cage nearby. Yes, a typical knife wound heals in 3 seconds. Yi Yan gave me this recipe. What did he say it was? Which world did he come from? Bai Lu racked her brains, but couldn't recall which world Yi Yan had mentioned. She asked Deanna, who was standing beside her. Deanna, do you remember what world Yi Yan said this recipe was from? Bai Lu pointed to the recipe she was holding on the table. The recipe was very thick, more than 10 centimeters thick, and contained numerous recipes for elixirs. Deanna thought for a moment, then spread her hands. I forgot too. You can ask Yi Yan later. Bai Lu felt a little distressed. Okay. That's all we can do. Fu Xian was very interested when he heard the recipe. Bai Lu, can I see this recipe book? Bai Lu nodded. Sure. Fu Xian and Bai Lu were very familiar with each other. Bai Lu often sneaked off to the Taibu division to play. Sometimes, she was caught by the Danning division, but it was Fu Xian who provided cover. Thus, neither of them used their positions to address each other. Fu Xian opened the recipe book, and the first page showed the golden wound medicine powder. Looking at the contents, Fu Xian realized he didn't recognize any of the herbs. After all, he was a Taibu division official, so he had some knowledge of alchemy. Seeing Fu Xian's bewilderment, Bai Lu said, the herbs in this recipe book are basically not available on Xianzhou. Yi Yan bought me the medicine for my experiments. Kelly interrupted. That's right. Brother Yi Yan just told Kelly to go to the store to buy any ingredients she needed. He left 100,000 star coins with Sister Noelle for us to use. Bai Lu nodded. Yes, that's right. Fu Xian nodded, flipping through a few more pages to examine them. Only the golden wound medicine powder was of high value. The other prescriptions were for minor ailments. Bai Lu looked at Jing Yuan. By the way, General, why did you come to see me? Jing Yuan was amazed to hear that Yi Yan had actually approved 100,000 star coins for materials specifically for the little guys. TSK, so rich. 100,000 star coins. Just for materials. TSK, I'm envious. I'm truly envious. Seeing Jing Yuan's indifference, Fu Xian said, we bought a pill formula. See if you can refine it. Fu Xian took the recipe from Jing Yuan and handed it to Bai Lu. Bai Lu took it and examined it carefully. After a moment's examination, Bai Lu said, this pill is very simple. Did you bring the herbs? I can refine it right now. Fu Xian was delighted upon hearing this and took out 10 sets of herbs and handed them to Bai Lu. Bai Lu took it and gestured for silence. Sister Fu Xian, General, please wait downstairs. I have Shizui call you up when I'm done. Jing Yuan and Fu Xian nodded in agreement, and, led by Shizui, they arrived at the first floor of the party car. Jing Yuan and Fu Xian sat down, with Fu Xian's hands on his hips. General, you should be telling me about this train, right? If nothing unexpected happens, you should have been here all day yesterday. As for how Fu Xian knew Jing Yuan had been here all day, it was easy. He knew it from looking at Shizui. Shizui, standing by, brought Jing Yuan a cup of tea. General Jing Yuan, this is the tea you told me you liked yesterday. Please try it, and see how it tastes. Jing Yuan scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. Shut up. You shut up right now. If Fu Qing knew he left everything to her while he'd been lazing around here, enjoying life, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, Jing Yuan quickly changed the subject and told Fu Xian about Yi Yan's shop and the fact that Zhongli and the others were visitors from another world. It wasn't something to hide after all. Fu Xian listened. So that's how it is. I didn't expect this train set to hold so many secrets. General, have you arranged for someone to collect stellar jade? Jing Yuan's expression suddenly changed when he heard Fu Xian mention stellar jade. I already had everyone collect all the stellar jade. Fu Xian felt a little relieved. That's good. How many star coins do we have now? Jing Yuan silently held out 30,000 star coins. That's all I have left. Fu Xian took the star coins, counted them, and looked at Jing Yuan suspiciously. General, this number isn't right. We can't have just this little stellar jade in Luofu, right? I've seen plenty of treasure chests before. Jing Yuan nodded. It's more than that. I also bought a recipe for the Qiling pill, which cost 150,000 star coins. Fu Xian nodded. That's definitely worth buying. If Bai Lu can refine it, the strength of our entire Xianzhou alliance will be greatly enhanced. Quality is more important than quantity. Many veterans on Xianzhou have suffered from mental issues due to years of fighting. As a result, these veterans aren't usually deployed, only being used in major battles. If Bai Lu can refine the Qiling pill, these battle-hardened veterans can return to the battlefield and become a permanent force. Fu Xian thought about it. It couldn't be that there were only 180,000 star coins. General, what else is there? We can't have just this much stellar jade in Luofu. Chapter 112. Jing Yuan hesitated, but finally decided to tell the truth. Mr. Fu, do you remember yesterday when we compensated the girls from the train crew? Fu Xian recalled. Yes, I saw this document at the time. And then what? There's a connection between the two things. Jing Yuan paused, then said. It was because Xing and the others opened the treasure chest late at night and disturbed the residents, so we paid the compensation. Fu Xian's eyes widened. So, this 180,000 was basically all the star coins in Luofu? Fu Xian said, I can't accept it. My Luofu immortal boat is so huge. And I only have this much stellar jade. No! I'm going to go find Xing and the others and ask for it back. Fu Xian made a move to go find them, but Jing Yuan held him back. Mr. Fu, a treasure chest is ownerless. Fu Xian paused and sighed. Indeed, a treasure chest is ownerless. Whoever opens it owns it. Jing Yuan consoled him. Okay, Mr. Fu, let's think of other ways to earn stellar jade. Fu Xian had no choice but to do so. Then, the two sat at the bar next to Bizue and discussed how to earn stellar jade. Fu Xian's idea was to notify all caravans, telling them to keep an eye out for stellar jade and bring it back if they found any at a reasonable price. Jing Yuan thought the idea was a good one and told him to notify Yukong when he got back. Over half an hour later, Bai Lu came down the stairs, clattering and stomping at a very fast pace. Jing Yuan quickly stood up and went to the bottom of the stairs to catch Bai Lu, fearing she might fall. Be careful, go down the stairs slowly. Bai Lu chuckled. Hey, it's okay, General. I'm in great shape, General. I refined the Qiling pill. 10 ingredients, 30 pills in total. Take them, and have someone test them. Jing Yuan took the pills from Bai Lu, his face brightening. Thank you for your hard work, Lady Dragon Girl. Bai Lu smiled and shook her head. It's okay. Is there anything else? If not, I go back upstairs and play. Jing Yuan rubbed Bai Lu's head lovingly. Go ahead, we go back and have someone test the pills. Fu Xian, seeing the Qiling pill successfully refined, felt relieved. Bai Lu, thank you for your hard work. We be leaving now. Bai Lu waved goodbye to the two of them. Goodbye, General. Goodbye, Sister Fu Xian. Fu Xian and Jing Yuan said goodbye to Bai Lu, stepped off the train, and boarded the star raft back to the general's mansion. It was afternoon. Yi Yun ended his retreat and walked out of the room. He glanced at Rios at the door and smiled. Thank you for your hard work, Rios. Rios shook his head. It's okay. How are things? Yi Yun gave him a thumbs up. Not bad. How are Klee and the others? Rios said. Klee and the others are still in the lab. Xiangling and Pam made them lunch at noon. Yi Yun felt relieved. Okay, I go see what they're doing. With that, Yi Yun walked into the shop. As soon as he reached the bar, Wendy stopped him. Yi Yun, the old man is looking for you. Yi Yun heard. Zhongli? What does he want from me? Wendy spread her hands. I don't know either. He's in the reception room chatting with Mr. Walter. Yi Yun nodded, understanding. Okay, you drink first. I go see what's going on. Wendy nodded and continued drinking. Ever since resolving the Tevran incident, Wendy has been spending her days either at Yun's bar, at Shut Up, or at Dialec's Angel's Gift. After the Tevran battle, Calm withdrew all of the Abyss cult's forces from Mondstadt. Mainly because of Dialec, who was vehemently targeting the Abyss cult in Mondstadt. Dialec had been cultivating the wind spirit technique for some time, and his power had successfully reached the level of a demon god's follower. Ordinary Abyss apostles wouldn't last more than a few moves against him, let alone Abyss mages. He arrived at the reception room and, upon entering, Topa greeted him. Topa had set up a small table in the corner to the right of the reception room entrance, with a computer on it. "Hi. Yi Yun." Yi Yun looked in the direction of the voice. "Topa, what are you doing?" Topa put his account book on the floor and said, "I'm working." Sigh. "I don't know why, but so many treasure chests in the universe have vanished. It's so difficult to collect stellar jade." Yi Yun smiled. "I don't know about that. Don't worry, take your time. My shop is right here." Topa nodded with a smile. Yi Yun looked at the small space Topa had renovated for him. "You made yourself a small office?" Topa nodded. "Yeah, it's quiet here, perfect for working." Yi Yun thought about it, and realized what Topa said was true. Xing and Klee rarely went into the library and reception room. The library required too much quiet, and Topa would be talking at least a little while working. So, the reception room was the best choice. Topa had approached Yi Yun about this small office, and Yi Yun agreed immediately. It was only about 15 square meters. The reception room was usually occupied by himself, Jingyuan, Zhongli, and Walter, so it was plenty of space. Yi Yun checked his account. "Okay, you go ahead. I be leaving first." Topa nodded and went back to work. Yi Yun walked inside and found Zhongli, who was chatting with Walter. Yi Yun sat down. "Zhongli, Wendy said you wanted to see me?" Zhongli nodded. "Yes, it's like this." Zhongli told Yi Yun everything about Asmodeus. After listening, Yi Yun thought about it and offered two solutions. "I have two options. Listen to them first." Zhongli heard this. "I'm all ears," Yi Yun said slowly. "First, I do have a way to repair the false sky. Just buy an isolation magic circle, and it's not expensive at 200,000 star coins. Second, it's about migration. Would you consider buying a life planet in this world, or finding an ownerless planet and transforming it?" Zhongli's eyes suddenly lit up. The idea of migration coincided with his previous thoughts. Indeed, rather than staying there and facing the abyss, it would be better to migrate and put an end to it all. "I just change worlds. I don't believe the abyss will ever invade me again," Zhongli asked. "How many credits would it take to buy a life planet?" Yi Yun looked at Walter. He didn't know either. Walter said, "I don't know much about that either." Yi Yun suddenly thought of something and called out to someone nearby. "Topa! Topa!" Topa, who was working, heard Yi Yun calling him and popped his head out. "What's wrong, Yi Yun? What do you want me for?" Yi Yun asked. "Does your company sell life planets?" Chapter 113. Topa heard this. "Yes, yes." "Why, Yi Yun, do you want to buy it?" Yi Yun smiled and shook his head, pointing to Zhongli beside him. "Not me, Zhongli. What's the lowest price?" Topa heard this. "Wait a moment, I help you check on the internet." A minute later, Topa came over with a laptop. The lowest price is for a life-bearing planet named Amos 3. Amos 3 has a land area of 80 million square kilometers, and an ocean area of 170,000 square kilometers. It has a perfect topography, a pleasant climate, and fertile soil. The only drawback is its limited mineral resources. "Mr. Zhongli, if you want to buy it, I give you an internal price of 50 billion credits. This is the lowest price. If you don't believe me, you can check. The price listed on the company's internet is 60 billion, and the price listed on the external network is 70 billion. Zhongli looked at the long string of zeros and immediately gave up the idea. "I don't have enough funds." Topa smiled at this. It's okay. I have another payment method. For just 300,000 star coins, you can buy the planet Amos 3. How's that? Are you tempted?" Zhongli was indeed tempted, but he couldn't move his wallet. "Well, I think about it." Topa nodded, indicating that it was okay. "Okay, you think about it. If you need to buy something later, feel free to contact me. I'd be right here." Yi Yun looked at Zhongli and smiled. "So what? Which option do you choose?" "It's much more convenient to buy directly from Topa. You can move in right away. If you ask her to give you something else, like help building a house, she'd definitely agree." Zhongli pondered for a moment. "I go back and talk to Asmodeus first." Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. "Okay, a game?" He even pulled out the chessboard from under the coffee table. Zhongli's lips curled up slightly. The newbie was about to be bullied again. Come on. Zhongli wasn't in a hurry to go back. Asmodeus was probably still at the internet cafe. The three of them immediately started a game and began playing. Inside the Shinsu mansion. Not long after Jing Yuan and Fu Xian returned, a cloud rider arrived with a report. Report? General. Someone's breaking into the prison of Desolate Devil. Jing Yuan immediately set off for the prison of Desolate Devil, where many vicious criminals were held. Mr. Fu, you stay at the Shinsu mansion and take charge. I go to the prison of Desolate Devil. Fu Xian agreed. This was how they usually worked. One stayed at the Shinsu mansion, controlling the overall situation, while the other led the troops in battle. The matter at the prison of hell is of grave importance, so it's best for Jing Yuan to intervene. Half an hour later, inside the prison of hell, Jing Yuan clasped his hands behind his back. Anyone who enters this place is either a jailer or a prisoner. I wonder which category you belong to. A blond man slowly approached Jing Yuan. Neither. I'm just a lost traveler. The blond man was Luo Sha. Jing Yuan looked down at Luo Sha. What a grand occasion. Star Core, Jianmu, the secret teachings of the Medicine King, the Lord of Extinction. They almost succeeded in diverting everyone's attention. I almost forgot about that insignificant issue. The person who brought the Star Core into the immortal boat. Right? The Medicine Master's evil creature. Luscious smiled faintly. It's true that my power comes from abundance, but like you, I'm the Medicine Master's enemy. After saying this, Lu Sha turned his back to Jing Yuan and opened his arms. The single light on the ceiling shone on Lu Sha's body, illuminating it with a brilliant glow. As Lu Sha finished speaking, a few snowflakes suddenly fell, and a female voice echoed. Yes, Jing Yuan, don't stand in our way. This time, we will put Feng Rao and his family to death. Jing Yuan looked at the newcomer, his pupils trembling. Why are you here? Jing Yuan ordered the surrounding cloud riders to retreat. What exactly are you doing here? Jing Lu asked. I just said it, we're back to take down the arrogant pharmacist. Jing Yuan asked. What's your plan? Then the two men shared their plans. Jing Yuan felt a surge of madness after hearing this. This was a grand chess game involving the gods. Let me think about this. Luo Sha nodded slightly. This is a serious matter. General, take your time to think about it. We have plenty of time. Jing Yuan nodded. Then he looked at Jing Lu. Your demonic body, Luo Sha said. Just some of my tricks. Jing Yuan glanced at Luo Sha after hearing this. This guy was very suspicious, so it was best not to trust him for now. Jing Yuan suddenly remembered that he had just obtained the Qingling pill. Why not let Jing Lu try it? Jing Yuan took out a Qingling pill and handed it to Jing Lu. Master Jing Lu, this is a new pill developed by our Xianzhou to suppress the demonic body. Would you like to try it? Jing Lu took the Qingling pill and examined it curiously. Feeling the slight coolness on the surface of the pill, Jing Lu swallowed it. Jing Yuan was a little worried about whether this Qingling pill would actually work. If Zhongli were here, he would definitely put his mind at ease. Because Zhongli had taken one before, he had bought it ready-made. The Qingling pill took effect instantly after entering his stomach. Jing Lu felt much more alert. This pill is extremely effective. Jing Yuan felt relieved upon hearing this. That's good. You can only take one pill. A second one won't work. This pill was recently refined by Lady Dragon Girl. When Jing Lu heard Lady Dragon Girl, a figure flashed in his mind. Jing Yuan, where is Lady Dragon Girl? Can I go see her? Jing Yuan agreed. Jing Lu could never hurt Bai Lu, so forget it. Lady Dragon Girl is on the star train. Her name is Bai Lu. You can go find her. The star train is docked at Return Star Port. Jing Lu said goodbye and headed for the star train. Luo Sha, on the other hand, received a pair of silver bracelets and a prisoner gift pack. Jing Lu arrived at Star Harbor on a starship and quickly found the star train. The star train was so different from the surrounding starships and warships that it was instantly recognizable. Jing Lu approached the train and was about to knock on the door. The door suddenly opened, and the four children ran out excitedly. Da-da-da. La-la. Klee's going to test the new bouncing bomb. Klee jumped out of the train, clutching the newly developed bouncing bomb, and ran off with a clatter. Behind her, Hook, Diana, and Bailu followed closely, watching the excitement. Laos followed closely behind the four children, protecting them. Jing Lu recognized Bailu immediately, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Laos glanced at Jing Lu. He didn't radiate hostility. On the contrary, He seemed to be expressing a sense of nostalgia for Bailu. Elves are very sensitive to emotions, and Rios immediately understood Jingliu's mood. Who are you to Bailu? Chapter 114. Jinglu looked at Rios. Who are you? Rios said. I'm Rios. Did you know Bailu before? I noticed you looked at her with a strange look. Jinglu smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, I do. At this moment, Rios glanced at the 4 little ones running away. Let's follow them first, to prevent them from getting hurt. I'd be responsible for protecting them. Jinglu and Rios chased after the 4 little ones. Chasing the 4 little ones, Jinglu and Rios arrived at a reservoir. This reservoir was an official Luofu reservoir, home to many fish. After discovering this place, the 4 little ones made it their regular spot for frying fish. Jinglu and Rios stood on a relatively high shipping container. Jinglu looked at Rios. Are you usually responsible for protecting them? Rios nodded. Yes, they're adorable little ones. They always bring a lot of joy to everyone. I like them very much. Jinglu smiled slightly. Thank you. Rios shook his head. You're welcome. By the way, we haven't finished our conversation yet. Do you know Bailu? Jinglu nodded. Yes, Rios asked. Do you want me to call Bailu over? Jinglu thought for a moment. No rush. Let's wait until they're done playing. Then, the two chatted while protecting the 4 little ones. Klee held the newly developed bouncing bomb. Hey, whoosh! Klee threw it with force. The bouncing bomb landed in the reservoir. A second later, bang! A mushroom cloud roared up, sending up a spray of water and carrying with it many large fish of various species. The 4 children, upon seeing the successful explosion, cheered joyfully beside the reservoir. Yay! Klee succeeded. Great! Liyue Harbor, inside the Hall of Rebirth. Hu Tao, Asmodeus, and Xiangling were eating. Xiangling had brought over the meal Yiyun had just prepared. She made more, so she brought some back for Hu Tao to share. Asmodeus took a bite of the smashed cucumber. This is delicious, so refreshing. Xiangling was delighted to see Asmodeus praising her cooking. If it's delicious, eat more. Hu Tao scooped up a mouthful of rice from her bowl and ate it with the stewed beef brisket with radish. Asmodeus, what kind of job are you interested in? Asmodeus thought for a moment. I like one that pays well, has minimal work, and is close to home. Do you have any? Hu Tao and Xiangling were speechless. Who wouldn't want a job like that? Hu Tao glanced at Asmodeus. Do you understand burial etiquette? Why don't you just work for me? Asmodeus thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't. But I can help you dig a grave. Hu Tao was surprised. Dig a grave? How do you mean? Asmodeus waved his hand at the empty space at the doorway, and a grave, 1 meter wide, 2 meters long, and 1.5 meters deep, instantly appeared. That's it, how's that? Hu Tao's eyes lit up at Asmodeus's move. He's a real talent. God knows how tiring digging graves must be. Hu Tao's grabbed Asmodeus's hand. From today on, you're a guest of my rebirth hall. Asmodeus gave him a thumbs up. Okay. Hu Tao's thought for a moment. I think about what kind of treatment I give you. Hu Tao thought for a moment and said, how about this? I give you a commission. If you help me dig a hole, I give you some mora. How about that? Base salary plus performance bonus, so a base salary of 100,000 mora. That's about the average salary in Liyue. Asmodeus pondered. How about exchanging my base salary for internet time? Asmodeus chuckled. She was completely addicted to audition. She already won a round this morning. The sense of accomplishment, the exhilaration, made her want to stop. Hu Tao agreed immediately. It wasn't a difficult task after all. After the 3 of them finished their meal, Xiangling returned to Wanmin Hall to help, while Hu Tao and Asmodeus went to the internet cafe. They played for a while. The young man and the lady walked into the internet cafe. Hu Tao took one look and exclaimed, Great! You dared to come here. Hu Tao slammed the table and summoned the Homa staff, aiming it at the lady. How dare you come? Get out. You're not welcome here. The young master quickly smoothed things over. Master Hu, don't be angry. We're here to apologize. The young master and the lady hadn't made any progress in Liyue, so a message arrived from the Ice God, telling them to go directly to the Hall of Rebirth and find a man named Zhongli. So, this scene unfolded. The 2 of them arrived at the Hall of Rebirth to apologize. With that, the young master clapped his hands, and several Fatui soldiers entered, carrying a box of mora. Hu Tao, upon seeing this, put away her Homa staff. An apology is easy to deal with. Hu Tao glanced at the young master's gift of apology, a box of mora. Hu Tao, acting like a grown-up, muttered to herself as she addressed the lady. I accept the apology, but I can't take this Mora. After all, Silver Wolf taught you a lesson last time. The lady's chest flared with anger at Hu Tao's words, and she wanted to give Hu Tao a lesson immediately. Little did she know that just as she had this thought, Asmodeus in the private room glanced over, a flash of red in his eyes. Hu Tao then looked at the young master. How about this? I see you used to really enjoy surfing the internet at my place, playing games like Meteor and the like. You were the loudest in the entire internet cafe. How about I use these Mora to top up your internet bill? The young master smiled. Everything is up to you, Master Hu. Hu Tao nodded and said to the ceremonial girl beside her, Little sister, help this guest top up his bill. The ceremonial girl nodded in agreement. After topping up the bill, the young master skillfully sat down at a table, turned on his computer, and was about to log in. The lady saw this and approached. Aren't you going back? The young master nodded, as if it was a matter of fact. What else? Why don't you play for a bit? I saw Mr. Zhongli here before. As soon as the young master mentioned Zhongli, the lady agreed, paying the fee and turning on the internet. The lady sat down next to the young master. How do you play this? Under the young master's guidance, the lady opened Audition and began playing. Like Asmodeus back then, the lady quickly became addicted. After completing the beginner's guide, the lady randomly clicked on a room and entered. Coincidentally, she ended up in a room Asmodeus had opened, with only the two of them in the room. Asmodeus checked the lady's profile. Wow! A fresh-faced rookie. Hee, I can win again this time. Asmodeus discovered a way to increase his chances of winning and excite himself. He set up a room with only two people and chose songs he was very familiar with. He would first check the profile of each person who came in, confirming they were new players, and then begin to experience the thrill of frying fish. Chapter 115. The game was over, and Asmodeus had undoubtedly won. Asmodeus glanced at the woman sitting in the hall outside, chuckled, and typed in the chat. Invincible Asmodeus, hey you noob, you're not good enough, that's all? That's all? The woman looked at him and thought, damn it. You're even mocking me. I have to win back. The woman decisively pressed the ready button. Asmodeus looked at him and thought, wow. Interesting. I can even beat a noob. So satisfying. Asmodeus clicked start game. Hu Tao played for a while, then left the internet cafe, intending to find Kiching to ask her to grant her a piece of land. Hu Tao planned to lease an area next to the Rebirth Hall to build an internet cafe. She bought a card from Xing that allowed her to pick up 1,000 computers. 1,000 computers was too many for the Rebirth Hall to accommodate. Asmodeus, you play first. I'm going out for a bit. Asmodeus took off his headphones. Where are you going? Hu Tao said. I'm running some errands. Do you want me to bring you some food later? Asmodeus agreed immediately. Of course. Bring some more. Hu Tao agreed. Then, Hu Tao left the Hall of Rebirth and arrived at Yujing Terrace. As soon as Hu Tao arrived at Yujing Terrace, she saw Ganyu. Ganyu. Hu Tao waved. Ganyu looked around and saw Hu Tao waving at her. Hu Tao. Why are you here at Yujing Terrace? What's going on? Hu Tao nodded. Yes. I'm looking to buy some land from Kiching. Have you seen her again? Ganyu pondered for a moment. She seems to be chatting with Ning Wang in the Jade Pavilion. Hu Tao was troubled by this. This was a problem. She couldn't get to the Jade Pavilion by herself. Ganyu saw Hu Tao's distress and said, I take you up. Hu Tao was surprised. Such a good thing? Really? Ganyu smiled and nodded. Indeed, let's go. Hu Tao's heart brightened instantly. That's great. Thank you, Ganyu. Hu Tao took Ganyu's hand and shook it. Ganyu was a little unaccustomed to this kind of situation and felt a little nervous, for some unknown reason. No, you're welcome. Following Ganyu, Hu Tao sat on the stone platform leading to the Jade Pavilion. Ganyu glanced at Hu Tao, who remained calm and composed, and was a little surprised. Most people would be curious when they first sat on this stone platform. After all, it was like flying. How could Hu Tao be so calm? Had she been here before? Hu Tao, have you been to the Jade Pavilion before? Hu Tao shook her head. No. What's wrong, Ganyu? Ganyu said. It's just a little strange. You seem so calm and composed. Most people would be surprised the first time they sit on this stone platform. Hu Tao was surprised. What's so strange about that? I have a flying motorcycle. It's just flying. I'm used to it. Hearing this, Ganyu remembered. Yes, Hu Tao has a flying motorcycle. Ganyu had seen Hu Tao riding the flying motorcycle over Liyue Harbor before. Not long after, the two of them climbed up to the Jade Pavilion and arrived at Ningguang's office. Ningguang, Keqing, Hu Tao is looking for you. Ningguang and Keqing, who were discussing what to buy at Yiyun's shop later, looked up at Hu Tao. Hu Tao smiled and waved. Ningguang, Keqing. Ever since returning from Yiyun's first visit, Ningguang and Keqing had told Hu Tao to stop using their official titles and address them normally. Ningguang smiled slightly at Hu Tao and put down her pipe. Hu Tao, why are you here today? Hu Tao chuckled. I came to see Keqing. I want to buy some land. Keqing was puzzled. Hu Tao, what are you buying land for? Hu Tao asked. You know my internet cafe, right? Ningguang and Keqing nodded. Of course they had heard of it. The most popular internet cafe lately was Hu Tao's Wangxingtang Internet Cafe. There, not only could you play amazing computer games, but even the factory's executives had stumbled there. Ningguang thought for a moment. Are you planning to expand the internet cafe? Hu Tao nodded and gave Ningguang a thumbs up. That's right. I bought 1,000 computers from Xing and plan to use them all. My Wangxingtang definitely doesn't have enough space, so... Ningguang understood Hu Tao's intentions. Ningguang thought about it and decided she might be able to invest. The internet cafe business generates money quickly, and investing is basically a guaranteed profit. Besides, she would have Wangxingtang's partner status, and would be able to see the emperor more often. Hu Tao, would you like me to invest? The commercial building next to your Wangxingtang is my property. Hu Tao's eyes widened upon hearing this. Frog fun. The building next to her actually belongs to Ningguang. That building is huge, easily enough to house 1,000 computers. Ningguang, are you serious? Ningguang rested her chin on one hand and smiled faintly. Of course I am. How about it? Do you want to accept my investment? From now on, I just give you 30% of your internet cafe's profits. Hu Tao agreed immediately. Was there even a need to think? Of course she agreed. Okay. It's a deal. Sister Ningguang, happy working together. Ningguang smiled. Happy working together. Seeing that the matter was settled, Hu Tao prepared to leave. She still had to go to Yiyun's shop. Sister Ningguang, Keqing, Ganyu, I'm going to leave now. I still have to go to Yiyun's shop. Speaking of which, Yiyun and the others should be eating soon, so I could just stop by for a bite. Ningguang heard this. You want to go to Yiyun's shop too? Let's go together. Keqing and I are planning to go shopping. Hu Tao heard this. That's wonderful, walking along. Ningguang glanced at Ganyu beside her. Ganyu, come along too. Ganyu hadn't expected Ningguang to ask her to come along. Ganyu already knew about the shop in the other world. Zhongli had already informed the other immortals. Ganyu nodded in agreement. Then, the four of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards Wanmin Hall. Beside the reservoir, not far from the train, the four children were happily frying fish. Little did they know, a battle was taking place not far from them. Several dragon masters sent to search for Bailu spotted Bailu near the reservoir. We finally found the dragon girl. Brothers, hurry! Capture her and report back. The leader drew his knife and prepared to attack. But he waited for a long time, and none of his brothers made a move. What are you all doing? Don't you understand what I'm saying? The leader turned around. See. A cold, blindfolded woman, holding an ice sword, stood amid the corpses of her brothers. You said you wanted to capture the dragon girl? Before the leader could speak, a sword energy struck. Chapter 116. Jinglu killed the last man and sheathed his epiphyllum sword. Behind Jinglu, Rios slowly walked out. Rios glanced coldly at the corpses on the ground and lightly stepped on them. Several flames appeared out of thin air, incinerating the bodies. This is the 12th group. Yiyun dealt with them the first time. During that time, I killed 10 groups of people who came to capture Bailu. Do you know who these people are? Jingliu's expression instantly turned cold upon hearing this. 12 groups? Rios nodded. Yes, do you know who sent them? They should be from your Xianzhou, right? Jinglu nodded. They should be. Those people just now are pure Xianzhou people. Jinglu looked at Bailu in the distance. It seems I need to find Jing Yuan and ask him who is trying to capture Bailu. Rios looked up at the sky. It was almost time for dinner. Let's go back first. It's almost time for dinner. We talk about this later. Jinglu nodded in agreement and, with Rios, put the baby back on the train. Inside Yiyun's shop, Yiyun and Xiangling were cooking. Xing and Sanyueki emerged from the portal. Upon their return, they headed straight for the bar, opened the refrigerator, and each grabbed a bottle of iced cola, gulping it down in one gulp. Xing shuddered, her face brimming with enjoyment. Great. I'm dying of thirst. Sanyueki, standing beside her, also shuddered. That's right, when you're really thirsty, a glass of iced cola is the most comforting. Jeezy asked curiously. Didn't you guys bring any water when you go out? Shing chuckled. No, we didn't bring any water specifically to enjoy the moment. Sanyueki nodded in agreement. Jeezy shook her head, speechless. In the kitchen, Ian called out to Shing and Sanyueki. Shing, Sanwe, come help pick the vegetables. Shing was beginning to look reluctant, pouting. No. Isn't there the all-powerful Noel here? No need for a useless person like me. Sanyueki echoed. That's right. With Noel here, you don't need us, right? Noel, who was preparing to clean the reception room with cleaning tools, blushed when she heard Shing and Sanyueki say this. Please, please don't say that. I still have a lot of shortcomings. Shing spread her hands. How can I have any shortcomings? Noel is amazing. He cleaned the entire train so clean by himself. Sanyueki put down his ice cream. That's right, Noel, you're great. So much better than us two useless people. Noel's face flushed instantly, and Yiyun, seeing this, rushed to his aid. All right, Noel, go clean the reception room first. You two, come over here and pick the vegetables. Seeing this, Shing and Sanyueki reluctantly took two small stools and went into the kitchen to help pick the vegetables. Noel arrived at the reception room and saw Tapa still working. Noel asked quietly, Miss Tapa, do you need some cleaning here? Tapa looked up from her work. Noel, you're just in time. I need some cleaning here. Thanks for the hard work. Noel shook her head. It's okay. It's my job. Tapa stood up, and Noel helped her clean her desk. Noel finished cleaning quickly. Okay, Miss Tapa, I go clean the rest of the place. With that, Noel went to clean another area. Tapa looked at Noel, determined not to let anyone else work in vain. So, after some thought, Tapa bought Noel a gift on the company internet. Not long after, Hu Tao, Ningguang, Kiching, and Ganyu arrived at Yiyun's shop. Shing saw them, and waved hello. Hu Tao, Ningguang, Kiching, Ganyu. Hu Tao saw Shing picking vegetables in the kitchen and ran over. Shing, where did you go today? Shing asked. I went to Bellowburg and saw the ice deer ranch that Bronya had built. How about you? Hu Tao said. I've been playing in the internet cafe for a while now, and I'm busy expanding it. Didn't I buy a computer pickup card from you last time? Shing thought about it, and it was true. Is that so? I was thinking of asking you to come play with me tomorrow. Sanwe and I are planning to go to Suiyuan. Hu Tao was puzzled. Suiyuan? What place? Shing suddenly gave Hu Tao a mysterious smile, put his arm around Hu Tao's shoulders, pulled out his phone, and opened the live streaming app. The phone was playing a live broadcast of Gui Naifan and Su Shang exploring Suiyuan. Family. Little Gizi has arrived at Suiyuan, a place rumored to be haunted. Gilifan had just finished her opening words when Su Shang, who was standing next to her, suddenly looked as if she had seen something terrifying. Ah! Gilifan soon let out a cry of fear. Hey! A ghost! The live broadcast ended. Shing smiled slyly at Hu Tao and raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Are you going? Hu Tao's face lit up with excitement. Frog fun. Ghosts. This Luofu has ghosts. Great. I have to go. Hu Tao looked around and spotted Zhongli, who was sipping tea and listening to opera on a tape recorder. Hu Tao sprinted over to Zhongli's side. Guest, Ningguang has reached a partnership with our Washeng Hall. The building next to us is being converted into an internet cafe. Go check it out tomorrow. Not giving Zhongli a chance to refuse, Hu Tao spoke directly. It's decided. There's nothing to do tomorrow. I just go watch the businesses evacuate. Bye. Suiyuan, here I come. Zhongli sighed. Alas. I'm really not good at dealing with the hall master. Walter, who was standing by, said, I go with you tomorrow. Call Jingyuan, and we play chess at your place. The environment is better there. Zhongli agreed. Okay, I contact General Jingyuan. Zhongli took out his phone and sent Jingyuan a message. Jingyuan quickly replied, saying it was no problem. Ningguang and Kiching greeted everyone, and then went to the bar to shop. Ganyu stood there, curiously surveying her surroundings. This place is so beautiful. What is this? Why is it so bright? Yiyun noticed Ganyu. Hello, young lady. I'm Yiyun, the owner of this shop. Ganyu hurriedly greeted Yiyun upon hearing her name. Hello, Yiyun, my name is Ganyu. Yiyun smiled. Don't be so formal. Just be casual here. We're all friends. Xiangling also noticed Ganyu, and was pleasantly surprised. Oh! It's you? Sister Ganyu. You're here too. Ganyu nodded. Long time no see, Xiangling. Ganyu's sight of Xiangling reminded her of how every time she ate at Wanmintang, Xiangling would secretly overdose her food. She had more, but the problem was, Xiangling would always watch her finish it. Chapter 117. Xiangling ordered more food for Ganyu, because she noticed she only ordered a small amount at a time. In Xiangling's opinion, that small amount wasn't enough to fill her up, so she secretly added more food to Ganyu's plate, keeping her well fed. Xiangling said, Sister Ganyu, please sit down for a moment. I make you some delicious dishes later. Ganyu gave a forced smile when she heard a few dishes. Fine. It's over. My weight, it's going up again. Ganyu hurried over to Ningguang and Keqing, afraid that if she stayed any longer, Xiangling would order more. Yiyun smiled at the fleeing Ganyu, then thought for a moment, and decided to make a special dish for her. Yiyun called out to Xing, who was slacking off and chatting with Hu Tao nearby. Xing, hurry up and pick some vegetables. Help me wash some cabbage. Xing's mouth pursed when her name was called. Okay. Yiyun planned to prepare a dish of boiled Chinese cabbage for Ganyu, a dish Ganyu would surely enjoy. Elsewhere, Bai Lu was examining Jing Lu, a serious expression on her face. Your pulse is strange. Jing Lu smiled. Lady Dragon Girl, am I ill? Bai Lu shook her head. Not ill, really. Your pulse is very vigorous, just a little overactive. It's okay, I guess you're in good health. Don't worry. After saying that, Bai Lu patted Jing Lu's hand, offering a reassurance. Jing Lu smiled slightly. That's good. Thank you, Lady Dragon Girl. Bai Lu shook her head. It's okay, it's nothing. Did you say you knew the general? Jing Lu nodded. Yes, Jing Yuan and I are old friends. Bai Lu was surprised. Old friend? Then can you tell me about the general's past? Jing Lu's mind raced with memories. The past? Let me think. Then I tell you about the legend of Luofu and the 5 warriors of the clouds. Bai Lu pricked up her ears, waiting intently for Jing Lu's story. Hearing a story, Kli, Diana, and Hook joined them. The 4 gathered around Jing Lu, listening to him recount the tale of the 5 warriors of the clouds. Ningguang, Keqing, and Ganyu. The 3 had already bought their supplies and approached GZ, asking her for recommendations on equipment suitable for a newly industrialized nation. That's right, Ningguang intended to usher Liyue into the industrial age and advance its technological capabilities. Thanks to GZ's expert recommendations, the 3 of them were able to purchase some very suitable equipment. Ningguang thanked GZ. Thank you, GZ. GZ shook her head, indicating that it was all right. It's okay, we're all friends. At this moment, Yiyun's shout echoed throughout the shop. Dinner's ready. GZ, seeing this, invited Ningguang and the other 2. Come on, let's eat together. Ningguang agreed. Hearing the word dinner, Silver Wolf kicked open the door to the private room and walked out. Eat. Hu Tao saw Silver Wolf coming out. Silver Wolf, I just happen to need a favor. Silver Wolf asked, grabbing a large bowl and filling his bowl with food. What's it? Hu Tao said. Here's what? I got 1,000 computers. Do you have time to help me assemble them? Silver Wolf was stunned. What the hell? 1,000 computers. Wouldn't that exhaust him? 1,000? That's too many, right? I can't handle it all by myself. Silver Wolf pondered. Ask GZ, Clara, Dan Hung, Walter, and Yiyun if they're free. They'd be able to help, so we could all come together. Hu Tao agreed. He approached each person, asking them one by one, and they all agreed. After receiving their responses, Silver Wolf finally agreed. That's fine. When? Hu Tao said. The day after tomorrow. We clear the place tomorrow, and we move in the day after tomorrow. Silver Wolf prepared the meal and closed the lid. Okay. Everyone gathered around the table. Ganyu stared at the table full of delicious dishes, swallowing her saliva furiously. Ganyu regretted not coming along earlier. After this meal, the weight she had worked so hard to keep under control would definitely skyrocket. Yiyun, noticing Ganyu's melancholy and indecision, said, Ganyu, try this dish. It's called Qianlong cabbage. Ganyu looked over, and saw a dish of cabbage in a watery broth not far from her. This one was okay. Okay, I try it. Ganyu picked up a piece of cabbage, and put it in her mouth. The sweet and sour flavor was so vibrant, and after one bite, Ganyu forgot about her weight. Delicious. Yiyun smiled. If it's delicious, eat more. Ganyu nodded heavily. The meal went by quickly. After everyone finished eating, they all left Yi Yun's shop. After the 4 children returned to their rooms to rest, Jinglu sat down at the small bar inside Yi Yun's shop. Yi Yun poured Jinglu a cup of tea. "It's so late, aren't you going to rest?" Jinglu looked down at the teacup in his hand. "I have too many worries, I can't sleep." Yi Yun pondered. "Didn't Jing Yuan give you the Qingling pill? I remember he asked Bai Lu to refine some." Jinglu said, hearing this. "I already taken one. While it helps alleviate the demonic body, past events often come back to my mind." Yi Yun commented. "Sometimes, forgetting isn't about forgiving others, but about letting go of yourself. Only by removing the past from your heart can the wounds heal." Jinglu heard this. "Yes, so, I came back this time to find out something," Yi Yun said. "Then I wish you success." Jinglu smiled. "Well, I'd like to stay here for a while, and spend more time with Bai Lu. Do you have a spare room?" Yi Yun said. "You have to ask Pam or GZ about that. They're in charge of this matter." Jinglu nodded slightly. At this moment, she suddenly thought of something. "By the way, there's something else I want to ask you." Yi Yun heard this. "What is it?" Jinglu asked. "How did you find out about the Qingling pill?" Yi Yun smiled, thinking it was something else, just this. "Jing Yuan bought the recipe for the pill from me. Formally, my name is Yi Yun, and I'm the owner of this shop. You can buy anything you want from me." Jinglu heard this. "Then what's the price?" Yi Yun took out a 100 yuan star coin. "I use star coins for transactions here, and they can be exchanged for stellar jade." Jinglu took the star coin and examined it. Could he buy anything he wanted with this note? Stellar jade? Jinglu seemed to remember finding it in treasure chests. Jinglu returned the star coin to Yi Yun. "Do you have a permanent cure for the demonic body?" Yi Yun asked. "Of course, I find it for you." Yi Yun quickly found a product that could completely cure the demonic body. Product, Heart of Purification. Description, completely purifies the inner demon. Can only be used once per person in a lifetime. Price, 100,000 star coins. Chapter 118. Zhongli returned to the Hall of Rebirth, and went straight to the internet cafe to find Asmodeus. Asmodeus was currently dining with Hu Tao in a private room at the internet cafe. Hu Tao packed some food for Asmodeus, who devoured it with gusto. Mia, Hu Tao, this food you packed is delicious," Hu Tao said with a smile. "As long as it's delicious, that's all that matters. By the way, will you come with me to Wuwanpo tomorrow? I got a big job." Asmodeus agreed immediately, helping Hu Tao with the digging. Hu Tao offered him free food, drinks, and entertainment at the internet cafe. "Sure, call me tomorrow." Asmodeus noticed Zhongli at the door, and glanced reluctantly at the audition game on his computer. Finally, Asmodeus chose to get up and leave the room. Let's talk somewhere else." Hu Tao took off her headphones when she saw Asmodeus was leaving. "Asmodeus, where are you going? Not playing games anymore?" Asmodeus turned around. "Hu Tao, you go ahead. I have something to discuss with Zhongli." Hu Tao glanced at the two suspiciously. When had these two gotten together? No. We absolutely cannot let this guest corrupt Asmodeus. If he does, our rebirth hall will incur another huge expense. Asmodeus led Zhongli outside, snapped his fingers, and led him to Tianheng Mountain. Asmodeus turned around. "How's it going? Did you find a solution?" Zhongli nodded and said. "Two options. 1. Directly purchase a life planet from Yi Yun and his team, or we can find an ownerless planet and transform it. 2. Spend 200,000 and buy an isolation array from Yi Yun." Asmodeus asked, hearing this. "How much does it cost to buy a life planet directly?" Zhongli said calmly. 300,000 star coins, Zhongli suggested. "I think it would be better for us to find an unowned planet and transform it. Star coins are very important. With them, we can purchase items from Yi Yun from all over the universe." Asmodeus, hearing this, didn't quite understand the value of star coins, nor their purchasing power. So she asked, "What is the purchasing value of star coins?" Zhongli didn't know how to describe it. After a moment's thought, he changed his tone. "The Hall Master and Ning Wang have collaborated to transform the building next to the Rebirth Hall into an internet cafe. The Hall Master will then install 1,000 computers, and 1,000 computers will only cost the Hall Master 1,000 star coins, or 100 primo gems." After Zhongli explained this, Asmodeus understood. "That's a computer. Something that makes me happy. You can buy one for just 1 star coin. No. These star coins are too valuable. I absolutely can't waste them. Let's transform a planet, then. Tomorrow morning, we have a meeting on Sky Island." With that, Asmodeus teleported out of Tianeng Mountain and returned to the internet cafe to continue playing Audition. The next day arrived. Asmodeus returned to Sky Island and carefully observed the continent of Teta below, especially the 7 gods. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at them, but now that he did, there were so many questions. Is the grass god imprisoned? Is the water god just an ordinary person? Is the thunder god autistic? Is the fire god still not resurrected? Is the ice god actually holding a meeting to discuss seizing the god's heart? Asmodeus expressed his exhaustion. Never mind, just capture them all. With a wave of his hand, Asmodeus unleashed a terrifying burst of spatial authority. In Azuma, Castle Tower. Ing jolted awake, his consciousness instantly taking over. As soon as his consciousness returned, a wave of spatial energy enveloped him, and he vanished into the castle tower. Sumeru, Pure Good Palace. Nishida had just woken up, and was connecting to Catherine to observe the world. Suddenly, Nishida felt the connection break, as if she were flying. What is this? Fontaine Momon Palace? Fernina was eating a small cake in her room when, the next moment, she felt her feet go empty, and she fell into a spatial tunnel. Ah! Help! That Valette. In winter, the ice god, in a meeting, was captured right in front of several Fatui executives. On Sky Island. Wendy and Zhongli were the first to appear at the entrance to Sky Island. Wendy felt a little guilty. He already given his god's heart away, and if he came to retaliation later, it would be troublesome. Old man. Why did this person suddenly call us here? Zhongli glanced at the guilty Wendy. Don't panic. Asmodeus had called a meeting of the gods to discuss the development of new planets. To put it bluntly, Asmodeus needed the 7 gods' help in transforming the ownerless planets. Zhongli said, let's go in first. The others probably won't be coming. Although Wendy was reluctant to enter, she followed Zhongli's steps towards the interior of Sky Island. Zhongli and the others arrived at a beautiful garden. In the center of the garden stood a round table, with Asmodeus seated at the head. Beside him, Ing, Nishida, Fernina, and the ice god all sat obediently in their respective seats. Ing, looking as if he were facing a formidable enemy, sat upright. Nishida looked around curiously. Is this the Sky Island? This was the first time she'd seen one. There was no mention of a Sky Island in the World Tree. Fernina was sweating profusely. This is it. I'm a fake water god. That Valette. Help me. Help me. The ice god was tied to a stool, struggling frantically to break free. At the head seat, Asmodeus saw Zhongli and Wendy arrive, and pointed to the side. You're here? Sit down. Zhongli and Wendy were the gods Asmodeus had least to worry about. At least, they didn't cause trouble, and were peacefully developing their respective kingdoms. After Zhongli and Wendy took their seats, Asmodeus looked around, pulled out a bag of potato chips, opened the wrapper, and began to eat. Everyone's gathered. Let's begin the meeting. First, each of you, please tell me what's going on with you. Do you remember your responsibilities? Yeah. Guiding human development. Is that what you all do? You. Lei Yingying. Your Azuma people are almost dead, and you don't care? If you don't care, I have to replace them. And you, Nishida, right? You're a god. How dare you be imprisoned by humans? Act like a god. As for you, Fernina, forget it. You're just a pitiful person. Your Fontaine isn't bad. It's developing smoothly, and you're obedient and don't cause trouble. After saying that, Asmodeus glared at the ice god. Finally. You, attempting to seize power? I give you one last chance. Go back and honestly discover your kingdom, or I won't mind destroying you. The ice god felt a surge of fear at Asmodeus's words, especially the last sentence, I won't mind destroying you, which filled him with an overwhelming sense of murderous intent. Asmodeus cursed all 4 gods before returning to his seat, feeling satisfied. All right, give me your explanations one by one. Chapter 119. Asmodeus looked at Ing. You go first. After saying that, Asmodeus grabbed a potato chip and popped it into his mouth. Ing pondered for a moment. I take care of this when I get back. Asmodeus glanced at Ing. Okay, I see how you perform. Then, Asmodeus looked at Nishida. What about you? Second-generation grass god, tell me, how did you end up imprisoned by humans? Nishida said, her eyes wide open. I'm not worthy of being a god yet. Asmodeus glared at Nishida, his eyes wide open. Huh? You're not worthy? Who told you that? You were chosen by Jerg himself as the heir, and I fully appreciate her judgment. How about this? You stay with me for the time being, and I teach you how to be a god. Zhongli, standing nearby, suddenly remembered Asmodeus's appearance in the internet cafe. I guess he won't teach me the wrong way, right? Nashida was so excited to hear such a good thing. This was the Sky Ruler who ruled all of Teyvat. She would definitely learn how to become a proper god by following her. After making arrangements with Nashida, Asmodeus turned to Fernina. Fernina looked up quickly at Asmodeus's call. Here. Asmodeus thought for a moment, and decided to follow Furkaros's plan. Just behave as usual, understand? Fernina looked at Asmodeus and caught his pointed gaze. She understood? I understand. Asmodeus nodded with satisfaction. Finally, he turned to the ice god. As for you, tell those Faints under your command to be quiet. The ice god had no choice but to agree. Everyone in Teyvat's upper echelons has heard this saying, only heaven's law cannot be opposed. This statement wasn't spoken casually, but rather forged through countless blood and tears. After Asmodeus finished speaking, he looked past the ice god and towards Zhongli. Morix, now that the past issues have been resolved, you tell me about our plan. Zhongli slowly stood up and outlined his plan for migration. Everyone present was stunned. Migration? Directly moving to another world? There was such a thing. Soon, the meeting ended, and Asmodeus released all the gods. Except Nashida, Asmodeus took her directly to the Hall of the Dead. Zhongli was stunned. The contract could not be broken, but he couldn't defeat Asmodeus. Even if he had received a protective glance, he still fell short. Asmodeus handed Nashida to Zhongli, asking her to learn from him first. After arranging Nashida, Asmodeus returned to the internet cafe. The moment he entered the private room, Asmodeus instantly transformed into an internet addict, excitedly playing Audition. Hee finally done. More fun, more fun. His gaze shifted to the entrance of Suiyuan. Hu Tao, Xing, Sanyueki, Ying, and Paimon entered with playful eyes. Not long after they entered, they heard a noise behind them, and quickly hid in the bushes on either side. As the footsteps drew closer, Gui Naifan and Su Shan came into view. The two walked into Suiyuan with fear on their faces, a testament to their inexperience and playfulness. Seeing that Gui Naifan and Su Shan hadn't noticed them, Xing suddenly cracked a sly smile. Xing poked Hu Tao, who was squatting nearby. Hu Tao, I have a suggestion. Hu Tao, hearing Xing's suggestion, shared Xing's smirk. Xing, it's you again. This is definitely fun. Hee, I'm going. At the entrance, Gui Naifan shakily pulled out her phone and started the live stream. Guys, little Gizi is back exploring Suiyuan today. Yesterday, Shangshang and I had a bit of an accident, but there's no way we have any problems today. Suddenly, a white figure flashed behind Gui Naifan and Su Hang, instantly breaking out in cold sweats in the live stream. The Slacker King, look behind. Little Dai, look behind. Away, I'm dead. Looking at the screen full of people looking behind, Gui Naifan and Su Hang suddenly shuddered, trembling madly. Gui Naifan called out to Su Hang. Shangshang, let's look back together. How about it? Su Hang nodded stiffly, and the two of them slowly turned their heads. After glancing around and finding nothing, she breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chang stamped her feet in anger. What? These viewers are so mean. They just want to scare us. Gui Naifan echoed. That's right, family, you scared us. Xiao Daizi, I'm not kidding you, there really is something there. Huarwu, I'm not kidding you. If I did, I'd be a dog. Away, I'm alive. Gui Naifan and Su Chang now completely distrusted the audience in the live stream. I don't believe you. Gui Naifan declared righteously. Just then, Gui Naifan felt a hand on her shoulder. Gui Naifan clapped her hands. Shangshang, stop it. Su Hang spread her hands. What? What's wrong with me? Gui Naifan said. Of course it's your hand. Don't put it on my shoulder. Hand? Your hand. The hand on my shoulder. Gui Naifan and Su Hang suddenly realized something, and both gasped in horror. I'm dying miserably. I'm dying miserably. Come and keep me company. A mournful female voice rang out from behind Gui Naifan. At the same time, Gui Naifan saw a white shadow appear behind Su Hang. The two shouted in unison. Little Gizi. Behind me. Shangshang. Behind me. Hu Tao and Dachiochio suddenly shouted. I'm coming for you. Gui Naifan and Su Hang instantly erupted in terrifying cries that resounded through the air. Ghost! The two women fled. Seeing Gui Naifan and Su Shang flee, Hu Tao, disguised as a ghost, quickly chased after them with Big Chuchio. Don't go. Stay with me. And so, the scene now became one of Hu Tao and Big Chuchio chasing after them, while Gui Naifan and Su Shang ran desperately in front. Xing, Sanyueki, Ying, and Paimon followed suit. Xing, a fast runner, immediately joined Hu Tao's group, hunting down Gui Naifan and Su Shang. The chase soon led them deep into Sui Garden. Gui Naifan and Su Shang, wishing they had 2 more legs, ran relentlessly. Suddenly, several figures appeared ahead. Gui Naifan and Su Shang saw them, as if they had seen a ray of hope. "Save us!" The figures ahead were Jackdaw, Hua, and Shui. Shui frowned slightly when she saw the people chasing Gui Naifan and Su Shang. Are these people playing all over Sui Garden? And these two, aren't they the ones who fainted yesterday? How dare they come? Shui stopped Gui Naifan and Su Shang. Stop! This is the forbidden grounds of the 10 Kings division. Outsiders are forbidden. Chapter 120. Gui Naifan and Su Shang sprinted to hide behind Shui, trembling in their den like frightened rabbits. "Judge, save me! There's a ghost!" Gui Naifan hugged Shui's thigh, tears streaming down her face. Shui swung hard, but couldn't even dislodge Gui Naifan from her leg. Hu Tao and Xing, who had come after them, spotted Shui and her companions from afar. Hu Tao held her hands like binoculars before her eyes. "These people are dressed so eerily, tsk. Xing agreed with Hu Tao. The little fox girl was okay, she looked delicate and adorable. But the 2 women, about her own height, were different, their makeup was truly sinister. "I agree with you." While the 2 were discussing the Jackdaw's costumes, Shui shrugged off Gui Naifan from her leg and charged towards them. "Hold still, you 2. This is the forbidden grounds of the 10 Kings. Surrender now." Xing heard this. "Oh no! Hu Tao, let's retreat. She must be one of the Luofu officials. Run!" With that, Xing grabbed Hu Tao and set off. Sparks and lightning flew as the 2 of them soon ran into Ying, Sanyueki, and Paiming, who were following behind. Sanyueki stared at the 2 men in bewilderment. "What are you doing? Why are you back?" Xing didn't have time to explain. "Sanwe! Run! I tell you later." Sanyueki, Ying, and Paiming saw Xing and Hu Tao running away and, after a moment's thought, gave chase. A few minutes later, Xing, Hu Tao, Ying, Sanyueki, and Paiming successfully escaped Suiyuan and entered the busy streets. Shui, who had followed them to the entrance, had no choice but to give up on the pursuit and return to deal with the 2 who had trespassed into Sui Garden for the second time. Shui returned to her original position. Gui Naifan and Su Shang were still recovering from the shock. Shui glanced at them. "It's not a ghost chasing you, it's a human." Gui Naifan and Su Shang expressed disbelief. "How could it be possible? I saw a white ghost with my own eyes." Gui Naifan recalled the scene she had witnessed, a white ghost emerging from behind Su Shang. Hawk took out his phone, activated the surveillance system, and played the footage for Gui Naifan and Su Shang to watch. On the screen, Hu Tao, Xing, and De Chiochio suddenly appeared. After seeing them clearly, Gui Naifan realized that she had been tricked. Seeing that the 2 understood what had happened, Jackdaw said, "You 2 should leave immediately. This is a forbidden area. Do not trespass again and again." With that, Shui led the 2 out of Sui Garden. At the entrance to Suiyuan, Gui Naifan and Su Shang sensed the atmosphere. They were surprised to find people, not ghosts, chasing them. "No! I have to find them." Su Shang vowed to find the 2 people who had just played a trick on her. Gui Naifan was a little discouraged. Luofu was so vast, finding just 2 people would be difficult. But how do we find them? Luofu is so huge. Su Shang thought about it, but there wasn't really any good idea. She didn't have the authority to access the surveillance footage. The only option now was to wander around and see if they could run into them. "Let's walk around and see if we can run into them." Gui Naifan had no choice but to do so, and so the 2 of them began to wander around. Xing, Hu Tao, and Ying were currently eating at a snack bar. Xing and Hu Tao had a blast today, playing pranks and all, quite delightful. Hu Tao took a bite of stinky tofu. "Hee hee, today is a great day. Not only did we have fun, but the food was delicious too." Xing agreed. "That's right. By the way, this stinky tofu is quite delicious." March 7, however, was a bit disgusted by the smell. "When you're done, go brush your teeth quickly. You smell like it." Xing chuckled and blew at March 7. "No way. It smells so good." March 7 pinched her nose and fanned it quickly with her other hand. "Hey. Xing. Shut up." Xing gave a sly smile and picked up a piece of stinky tofu and placed it in March 7's bowl. Come on. Try it. It's delicious. March 7 shook her head. A few people were chatting and eating snacks when a voice suddenly rang out. Great. We finally caught you too. Xing looked over and saw that it was Gui Naifan and Su Shang. Thinking it was bad, he stood up and started to run. Su Shang was quick to grab them. Where else do you want to run? Elsewhere, Gui Naifan also grabbed Hu Tao. Su Shang glanced at Ying and San Yueqi, who stood there indifferently. Are you with them? Ying said quickly. Yes, but we didn't know. It was their idea to scare you. Gui Naifan chose to believe Ying and San Yueqi because the surveillance footage Jackdaw had shown her didn't show them. Gui Naifan grabbed Hu Tao angrily. You two are so mean. You actually dressed up as ghosts to scare us. Hu Tao scratched the back of her head and chuckled. Oh. I was wrong. I apologize, okay? I'm still a fan. I even watched your live stream yesterday. Seeing Gui Naifan's anger, Hu Tao quickly brought up her fan status, attempting to gain her forgiveness. This tactic proved effective. Upon hearing Hu Tao was a fan, Gui Naifan's anger subsided considerably. Why did you scare me if you're a fan? Hu Tao explained. It was fun watching your live stream yesterday and getting scared. And I just happened to run into you guys, so... Hee. Gui Naifan, upon hearing this, generally believed Hu Tao's explanation. The scene where she and Shang were frightened while exploring Sui Yuan yesterday had indeed gone viral. The audience found it quite amusing. That's why Gui Naifan wanted to strike while the iron was hot and do it again. Su Shan was impressed. Little geezy, you're so lucky to have fans like this, even coming all the way to Sui Yuan to scare you. Xing raised her hand upon hearing this. Not specifically, I wouldn't say. We just arrived at Sui Yuan before you did, and we wanted to explore too. Hu Tao agreed. That's right, we didn't come just to scare you, we wanted to explore too. Think about it, we didn't know you were coming to Sui Yuan today, did we? Gui Naifan and Su Shang thought about it, and it made sense. Neither of them had revealed their plans to continue exploring Sui Yuan today. So that's how it is. You guys want to explore Sui Yuan too? Gui Naifan said, looking as if she realized it. Hu Tao and Xing nodded. Right. At that moment, a thought flashed through Gui Naifan's mind. These two were both skilled. Wouldn't it be much easier to join her team and explore Sui Yuan together? Gui Naifan looked around, pulled Xing and San Yueqi closer, and whispered mysteriously. Do you guys still want to find some excitement? Chapter 121. Xing and Hu Tao smiled at this. Speak carefully, speak carefully. Ying and San Yueqi also came over upon seeing this. In the snack bar, several people plotted to sneak back into Sui Garden. Elsewhere, in a secret room in the Shin Sifu, Jing Yuan was chatting with several projections. After confirming the efficacy of the Qingling pill, Jing Yuan reported the matter to Marshal Hua. Upon hearing this news, Hua immediately summoned the 7 heavenly generals to a meeting. At the head of the seat, Hua asked with a serious face. General Shinsu, are you sure this pill can truly cure the demonic body? Jing Yuan nodded slightly. Yes, it has been tried by others, and the results are very good. Hua nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Who refined this pill? Jing Yuan asked. Bai Lu, the dragon girl with the medicine in her mouth. When the people present heard Bai Lu's name, their images flashed in their minds. Bai Lu is very famous within the immortal ship. Previously, she was able to concoct a potion that could slightly suppress the demonic Yin body. This ability is unique within the entire immortal ship. Hua smiled slightly, remembering Bai Lu's adult demeanor when they first met. She looked like a little girl, yet she acted with a very mature air. Bai Lu took Hua's pulse and spoke. The pulse is a little irregular, and the qi is weak. You should stay up less late in the future, you hear? Hua smiled. So it's this little girl, Bai Lu? And indeed, she's the only one in the entire immortal ship who has the best chance of refining this medicine. Fei Xiao said from the side. Marshal, I request that the Yaoqing immortal ship be moved closer to Luofu. The Qingling pill refined by Bai Lu is extremely important to our immortal ship. With Yaoqing by my side, we can better protect her safety. Hua agreed immediately. Yes, Yaoqing will set out immediately. Fei Shi was delighted upon hearing this. Since Bai Lu's Qingling pill had been confirmed to suppress the demonic Yin body, Marshal Hua would, if nothing unexpected happened, strengthen Bai Lu's protection. Thus, Fei Shi snatched up this mission first, bringing his Yaoqing over. This Qingling pill could suppress the inner demon, but he wondered if it could also suppress Yu Kuang. The other generals secretly thought, General Tianji is so quick. They had wanted to take this mission too, but unfortunately, they were a step behind. Marshal Hua glanced around. Do you all have anything else to report? It's a rare opportunity to get together, so if you have anything, please share it, Jing Yuan said. Luofu is requesting supplies. Hua lowered his head in thought upon hearing this. Luofu had just experienced a major battle. Surely it would need supplies for a quick reconstruction. Yes, approved. The other major immortal ships will mobilize supplies to support Luofu and aid its rapid reconstruction. Fei Xiu, Huaiyan, and the other generals agreed. At this moment, Jing Yuan shook his head. Luofu has no shortage of building materials. The material Luofu requested is stellar jade. Hua was puzzled upon hearing this. Stellar jade? Jing Yuan spoke slowly upon seeing this. Recently, the Starry Sky train visited our Luofu immortal boat. On board, there was a magical little shop. In the shop, they sold items from all the heavens and realms, and to purchase them, they needed a currency called star coins. These star coins were exchanged for stellar jade. The Qingling pill recipe was purchased from this shop. Everyone present was surprised upon hearing this. Everyone present knew about the Starry Sky train's visit to Luofu. The battle report Jing Yuan submitted 2 days ago mentioned that it was thanks to the train crew's help that they were able to safely navigate this crisis without suffering significant losses. Huaiyan laughed heartily, stroking his beard. I never thought this train crew would hold so many magical secrets. I always been curious about the individuals mentioned in the previous battle report who aided Luofu. The girl holding a flaming greatsword defied the illusion of the Great Lord of Extinction, whose body was fashioned from Jianmu. The train crew surprisingly possessed such a distinguished individual. I, too, would like to visit Luofu. Jing Yuan smiled. Master Yin, if you think you're coming, please inform me in advance. I make a welcome. Huaiyan laughed heartily. Okay, I'd like to go, but I wonder if the marshal would agree. Huaiyan looked at Hua. Hua thought for a moment and agreed. If Elder Yin wants to go, go ahead. How about helping escort Stellar Jade to Luofu? Huaiyan quipped upon hearing this. I never thought an old man like me would have to work just to go on vacation. It's so hard. So hard. Huaiyan was quite old, and even Hua would address him respectfully as Elder Yin. This is the ancient etiquette of Xianzhou. Respect the elderly and cherish the young. Jing Yuan pondered. With 3 generals gathered in Luofu, such a grand spectacle is bound to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. How about setting up a fighting arena for the younger generation to demonstrate their martial arts? Huaiyan, upon hearing this, thought of his beloved granddaughter. That's great. I can take my little granddaughter out for a walk and show her the world. Hua heard this. Let's make this a decision for now. Jing Yuan, when you return, prepare a list of the store's products. Dismissed. With Hua's command, the meeting ended. 20 of the first batch of Qingling pills were sent to the various immortal ships. Jing Yuan left the secret room and entered the main hall of the Shinsu mansion. Just then, a cloud rider arrived with a report. General, someone's looking for you at the door. Jing Yuan heard this and approached. Jing Lu was waiting for him. Jing Lu saw Jing Yuan and spoke slowly. Come with me, I have something to ask you. The two of them reached a deserted area, and Jing Lu asked, Who is arresting Bai Lu? Jing Yu's tone was very calm, but Jing Yuan, who knew Jing Lu well, could tell at a glance that this was a sign of Jing Liu's impending outburst. Jing Yuan then recalled that Jing Lu had visited Bai Lu. Perhaps during this time, Master Long had sent another person to arrest Bai Lu, only to be caught red-handed by Jing Lu. There are a few old men from the Chiming clan. Jing Lu turned and left upon hearing this. Jing Yuan was General Luofu, so it was difficult to attack those old men. But Jing Lu was different. She wasn't officially affiliated with the Immortal Boat. When the time came, he could just put on a show and put on martial law for 2 days, and it would be over. Jing Yuan called over a trusted confidant. The surveillance cameras near the Scaled Abyss realm need repairs. What do you think? There's a reason why trusted confidants are trusted. Jing Yuan understood the meaning with just one word. I also think it's time for a thorough inspection. I arranged for someone to take care of it. After the trusted confidant left, Jing Yuan returned to the Shinsu mansion and saw Qin Ke, who was about to sneak off work. Since Fu Xian had been working at the Shinsu mansion during this period, Qin Ke was naturally called over to help. Qin Ke had been feeling miserable lately. Since arriving at the Shinsu mansion, he hadn't touched the Emperor Yuan Qiongyu. Jing Yuan looked at Qin Ke, who was checking the time periodically, anticipating the end of his shift, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Qin Ke, come here for a moment. I need you to do something. When Chike heard Jing Yuan calling her, she felt like the sky had suddenly fallen. God of the Emperor's bow. I finally got off work early today and wanted to touch the Emperor's jade. It was so hot. Chapter 122. Chike came to Jing Yuan, tears welling in her eyes. General, what are your orders? Jing Yuan smiled at Qingque's expression. Come with me somewhere. After saying that, Jing Yuan walked towards the outside of the Shinsu Palace. Chike, seeing this, almost fainted from choking. It's over. It's really over. Goodbye, Du and Qiongyu. Following Jing Yuan, they boarded the star chariot and headed for the starry sky train. Soon after, they were inside Yi Yun's shop. Chike was curious. Why had the general brought her here? Walter and Donhung were the only ones in the shop at the moment. Noel had something to do today and couldn't come so soon. Jing Yuan greeted them. Mr. Walter, Donhung, good morning. The two men, seeing Jing Yuan, responded in unison. Jing Yuan looked around. Have you seen Bailu? Donhung asked. In the lab. Jing Yuan nodded slightly and turned to Qin Ke. Qin Ke, you don't have to work at the Shinsu mansion anymore. I assign you a new job, a very important one. Qin Ke instantly disliked the job when she heard the word important. I just wanted to slack off. Don't throw important work on me. The more important the matter, the less likely I am to slack off. Jing Yuan brought Qin Ke to the bar. These two screens contain a lot of product information. Your task is to record it. Do you understand? Qin Ke was surprised. That's it? I thought it would be a hassle. This is so simple. Okay. General. Qin Ke took out his computer and began recording. It was still early, only around noon. If he worked faster, he might even be able to defeat Yuan Qiongyu today. Jing Yuan saw Qin Ke begin taking notes. Now that Marshal Hua's assigned tasks were complete, he had to go meet Bai Lu and talk to her about refining the Qingling pill. Qin Ke was copying, and suddenly she stared at the screen, feeling something was amiss. What was wrong? The product? No, not this. Until Qin Ke saw the Mobius strip representing infinity under the total page count. Qin Ke gasped and burst into tears. General, you have no heart. Qin Ke began copying the product information with great difficulty, feeling a sense of gloom in her life. For some reason, she missed Fu Xian. At least the tasks Fu Xian assigned her had something to look forward to. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. After Jing Yuan finished talking to Bai Lu about the Qingling pill, he returned to check on Qin Ke's progress. Qin Ke saw Jing Yuan, and could no longer contain herself. General, you can't finish copying. You can't finish copying at all. Jing Yuan looked at the Mobius strip Qin Ke was pointing at. How about this? From now on, don't do too much. Just submit 100 product listings every day. Qin Ke was thrilled when he heard this. Great. There's still hope, then. Jing Yuan and Walter went to the reception room to drink tea and play chess. Qin Ke was copying when a noise came from the door. Qin Ke looked and saw Xing and the others walk out of the car, followed by Gui Naifan and Su Shang. Xing said, let's rest for a while, then go to Sui Yuan tonight for some excitement, hee. The group had just decided to go to Sui Yuan after all, but they just changed the time, so it would be more exciting at night. So, Xing suggested returning home to rest and leaving in the evening. As Xing entered Yi Yun's shop, she saw Chike sitting in the small bar copying down product information. Hey, isn't that Chike? Why are you here? Chike saw Xing and, realizing his identity, wasn't surprised. Xing was an unknown guest, and this was the Starry Sky train, so it was normal for him to be here. The general sent me here on business. Hearing this, Xing recalled Qingque's promise to teach him how to play the Imperial Jade. Chike, didn't you say you teach me how to play the Imperial Jade? Do you have time now? Qingque's face instantly turned bitter. I haven't finished my work yet, At this moment, Gui Naifan said beside him. Imperial Jade? I can do it too. I flirt with you. Hearing this, Xing ran to Yi Yun's shop and bought a set of Imperial Jade. Hu Tao and Ing brought a square table, and Xing placed the Imperial Jade on it. Ing, Hu Tao, Gui Naifan, and Xing each took their seats and began playing. Su Shang and San Yuqi watched from the sidelines. Gui Naifan taught, and the others followed suit. Let me tell you, this Yuan Qiongyu. Quickly, Xing, San Yuqi, and Ing mastered the rules of Yuan Qiongyu and expertly arranged the cards. Xing, 30,000. Ing, Pong, 7 of a kind. Gui Naifan, 3 of a kind. San Yuqi, wait, 3 of a kind, I go for a gang. The sounds of the players beating Diyuan Xiongyu reached Qin Kei's ears, making her feel uncomfortable, like the whispers of a demon. Two figures appeared in Qin Kei's mind. One said, "No, I have to finish my work before I can play." Another person said, "Don't worry, don't rush. It's only 100 product listings. We can copy them quickly. It's not too late to copy them after we're done." Qin wavered, never making a decision. Until Xing said, "This is boring. Let's play with chips. How about a 1-star coin?" Qin couldn't help but be furious when he heard about playing with chips. "Wait. Add me in. I lose." Xing agreed. "Okay, whoever's the one who's fired the bomb will be replaced." Qingchua's eyes lit up, and he happily pulled a stool and sat next to Gui Naifan, waiting for his turn. Once Qin sat down, he basically never came down again. Xing and the others also changed their schedule for bravely entering Suiyuan. This Diyuan Xiongyu was having a blast. They even made an excuse, saying they'd been arrested during the day and expected the 10 Kings division to be heavily guarded tonight. The game lasted until midnight. During the meeting, the group swapped seats because Yi Yuan and his friends needed to eat that evening and needed space. So, they moved to the party car. Qin was happily counting money at the card table when her phone rang in her bag. Qin pulled it out and froze in her tracks. Fu Xian sent a collection message, asking Qin to send over the product information she copied today. Qin glanced at her copy and was stunned. Damn! She hadn't even copied half of it. Qin scrambled into Yi Yun's shop, sat down at the small bar, and began copying. In the party car, Xing and the other girls watched Qin scurry away, bewildered. Hu Tao asked, "What's wrong with Qin?" Xing spread her hands. "I don't know." "Never mind. Let's keep playing. Someone's here to fill in." Sanyueki sat down in Qingchua's old seat. I come. I've been watching for so long, I might as well try it out." Hu Tao was typing away when she suddenly remembered she had to go back and check out the new internet cafe tomorrow. "I have to go too. I'm setting up my new computer tomorrow. Do you guys want to come over and play?" After a discussion, the group agreed, postponing their Suiyuan adventure for another 2 days. Chapter 123. On Tevat. At Hu Tao's invitation, Silver Wolf, Yiyun, GZ, Clara, and Walter were helping Hu Tao assemble a machine. Jing Yuan and Zhongli set up a tea stall at the entrance, preventing outsiders from entering. Narcida watched quietly from the side. Yesterday, she had already learned what a computer was. She felt a resemblance between a computer and the virtual void. At that moment, a voice interrupted Narcida's thoughts. "Narcida, study hard. When we move to a new planet, you be in charge of the network." Asmodeus patted Narcida's shoulder and spoke earnestly. After that, Asmodeus headed upstairs. She had some free time, so she stopped by the building to explore. She found a wonderful room. It was on the top floor, not very large, only about 30 square meters. Asmodeus planned to transform this place into his own private room, complete with a computer and a bed. Tired of playing, he sleep, so comfortable. Neshida had been watching Yiyun and the others install the computer, eager to try her hand. When Neshida saw Donheng about to modify the knife, she even considered helping him get it. Before she could act, Walter, standing nearby, handed it to Donheng. Neshida sighed softly, feeling a little disappointed. Yiyun, who was watching from the side, observed the scene. "Your name is Neshida, right?" Neshida looked up at Yiyun and smiled. "Hello, my name is Neshida. What's yours?" Neshida tilted her head, her eyes wide open, curiously gazing at Yiyun. Yiyun smiled. "My name is Yiyun. I see you've been looking at it for quite some time. Do you want to try it out?" Neshida was pleasantly surprised. "Can I try it?" Yiyun brought over an unassembled computer. "Come on, I show you how." Neshida happily followed Yiyun. The two of them came to an empty table, and Yiyun began to teach Neshida how to set up the computer. Neshida listened attentively, asking questions about anything she didn't understand, and Yiyun explained it one by one. After Yiyun's explanation, he brought another computer over for Neshida to assemble on her own. Neshida was overjoyed when she took the computer and immediately began to study it. This scene filled Lu Yun, who had been watching the excitement for a long time, with envy. "I want to play with this thing too. It's a device from another world. Poor Lu Yun, our true lord, has been forbidden by Hu Tao from touching any computer." Lu Yun was immediately disgruntled and asked why he wasn't allowed to play. In response, Hu Tao pulled out her own flying motorcycle. "You? Master Lu Yun has a criminal record. Lu Yun was speechless upon seeing the flying motorcycle, and could only watch from the sidelines. Seeing Nashida's hands-on experience with this computer thing, Lu Yun felt incredibly envious. Next to the building was the Northland Bank branch. The young man and the lady watched the bustling construction site from the overpass. Especially Xing and the others, who had come to join in the fun. Today, Hu Tao had even gone to Mondstadt to get Eula and Amber to come along and play as well. Mondstadt was peaceful and prosperous now, so taking time off for them would be no problem. The lady was puzzled to see the young man staring at Xing. "What are you staring at those little girls for?" The young master gave a wry smile and pointed at Xing. "See that little gray-haired girl? It was her who instantly killed me with one strike." The moment the young master pointed at Xing, Xing somehow sensed something and looked at the young master. Seeing it was the young master, Xing waved a greeting. The young master nodded in response. The lady looked at the young master in disbelief. "No way. That little girl? So young?" The young master said. "That's true. She must have been the one who fought in the battle at sea a few days ago. The moves are very similar." The lady looked at Xing. How could such a little girl be so powerful? Then she thought, the one who had easily defeated her was also a little girl. The lady shook her head. What kind of monsters are there in Liyue? Thankfully, they had received the queen's order and no longer needed to collect the heart of God. Sensing something amiss in Liyue, the ice god also placed both the young master and the lady in Liyue. Because Liyue would be the first kingdom to relocate. The ice god needed the young master and the lady as two pairs of eyes to see clearly how Liyue was proceeding. The young master glanced at the busy crowd below. "Let's go down and take a look." The lady looked at the young master as if he were a fool. "You're a factory. Do you think anyone would welcome you? I advise you not to go and ask for trouble." The young master scoffed. "I am a factory, but I'm also a VIP customer of the Wangxingtang Internet Cafe." With that, the young master stood up and headed downstairs. The lady glanced at the young master and turned back to the North Country Bank. When the young master arrived, Xing quickly noticed him. "Long time no see, defeated opponent." Xing looked at the young master with a scornful expression. The young master felt rather annoyed at the name, but he was certainly no match for the gray-haired fellow. "Long time no see. I heard the Wangxingtang Internet Cafe is expanding." Xing nodded, gesturing to the building behind them. "Yes, this building will be converted into an internet cafe. By the way, have you ever been here?" The young master smiled. "Of course. I'm a VIP customer. And you're familiar with Master Hu, but this is the first time I've seen you in an internet cafe," Xing explained. "I'm not from this world, so it's not unusual for me not to come here. Besides, computers are everywhere in our world." The young master was surprised to hear that he already come into contact with someone from another world so quickly. No wonder the other person was so strong, he was from another world. Just then, Hu Tao set up a table and asked Xing to come in and rub some Diyu and Qiongyu. Seeing this, Xing said goodbye to the young master. "Okay, let's stop talking. I'm going to play Diyu and Qiongyu. See you later." Xing sprinted inside and sat down at the table. "How much are you betting today?" Ing asked as she shuffled the cards. "Same as yesterday? 1-star coin minimum, 5-star coins maximum." March 7 heard this and wanted to lower the price further. "How about another lower price? Yesterday, Chike took over 1,300 star coins from us," Xing said nonchalantly. "Just 1-star coin. The smallest denomination is 1-star coin. Any smaller than that, and you can't pay for it." March 7 heard this and thought, "Oh yes, I forgot that. The smallest denomination is 1 yuan. After confirming the minimum and maximum, March 7, Xing, Ing, and Hu Tao started playing mahjong. Amber and Eula watched and learned for a while. When they were almost ready, they would take turns at the table. Seeing this, the young master could only return to the North Country Bank. It was still under renovation, so it was definitely inconvenient for him to enter. Asmodeus, who had just come down from the upper floors, happened to see the group playing mahjong. He approached and took a closer look. "Hu Tao, what game are you playing?" Ing, who was sorting the cards, looked up at someone approaching and instantly drew her sword. "It's you?" Chapter 124. Ing drew her sword and slashed at Asmodeus. Asmodeus casually swung his sword, and a dark red energy blocked Ying's blow. Hu Tao and the others were momentarily confused. What was going on? Why was Ing suddenly about to draw her sword and strike? They quickly pulled the two apart. Xing and San Yuqi held Ing tightly, while Ing swore at him with her bladeless sword. "You old woman. I'm going to get revenge today." 500 years. Do you know how I survived these 500 years? Pylon suddenly spoke from the side. Didn't you say you slept through it? Ing was speechless for a moment. That was indeed the case. Then why did you seal my power? I spent so many star coins to unlock it. I must settle this score with you today. Ing suddenly struggled to break free from Xing and San Yuqi. Thankfully, Xing and San Yuqi reacted in time and pulled Ing back. Asmodeus, who was being held back by Kurumi and Eula, was immediately enraged upon hearing this. Asmodeus shoved Kurumi and Eula aside. Alright. Let's settle the score. How dare you? I haven't even settled the score with you two for destroying the false sky. Initially, you two broke through the false sky and entered Teyvat, which was fine. I helped you mend a few small holes. The problem is, you've been causing trouble since you got in, especially your brother. You're even actively helping that damned nation of Canria to enter the abyss. What's wrong with me sealing you? Your brother is such a troublemaker, and you, as his sister, are probably no less capable. By sealing your power, I won't have to worry about you causing trouble like your brother. As he spoke, Asmodeus sounded incredibly aggrieved. Ever since heaven transformed into a false sky to protect Teyvat, he's been toiling away to maintain peace in Teyvat. I've been helping you two patch up your own problems, and cleaning up after Canria. How easy is that? Ing looked at the aggrieved Asmodeus and calmed down. Now, it seemed as if they were indeed siblings. No, it was his brother who was wrong. Damn it. Calm, look at what you've done. I was wondering why you were in such a hurry to leave. So you're just running away after getting in trouble, right? Zhongli approached. Your Highness, the ruler of the sky, is telling true history. The Battle of Canria 500 years ago was caused by Canria drawing the abyss into the abyss. Your Highness, the ruler of the sky, led us 7 gods to resist. In that battle, Barbados was severely injured and only recently regained consciousness. Many Liyue immortals and the 1,000 Rock army perished in the layered abyss. Baal, the thunder god of Inazuma, was killed, the water god of Fontaine was killed, the fire god was seriously injured, and the ice god's temperament changed drastically. After hearing Zhongli's explanation, Ing finally understood the horrific mistake her brother had made. And now, the abyssal cult he led was a threat to Teyvat. Ing swung her bladeless sword. Well, Kong, I must teach you a lesson today. Who's that? Asmodeus, right? Do you know where my brother is? Asmodeus heard this. I know. Why are you looking for him? You can't defeat him now. Ing waved her hand. It's okay if I can't defeat him. I have Admiral Galaxy Skyfire Man, Xing Kujankong. Asmodeus opened the door. Xing, standing nearby, took out the Skyfire Judgment, raised a brow, and placed one hand on his hip. Ing, who are you going to fight? Asmodeus, feeling Xing's strength, was stunned for a moment. Frog fun. So powerful. Asmodeus directly opened a portal to the abyss. Ing waved his hand, and everyone present entered the portal. Ing still couldn't believe that so many masters here couldn't teach Amir Khan a lesson. At that moment, in the Teyvat abyss, Khan was discussing their next plan with several apostles. Gather the Hilichurls as quickly as possible. We need to gather strength so we can avenge our fate. The apostles obeyed. Just as they were about to leave, a portal suddenly appeared above them. Xing, holding the Skyfire Judgment high, descended from above. Skyfire Judgment destruction. Seeing that Xing's target was their own prince, the apostles quickly intervened. Just then, another voice rang out. A hail of arrows. Dozens of arrows blazed from the portal, aimed directly at several apostles. Several apostles were pierced before they could react, emitting a few wailing cries before dissipating into black smoke. At this moment, the surrounding abyssal cult members reacted and launched their attacks at the star in the sky. Zhongli appeared beside the portal. Solid as a rock. All attacks directed at the star were blocked by the shield. Jing Yuan hovered high in the sky, Vibrasword in hand, summoning the Lord of Gods to strike at the abyssal cult army below. Kill! Without mercy. Kong tried to dodge, but the star changed direction as he moved. Seeing he couldn't dodge, Kong summoned the sword of the adventurer and charged forward. Last time, you sneaked up on me and knocked me unconscious. This time, who will win or lose is still uncertain. The two collided in midair, and following the ancient principle of the left side loses in a duel, Kong was knocked down from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Asmodeus, seeing this, explained a new word he had recently learned online. Awesome. Seeing Kong being beaten, Asmodeus was so pleased that he clapped his hands non-stop. Asmodeus was even clamoring for Xing to be crowned a god. Zhongli glanced at the unconscious Kong, then at the abyss. which was filled with a gloomy aura. Xing, take him back first. We can't stay here any longer. Hearing this, Xing lifted Kong up and was led back to the portal by Ying. Shortly after they left the abyss, a figure shrouded in black mist appeared. What's going on? Where's my huge flag? The figure in the black mist felt around and detected Asmodeus' presence. Damn! That bitch Asmodeus again. Once we conquer the false sky, you must die. Everyone returned to the new Rebirth Hall Internet Cafe building. Ying tied Kong to a chair, finally stepping on the chair beneath Kong's, but to tighten the ropes to prevent him from escaping. After finishing everything, Ying fetched a basin of water and poured it over Kong's face. Kong was awakened by the water. Perhaps it was because he had inhaled some of the water in his nose that he coughed a few times. Kong groggily opened his eyes and looked around. Where was he? Wasn't he fighting in the abyss? How did he end up here? It wasn't until Ying threw a can of herrings in Kong's face that Kong finally realized what was happening. After a moment's adjustment, Kong stopped reacting. You're kidding. What can a can of herrings do to me? I already endured this kind of suffering before. So, Kong, I'm immune to it. Ying saw Kong's lack of reaction, shook her head, and sighed. Brother, this was your choice. Don't blame me for not helping you. Ying walked away helplessly. The next second, Asmodeus opened Sora's mouth and approached with a sinister smile, holding the long-prepared beef stomach soup in his hands. Chapter 125. Asmodeus snapped his fingers, and a powerful force forced Kong's mouth open. With a sly grin on his face, Asmodeus approached Kong, holding a bowl of ox stomach soup. Seeing Kong still unsure of what he was holding, Asmodeus spoke. Your Highness, this soup is specially prepared for you. It's ox stomach soup. The main ingredient is grass that the cows haven't had time to digest. I'm sure you love it, hee. After hearing Asmodeus's introduction, Kong felt nauseous and began to dry heave. Kong struggled frantically, trying to break free from the ropes. With a gentle wave of his hand, Asmodeus bound Kong to the chair with several dark red energy chains. Asmodeus took a spoonful of the ox stomach soup and placed it near Kong's mouth. Come, Your Highness, it's time to drink your soup. After swallowing a mouthful of the ox stomach soup, Kong fainted. Sanyueki felt the scene was too cruel. She had smelled it earlier when Xiangling was heating it. TSK. Well, that smell was unbearable. Xiangling had thrown the pot away right after cooking. Yiyun, seeing Kong in such a state of pity, smacked his lips. Brother Kong. Rest in peace. Then everyone dispersed. Those who were playing mahjong continued, while those who were installing computers continued. Luyun glanced at Hu Tao, who was enjoying herself at mahjong. His eyes swirled, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. Luyun transformed into a humanoid form, playfully picked up a computer, and ran upstairs. On the second floor, Luyun set the computer on the floor. Hee. Let me see the difference in the ingenuity of this other world. Luyun was about to disassemble the computer to examine it when a divine force suddenly appeared, enveloping the computer and carrying it back to the first floor. Sensing this force emanating from the Emperor, Luyun's entire body suddenly collapsed. Alas! I've been caught again. Luyun could only return to the first floor, where he continued to watch with envy as everyone installed the computers. As a tech geek, the feeling of only being able to watch without actually operating them was the most excruciating. Finally, by midnight, Yiyun and the others had successfully assembled all 1,000 computers. In addition, Silver Wolf had used the Ether Editor to refurbish the Internet Cafe, adding a counter and some beverage dispensers. The first floor was the lobby, still 998 per hour. The second floor had private rooms for 5 people, 1998 per hour. The third floor was the esports room, suitable for 2 people to play games and relax, 69,998 per day. Hu Tao took everyone on a tour and decided to treat everyone to a meal. Thank you all for your help. I had Xiangling prepare the food. I treat you all. Hearing Hu Tao's invitation, everyone applauded. Led by Hu Tao, the group headed towards Wanman Hall in a lively atmosphere. Xing said, chatting and laughing along the way. How about we skip Sui Yuan tonight? How about we play online games tonight? March 7 immediately shook his head and refused. No! You guys always rush forward without protecting the shooter. I'm so inexperienced. Xing chuckled. Don't worry, I protect you this time. March 7 thought for a moment. Okay, so stay up all night. What do you think, Hu Tao? Hu Tao, knowing she was a master at staying up late. No problem, let's play the Rift tonight. Ying and Amber also clamored to join. Eula wanted to play other games. She wasn't too keen on the Rift. Klee, Hook, Diana, and Bilu ran around with little windmills in their hands, trying to get them to spin. Lu Yun had made the windmill for them, and they loved it. Yi Yun looked at Hook and suddenly thought, Hook hasn't been home for a long time. Will her father be worried? After some thought, Yi Yun decided to take Hook back tomorrow after attending the opening ceremony of Hu Tao's new internet cafe. As for Diana, Wendy donned her divine armor and went to see her father. Wendy said that Diana wanted to train with her, or something. Naturally, Diana had quit her job at the tavern. In the eyes of Qin and the others, Diana would have greater development with Yi Yun. If nothing else, her perspective would be greatly broadened. Furthermore, with Yi Yun's unstinting support for the little ones in pursuing their hobbies, Diana has access to a wealth of learning resources. She can also receive personal instruction from Jeezy, Walter, and others. Diana also enjoys being here. Not only does she have friends to play with, but she can now go to the train's laboratory every day to mix delicious drinks. Having made his decision, Yi Yun plans to take the 4 little ones to Bellowbird tomorrow. Next to Yi Yun, Jingyuan, Walter, and Zhongli each bought a string of candied haws, and were eating them. When Yi Yun asked, he discovered that it was Jingyuan who bought the candied haws, saying he wanted to try some candied haws from another world. After eating, Jingyuan commented that the candied haws tasted quite good. Made from sunset fruit, it was sweet and sour. As they walked, they soon arrived at Wanmin Hall. In the first floor kitchen, Xiangling and Chef Mao were busy cooking. Since the kitchen was modernized, the father and daughter have been able to cook much faster. Not only do they no longer need to burn firewood, but getting water is also much easier. Guoba has switched from cooking to chopping vegetables. Xing lifted the kitchen curtain. Xiangling, we're here. Xiangling saw everyone arrive. Oh, you're here so early? I just started serving the food. You should go up and sit down. Xing walked into the kitchen and approached Xiangling, who was frying pork tenderloin for sweet and sour pork. Xiangling had learned the recipe from a book and added it to the Wanmin Hall menu. Everyone who tried it praised its excellent taste. Xiangling thought for a moment, then smeared the fried sweet and sour pork with sauce and placed it in a large bowl. Xing, take this upstairs and eat first. The other dishes will be ready soon. Xing was like, oh, this is great. It must taste great fresh out of the oven. So, Xing took a large pot of sweet and sour pork and went upstairs. When they got there, everyone was already seated and chatting. Notably, Ningguang, Keqing, Ganyu, and Yilan were also there. In Ningguang's words, she was also a shareholder in the new internet cafe, so she had to contribute. While Hu Tao was busy on site, she had to take care of the logistics. Today's meal was her treat. Xing placed the sweet and sour pork on the table. Come on. Xiangling made this for us. Come and try it. Everyone stood up and took a piece to taste. This is delicious. Hu Tao, can our chef at the Hall of Rebirth make this? No. Then fire him. What's the point of having him? Can't he even make sweet and sour pork? Alright, Asmodeus, let alone your chef at the Hall of Rebirth. Xiangling is the only one in all of Teyvat who can make this. Chapter 126. Soon, the dishes arrived, and everyone gathered around to eat. Lu Yun was excitedly recounting Ganyu's childhood. Back then, Ganyu was chubby and adorable. I remember one time, when she saw a human for the first time, she thought it was a monster, and was so frightened she hid in a corner and cried uncontrollably. And then, there's that time Ganyu rolled down a hill, and was swallowed by a monster. Guess what? The monster choked to death. Everyone listened with rapt interest, having never imagined Ganyu had such a dark past. Ganyu felt instantly ashamed, and wanted to find a hole to hide in. Master! Lu Yun, seeing Ganyu's irritation, stopped. Okay. I won't say any more. I don't know what little Ganyu is thinking. She's supposed to be chubby and cute, but she insists on losing weight. I don't understand. Jingyuan, who was drinking, looked at Xing, Hu Tao, and the other little girls, and suddenly remembered the martial arts ceremony. Jingyuan asked Sanyueki and the others. Luofu will soon hold a martial arts performance, aimed at exchanging ideas and learning martial arts skills among the younger generation. Are you interested in participating? Yi Yun, who was drinking nearby, choked upon hearing this. Jingyuan, are you sure you want Xing and Sanwei to participate? Together, they're capable of playing the role of Lingshi. Jingyuan caught Yi Yun's gaze and smiled. Yes, it's just a competition. Aren't Xing and Sanwei also from the younger generation? Yi Yun was confused by Jingyuan's thoughts. Well, without a doubt, Xing would be the ultimate champion. Xing's strength was definitely above average among his peers. Yin Qing and Yunli were also geniuses, but Sanyueki and the others instantly became interested in this martial arts performance and clamored to participate. Lu Yun suddenly remembered his disciple on the mountain, Shenhe. General Jing Yuan, I have a disciple I'd like her to attend. Jing Yuan looked at Lu Yun. This man was also a long-lived old monster, a Liu immortal. His disciple should be quite capable. Okay, have her come with Xing and the others. Lu Yun nodded and used his immortal magic to send a message to Shenhe, who was in Jiyunjian, asking him to come down the mountain. After dinner, everyone returned to the new internet cafe in Wansheng Hall. Ningguang, Keqing, Ganyu, and Yilan also joined them. They would stay in Teyvat tonight and attend the new internet cafe's opening ceremony tomorrow morning. Hu Tao, Ying, Sanyueki, Xing, and Yilang rushed to the second floor to find a private room upon their return and play online games. Amber, who had originally wanted to play Rift, was dragged away by Eula to play another game. Xiangling also opened Overcooked and called Keqing over to play with her. The two chattered in the private room, extremely anxious and chaotic. Keqing. Tomato. Give me the tomato. Isn't the tomato over there? Over there. Look for yourself. Oh, okay, I get it right away. Nothing happened that night. The next day arrived. Early in the morning, everyone gathered at the entrance of the new Wansheng Hall Internet Cafe. The two owners, Hu Tao and Ningguang, stood in the middle, preparing to cut the ribbon. The entrance to the Internet Cafe was packed with customers, so crowded that Ningguang even dispatched 1,000 rocks unit to maintain order. The young master and the lady also led a group of factory soldiers to observe the opening ceremony from the crowd. After Ningguang and Hu Tao took turns giving speeches, they both grabbed a pair of scissors and cut the ribbon. Hu Tao called out, "Dear guests, the new Wangshengtang Internet Cafe has opened. Please come in. Please be orderly when opening your membership cards." People at the entrance streamed into the cafe, topping up their membership cards on the first floor. To improve efficiency, Silver Wolf had set up a membership card system for Hu Tao. Anyone who wanted to log in simply entered their membership card and password. Those with membership cards, like the young man and the lady, headed straight upstairs. The two of them reached the third floor and each chose a room to enter. The lady, without a word, turned on her computer and launched Audition. After logging online, she found a person named Invincible Asmodeus in her friend list and sent a message. The lady replied, "Rubbish. Let's fight." The other person quickly replied, "Invincible Asmodeus, who are you calling rubbish?" The two created a room, chose a medium song that was difficult for both of them, and began the duel. "Invincible Asmodeus, you're doomed. I practiced this song so hard I only made 3 key mistakes." The lady, hee. The young master unleashed the meteor butterfly's sword and continued his revenge. The new internet cafe was surprisingly busy. In just over half an hour, all the seats were already occupied. Ningguang and Ganyu both came to help, while the two of them handled card processing at the front desk. Bellowberg entered. Yi Yun led the 4 little ones to the administrative district. First, they went to Old Man Hook's house. Old Man Hook had a new job at the Ice Deer Ranch. This job at Bellowberg was a lucrative one, easy, well-paid, and a stable job. Hook was overjoyed to see Old Man Hook and ran towards him. "Dad." Hook's back. Hook's dad, Fessman, was also delighted to see Hook. "Hook!" Fessman squatted down and caught Hook as she ran towards him. Hook was Fessman's adopted daughter. Her biological parents had long since disappeared. Hook happily hugged Fessman's neck. "Dad, how have you been lately?" Fessman smiled. "Very well, Dad. My illness has been cured, and I'm back working at the Icefield Deer Ranch. I'm doing well." Hook was delighted to hear that his dad was doing well. "That's good. Dad, how are Julian and the others?" Fessman asked. "They're all living in the welfare home established by the former guardian, Lady Cocolia. They're doing well, with food and clothing." Hook heard this. "Is that so? That's good." At this moment, Fessman noticed Yi Yun and quickly stood up. "Mr. Yi Yun, I didn't expect you to return. Everyone on the train crew is incredibly well known in Bellowberg. Thanks to Bronya's promotion, almost everyone in Bellowberg can recognize them. These people are Bellowberg's great benefactors." Yi Yun smiled. "Fessman, long time no see. The last time I saw you was when our train was about to depart." Fessman smiled and nodded. Yes. Back then, you asked if I let Hook travel with the train, and I agreed immediately. Hook is still young, and it's good for her to fly away. Only by leaving our small town can she have a brighter future. Unlike me, I'm old now, and I'm content with just a good job enough food to eat, and enough clothes to wear. Yi-yun said. Hook is lucky to have you as her father. Chapter 127. Hook, standing nearby, also chimed in with a smile. Hook is lucky to have a dad. This man burst into laughter upon hearing this, feeling quite happy. Yi-yun played with the 4 little ones for a while, and then, at Fizman's insistence, Yi-yun took Kelly, Bailu, and Diana to Fizman's house for lunch. This man was in a good mood today, so he ran to the supermarket founded by Bronya, bought a piece of pork, and brought it back to make a sauerkraut stew. Although Fizman's cooking skills were average, Yi-yun and the others enjoyed the meal very much, and the atmosphere was filled with joy. After lunch, Yi-yun took the 4 little ones to the welfare home run by Cocolia. Knowing the depth of her sins, Cocolia founded this welfare home to care for homeless children, to teach them knowledge, the principles of life and work, and to cultivate them into successful people. Under Cocolia's care, these children lived a blissful life, a life they had never dared to imagine. Not only did they have clean, bright homes to live in, but they also had beautiful clothes to wear and delicious meat to eat. The orphanage's supplies were all allocated by Bronya, who also prioritized nurturing the next generation and provided generous supplies. Arriving at the orphanage, Hook had just entered when he spotted Julian playing on the slide in the distance. Julian. Lord Dark Hook is back. Julian jumped for joy at Hook's voice. Everyone look! The boss is back. The members of the Flying Squirrel Gang were overjoyed to see Hook and ran towards him. A group of children gathered around Hook, chattering and lively. Yi-yun clapped his hands and handed 2 large bags of candy to Hook. Hook, share these candies with your friends. Hook happily grabbed the 2 bags of candy and ran to the open space nearby with a group of children, Bailu, Diana, and Koli, to share the candy. Yi-yun then went to the courtyard corridor, where Cocolia stood holding the baby. Mr. Yi-yun, long time no see. Yi-yun saw Cocolia standing there, looking much better than before. Now Cocolia was fully focused on the orphanage, diligently caring for the children. Yi-yun smiled. Long time no see. I didn't expect you set up an orphanage here. Cocolia smiled slightly. Well, these children are orphans with no one to take care of them. I have the time and energy, so I came to take care of them. This way, it can be considered as atonement for the sins I committed. Yi-yun nodded. How many children are there in your orphanage? Cocolia asked. 1,369 children and 67 employees. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Yi-yun. It's because of the things Bronya bought from you that Belloberg is able to enjoy its peace and tranquility today. Last time, you used your connections to help us resolve the debt crisis. Yi-yun smiled. It's okay. Bronya and the others are friends. It's normal to help each other. Besides, I can make money when Bronya and the others buy things, right? Cocolia smiled. Yes. The 2 of them chatted in the courtyard. The 4 little ones, along with a large group of children, played games in the courtyard. The joyful laughter of children filled the courtyard. It was this scene that Cocolia loved to see most. A child's smile represents hope. After their visit to the orphanage, Yi-yun took the 4 little ones to visit the ice deer ranch. The ice deer were very lively, leaping and dancing across the icy plains. The keepers were also preparing food for them, made from native ice plants. These plants enhanced the tastiest ice deer meat. After visiting the ice deer ranch, Yi-yun took the 4 little ones back to the inn to rest. The 4 little ones had been playing all day and were already exhausted. As soon as they returned, washed up, and fell into bed, sound asleep. Speaking of which, the room the 4 little ones were staying in was San Yuqi's former room. San Yuqi and Xing were now forced to sleep on the floor in GZ's room. Originally, GZ had planned to clear out another carriage to make a room for the 2 of them. However, the 2 found it too much trouble and decided not to. By now, they were used to sleeping on the floor in GZ's room, and not to mention, they slept quite soundly. At dinner time, Yi-yun and Xiangling grabbed some food. There were few people eating tonight. Xing and the others were still asleep after staying up all night surfing the internet. The only people eating were Yi-yun, Danheng, Topa, Walter, Zhongli, Wendy, Noel, Xiangling, Clara, and GZ. GZ was relieved to see the large table, even though a large number of people were missing. Ever since Yi-yun boarded the train, the entire train was about to become quite lively. Before, it had only been her, Little Sanwe, Walter, Danheng, and Pam, and it had been quite quiet. Now, the train was filled with laughter and joy. From time to time, Xing and the other girls would go wild and play around on the train. Walter, Zhongli, Yi-yun, and Jingyuan occasionally drank tea and chatted. Clara and I often worked together in the lab. Before, I worked alone. Now with Clara, I had a helping hand and someone to talk to during my research. Jeezy said. The train is really lively now. It feels like the golden age of development. Just then, a masked figure suddenly appeared at the table. Yes, Aha is on the train again. Ha ha ha. Indeed, trains like this are still fun. Ha ha ha. Everyone looked at Aha. After seeing Aha clearly, GZ and Walter's expression suddenly tensed. Joyful Star God. Why is he here? Aha sat in his seat, yelling for Yi Yun to bring him a serving of tableware. Yi Yun. Aha is hungry. Aha wants to eat. Yi Yun rolled his eyes at Aha. Go get a bowl from the kitchen. Aha laughed heartily at that. Ha ha ha. Aha is so embarrassed. If it were any other star god, Yi Yun might have been more polite, but Aha, forget it. The more polite you are to him, the angrier Aha might get. Aha could only run to the kitchen to get utensils. Suddenly, Aha's screams rang out from the kitchen. Ouch! Aha, it hurts! Everyone looked and saw Pam slamming her head into Aha's stomach. Pam pointed at Aha angrily. You're the worst nameless guest. Pa! How dare you come back? Pa! Gaw! Pa! Aha quickly ran away. GZ and Walter were puzzled by this scene. Pam knew Aha, Yi Yun, standing nearby, smiled and answered their questions. Don't look at them. They knew each other before. To be more precise, Aha is your Womink's predecessor. He was once a member of the Womink. Relax, Aha won't do anything to you. He's already been here once before. Chapter 128. GZ and Walter were stunned to hear that Aha was their senior. How could these words be put together? Aha, the joyful star god. Nameless guest, a pioneering traveler. This doesn't go together at all, right? How can it possibly be put together? Pam stamped her foot in anger. Even though this guy is annoying, he's definitely the nameless guest. The worst nameless guest. Aha grinned as he got up from the ground and hugged Pam. Conductor, long time no see. Aha missed you. Pam's anger had almost subsided after that headbutt. You still remember to come back? Aha stuck out his tongue with a playful grin. Aha was looking for fun. Isn't Aha back now? Pam asked. What brought you back this time? Aha nodded. Aha's last visit has run out of the Destiny coins. Let's buy some new ones. Aha loves Destiny coins, they bring him so much joy. Pam was shocked. What? You came back last time. You didn't even come to say hello? Aha. Take that headbutt. Aha screamed and flew backward. Walter and GZ watched the scene in disbelief. What they didn't expect was that this Aha was truly an unknown guest, a senior to them. Yi Yun smiled and sat back at the table. Okay, stop looking and keep eating. Everyone returned to their seats and continued eating, alright, occasionally glancing to the side. Pam grabbed Aha by the collar and scolded him, and he could only listen obediently. This scene, reminiscent of many years ago, saw Aha and Akavelli being scolded by Pam. They dared not resist, only lower their heads and listened. Soon, Pam brought Aha back to the table for dinner. After dinner, Aha bought another 20 Destiny coins, and left Pam 10,000 star coins, before leaving the train again. Pam looked at the 10,000 star coins in her hand, and suddenly spoke. Let's use these 10,000 star coins as public funds for the train's construction. GZ, let's go to the freight car behind Yi Yun's shop, and see if we can convert a few more rooms. Hearing this, GZ and Pam walked to the car behind Yi Yun's. After dinner, Topa returned to his workstation and reported what he had just seen to Diamond. The next day arrived. On the train, everyone who knew about Yi Yun's shop had arrived. Today was a special day. Today was the day the second lottery draw was about to begin. The grand prize this time was Yi Yun's sword control technique. There were 43 people present, and everyone had bought a few tickets for this draw. After Yi Yun had performed the sword control technique in front of Xing, Xing had returned and chosen to gamble again, buying all 10 numbers in one go. There was no other way, the sword control technique was just too cool. Xing was imagining himself winning the lottery, facing a powerful foe, opening with a Skyfire move and finishing with a 10,000 swords returning to the origin move. So cool and stylish. Yanqing clutched the lottery ticket, feeling a surge of nervousness. Swordsmanship. And swordsmanship from a powerful world. Yanqing wanted it so badly. Yanqing felt that if he could master this sword control technique, his strength would be transformed. However, the general didn't have many star coins, so he only bought one for himself and the others this time. Qingke walked in from the small bar, having just finished transcribing today's 100 product information. Fu Xian handed Qingchua's lottery ticket to her. "Qi, this is the ticket the general bought for you." Qi was pleasantly surprised. "Oh, there's even a share for me, General. You're such a kind man. Now I have two." Fu Xian looked at Qi puzzled. "Qi, where did you get the star coins to buy the lottery tickets?" Qi flicked the 2 lottery tickets in her hand. Xing and the others beat Diyuan Qiongyu and won. Fu Xian immediately put his hands on his hips. "Qi, you still have time to beat Diyuan Qiongyu? It seems the work I assigned you is too little. So, from now on, the number of product information you have to copy will double. It's decided." Qi was petrified when she heard Fu Xian's words. "Ah? It was so hard to get such an easy job." Qi wanted to slap himself for what he had just done. "What did you say, Diyuan Qiongyu? It's alright now, right?" "Oh, the workload has doubled." Zhongli was asking Jingyuan about the ownerless planets. "General Jingyuan, do you know where there are any ownerless planets?" Jingyuan smiled. "There are many ownerless planets, but most are unsuitable for survival," Zhongli said. "That's fine. We transform them." Jingyuan nodded thoughtfully. "Then that's easy. Just ask Miss Tapa to help you find which planets are ownerless." Zhongli approached Tapa. After hearing Zhongli's request, Tapa immediately helped him search. Soon, a planet was found. This planet wasn't large, only 34 million square kilometers. However, it was very close to Belloberg, separated by only one star system. Zhongli pondered for a moment, then made the decision on Asmodeus' behalf, choosing this planet. Seeing Zhongli choose this unowned planet, Topa did him a favor and upgraded its owner to Zhongli. A planet registered with the company would be less of a problem for the company's marketing department. Furthermore, the major powers in the universe would know that this planet had an owner and was a registered, legal planet with the Star Peace Company. Yi Yun sighed. He looked at the crowd crammed into the room before him and opened the system to check his 2 tasks. Task: receive 50 different customers. Current progress: 43/50ths. Reward: Dungeon Portal. Task: achieve 10 million star coins in sales. Current progress: 218/1000. Reward: Peak Level Commander. A new item is about to appear in my shop. A dungeon portal, but I wonder what it will look like. Yi Yun wondered if it might be like those online games he played in his previous life. However, there was no point in thinking about it now, only when he saw it would he know the answer. We're still short of 6 people, and we should be almost there by tomorrow. Tomorrow, the teams from the Yaoqing and Zhuming immortal ships, sent to participate in the Luofu martial arts ceremony, will arrive. By then, Yi Yun's shop will have a few more customers. This time, Luofu is holding the martial arts ceremony earlier than in the original novel, and Yi Yun suspects it's likely a covert operation. As expected, the top brass of the Immortal Ship Alliance are already aware of Bai Lu's Qingling Pill. Officially, they're participating in the competition, but secretly, they're sending people to strengthen Bai Lu's protection. Yi Yun stated that Bai Lu would definitely be safe with him. Chapter 129. Time ticked by, and soon, the countdown on the big screen ended, and cheerful music began to play. Ding dong. Ding dong. The lottery draw is about to begin. Yi Yun heard the music and walked to the counter, pulling out the winning numbers. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yi Yun's hand. Yi Yun unfolded the slip of paper and read the numbers. The winning number for this draw is 37. Who's number 37? Everyone hurriedly looked down to check their numbers. Xing quickly flipped through the 10 lottery tickets in his hand, and the more he looked, the worse it felt. Oh no! It seems I won't win. After examining all 10 tickets, as expected, Xing didn't win again. Xing was devastated. His 10,000 star coins. Down the drain again. I'd be a dog if I play the lottery again. Xing stood up and angrily threw the lottery ticket in his hand. Hu Tao also bought 10 tickets, but she didn't win either. Me too. I'd be a dog if I play the lottery again. When everyone realized they hadn't won, they looked at each other, trying to figure out who had. Qi glanced at the lottery ticket in his hand. Oh my! It's me! It's me! I won! Ha ha ha! Fu Xian was overjoyed to hear Qi had won, patting her on the shoulder. Well done! Qi, you're worthy of my attention. Jing Yuan was also delighted. Qingchua's winning was like Luofu's winning. This sword technique is a sword technique that can be taught to others, unlike a skill that can only be used by oneself. Qi, go get the sword technique first. Qi nodded happily, and ran to Yi Yun to claim the prize. Yi Yun placed Qingchua's lottery ticket on the counter, and the next second, A bundle of scrolls appeared in his hand. Take it. I'm not responsible for anything you do after you leave the counter. Qin Ke carefully took the scrolls on the sword technique and returned to Jing Yuan and the others. Fu Xian hurriedly urged. Qin Ke, open it quickly and take a look. Qin Ke reached out to open the scrolls. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she opened a bundle of scrolls and then closed it again. Qin Ke handed the scrolls to Jing Yuan. General, you should keep this. I am not interested in it, nor do I have any talent for swordsmanship. General, please find someone else to learn from, so that such a precious thing won't go to waste in my hands. Fu Xian was immediately relieved to hear Qingqua's words. It was great. Qin Ke had finally grown sensible. When he succeeded the general, he could safely hand over the Taibusi to Qin Ke. Qin Ke thought, not only would it be difficult to learn this technique on her own, but once she did, she'd probably have to teach others. How much trouble would that be? By then, there was no doubt she'd be working endless overtime. Since she wasn't interested in it, it was better to hand it over. Fu Xian patted Qingqua's shoulder moved. Qin Ke, I make the decision. From now on, you only need to copy the 50 product information required by the Alliance every day. Qin Ke was delighted. Such a good deal? Great. Now she have time to drag Xing and the others back to fight Yu and Xiongyu. Jing Yuan looked at the sword controlling technique in his hand, thought for a moment, and decided to talk to Jinglu about it. Jinglu was undoubtedly the most suitable person on Luofu to learn sword controlling. Once Jinglu mastered it, he could teach others, such as Yanqing. Jing Yuan glanced at Yanqing, who was surrounded by scrolls on sword techniques. Yanqing, there's no rush. You'd definitely be able to learn it later. Yanqing beamed at Jing Yuan's promise. Thank you, General. Jing Yuan nodded slightly. Okay, let's see what the next prize is. We each buy one ticket later, and it'd be deducted from the public funds. The people in the lottery shop didn't leave. Some waited to see the next prize, while others chatted. Xing and Hu Tao kept saying they would never buy lottery tickets again. Lottery tickets? What the hell? I'm not buying them. I can't possibly buy them. That's right, I'm a practical man. With that money, I'd rather just go to the bar and buy something. 2 minutes later, the lottery shop's large screen flickered, and the next prize appeared. Lottery shop third prize, Emperor Hero Armor Summoner. Introduction. The supreme armor of a certain armor world, possessing extremely terrifying power. Price, 200,000. Lottery countdown, 6 days, 23 minutes, 59 seconds. Everyone read the information about the third prize. Woof woof woof. Xing barked 3 times like a dog and ran to the counter to buy 10 numbers. Hu Tao saw this and followed suit, barking 3 times and running to buy lottery tickets. Walter seemed a different person after seeing the Emperor Man Armor Summoner. Behind Hu Tao's back, he clutched a handful of star coins. March 7 was immediately puzzled. Could this thing be so alluring? Armor? I really don't understand why Xing would even bark like a dog to buy it. And Uncle Yang. I never seen Uncle Yang like this before. This is the first time I seen Uncle Yang like this, Sanueki said. Jizi heard Sanueki's mumbling, smiled, and explained. Everyone has their favorite things. Take you, Sanwe, for example. Don't you love cameras? Just imagine if the next prize was a very valuable camera. How would you react? Sanueki thought about the scene Jizi described, then finally understood. If it really was a camera, I'd probably react like Uncle Yang. At that moment, a laugh rang out. Ha ha ha. Aha's back again. Aha, come see what's going on. Aha swaggered into the lottery shop. Unfortunately, upon entering, he tripped over Pam's cleaning shovel, sending trash spilling onto the floor. Aha. No good comes of you coming back. Pam slammed the broom to the ground, pointing at Aha and scolding him. Aha swallowed hard, a cold sweat pouring down his face. Pam. Don't listen to my excuses. Explain. Aha was met with a headbutt from Pam. Aha flew backward. Ouch. Jing Yuan heard Aha's name and glanced at him. Jing Yuan and Fu Xian exchanged glances, each seeing shock in the other's eyes. Eternal joy. Sanuechi was also shocked and tugged hard at Jizi's sleeve. GZ. GZ. This is the joyful star god, right? He's the joyful star god, right? Jizi nodded slightly. Yes, he is the joyful star god, but don't worry, he means no harm to us. He's also our Wumink senior. Sanuechi heard that Aha was Wumink and immediately put his head in his hands. What? He's Wumink? Jizi nodded. Yes, Pam herself confirmed this. March 7's brain froze, and he sat in his chair, thinking quietly, trying to process this information. Beside him, Xing rubbed his chin in thought for a moment, then suddenly slammed the table. "Watch you. Do I have such a strong backing?" Chapter 130. GZ shook her head. "Xing, you can't count it that way. Maybe when you need help, you call Aha, and Aha thinks it's fun to watch you get beaten up instead of helping you." Xing calmed down instantly upon hearing this. I hadn't considered this aspect of the problem. Thinking about it, it's true. Aha is full of uncertainty. It's not certain whether he can be called for help. Aha stood up and returned to the lottery shop, bought 100 numbers, and turned to leave again. After Aha left, everyone chatted for a while before returning to their own affairs. Those who needed to work went to work, those who needed to study studied, and those who needed to do research did research. Qin Ke saw Fu Xian, Jing Yuan, and the others leave, and waved his hand. "Is anyone from Diyuan Qiongyu coming?" Xing immediately raised her hand, and signed up first. "Me." Hu Tao followed closely behind. With someone watching over the internet cafe, things were generally safe, especially since Ning Wang was involved in this business. The people of Liyue would never dare to cause trouble in an internet cafe. As for foreign forces, the two Liyue executives of the factory, the most likely to cause trouble, had already been dealt a severe blow. Hu Tao believed that the young master and the young lady wouldn't be foolish enough to cause trouble in her place. Hu Tao's guess was correct. Because right now, the young master and the young lady were surfing the internet in the internet cafe with a group of factory soldiers. "Count me in." Yilan, looking at the Emperor Yuan Qiongyu on the table, also became interested. "Count me in too." Qin Ke, seeing that a card game had been set up with just a simple shout, immediately felt that the Starry Sky train was a great place. Ever since opening this place, not only did he have a comfortable, stable job, but he could also play Emperor Yuan Qiongyu anytime, anywhere. Even on Luofu, forming a card game requires contacting people. Here, just shout and a swarm of people will show up. At the back door of Liyue's rebirth hall, next to Ying's RV. Ying and Paimon had just returned from Yi Yun's shop when they saw Kong sitting outside his RV, waiting for them. Asmodeus had placed a chain made of spatial authority around Kong's feet. This chain was invisible to those without elemental powers. Its sole function was to seal Kong's power and prevent him from returning to the abyss through the portal. Kong was imprisoned near the rebirth hall. Asmodeus would sense him if he ventured more than 3,000 meters from the hall. Asmodeus said, "We finally captured this guy. We can't let him get away." Ying, hands on her hips, glared at Kong with annoyance. "What are you doing here?" Kong was completely speechless at his despicable sister. How could she betray her brother like this, personally bringing people to the abyss to capture him? Nothing, just strolling around. Ying rolled her eyes at Kong. "I don't know you yet. If you have something to say, just tell me." Kong, seeing this, stopped talking. "How did your strength recover so quickly?" "Back then, I had to gather all 7 elemental powers to recover." Ying didn't hide anything. "I bought the unsealing elixir from Yi Yun." Kong frowned. "Yi Yun? Is he your friend?" Paimon interrupted. "Yes, Yi Yun is a good friend of Ying and me. He has a shop with many magical items." Kong said, hearing this. "Ying, I need the unsealing elixir." Ying flatly refused. "If I don't give it to you, you still want to return to the abyss? Who is there in the abyss that you miss so much?" Sora said. "The members of the abyss cult were once the people of Canria. I can't abandon them." Ying still shook her head in refusal. "Not until Asmodeus agrees." Kong heard this. "Ying, I will lead them to restore their nation and build our own home." Ying shook her head. "I learned from Zhongli and the others what the abyss is. Such a thing must never appear in Teyvat. You should know the horror of the abyss." Kong's mind flashed back to the Battle of Canria. The 7 gods destroyed their homeland and turned the people of Canria into monsters. The abyss can save Teyvat. It was Asmodeus who led the 6 gods to destroy Canria. Ying heard this, and was about to explain the correct history to Sora when Asmodeus suddenly appeared. Asmodeus looked at Sora coldly, his head lowered in thought. "I see, no wonder." Asmodeus reached out and grabbed Kong, pulling a cloud of black mist from his chest. "I was wondering why this little yellow-haired boy suddenly turned to the abyss. It turns out you were the one who was bewitching him, sinner." A sinister laugh rose from the black mist. "Ha ha! Asmodeus. The abyss will eventually swallow everything." Asmodeus snorted coldly and crushed it. Paimon, puzzled, looked at Kong, who lay on the ground, then at Ying and Asmodeus. "What's going on?" Asmodeus said, "I felt something was wrong after I captured him yesterday." It turns out he's been under someone's spell. Ing, your brother is fine. When he wakes up, bring him to me. I have something to ask him. Ing nodded and helped Kong into the car to rest. Jing Yuan sighed. After separating from Fu Xian and the others, he found Jing Lu with the scroll on the sword technique. Jing Lu and Rios were currently in the scaled abyss, raising the children. The 4 children stood on the shore, happily frying fish. Jing Lu noticed Jing Yuan approaching and spoke directly. Give me the scroll. Have your disciple come to me the day after tomorrow. Jing Yuan smiled faintly and handed the scroll to Jing Lu. Thank you. Jing Lu shook his head slightly. You're welcome. It's my job. Jing Yuan asked. I heard Yan Qing say and you competed once before? Jing Lu nodded slightly. Yes, we did. You have good taste. He's a good prospect. Jing Yuan was about to boast when Jing Lu's words stopped him. That's right. The person who taught him didn't know how to teach, and he taught him the wrong way. Jing Yuan blushed. The man before him was his master, and he couldn't argue with him. If someone else had said that, would Jing Yuan have scolded him? Jing Yuan glanced around and suddenly remembered Jing Lu had been here yesterday. Looking at the sword marks on the stone wall not far away, Jing Yuan shook his head secretly. Not long after Jing Lu left Shinsa Mansion yesterday, Jing Yuan received a report from his subordinates. Several dragon masters were assassinated by a strange swordsman. From a few dragon masters to a whole field of dragon masters, the scene was brutal. Why pick on this killer when you couldn't pick on anyone else? If Dian Heng and I had run into them, at most we have just taught you a lesson. You had to be caught by Jing Lu. Even if it had been Blade, it would have been better. You wouldn't have been scattered everywhere. At most you would have been a mess. Afterwards, Jing Yuan, Jing Lu, and Rios chatted while observing their surroundings. Inside the train, Kafka arrived with Blade. Blank and Donheng had a fight outside the train, and upon returning, they remained silent, both covered in wounds of varying sizes. But by the looks of it, things seem to have improved somewhat. At least they can stay in the same room together, right? Chapter 131. Fortunately, Jing Lu and Rios returned with the 4 little ones at this time. As soon as San Yueki saw Bailu, he called her over and treated their wounds. Bailu rolled her eyes at them. You're all grown up? Still fighting? Childish. Bailu bandaged their wounds and pointed at them. You 2 are not allowed to fight again, do you hear? If you do, I won't treat you. Bailu's words dragged both Ren and Donheng back into memories. Bai Heng, Yingxing, Danfeng, can you 2 be more careful when sparring? If you do this again next time, I won't bandage you. They nodded in unison. Yeah, I won't do that next time. Bailu nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Remember, keep the wound away from water for a day, and remove the bandage after 3 days. Donheng and Ren agreed. Ren's wound had almost healed, but he still chose to follow Bailu's medical advice. Kafka, standing by, smiled thoughtfully. Ren, sit here for a while. I go find Silver Wolf. Ren nodded, closed his eyes, and rested on the sofa with his arms folded. Kafka opened the door to Silver Wolf's private room and looked inside, but didn't see Silver Wolf. Kafka noticed Xing, who was playing Diyuan Qiongyu nearby. Xing, have you seen Silver Wolf? Xing asked, drawing a card. Silver Wolf is at Hutao Internet Cafe. Asmodeus asked her to play games. Kafka heard another unfamiliar name. Xing continued. Why don't you wait a while? She'd be back for dinner. Upon hearing this, Kafka went to a small bar nearby and sat down. Inside the bar, Yiyun was mixing drinks. Yiyun saw Kafka. Hey, isn't that Kafka? Long time no see. Kafka smiled slightly. Yes, it's been a while. I haven't been here in a while. You changed so much here. I don't remember it being this big before. Yiyun said. Business is pretty good. I made a little money and renovated it. How long will you stay this time? I left in a hurry last time. Kafka said. I can stay longer this time. I still have some time before my next script. Yiyun said. Then hang out. The place is bustling and crowded right now. Kafka glanced at Xing and the others playing mahjong, then at Walter Zhongli playing chess, and at the drunk Wendy nearby. It's true. It's much more lively here than our base. It was a bit more lively when Silver Wolf and Sam were here. Without them, it's truly deserted. Yiyun pondered. I give you a portal later. Take it back and place it in your base. Then you can use it to come to my shop anytime. Kafka heard this. You have such a good thing? Why didn't you give me one back then? I've been so lonely and miserable in the base. Yiyun spread his hands and shrugged. I didn't expect it at the time. Kaka smiled slightly. I forgive you this time. What are you having for dinner tonight? I heard Silver Wolf say you were the one cooking in the car. Yian pondered. Tonight, dumplings. I'm not the only one cooking in the car. Pam and Xiangling will also help with the cooking. I can't cook for so many people alone, Kafka said. Let's try your cooking tonight. By the way, do you sell coats? Yian poured Kafka a cocktail. Of course, come over here and take a look. Kafka took a sip of her cocktail and went to the touch screen to make her purchase. Soon, it was time for dinner. Xing sat at the table, staring at the ceiling with a look of despair on her face. Gone, all gone, hee. In stark contrast, Chike sat across from her. Chike counted out a stack of star coins gleefully. After a day of playing Yuan Qingyu, Xing had lost the most, leaving only her last meager 100 star coins. Sanyueki sighed and shook her head. Is that all? Only 100 star coins left? Hu Tao, who was sitting next to Xing, said. It's normal to lose so badly. Sister Yilan's gambling skills are amazing. You couldn't even beat Qin Ke, let alone Sister Yilan. Forget you. I lost over 1,000 star coins today. If I hadn't gotten lucky and won 2 hands, I probably have ended up like you. Yian brought a large bowl of dumplings to the table. Okay, let's eat first. Aren't you guys still going to explore Suiyuan tonight? Xing came to her senses upon hearing this. Yes, we're going to Suiyuan tonight. Sanwe, ask Gui Naifan and Su Shang where they're waiting for us. Sanyueki gulped down a mouthful of dumplings, took out his phone, and sent a message to Gui Naifan and Su Shang. Soon, Sanyueki received a reply. They said to meet at Jinren Lane. Gui Naifan discovered a secret passage that leads directly into Suiyuan. Xing heard this. Great. Come on, let's eat, and then go explore. Hu Tao also made a large bowl of dumplings and devoured them. Tonight, she could go ghost hunting. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, they wiped their mouths and ran off the train. GZ didn't even have time to call them back. Originally, GZ had planned to hold a meeting on the train to confirm the departure time for the next stop, Pinocchio. Helplessly, they could only wait until tomorrow morning. Xing and the others arrived at the open space next to the train, where several star rafts were parked. These rafts had been specially dispatched by Jing Yuan for everyone's travel to Luofu. Boarding the rafts, they headed straight for Jinren Lane. Arriving at Jinren Lane, Xing and the others' only impression was of desolation. I heard this used to be a commercial street, but now only a few scattered shops are open. Fortunately, their destination wasn't here. Xing and the others called Gui Naifan and Su Shang, who had been waiting for them. Gui Naifan waved happily at the sight of Xing and the others. Family, you're finally here. Come on, follow me. Little Gizi, I found a secret path. Xing and the others greeted each other and followed Gui Naifan toward Sui Garden. Deep within Sui Garden, Gui Naifan, Xing, Su Shang, and Sanyuechi tiptoed through the area. Hu Tao looked at the will-o'-the-wisp flames floating around with excitement. What a great place! Hu Tao found the perfect moment and leaped up to grab a will-o'-the-wisp. Contrary to her expectations, the will-o'-the-wisp didn't go out, but instead burned brightly in her hand. Hu Tao approached curiously. Suddenly, the will-o'-the-wisp spun around, revealing a humanoid face. Hu Tao, upon seeing this, threw the will-o'-the-wisp to the ground. Then, with a finger combination technique, she used the secret art of soothing the spirit to freeze it in place. Xing and the other girls approached, their faces filled with wonder, as they gazed at the frozen will-o'-the-wisp. Chapter 132. Xing squatted beside the will-o'-the-wisp, and poked it with a finger. She had expected the flame to be hot, but it was surprisingly icy cold, which surprised her. Sanwa, try it. This will-o'-the-wisp is icy. Sanyueki heard this, and placed his finger on the will-o'-the-wisp. Really? Will-o'-the-wisp is icy. How bizarre. At this moment, the will-o'-the-wisp suddenly spoke. You're the will-o'-the-wisp. Your whole family is will-o'-the-wisp. How could I be something as low-level as a will-o'-the-wisp? I'm Suiyang. Hearing the will-o'-the-wisp speak, Xing became even more intrigued. Wow! It can talk. Interesting. Xing looked at Hu Tao. Warnut, why don't we take it home and keep it for fun? Raising a will-o'-the-wisp would be quite interesting. Warnut heard this. That won't work. People are people, ghosts are ghosts. People live in the human world, ghosts go to the underworld. I better help it to be liberated. With that, Hu Tao summoned the big Chuchio and had it swallow the ghost fire in one gulp. Done! Sanyuchi looked at Hu Tao, who was clapping his hands. Is that how you liberate it? Physically? Hu Tao said, as if it was a matter of course. What else? Sanyuchi shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. I see in those movies that they always have to perform rituals and jump around a lot, Hu Tao explained. It's not that difficult. My big Chuchio specializes in eating evil spirits. I can easily deal with it, so why should I go through all that trouble? Sanyuchi thought about it, and felt that Hu Tao's words made sense. However, this was the first time Sanyuchi had heard the big Chuchio's function. Ganaifun, who was standing nearby, suddenly interrupted. Hu Tao, you can actually catch ghosts. Xing heard this and said, what's so strange about that? Hu Tao has been learning this since she was a child. She even has a company that specializes in sending people to the afterlife. Gue Naifan looked at Hu Tao as if she were a rare treasure. Hu Tao, my fame depends on you. Can I live stream you catching ghosts? Please, please. Hu Tao thought for a moment. Okay, then let's go find that thing again. Just as the group was about to find another Sui Yang, a cold voice rang out. Don't even think about going anywhere. Surrender. As soon as the words fell, a group of soldiers from the 10 Kings Division appeared and surrounded the group. Leading them were Shui Jackdaw and Hua Hua. Jackdaw sighed when he saw Xing and the others. You guys are here again? Xing scratched his head awkwardly. Hee hee. I said we were lost, do you believe me? Shui snorted coldly. Do you believe that yourself? You repeatedly broken into Sui Yuan. Do you really want to be thrown in jail? Xing and the others shrank back. Jail? No way. Thankfully, Jackdaw spoke up. This is your last chance. Sui Yuan is a key area of the immortal ship. Outsiders are forbidden. Hua Hua, get them out. Hua Hua said to the others. This way, please. I take you out. Xing and the others hurriedly followed Hua Hua, fearing Jackdaw would change his mind and throw them in jail. That would be disgraceful. They didn't want Jing Yuan to take Yiyun, Zhongli, and Jizi to Luofu prison to get them out early tomorrow morning. Only after they were far away did Xing breathe a sigh of relief. Huh. I was so scared just now. I almost had my name, Galaxy Skyfire Man, tarnished my reputation. Sanyueki chuckled twice. Haha, don't you have enough tarnished reputations? Xing listened. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I need to see my lawyer. At this moment, Hua Hua, who was standing in front of him, suddenly spoke. Please, please be quiet. This is Sui Yuan. No noise allowed. Xing apologized profusely. At this moment, Xing noticed Hua Hua's tail. It actually burned. How cool. Xing patted Hua Hua's shoulder. Hua Hua, right? Hua Hua turned around. Yes, yes. What can I do for you? Xing pointed at Hua Hua's tail and asked. Hua Hua, where did you get that tail? I want one too. Xing had barely uttered these words when Sanyueki's head exploded. What nonsense are you talking about? Hua Hua is a foxman, of course I have a tail. Sanyueki's words were barely finished when a voice of an old man rang out. My tail is one of a kind. You can't buy it even if you want. Sanyueki and Gue Naifan were startled. Who? Who's talking? Hua Hua quickly comforted Sanyueki. Don't worry, it's the tail. Hu Tao saw the secret of Hua Hua's tail. Is that the thing on your tail? I think it looks similar to that will-o'-the-wisp. Hua Hua was surprised. He hadn't expected Hu Tao to be able to see the secret of his own tail. Yes, don't be afraid. Tail Master is sealed in Hua Hua's tail and poses no threat. On March 7th, Gue Naifan and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hu Tao was very curious. Hua Hua, could you please let Uncle Tail come out for a moment? I want to see him. Hua Hua thought for a moment, then reached out and stroked Uncle Tail. Uncle Tail appeared before everyone. March 7, Xing, Gue Naifan, and Su Shang looked at Uncle Tail with curiosity. Uncle Tail was immediately displeased when the women looked at him, as if he were a monkey. Go away, little girl. Where did you come from? What's wrong? Are you so mesmerized by my heroic presence that you can't take your eyes off me? March 7 was speechless. Not really, you're so narcissistic. When Uncle Tail heard that. Hey! Do you have any sense, little girl? I'm so handsome, how can you lie to me? Hu Tao spoke up for March 7. Not handsome, but... I can tell. Uncle Tail rolled his eyes at the two and ignored them. Gue Naifan snapped away at the tail-end uncle with her phone. This was perfect material for her to become a major streamer. Hua Hua checked the time. Everyone, let's get on with our journey. Please follow Hua Hua. Xing and the others followed Hua Hua's lead. But as they walked, Hu Tao's expression suddenly froze. Something's wrong. Hu Tao paused, drew her Homa staff, and peered around. Xing and the others paused, and seeing Hu Tao's alert expression, they drew their weapons. Hu Tao, what's going on? What did you find? San Yuqi asked, puzzled. Hu Tao said, there's a strong evil spirit nearby. Let's be careful. There's something foul nearby. They stood back to back. Su Shang, sword in hand, urged Gui Naifan. Fanfan, stay close to me. But she didn't hear Gui Naifan's response. Su Shang looked around, but Gui Naifan was nowhere to be seen. Oh no! Fanfan's gone. The others were startled, and Huahua hid in fear behind Hu Tao. Whoa! Don't try to catch Huahua. Huahua's meat isn't tasty. The tail-headed man standing nearby saw Huahua's cowardly look and felt sorry for him. Alright, it's no big deal. Just a little Sui Yang. Chapter 133. Hu Tao protected Huahua with one hand while scanning the surroundings with the Homa staff in the other. Quickly, Hu Tao locked onto her target. I found you. Everyone follow me. With that, Hu Tao ignited the Homa staff and rushed into a small courtyard. Seeing this, Xing and the others followed with their weapons in hand. Huahua saw them rush into the courtyard and hurried after them. Wait for Huahua. Huahua, striding with his short legs, followed them into the courtyard. When they reached the courtyard, Hu Tao smashed the Homa staff directly at a large mirror at the doorway. The mirror shattered as everyone expected. Just as the Homa staff was about to shatter the mirror, Hu Tao in the mirror suddenly reached out, grabbed Homa, and with a fierce force, pulled Hu Tao inside. Seeing this, Xing and the others quickly reached out to grab Hu Tao. This caused everyone to be pulled into the mirror. Inside the world, Sui Yang Fu Yin noticed Hu Tao and the others entering the mirror world and attempting to possess Gui Naifan. At this moment, several fire butterflies flew over, and Hu Tao rushed to wield her Homa staff and hurled it at Fu Yin. Fu Yin, terrified, quickly abandoned Gui Naifan and fled. Had just escaped from the cage and hadn't yet absorbed the other Sui Yangs to increase her strength. She was no match for Hu Tao. Hu Tao rescued Gui Naifan and shook her shoulders. Little Gizi, wake up! Gilifan drowsily opened her eyes as Hu Tao rocked her. Where am I? Hu Tao breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Gui Naifan awake. She was thankful she arrived in time. If that creature had possessed her, it would have been difficult to deal with. Hu Tao said, you were just caught by something that looked a lot like Mr. Tail. Luckily I got there in time. How do you feel? Gui Naifan rubbed her brows. I'm a little dizzy, but it's okay. I'd be fine after a while. Hu Tao nodded. After letting Gui Naifan rest for a while, Hu Tao stood up and sensed Fu Yan's whereabouts. She then followed Gui Naifan after him. At this point, Fu Yan had arrived near San Yuqi. San Yuqi was wandering aimlessly in the alley. Where's everyone gone? I've been walking for so long, and I haven't seen anyone yet. Behind him, Fu Yan quietly emerged from a wall. Fu Yan chuckled scornfully at the unsuspecting San Yuqi. You little girl, you're so unprepared. Become my body. Fu Yan suddenly flew towards San Yuqi and entered his body. In less than a second, Fu Yan was flung away by a powerful force. San Yuqi simply felt an itch on his back, scratched it, and continued walking forward. As San Yuqi walked away, Fu Yan flew up from the ground, his face bruised and swollen. The moment it entered San Yuqi's body, it was struck by a powerful energy and flung out. Fu Yan scanned the surroundings and sensed Xing and Sucheng. I don't believe it. Are all of you this powerful? Impossible. There's always a weakling in a group. Fu Yan ran to attack Xing and Sucheng again. It wasn't long. Ah! Damn! It's so hot! I'm dying! Fu Yan fled from Xing and Sucheng, smoldering in flames. Just as it entered Xingdi's body, it was struck by a scorching flame. Fortunately, it had escaped quickly, otherwise it would have been refined in an instant. Fu Yan dove into the pool of water to extinguish the flames. Are all of you so perverted? What kind of luck do I have? What kind of monsters have I dragged into this? Just as Fu Yan was about to give up, he suddenly heard a cry. Woo woo woo. What can't do anything, woo woo woo. Fu Yan listened and thought, oh, there's a little girl nearby? Could this little girl be so evil? Fu Yan headed towards the source of the crying and saw Huahua crying in the corner. Just as he was about to possess Huahua, he suddenly sensed a kindred spirit. Fu Yan paused, taking in the scent, and felt it vaguely familiar. The next second, Tail Master appeared beside him. Hey, isn't that Fu Yan? It's been so long since we last met. How come you're in such a mess? Your body is covered in bruises, as if you've been burned. TSK. Hearing Tail Master's mockery, Fu Yan instantly remembered who the spirit belonged to. Tail. Keep your mouth shut. Tail snorted coldly. Heh, what? I'm just telling the truth. Fuyin was speechless for a moment, until it noticed something was wrong with Tail. Fuyin looked around and saw the seal on Huahua's tail, and her lips curled up. Tail, you better take care of yourself. You haven't even broken free of the seal yet. At least I'm free, ha ha ha. Tail sneered. Ha ha, you won't be soon. Fuyin was puzzled by Tail's words. Soon? What do you mean? Tail pointed behind Fuyin. Just look behind you and you understand. Fuyin suddenly felt something was amiss, a nagging feeling that something bad was about to happen. Fuyin slowly turned her head and saw Hu Tao striking at her with the Homa staff. Hu Tao's blow landed solidly on Fuyin, sending her flying to the ground. Fuyin quickly ducked underground, attempting to escape, but Tail suddenly followed and dragged her back. Tail! You traitor! These were Fuyin's last words. Hu Tao summoned Big Qiuqiu and had him devour Fuyin in one gulp. From then on, there was no more Suiyang named Fuyin in the world. Big Qiuqiu swallowed Fuyin and burped, then retreated into Hu Tao's sleeve to digest the food. Done. Hu Tao clapped her hands and put away the Homa staff. Behind her, Gui Naifan looked at Hu Tao with admiration. Hu Tao! You're amazing. Can you teach me? I want to learn how to catch ghosts. Hu Tao said. That won't do. This involves the secrets of our Wangsheng Hall, and only direct descendants can practice it. Gui Naifan felt a wave of disappointment upon hearing this. Is that so? All right. Suddenly, Hu Tao changed the subject. Actually, you don't have to learn from me if you want to learn ghost hunting. Yi Yun definitely has techniques for that. Just go by one. Gui Naifan remembered Yi Yun after hearing this. She heard Hu Tao mention him before. Okay, I go with you once we get out. By the way, you need stellar jade to buy things from Yi Yun, right? I bought a few online, but I'm not sure if they be enough. Stellar jade is so expensive online right now. Hu Tao nodded upon hearing this. Let's go check on Huahua first. She seems frightened. Gui Naifan heard this, and Hu Tao found Huahua. Hu Tao approached Huahua and asked with concern. Huahua, what's wrong with you? Tell me, I see if I can help you. Chapter 134. Huahua pulled her hand away, sobbing. Huahua couldn't do anything. I got everyone here. Seeing this, Hu Tao hugged Huahua and patted his shoulder. Hey, how could that be? Huahua is amazing. If you hadn't distracted the guy just now, I really wouldn't have been able to catch him. Huahua was the real hero. Come on, high five. Hu Tao grabbed one of Huahua's hands and high-fived it with her own. Huahua felt much better after hearing Hu Tao's words of comfort. Really? Hu Tao nodded. Of course, Huahua is amazing. Okay, don't cry. I show you a magic trick. Huahua looked intently at Hu Tao. Hu Tao stood, clasped her hands together, rubbed them together, and smiled at Huahua. Huahua, come here and open your hands. Huahua cautiously extended her hand toward Hu Tao. Huahua's eyes were filled with curiosity and a hint of fear. The moment Huahua opened Hu Tao's palm, several fiery butterflies flew out of Hu Tao's hand. Butterflies fly. Hu Tao raised her hand and spun it several times. Threads of sparks fell from her hand, burning brilliantly in the air. Huahua's eyes instantly lit up. Wow! So pretty! Huahua clapped his hands rapidly, delighted by the fiery butterflies dancing around him. Seeing Huahua regain her composure, Hu Tao hugged her. Come on, Huahua, let's go find your other sisters. Huahua nodded and followed Hu Tao obediently. Later, guided by Hu Tao's secret techniques from the Hall of Rebirth, they successfully found Xing, Su Shang, and San Yuqi. The group reunited. San Yueki was curious about how Hu Tao had found him so accurately. Hu Tao, you've been circling around in here. How did you find us? Hu Tao condensed a fire butterfly and held it in her palm for everyone to see. Huahua's eyes lit up when she saw the fire butterfly. It's a fire butterfly. Hu Tao smiled, stroked Huahua's hair, and said, Huahua, this isn't a fire butterfly. It's a rebirth butterfly, responsible for guiding the deceased to the underworld. And it can also lead those lost in the underworld back to the living world. Just now, I found you through them. Huahua stared curiously at the rebirth butterfly in Hu Tao's hand, having never expected it to be so powerful. The tail-headed man nearby looked at Hu Tao as if she were a monster. This little girl's methods were even more sophisticated than those of the 10th princes. The only difference was probably strength. The jackdaw and snow clothes of the 10th prince were stronger than Hu Tao. Hu Tao released the rebirth butterfly in her hand and said to it, Rebirth butterfly, take us out of here. The rebirth butterfly gave the command and flew off in one direction. Hu Tao shouted to the crowd. Let's go, we get out if we follow the rebirth butterfly. Following the rebirth butterfly, they soon reached the exit. Passing through, they returned to the small courtyard they had been in. Hu Tao glanced at the mirror behind her and smashed it with her Homa staff. Alright, let's get out. Afterwards, they encountered several more Sui Yan along the way. These Sui Yan were very weak, so Hu Tao asked Huahua to test his courage and try to seal them. Huahua did have some talent, but he was a bit timid. With Hu Tao watching closely, Huahua easily sealed several Sui Yan. This scene happened to be witnessed by Jackdaw and Shui Yi. They had long noticed the commotion. Jackdaw looked thoughtfully at Huahua, who, beside Hu Tao, had the courage to recapture Sui Yang. Perhaps, Huahua could learn from this person for a while. Hu Tao's exorcism technique was quite unique, something Jackdaw had never seen before. He acted immediately. Jackdaw and Shui Yi arrived at the exit ahead of them to stop them. Seeing Shui Yi and Jackdaw waiting for him and his companions at the exit, Xing thought to himself, "Oh no! Damn it!" Xing was about to turn and run when Jackdaw spoke. "We're not here to catch you." Hearing this, Xing lowered his foot back to the ground. Jackdaw looked at Hu Tao. "Hello, I need to talk to you about something. Let's talk for a moment." Hu Tao was puzzled. Why did he want to see her? Could it be because he had just had Big Chiochio swallow that Sui Yang? Hu Tao followed Jackdaw to a distance. Jackdaw said, "Hello, my name is Jackdaw, and I'm affiliated with the Immortal Boat 10 Kings Division." Hu Tao introduced herself. "Hello, Jackdaw, my name is Hu Tao. What do you want to talk to me about?" Jackdaw didn't keep her in suspense and spoke directly. "I want Huahua to study with you for a while." Hu Tao shook her head and refused. "No, my skills of catching ghosts and exorcising evil spirits are inherited from my ancestors," Jackdaw explained. No, I'm not learning your techniques. We at the 10 Kings Division have specialized techniques. I want you to teach Huahua for a while. Huahua is young and immature. When we took her to exorcise evil spirits before, she always stayed away and wouldn't dare come near. Just now, I discovered that she can exorcise evil spirits with peace of mind next to you, just like how she just sealed those Sui Yangs." Hu Tao heard this and thought that was a good idea. Hu Tao glanced at Huahua, who was chatting with Shui Yi in the distance. Huahua really caught her eye, so it wouldn't be a problem for her to take her along. "Okay, that's fine. Then I take Huahua away now?" Jack Crow said, somewhat embarrassed. "That might not be possible. I'd like you to stay in Sui Garden for a while and take care of Huahua." Hu Tao understood Jack Crow's thoughts. She wasn't familiar with him, having only met him a few times, and she didn't trust Huahua with her. That's why she asked him to take care of Huahua in Sui Garden. Jack Crow saw Hu Tao's embarrassment. "Don't worry, I give you a generous reward." Hu Tao shook her head. "It's not about the compensation, it's just that I don't have that much time." After a moment's thought, Hu Tao suddenly thought of Jing Yuan. "Oh, how about this? You should let Huahua come with me. I know your general and your fortune teller. I have them send you a message." After saying that, Hu Tao took out her cell phone and called Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan had just returned from Yi Yun's shop. Tonight, he and Walter Zhongli were enjoying an opera and tea together. Jing Yuan answered the call. "Hello, Master Hu, what do you want to talk to me about?" Hu Tao said. "This is what I mean." Hu Tao recounted the entire story to Jing Yuan. After Jing Yuan finished listening, the image of Huahua surfaced in his mind. He knew Huahua, a young fox girl who worked at the 10 Kings Division. She had talent, but she was a bit timid. Thinking of Hu Tao's background, Jing Yuan agreed. It would be nice to have Hu Tao take Huahua under her wing. Hu Tao had a good personality. Even with such a serious job, she managed to maintain a cheerful disposition, which was quite rare. Jing Yuan had never seen any of the judges at the 10 Kings Division, such as Luo Fu, smile. "Okay, give the number to someone at the 10 Kings Division, and I help you get through." Chapter 135. Hu Tao handed the phone to Jackdaw. Jackdaw didn't speak immediately after taking it, but turned on the video call. Soon, Jing Yuan's image appeared on the phone. Seeing it was Jing Yuan himself, Jackdaw confirmed Hu Tao's identity. "General, do you know this girl?" Jing Yuan said with a smile. "Yes, don't worry, let Huahua go with her. I often meet with Master Hu." Jackdaw heard this. "I understand. I let Huahua go with her then," Jing Yuan said. "Okay, don't worry." Jing Yuan then hung up the video. Jackdaw looked at Hu Tao. "I leave Huahua in your care for a while, Master Hu." Hu Tao smiled and put away the phone. "It's all right. I take Huahua with me first then?" Jackdaw nodded in agreement. Afterward, the two returned to Xing and the others, and Jackdaw called Huahua over. Huahua stood up straight. Jackdaw said, Huahua, I discussed this with Master Hu. For the next period of time, you be practicing ghost hunting and exorcism with Master Hu. Huahua was overjoyed. Really? Jackdaw nodded slightly. Indeed, remember to listen to Master Hu and learn from him. Hu Tao walked over to Huahua and patted him on the shoulder. Go ahead, pack some clothes and follow me. I have bedding and everything. Huahua happily ran off to pack his luggage. Xing and the others chatted with Jackdaw and Shui for a while. From Shui and Jackdaw, Xing learned about Jing Yuan's plan to have Yunqi search the treasure chest. Xing felt extremely regretful. It was a pity that he came to Sui Yuan too late. Soon, Huahua ran out, carrying a small suitcase with a fox paw print on it. Sister Hu Tao, Master Jackdaw, Huahua is packed. Xing took the suitcase from Huahua. Let's go, it's time to go back. Then, Hu Tao, Xing, and the others took Huahua and said goodbye to Jackdaw and Shui, leaving Sui Yuan and boarding the Xingcha, the train back to the city. Huahua was in high spirits the entire way. She had finally left Sui Yuan. Uncle Tail watched the delighted Huahua from the side, his lips curling up unconsciously. It's been ages since I seen this little girl this happy. The last time was on her birthday, I think. Boarding the Xingcha, Hu Tao and the others returned to the train. Xing and San Yueki tiptoed to Jizi's door and went inside to rest. The rest of the group went back to their homes. At the entrance to Wangsheng Hall. Unlike the previous deserted scene, the entrance to Wangsheng Hall was now crowded with small vendors. These people were targeting those who stayed up all night online, selling snacks outside the internet cafe entrance. Late at night, some people who were online would come out to buy something. Remarkably, these vendors were doing quite well. Seeing this, Hu Tao asked Huahua, Huahua, are you hungry? Huahua was about to say she wasn't hungry when her stomach growled. Hu Tao, seeing this, pulled Huahua over to her own fried and grilled fish stall. The owner recognized Hu Tao immediately upon seeing her approach. Hey, isn't that Master Hu? Still up so late? Hu Tao was pleasantly surprised to see the owner. Old Lu, why did you switch to selling fish? I remember you used to work at the docks, didn't you? Old Lu said with a chuckle. Well, you made some money, so you're thinking of doing some business? Old Lu noticed Huahua behind Hu Tao and was intrigued. An orc? Master Hu, who's this? Hu Tao asked. This is one of my sisters. Huahua, this is Old Lu. You can call me Uncle Lu. Huahua called out sweetly. Uncle Lu. The boss was delighted to hear Huahua calling him uncle. Hey, Master Hu, are you here looking for food? Come eat here. I grilled 2 fish for you. Last year, I was running errands at the Wangshuan. If you hadn't saved me, I'd be long gone. Hu Tao heard this. Okay, we eat here. Give me 2 grilled goby fish. Mine's spicy, Huahua's not. The boss sat them down. Okay, wait a moment. I grill it for you right away. Old Lu had to admit, he had some business sense. He'd chosen a great spot. From here, he could see the harbor and the sea. Huahua sat on a small stool, feeling quite dreamy, as he looked out at the brightly lit streets. She hadn't expected Sister Hu Tao to be from another world, and she had followed her there. At that moment, a voice familiar to Hu Tao rang out. Hu Tao! You're here too? Hu Tao looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Ing and Paimon approaching with Sora. Over an hour ago, Sora had woken up. Ing took Sora to see Asmodeus, who asked Sora if he remembered when he first met the sinner. Sora told Asmodeus about his meeting with Alberic, the founder of the Abyss cult in Shumi. Asmodeus understood what she had said, and presumably, Sora was targeted by the sinner around that time. After questioning him, Asmodeus released Sora, but still didn't let him run away. She was afraid Sora would be targeted and possessed by the Black Fog again. She didn't want the enemy she had finally eliminated to reappear. Ing, Paimon, and Sora had just left Asmodeus's place when Paimon complained of being hungry. So, the 3 of them came here to get some food. It was too late to bother making it. And so, the scene just now unfolded. Ing, Paimon, and Sora came over to Hu Tao. Paimon waved. Hu Tao, are you eating here too? Hu Tao nodded and said, I just got back from Yi Yun's place, and I brought Huahua here for dinner. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Huahua, an intern judge at the Luofu 10 Kings Division. Lately, she's been accompanying me to catch ghosts and exorcise evil spirits. Huahua then greeted them. Hello. My name is Huahua. Ing and Paimon waved to Huahua. Just then Old Lu approached, carrying 2 generous portions of grilled chigo fish. Here, Master Hu, grilled chigo fish for you and your sister. Hu Tao quickly took it. Thank you for your hard work. How much, old Lu? Old Lu waved. Hey, why are you still talking about money? You saved my life, and my stall is doing so well thanks to your internet cafe. Come over anytime you want, it's free. Hu Tao, seeing that old Lu couldn't resist, agreed. Pai Ming and Kong ordered 3 more grilled goby fish and sat down to chat with Hu Tao. Kong sat on a small stool, looking gloomy. Hu Tao, seeing this, turned to Ing and asked, what's wrong with your brother now? Ing said. He was bewitched before, but now he's recovered and feeling depressed. Don't worry about him, just calm down. Come on, let's eat fish first. I'm starving, and I haven't had dinner yet. Hu Tao, hearing this, paid no more attention to Kong. She placed a large piece of fish in Huahua's bowl, and then began to eat the grilled fish. I have to say that Lao Lu's cooking skills are really good. The grilled fish is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it is very delicious. Chapter 136. After dinner, Hu Tao took Huahua back to the Hall of Rebirth and arranged for her to stay in the room previously assigned to Asmodeus. Since the new internet cafe opened, Asmodeus had moved directly into the sports room on the 3rd floor. Hu Tao took Huahua back inside. You can stay here from now on. I be next door. It's getting late, so get some rest. Tomorrow, I take you around Liua and introduce you to some people. Huahua obediently agreed. Hu Tao said good night and left Huahua's room. Huahua looked around the large room, which was filled with modern amenities. When Asmodeus had lived here before, Hu Tao had said she wanted to hide it and fix it up. Just as she finished, Asmodeus had moved out. Huahua opened the suitcase and took out the clothes, hanging them in the closet. Uncle Tail flew around the room. Oh my goodness, I finally made it to another world. That's incredible. I never even thought about it before. Huahua hung up her clothes and went to the bathroom to wash up. Every time she washed up, Huahua would let Uncle Tail out. Uncle Tail flew out the window and surveyed the quaint courtyard. Why does this other world feel so much like Luofu? The architectural style is similar. Uncle Tail sighed, not giving it any more thought. He flew to the sofa inside and slept. The next day arrived. Hu Tao and Huahua had a quick breakfast at home. The eating habits of Liua were similar to those of Luofu, and Huahua was accustomed to them. After dinner, Hu Tao and Huahua headed towards Chihuyan. Along the way, Huahua was curious about everything around him, glancing here and there. As they walked, they arrived at Wanmin Hall. At the entrance, Master Mao was cleaning. Seeing Hu Tao, he greeted her. Hey, Hu Tao, are you looking for Xiang Ling? Hu Tao nodded. Yes. Is Xiang Ling home? Master Mao pointed to the kitchen. She's working on a new dish in the kitchen. Go in and find her. Hu Tao nodded and introduced Huahua behind him. Huahua, this is Uncle Mao, the owner of this restaurant. If you want to eat something delicious, come here. Huahua nodded dazedly, and Hu Tao said to Master Mao. Uncle Mao, this is my sister, Huahua. Please remember her face. When she comes to eat next time, the bill will be charged to Wangsheng Hall. Master Mao happily agreed. Okay, Hu Tao, I didn't realize you had a fox girl sister. Hu Tao waved her hand. Someone asked me to take care of her. Thank you for your help. Please take care of my sister when the time comes. Master Mao took a towel and wiped the water off his hands. It's no big deal. Master Mao looked at Huahua. Little girl Huahua, come eat here when you're hungry. You're welcome. Your sister Hu Tao used to eat here often when she was little. I remember one time when your sister Hu Tao was changing teeth, I made a pot of stewed lamb shanks. Your sister Hu Tao chewed so hard that she lost a tooth and her speech is lisp. Ha ha ha. Hu Tao puffed up her lips. Uncle Mao, you're bringing up my dirty laundry again. Master Mao laughed heartily. All right. I clean up first. Customers will be arriving soon. You can go in and find Xiang Ling. Hu Tao nodded and led Huahua toward the kitchen. Huahua waved as they passed Master Mao. She felt the uncle was very friendly, easygoing, and easy to get along with. Master Mao instructed Huahua to wave back, and he smiled broadly in return. Entering the kitchen, as soon as they entered, they saw Xiang Ling tinkering with a new dish by the stove. Xiang Ling, what new dish are you making? Hu Tao asked, approaching Xiang Ling. Xiang Ling said, I'm making a braised dish called Bai Wei chicken. I have you try it when it's ready. Hu Tao's mouth twitched at the mention of trying the dish. I don't have time. I'm going out with Xing. Xiang Ling rolled her eyes at Hu Tao speechlessly. I didn't say when. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Huh? Hu Tao quickly admitted her mistake and reached out to massage Xiangling's shoulders. Oh, don't be angry. Xiangling, when the time comes, just call me and I definitely come. Oh yes, let me introduce you to someone. Hu Tao pulled Huahua closer. Xiangling, this is Huahua. You be living and working with me in my Waisheng Hall from now on. Xiangling looked at Huahua and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Huahua, my name is Xiangling. My hobby is cooking. Come find me when you want something delicious. Huahua smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. At this point, Xiangling asked, Huahua, are you from Luofu? Hu Tao was a little confused. Xiangling, how did you know? Xiangling said, as if it was a matter of course. Do we have fox people in Liyue? I only seen them in Luofu. Hu Tao thought about it, and it seemed so. Okay, alright, you go ahead and do your work. I take Huahua for a walk. Xiangling nodded. Okay, remember to take Huahua to Yi Yun's restaurant tonight. We're having a seafood feast. Hu Tao was slightly surprised. What day is it today? Why is the food so good? Xiangling couldn't help but smile at the thought of the seafood's origin. It's not a good day. Kli and the others brought it back from frying fish in the scaled abyss. Hu Tao, upon hearing this, remembered that Kli and the others had indeed gone to fry fish in the scaled abyss yesterday. See you later then. Afterward, Hu Tao and Huahua left Wanmin Hall and strolled around Liyue Harbor. Along the way, Hu Tao introduced Huahua to the surrounding shops and buildings, guiding her through the streets and alleys of Liyue Harbor. As they walked, they encountered Ningguang, who was inspecting the harbor. Hu Tao jumped up and down, waving and calling out to Ningguang from a distance. Ningguang! Ningguang! Ningguang faintly heard someone calling her, and turned to look. She saw Hu Tao, hopping and waving at her, holding onto a railing on a slope not far away. Ningguang instructed Baiwen. Go check first. I have something to do. Baiwen nodded. Ningguang walked towards Hu Tao. As she approached, Ningguang smiled at her. Hu Tao, aren't you going to Yi Yun's place to play today? Hu Tao pointed to Huahua, who was standing nearby. I take Huahua around Liyue and familiarize her with the procedures at the Wansheng Hall. Ningguang looked at Huahua, curious to see his ears and fox tail. Is this a descendant of the immortals? Ningguang had never been to Luofu, so she had never seen the fox people there. To Ningguang, Huahua looked like a descendant of the immortals. Because most of Liyue's immortals are beast-like, or half-human, half-beast. Ganyu and Yanfei are examples. Ningguang smiled at Huahua. Hello, Huahua. I'm Ningguang, from Liyue Tianquan Star. I wonder which immortal you belong to. Chapter 137. Huahua scratched the back of his head in confusion upon hearing Ningguang's question. Immortal? Ningguang noticed Huahua's bewildered expression and sensed something was amiss. Could it be that Huahua wasn't an immortal? But if not, why would he look like this? Thankfully, Hu Tao quickly explained. Ningguang, Huahua is from Luofu. You haven't been to Luofu. There are fox people there. Ningguang was amazed. She hadn't expected Huahua to be from Luofu. So that's how it is. Huahua, welcome to Liyue. Huahua smiled happily. Thank you. Ningguang asked again. Huahua, why are you in Liyue? Huahua said. Well, I'm here to catch ghosts and exorcise evil spirits with Sister Hu Tao. Hu Tao nodded. Yes, that's right. Ningguang smiled. Huahua, if you have anything to do in Liyue, come see me. Okay, I have something else to do. See you later. Ningguang said goodbye to Huahua and Hu Tao and continued to inspect the port. Hu Tao took Huahua back the same way, testing her memory along the way to see how many routes she had memorized in Liyue. Huahua answered all the questions one by one, and Huahua was puzzled. Why did Sister Hu Tao ask her to memorize this? This has nothing to do with catching ghosts and exorcising evil spirits, right? Confused, Huahua asked Hu Tao. Sister Hu Tao, what does catching ghosts and exorcising evil spirits have to do with being familiar with the streets and alleys? Hu Tao smiled mysteriously upon hearing this. Of course it does. It's a very big deal. Hu Tao looked at the sky. The sun hadn't set yet, so there should still be time. Yi Yun hadn't started dinner yet. Hu Tao pulled out a stack of flyers and gave half to Huahua. This is our Washing Hall flyer. I told you to familiarize yourself with the streets and alleys for this very reason. Huahua's head was dazed as she took the flyer. Sister Hu Tao, why are we handing out flyers? Hu Tao clapped the flyer in her hand. Of course, to attract customers, Huahua. We catch ghosts and exorcise evil spirits. First, we rely on the technique, and second, we need magical instruments, right? Think about it. Do you have to pay for magical instruments? Do you have to pay for your daily food, drink, and toilet needs? Yes, all of these things cost money. Huahua understood after hearing this. So that's how it was. Indeed, the little flags she used for exorcism, Master Jackdaw said, were very expensive. Huahua, I understand. Huahua, I work hard distributing flyers. Hu Tao looked very teachable. Great, great. While we still have time, let's go distribute flyers. Let's go! Huahua, holding a flyer, cheered Hu Tao on. Oh! Go for it. Then, Hu Tao led Huahua on a door-to-door flyer distribution tour. Huahua was quite curious about this and, at first, a little scared, afraid to go up and distribute. After a few houses, he got used to it, and distributed flyers faster than Hu Tao. The people of Liyuan nearby were already accustomed to this. They often had flyers delivered directly to their homes by Hu Tao before. The flyers were pretty good. It was a good thing Hu Tao didn't go door to door. Luofu, inside the Shinsa mansion. Jing Yuan was entertaining several distinguished guests. Long time no see, General Jing Yuan. Hua Yin walked in with Yunli. Jing Yuan bowed. Long time no see, Elder Yin. How have you been lately? Hua Yin laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, what can I do, old man? I get old, and my health gets worse every year. Jing Yuan said with a smile. Old Yin, you're wrong. You're still strong and healthy. You're a vital pillar of our immortal boat. Hua Yin said. All right, let's stop bragging about business here. By the way, where's General Fei Xiao? Hasn't she arrived yet? As soon as Hua Yin finished speaking, Fei Xiao walked into the lobby with Jiao Qiu and Moze. Oh, I just arrived and I hear someone talking about me. Hua Yin smiled. You're really surprised. They're here as soon as I say them. General Fei Xiao, long time no see. Fei Xiao clasped his fists towards Hua Yin and Jing Yuan. Fei Xiao greets Old Yin and General Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan and Hua Yin returned the greeting, and Fei Xiao continued. When are we going to see Miss Bai Lu? Jing Yuan said with a smile. Let's go now, everyone's here. Jing Yuan then led a few people aboard the Star Raft and headed for the train. At that moment, inside Huixing Harbor, Jing Lu stood quietly on a high vantage point, watching the two young men competing below. That's right. One was Yan Qing, who had eagerly come to Jing Lu to learn swordsmanship, and the other was Hua Yan's granddaughter Yunli. On their way, the two encountered a group of demonic in-body soldiers. During a clash, Yan Qing's flying sword was knocked flying and picked up by Yunli. The two happened to meet again here, and after a quarrel, Yunli refused to return the sword, so the two began to fight. Seeing that the two were about to decide the outcome with swords, Jing Lu decided to attack. Jing Lu summoned the Epiphyllum sword, instantly appearing in front of the two and striking them with a blow. Yanqing and Yunli had to change their tactics to resist. Jing Lu sheathed his Epiphyllum sword. A sparring match is a sparring match. Don't go overboard. A sword is always aimed at the enemy, not at one's own side. Jing Lu looked at Yanqing and continued. If you want to learn swordsmanship, come here. Yanqing heard this and followed Jing Lu. Yunli, curious about Jing Lu, followed him. Although Jing Lu had only struck a single blow, Yunli knew from that single blow how powerful he was. Strong. Extremely strong. A true kendo master, Jing Lu led Yanqing to the reservoir. Yanqing frowned slightly when he saw Yunli following him. What are you doing here? Yunli snorted. I can go wherever I want. What's your business? Yanqing said sternly. I'm learning swordsmanship. Do you think you're trying to steal my knowledge? Yunli was about to retort, but thought better of it. If Yanqing really wanted to learn swordsmanship from this master, it would be inconvenient for him to stay here. At this moment, Jing Lu spoke. No problem. My sword, if you want to learn, I teach you. Yunli was delighted at the words. Really? Can I learn swordsmanship from you? Jing Lu nodded slightly. Yes. At Jing Lu's affirmative answer, Yunli's brows lit up. Humph, did you hear that? Others don't mind, so why should you, the only one learning? Yanqing snorted coldly and fell silent. Seeing the two quiet down, Jing Lu began to teach them swordsmanship. This swordsmanship is even more advanced than the swordsmanship of our immortal boat. Jing Lu began to teach the two men swordsmanship. This scene happened to be witnessed by Jing Yuan, Hua Yin, and Fei Xiao, who were passing by on the Star Raft. Hua Yan's pupils suddenly dilated when he saw Jing Lu. General Jing Yuan, am I right, that woman? Is she not that? Jing Yuan smiled faintly. Don't worry, Elder Yin. Although she's fallen into the demonic realm, she's retained her sanity. Furthermore, she's already taken the Qingling pill. She was the test subject for it. Huaiyan was relieved to hear this. Great. That's great. Chapter 138. Fei Xiu was momentarily confused by what Huaiyan and Jingyuan were saying. General Jingyuan, Elder Yin, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Huaiyan smiled and said, We're talking about Jing Lu. The woman just now was none other than Jing Lu, Luofu's former sword master. Fei Xiu's face lit with surprise. Jing Lu? Didn't I remember she fell into the demonic yin? At this moment, the narrow-eyed Jiaqiu beside him slowly explained. General Jingyuan just explained the reason. Although Miss Jinglu fell into the demonic yin, she didn't lose her mind. Furthermore, she had already taken the Qingling pill, which is used to suppress the demonic yin. Fei Xiu slapped his head upon hearing this. Oh right. Fei Xiu suddenly felt a surge of fighting spirit, eager to challenge this legendary female swordsman. The star raft landed. Jing Yuan led a few people into the train. In the observation car, Pam was cleaning. As Pam swept past a spot, Aha would playfully poke his head out of a small portal and spit out the sunflower seed shells in his mouth. When Pam turned back, Aha had already slipped back into the portal. Pam felt something was amiss. Why would the cleaning never end? Just then, Jing Yuan boarded the train with Fei Xiao and a few others. Jing Yuan greeted Pam. Pam, the train captain. Pam turned to see Jing Yuan boarding the train with a large group of people. General Jing Yuan, who are these people? Jing Yuan asked. These are General Huaiyan of the Zhuming Immortal Boat, General Fei Xiao of the Yaoqing Immortal Boat, and their staff. Pam glanced at them calmly. Oh, hello, everyone. Welcome to the Starry Sky train. Jing Yuan asked. Captain Pam, do you know where Bai Lu and the others are? Pam pointed to the door of the party car. Bai Lu is in the lab upstairs. The others have been up there all day, supposedly refining some medicine or something. Jing Yuan said goodbye to Pam and led the others to the lab on the second floor of the party car. In the lab, the four little ones gathered around an alchemy table. Diana was in charge of carrying the herbs and placing them on the alchemy table. Klee was controlling the fire with the fire god's eye. Bai Lu was in charge of the alchemy furnace. Hook was in charge of storing the refined pills in the refrigerator nearby for freshness. Elsewhere, Clara and Nashida, who had just arrived, were assembling a Gundam. Nashida was brought here by Zhongli today. Upon her arrival, Nashida had become interested in the library and had met Clara there. Clara led them to the lab, where the two discussed assembling a Gundam together. Jing Yuan and his group arrived in a grand procession, immediately catching the attention of the little ones. Bai Lu stepped onto the stepping stone and turned to look at Jing Yuan. General, what brings you here? I just finished refining some medicine. Take it with you. I'm running out of room. Jing Yuan smiled and nodded. Okay, I take it with me later. At this moment, Fei Xiao approached Bai Lu. Lady Dragon Girl, do you remember me? Bai Lu looked Fei Xiao over carefully and spread her hands. No. Who are you? Fei Xiao was instantly amused. He hadn't expected Bai Lu to have forgotten him. Seeing Fei Xiao's expression, Bai Lu explained. I have so many patients. How could I possibly remember them all? Fei Xiao said, a few years ago, I consulted you. Bai Lu heard this. Is that so? At this moment, Jing Yuan, standing by, introduced them. Bai Lu, let me introduce you. These are General Fei Xiao, General Huaiyan, Jiaqiu, and Mose. Bai Lu was stunned by Jing Yuan's introduction. General Fei Xiao? General Huaiyan? Oh my! Why are generals from other immortal ships here? Fei Xiao smiled. We are here to garrison Luofu. Please give us your guidance, Lady Dragon Girl. Bai Lu nodded. Is that so? Okay. If you feel unwell, you can come see me. I'm usually on the train. Fei Xiao suddenly said, come to think of it. I do feel unwell. Lady Dragon Girl, can this Qingling pill cure moon madness? Bai Lu pondered for a moment. It's hard to say, but you can try. Bai Lu held up a freshly refined pill and handed it to Fei Xiao. Fei Xiao took it, examining it, feeling the lingering warmth from the freshly forged elixir. Finally, he swallowed it. The moment the Qingling pill entered his stomach, Fei Xiao felt it taking effect. His moon madness symptoms were easing. Fei Xiao's brows lit up with joy. It's working. Bai Lu, upon hearing this, was also happy for Fei Xiao. Great. This Qingling pill is truly a treasure. Fei Xiao agreed with Bai Lu. This Qingling pill was truly a treasure. However, Bai Lu, who could refine such a pill, was even more of a treasure. Fei Xiao decided that whenever he had time, he would stay by Bai Lu's side to protect her. This was also the mission he had brought the Yaoqing immortal boat with him. Kelly looked at Facia's fox ears curiously, the way they moved. Kelly wanted to touch them. Facia noticed Kelly and looked down at her standing at his feet. Kelly stood at his feet, hands behind her back, her head tilted, staring at him curiously. Facia was instantly captivated. Where did this little cutie come from? How could she be so adorable? Little girl, what's your name? Kelly said with a smile. My name is Kelly. Big sister, are you General Faciao? Facia couldn't help but smile at Kelly's childlike words. My name is Faciao, and General is my job title. Kelly heard this. Oh. Kelly understands. Just like Captain Sheen. Facia didn't know who Captain Sheen was, but he nodded. That's right, Kelly. Why are you staring at me? Kelly said. Big sister's ears are so cute, Kelly wants to touch them. Facia's ears twitched unconsciously at the words, and Kelly's eyes lit up instantly. Facia thought for a moment and picked Kelly up. Go ahead. Kelly, with Facia's permission, gently touched Facia's ears with her little hands. Wow. So soft. Kelly feels so comfortable. Facia laughed heartily at the words. At this moment, Hook, Diana, and Bailu also clamored to touch them. Facia simply squatted down and played with the little ones. Observing this, Jing Yuan went to the refrigerator and placed the Qinling pill that Bailu had refined into his space ring. Huayan, standing nearby, was intrigued by Jing Yuan's space ring. General Jing Yuan, this ring of yours? Jing Yuan smiled. This is something Yuan sells in his shop called a space ring. It's not expensive. I buy one for you, Elder Yen later. Huayan couldn't help but feel excited when he heard this. This ring is quite interesting. I study it carefully someday. Maybe I can even forge it myself. Chapter 139. A dozen minutes later, inside Yuan's shop. Everyone was gathered there for dinner. Hua was surprised to see Jing Yuan. She hadn't expected General Jing Yuan to be here, and that she was dining with him. This was something she hadn't even imagined before. The difference between a general and a trainee judge was enormous. A lot of people were coming to dinner tonight. Yesterday, Klee and the other 4 kids fried so much fish that Yuan and Xiangling worked for over an hour, preparing a large table of seafood. Pining was frantically frying a king crab larger than herself. She couldn't believe that crabs could grow so large. It was simply appalling. Fei Xiao, Huayan, and the others blended in after a while. As Yuan had said, everyone in his shop was friends. Fei Xiao and Wendy were drinking arm in arm. Refreshing. Come on. Wendy, blow another one. Wendy pried open the lid of the wine. Come on. Blow. The 2 men, 1 foot on a stool, threw their heads back and gushed wildly, downing a bottle in 1 gulp. Fei Xiao drained his beer and slammed it down on the table. The immense force set dishes and other objects carelessly caressing the table. Great. Jiuqiu, watching from the side, hurriedly advised. General, you should drink less. Fei Xiao looked displeased. Drink less? No. I used to have moon mania, but it's almost gone now. And you won't let me have a good drink? Fei Xiao waved his hand. Go away, go and have your meal. Jiuqiu was speechless. Ah. Well, that's all. Indeed, the general's moon mania has been suppressed, so a little drinking is fine. Jiuqiu simply stopped trying to dissuade them, and turned to continue chatting with Jing Yuan, Walter, and the others. Next to them, Yun Li's eyes lit up at the table overflowing with delicious food. Oh my god, are all the food at Wuming so good? Yun Li picked up an arm-length mantis shrimp and peeled it, revealing a large piece of meat in her hand. Yun Li's eyes lit up, her mouth watering as she stared at the mantis shrimp in her hand. Dipping it in the sauce, Yun Li opened her abyssal mouth and ate it like a slender stick. So delicious. Yun Li suddenly had an idea, to join the train crew and become a Wuming. That way, she could eat such delicious food every day. Yan Qin, standing by, rolled his eyes at Yun Li's hungry appearance and sipped the fish soup from his bowl. Yi Yun sat at the table, communicating with the system. System, should the mission be completed? Notice. Mission, entertain 50 different guests has been completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Instance portal. New mission, complete an instance of the instance, not limited to the host. Reward, 1 invitation to a guest from another world. As the system finished speaking, a bubble-wrapped stone door appeared in Yi Yun's hand. This scene was witnessed by Kafka, who was sitting next to Yi Yun. Kafka reached out and poked the bubble in Yi Yun's hand, and her finger passed right through it. Yi Yun, what's that in your hand? Yi Yun smiled. This is a good thing. You find out in a moment. Let's eat first. Kafka's appetite was whetted by this. Can't you tell me now? You have to keep me in suspense. Yi Yun shook his head. I didn't mean to keep you in suspense. I was thinking of telling everyone later. This thing is related to your welfare. Kafka heard this and didn't ask any more questions, continuing to eat. The meal ended quickly. Everyone sat down contentedly in comfortable places. Yi Yun looked at the crowd. Some people hadn't arrived yet. Yi Yun called out to Xing, who was lying on the sofa digesting her food. Xing! Come here. I have a task for you. Xing didn't want to move at all. She had just eaten 3 king crabs by herself, and her belly was bloated. No, I'm busy. I'm digesting my food. Please don't disturb me. Yi Yun rolled his eyes at Xing, and took out a 100 yuan star coin, and slapped it on the bar. 100 star coins. Go to Bellowberg and call Bronya, Seal, and the others. Xing, upon hearing the star coins, struggled to get up from the sofa. Why didn't you tell me you had the money? How could I not go if I had the money? Xing took the 100 star coins Yi Yun had left on the bar, and, without looking back, slipped through the portal to Bellowberg. Paimon's eyes lit up when he saw that helping Yi Yun would earn star coins, and he flew to Yi Yun's side. Yi Yun, is there anything I can help you with? Yi Yun said. If there's something, go call Jean and the others, and Ningguang and the others. Paimon agreed. Okay. However, Paimon didn't leave. Instead, he stared at Yi Yun eagerly. Seeing this, Yi Yun understood Paimon's intention. He was only coming because he could earn star coins by helping him. Yi Yun thought for a moment, and decided to tease Paimon. Aren't you leaving yet? Paimon held out his hand. Where are the star coins? Yi Yun smirked. Stars, those belong to me because I need a favor. You're different. You came here to help. You're so kind, how can you accept my star coins? Paimon was surprised. You have a point. Seeing Paimon's dejected look, Yi Yun smiled. All right, that's enough teasing. Here, take it. Go and come back soon. Yi Yun took out 100 star coins and handed them to Paimon. Paimon quickly took them, happily spinning in circles. Great. Paimon made some money. Yi Yun smiled. Go get someone. Paimon acted attentive, like a lackey. Okay, boss Yi Yun, please wait a moment. I'll be right there. Paimon sprinted through the portal to call someone over. Soon, everyone who had shopped at Yi Yun's shop arrived. There were 50 people in total, filling the entire place to the brim. Everyone gathered in a semicircle around Yi Yun in the sofa coffee break area. The atmosphere was lively and lively. Klee, Hook, Bailu, and Diana sat in the front row, playing with Lego blocks. Behind them sat Xing, Sanyueki, Seal, Hutao, Eula, Amber, and Xiangling, discussing tomorrow's martial arts ceremony. Deluk, Jingyuan, Walter, Zhongli, Huayan, Jiaoqiu, and the other older folks gathered to discuss the latest interstellar news. Esther, Jean, Bronya, Ningguang, Kiching, and Yelan, the ruling officials, were discussing government affairs. Surprisingly, those 2 stoic men, Mo Zhe and Dan Heng, actually struck up a conversation, and it was quite a good conversation. Fei Xiao was still drinking with his new friend, Wendy. GZ was asking Black Tower some questions with Clara and Nashida. Black Tower, in exchange for 500 star coins, patiently answered their questions. This time, it was once again Black Tower's puppet. Chapter 140. Yi Yun looked around, glanced at everyone present, and clapped his hands. Everyone, look over here. I have an announcement. Everyone turned their gazes to Yi Yun. Haida urged. Stop it now. I need to get back to my experiments. Yi Yun took out the stone door and threw it against the wall. The bubble encasing the door burst the moment it hit the ground, revealing a stone door 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide. The door looked desolate, like the entrance to a cave. Many vines grew on it. A wooden plaque with a few words on it. Today's dungeon. CFGO, Elemental Force version. Countdown to start. 10 minutes. Introduction. This dungeon is a 25 versus 25 team match on the transport ship map. The first team to reach 1,000 kills wins. Winning reward, 1,000 star coins per person. The player with the most kills will be named MVP, and the MVP will receive an additional 1,000 star coins. Everyone looked at it and exclaimed, wow! This is interesting. There are even star coin rewards for winning. Silver Wolf, after reading the wooden sign, put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Ha ha! Finally, I reached my strongest area. I'm sure to win. The Silver Wolf team is recruiting online. KD 2+ players, hurry up. The Star Girls quickly raised their hands. Me. Silver Wolf, take me. Yi Yun suddenly said. Don't even think about it. Go into the random matchmaking and sign up quickly. The competition starts in a few minutes. Everyone hurriedly signed up after hearing this. Yian felt helpless. As the system host, he couldn't participate. What a shame. However, Yian could spectate. After Xing successfully registered, he stood at the doorway, pointing to the ceiling. Today, I must be MVP. Silver Wolf sneered. Xing, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but with your marksmanship, I advise you to take that back. March 7 nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. MVP should be mine. After all, I'm an archer. Seal, standing nearby, was displeased. You're an archer, yes, but you use a bow and arrow. Bronya has the best chance of being MVP. She uses a gun? Bronya is the best in this game. Bronya felt a little shy hearing Seal's praise. March 7's fighting spirit was also aroused. Okay, then let's have a competition. The final result will speak for itself. Bronya was about to say forget it when Seal said, Come on! Let's compete. Bronya, show them your marksmanship today. Shonli called over Ningguang and the others to cheer them up. We must give our all this time. No matter who wins, Liyue will win star coins. Ningguang and the others agreed. Jingyuan also called Yanqing, Fushuan, and Qingke. Keep going. Strive to win the prize. Our Luofu star coins are almost empty. Yanqing clasped his fists. Yanqing will definitely win. Fei Chui and Topa also participated in this competition. Fei Chui looked at Topa, who looked nervous and smiled. Little Yelena, don't be nervous. Relax. Losing is losing. Looking at the situation, there will be competitions every day from now on. Topa nodded, but he couldn't relax. The people around him were cheering him on. Especially Xing, Sanyueki, Ying, Shir, and Yin Lang all seemed to be on a high, still spouting pre-match threats. Soon, a voice echoed from within the stone gate. The game is about to begin. All contestants, please prepare. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Transmission begins. I wish you all good luck in the martial arts. Inside the train, everyone was enveloped in rays of light, frozen in place. Seeing this, he had instructed the system to open the spectator system. At the competition venue, everyone was assigned to their respective battlefields by the system. Xing looked around and saw Sanyueki and Hu Tao. Xing waved and was about to approach them when he realized his feet wouldn't move. Why can't I move? Sanyueki and Hu Tao tried too, but they couldn't move their feet either. Why can't this hall master move? What's going on? Soon, a voice broke the three people's confusion. Next, let me explain the rules. This game is CFGO Elemental Force version. Victory condition: reach 1,000 kills per team. Game description: this game is divided into two teams, the blue defenders and the red lurkers, each with 25 players. This map is transport ship plus 2,000 meters long and 500 meters wide, with numerous shipping containers. Note, each player can only choose one type of elemental bullet and one weapon, and once selected, this cannot be changed until the end of the game. The imprisonment will end in 3 seconds, and the game begins. After 3 seconds, Xing discovered that he could move. The three of them gathered in a small room, next door to the rest of their faction. Xing chose the Nejef heavy machine gun and wind elemental ammunition. Sanyueki chose the Magran sniper rifle and ice elemental ammunition. Hutu chose dual-wielding UZIs and fire elemental ammunition. Sanyueki looked at Xing. Xing, why did you choose a machine gun? Didn't that voice just say it? The terrain here is complex, and your machine guns won't be effective. Xing rubbed his nose and hefted the Nejef onto his shoulder. What's the big deal? Firepower is everything. I just fire my way through. Let's go! Go, go! Sanyueki and Hu Tao saw this and rushed out. Not long after Xing rushed out, he saw Xiangling, with a red icon painted on her body, skulking in a corner in the distance. Hey, hey! Xiangling. Die! Duh. Xing pulled the trigger, and bullets rained down on Xiangling. Xiangling was hit and jumped in shock. Oh my god! Thankfully, Xing's marksmanship wasn't very good, and Xiangling escaped with her health low. Hu Tao, seeing this, chased after her, Uzi in one hand. The constant roar of gunfire around her sent her adrenaline surging. Hey, Xiangling. Don't run. You can't escape. Hu Tao chased Xiangling around the corner. As soon as she entered, Hu Tao's body suddenly flew backwards. Hu Tao lay on the ground. Ah! The master is dead. A notification chimed across the battlefield. Lurker Bronya kills defender. Hu Tao Xiangling saw Bronya climbing onto a container nearby to reload her sniper rifle and gave her a grateful look. Bronya. Thank you. You scared me to death. Bronya was about to reply to Xiangling when a bullet struck her head, and her body vanished in a cloud of light. Defender March 7 kills Lurker Bronya. Xiangling had no time to grieve as Xing, chasing her from behind, greeted her. Hey hey! Xiangling, where are you running? Xing rushed in, Nejif in hand, his trigger never loosening, bullets unceasingly firing. But just as Xing turned the corner, ready to kill Xiangling, the Nejif in his hand suddenly stopped shaking. Xing and Xiangling exchanged glances, the situation suddenly awkward. Xing glanced at the Nejif and realized it was out of bullets. Oh no! Out of bullets. Oops. Xiangling smiled grimly, cocked her AK, and aimed at Xing. Hey hey hey. Xiangling pulled the trigger, and bullets unleashed. Lurker Xiangling kills defender Xing. Such scenes were seen throughout the transport ship, as everyone went on a killing spree. Chapter 141. The battlefield erupted in the roar of gunfire, and various elemental bullets flew. Fu Xian, wielding his M4 rifle, fired a grass elemental bullet, striking Kia. Kia was about to retaliate when Fu Xian's teammate, Jing Yuan, immediately unleashed a lightning elemental bullet. A flash of lightning flashed around Kia, and a line of small characters appeared above his head. Super intensification Kia, who had 2/3 of his health, was instantly shattered to 0. This kill was Jing Yuan's. Lurker Jing Yuan kills defender Kia. Looking at the extra kill count on his dashboard, Jing Yuan was delighted. Mr. Fu, let's keep up the good work. Fu Xian glanced at his own kill count, which remained at 0. General, you're the one who gets killed every time. Are you ashamed? Jing Yuan smiled faintly. That's not true. Fu Qing's marksmanship is better than mine. Fu Qing's first strike is what throws the enemy off balance, giving me a chance to aim. We have a better chance of winning MVP and earning an extra 1,000 star coins if we combine our kills. Fu Xian finally stopped talking after hearing this. Okay, you have a point. For Luofu, a small sacrifice is nothing. Jing Yuan, seeing his PUA success, said. Then let's continue the hunt. Jing Yuan had barely finished speaking when a fire grenade suddenly landed at their feet. Looking down, they saw the bomb's fuse had just burned out, and they were instantly terrified. Bang! Defender Kli kills Lurker Jing Yuan. Defender Kli kills Lurker Fu Xian behind a nearby container. Kli sat down, rubbing her forehead with her small hand. Ouch! That hurts. Kli had just run too fast and crashed into a container. Kli rubbed her forehead and looked around for her bomb. Huh? Where's Kli's bomb? Diana, who was on Kli's side, said. I think you threw it when you fell, and it seems to have hit someone. Kli was practically crying. Ah? Kli hit someone. It's over. Kli is finished with her bomb, and now Jean is hurting people. Diana soothed. It's okay, Kli. This is a playground. They won't get hurt. Kli remembered they were inside a game. Right. Kli checked her dashboard. Oh! Kli got 2 more kills. I wonder who Kli hit. Diana looked around, holding her AK. I don't know. Let's get out of here first. If they come, we be finished. Kli pulled out another bomb. Okay. This CFGO is a redesign. Each player can only choose 1 weapon, including grenades. You can carry 10 grenades per life, and other than the knife, which is a melee weapon, no other weapons can be used. The 2 little ones scurried around the corner, looking for other enemies. Elsewhere, Jerpert and Dialect stood back to back, each holding a shotgun and moving cautiously. Suddenly, a lightning bullet hurtled toward them. Jerpert was hit, and quickly warned Dialect that he was under attack. Look out! Enemies! The 2 quickly hid behind a wooden box. Diluc poked his head out slightly to observe, and from a distant ledge, he saw Lisa, her sniper rifle aimed in his direction. Diluc's brow furrowed slightly. How could Lisa be shooting at her own people? Before he could continue his rant, Lisa fired a second bullet. Thankfully, Diluc managed to pull back in time. Diluc pulled the trigger. Japard, you hold the line, I follow up. Japard nodded without a word. After a 3-second countdown, Jeopard darted out of the crate and headed for the back of a nearby container. Lisa decisively turned her gun, aimed, and fired, but unfortunately she missed. Seeing Lisa fire, Diluc immediately stood up and fired a burst of bullets at Lisa's position, suppressing her. Japard turned around and continued to fire with his M4. Lisa was hiding behind the crate, and some of the bullets penetrated and struck her, taking away a significant amount of her health. However, Lisa wasn't in a hurry, because Jin was about to arrive. Dilek and Japard were so focused on attacking Lisa that they didn't notice Jin poking out from the corner with an M4. Duh. A few gunshots rang out, and both Japard and Dilek were dead. Jin killed them both and stepped out of the corner. Sorry, Senior Dilek. The two sides were engaged in a fierce battle, mostly concentrated in the middle of the transport ship. Gunfire flew, and the kill counts on both sides were rapidly increasing. While 1,000 total kills might seem high, with 25 members on each side, each could kill 40, and that was it. In such a large battlefield, 40 kills was easy to achieve, with people everywhere. Just as the combined kill count for both teams reached 500, a voice echoed across the battlefield. Attention! The game has entered the second stage. Every minute, a drop box will descend from the center of the battlefield. Inside, it contains powerful weapons, body armor, a bulletproof helmet, and more. Attention! The first wave of drop boxes has been released. Everyone looked up at the sky. They saw a red box slowly descending under a parachute. Without hesitation, everyone rushed to the location where the drop box had landed. Whoever could capture the drop box would have a huge advantage. Eula was rushing towards the drop box's landing point. Suddenly, a fire elemental bullet struck her head, and in an instant, Eula dissipated into particles of light. At the resurrection point, Eula stamped her feet in anger. Damn it! Who is that? Eula glanced at the distance between herself and the drop box. Needless to say, she had virtually no chance. At that moment, the kill notification sounded. Defender Amber kills lurker Eula. Eula nearly fainted the moment she saw her killer. Amber! I remember this. Kafka was running quickly down the alley, dual-wielding her Uzi, when suddenly, Hu Tao leaned out from the front. Hey! Kafka, prepare to die. Kafka, quick-witted, fired her dual-wielding Uzi at Hu Tao. Before Hu Tao could fire, she was killed by a barrage of lightning bullets. Seeing Hu Tao dead, Xing rushed out to fire a second shot. Hu Tao! Just as Xing leaned out, the muzzle of a gun was pressed against Xing's forehead. Looking closely, Xing saw Kafka looking at him with a smile. Xing, you're being a little naughty. Xing swallowed hard. Kafka. Can you let me go? Kafka smiled faintly. Oh! You won't avenge your teammates? Xing shook her head. No, KD is most important. Kafka pulled the trigger. Ask me if I can spare you? No. Lurker Kafka kills Defender Xing March 7, having just dispatched the newly revived Dilek, turned his gun to avenge Xing and Hu Tao. At that moment, a wind elemental bullet landed squarely on March 7's head. Chapter 142. Lurker Ganyu kills Defender March 7. Kafka turned and looked at Ganyu, who was reloading a short distance behind her, and smiled in thanks. Thank you. Ganyu nodded slightly. Let's keep going and try to get the airdrop. Then the two continued on their way. Zhongli and Walter met. Zhongli sighed slightly. Mr. Walter, I never thought we'd be enemies again. Walter adjusted his glasses. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Zhongli said. Let's shoot together, and see what luck brings us. Walter nodded. Then the two simultaneously aimed at each other, counted down to 3, and fired simultaneously. Walter sighed slightly, as he watched Zhongli disappear. Suddenly, a grenade landed at Walter's feet. Bang! Defender Klee kills Lurker Walter on the other side. Seal and Bronya met. Seal never expected that Bronya was actually an enemy from a different faction than her. This damned matchmaking system. Can't they just open up to team-ups? At this moment, Aha, who was watching the match with Yiyun, chuckled at Seal's words. Hee. Aha actually spent 100,000 star coins to bribe Yiyun to interfere with the matchmaking. Hee. Yiyun smiled. Aha had just approached him and asked him to have some fun, so Yiyun asked the system. The system indicated that for 100,000 star coins, Yiyun would be granted access to the matchmaking system. Decisively, Yiyun asked Aha to pay the 100,000 star coins. Situations like Seal and Bronya's were everywhere on the battlefield. Seal fought Bronya. Zhongli fought Walter. Silver Wolf fought Kafka. Ningguang fought Keqing. It was all one team against another. I don't know if the contestants were happy, but Aha and Yiyun, who were watching, were having a blast. It was all fun. The airdrop landed, and it was Silver Wolf and Kafka who finally fought their way through the encirclement and arrived. Kafka saw it was Silver Wolf, and was about to chat. Baby. Silver Wolf suddenly opened fire, aiming his M4 at Kafka and firing wildly. Hey, Kafka. Die! I've been wanting to take care of you for a long time. Today, my dream finally comes true. Duh. Kafka reacted quickly, ducking behind the airdrop box to avoid Silver Wolf's shots. After firing a round, Silver Wolf realized he hadn't killed Kafka and quickly ducked behind a container to reload. Kafka seized the opportunity, rushed to Silver Wolf's side, and with a side kick, knocked the M4 out of his hands. Silver Wolf was instantly choked, sweat streaming down his forehead. Kafka. Kafka smiled at Silver Wolf. You're as naughty as Xing. Baby. Goodbye. Kafka fired a burst of bullets. Silver Wolf, dead, Kafka dispatched Silver Wolf and reached the airdrop box. Just as he was about to open it, a grenade landed at Kafka's feet. The smile on Kafka's face froze instantly. Klee. After a loud bang, Klee and Diana popped their heads out from around the corner. Great. Klee got the airdrop. Klee and Diana arrived at the airdrop, Diana saying, Klee, open it and see what it is. Klee nodded and opened the airdrop. A grenade launcher appeared before her eyes. Klee picked it up and instantly understood how to use it. Wow! It's a chain bomb. Klee fired 3 grenades from her grenade launcher towards the Lurker base. Defender Klee kills Lurker Seal. Defender Klee kills Lurker Walter. Defender Klee kills Lurker Kitching. Defender Klee. A series of kill notifications echoed throughout the battlefield, and Klee instantly racked up over 10 kills. The people who had just been killed by Klee were stunned. They had just resurrected and were back at their respawn point without firing a single shot. As the game entered the second stage, the battlefield escalated again, with the addition of various elemental weapons, bringing the battlefield to a frenzy. Asmodeus pulled out his fire-powered dragon's breath shotgun and fired a single shot at the wooden box in front of him, instantly reducing it to dust. Come on! Keep hiding, Neshida. You can't escape. Neshida calmly pulled out a grass grenade and threw it at Ying's feet. Several thick vines bound Ying. With a smile on her face, Neshida held the grass eagle and walked over to Asmodeus. Excuse me. Your Majesty, Asmodeus. Neshida aimed the weapon at Ying's forehead and pulled the trigger. Defender Neshida kills Lurker. Asmodeus Zhongli watched Yanqing pursue him from behind and turned to run into a small alley. The moment he entered, he tossed a rock grenade at the entrance. Instantly, a wall of rock appeared, blocking the entrance. Seeing this, Yanqing fired continuously from his M16, finally destroying it after emptying a full clip. Yanqing quickly reloaded, and at that moment, a barrage of rock bullets erupted from the alley, killing him instantly. Yanqing returned to the respawn point and, looking at the 119 score, instantly lost interest in playing. These people are going too far. Either they're working in a small group or they're just playing the boss. If you're brave enough, come out and fight. Damn it! As time passed, the game quickly ended, and everyone was transported to a playground. In the center, there was a podium. Yi Yun and Aha stood beside the podium, microphones in hand. Aha held the microphone. Ha ha! Everyone! Game over. Did you have fun? By the way, let me tell you something. Aha did tamper with the matchmaking system. Ha ha ha. Are you satisfied? I think everyone is, right? Everyone glared angrily at Aha upon hearing this. Seal, in particular, drew her scythe and threatened to chop Aha down. Thankfully, Aang and Bronya stopped them. Aha laughed heartily at the angry looks from the crowd. This was exactly the effect he'd been looking for. Yi Yun rolled his eyes at Aha and quickly got back to the point. Everyone, I announced the results of the game. Everyone looked at Yi Yun expectantly. On the battlefield, contestants couldn't see their kill totals. Only Yi Yun knew the results. Yi Yun coughed a few times to clear his throat and said, "Let's congratulate the defenders on their victory." The defenders' camp erupted in joy. Xing jumped for joy. Beautiful. I win. 1,000 star coins in hand, so sweet. Sanyueki was also beaming. This whole dungeon is a real treat. It's fun, and you earn star coins. Hu Tao agreed. That's right. I don't know what game tomorrow will be. I hear they say a new game changes every day. Yi Yun addressed the defenders. Everyone, line up and come receive your prizes. Hearing this, Xing rushed to Yi Yun's side and held out her hands to receive the prize. Yi Yun placed 10 $100 star coins into Xing's hands. Xing was overjoyed to receive the star coins. On the other hand, the losers were dejected. Chapter 143. Silver Wolf, holding 1,000 star coins, deliberately walked past Kafka, deliberately slowing down his pace as he reached her. Oh, these fresh star coins smell so good, the scent of money, fresh. Kafka's forehead trembled, her fists stiffening. Seeing a beating coming, Silver Wolf quickly ran away. Hu Tao, seeing this, imitated Silver Wolf's swagger and walked over to Xian Ling. Hey, I don't want these 1,000 star coins either. What can I do? My teammates are so awesome, right, Xian Ling? Xian Ling, without a word, pulled out the chunye from her box. Hu Tao. You're done. Hu Tao quickly ran away. Hey, you can't catch me, Xian Ling lolly. As she ran, Hu Tao turned and made a face at Xian Ling. Paimon, who had won by chance, held 1,000 star coins with a perverted look on his face, mumbling about various snacks. Chips. Hee hee. Dried fish. Hee hee. Cookies. Hee hee. Spicy prince. Hee hee. Slurp. Yunli stood next to Paimon, holding 1,000 star coins, looking just like him. Hee hee. Skewers. 1 skewers, 2 skewers, 3 skewers. These two foodies were completely hopeless. Jingyuan, Fushuan, and Qingke were comforting Yanqing. It was awful for Yanqing. This kid was just unlucky. He only met good players in one match. Just then, Feixiu, Huayan, Jiaqiu, and Mo's arrived. Huayan and Feixiu weren't upset about losing. Feixiu stretched his arms. Fun! This game is so fun! Huayan also laughed heartily. Indeed, I seem to have rediscovered some of the heroic spirit I once felt in the battlefield. Jing Yuan smiled. From now on, we can all join in whenever we have time. Although the games rotate daily, but judging from today's game, the others will surely be very interesting as well. Fei Xiao said. It's settled then. I come and take a look every day, and anyone interested can join in. Jing Yuan smiled. No need to bother, Qing Ke. Qing Ke, who was counting money, heard Jing Yuan calling him and quickly put away his star coins and ran to his side. General, what do you want? Jing Yuan said. Create a group chat and add the rest of us. I already discussed this with Ms. Jeezy and Mr. Walter. Once their new carriage is installed, a room will be allocated to you. From now on, in addition to sending product information every day, you also be sharing the day's game content. Qingke was overjoyed to hear she could stay on the train permanently. Isn't this just a business trip? The train crew travels across the galaxy, so wouldn't she be away from Lord Taibu? And she's still employed. Her dream had come true. Her own room on the train, close to home, a stable job within the system, good pay, away from the immortal ship, no boss watching over her, less work, this job, high pay, little work, close to home. Shoo! This life is complete. Okay. General, I set up the group right away, right now. Qingke had already made up her mind. She asked Jeezy how long it would take for the new carriage to be installed. She couldn't wait to move in. Qingke created the group and pulled everyone into it. After Yi Yan finished awarding the winners' prizes, he began presenting the MVPs. Everyone. Next, we present the MVP awards. Guess who will be the MVP? Xing raised his hand without hesitation. That's right. It's me. Silver Wolf stood up, hands on his hips. Xing, take a seat. It's definitely me. Yi Yan looked at the two of them. Both of you, take a seat. The MVP of this game is Klee. Please invite our adorable Klee to the stage to receive her award. Klee jumped for joy when she heard her name. Wow! It's Klee. It's Klee. Klee is the MVP. Diana, Hook, and Bai Lu were also happy for Klee. Bai Lu urged. Klee, go get your money first. After you get it, we go buy some spicy noodles, hee hee. Klee, upon hearing this, trotted over to Yi Yun. Klee stood up straight in front of Yi Yun. Brother Yi Yun. Klee's here to lead again. Yi Yun smiled fondly and rubbed Klee's little head. Klee's awesome. Here, this is Klee's MVP reward. Yi Yun handed Klee 1,000 star coins. Klee took it, hoisting it high and jumping up and down. Everyone present was moved by Klee's smile. San Yueqi then remembered that Klee had indeed killed many people. You know what? I remember Klee did kill many people. After the rewards were distributed, everyone was teleported back to Yi Yun's shop. After returning, everyone was still immersed in the game, gathering in groups of 3 or 4 to chat about some of the fun things they had encountered in the game. The 4 little ones, clutching their star coins, ran to the small bar to buy some snacks. Seeing this, Yi Yun said, no more than allowed? Only 1 pack per person, you hear? The 4 little ones hummed an O in agreement. Seeing this, Yi Yun took Xiangling into the kitchen to prepare food for everyone. Tonight, everyone would eat here. Yi Yun glanced at the dining table. There might not be enough seats for so many people. After thinking it over, Yiyun decided to make it a party setting, placing all the food on the table and letting people pick up whatever they wanted. After picking up their food, they would find a seat and eat. He went to the kitchen. Yiyun had bought a large amount of food in one go. With over 50 people dining today, the amount of food needed would be enormous. Yiyun was troubled by the mountain of food before him. Just cleaning up the food would be a hassle. Just then, Jizi, Kafka, Natasha, Jean, Lisa, Bronya, Ningguang, Kiching, and Ganyu came over. "Let's help clean up the food," Jizi said with a faint smile. Seeing this, he had agreed without hesitation. Afterwards, Jizi and the others each found a small stool and sat in the open space next to the kitchen to clean up the food. They chatted as they cleaned the food, while Guoba helped them fetch water. They were all having a great time. Yiyun and Xiangling exchanged a glance, donned their aprons, lit a fire, and started cooking. Elsewhere, Xing, Silver Wolf, Ing, Asmodeus, Amber, Eula, March 7, Sierra, Huahua, and Hutao sat on the carpet in the sofa coffee break area, each holding a controller and playing a friendly minigame called Cute Cat Park. Each person played a kitten, connected by a string, and they needed everyone's combined efforts to complete the game. Asmodeus. "Don't move. Move forward." "Huh? Forward? Is that so?" "No. You're moving backward." "Damn it." Paimon and Yunli, two foodies, bought a ton of snacks and sat on a sofa, frantically showing off their treats. They occasionally discussed the flavors and choose the best. Feishu and Wendy continued drinking, bottle after bottle. Chapter 144. Zhongli, Walter, Jingyuan, and Huayan and Jiaqiu came to the reception room for tea and chat. This slow-paced lifestyle suited these older folks better. Next to them, Topa and Jade were also chatting near Topa's small office. They were both having a great time today. If Jade hadn't had to work with Shajin later on regarding the Pinot Cone incident, Jade would have been planning to stay on the train permanently, just like Topa. Topa was delighted to hear Jade's entire plan. "That's great, Jade. Jizi has already designed the new carriages. They have 8 rooms. While a little smaller than March's room, it's perfect for one person. Besides, Jizi and I have reached a partnership. I'd be fully responsible for the materials needed for the new carriage renovations, and in return, I can get a room. If you like to come, I talk to you about it. I think I can get you a room." Jade smiled at this. "There's no rush. Let's talk about it later, little Elena. By the way, where have you been staying all this time? There's no extra room on this train," Topa said. "I'm staying with Clara. Isn't there a portal on the train? I go back with Clara every day." Emerald heard this. "Is that so? Then I stay with you for the next few days. I still have time. There's no rush to go to Pinocchio. It's not time for me to enter yet." Topa nodded. "Okay. I tell Clara," Emerald said with a smile. "Let's go together." "Do you know where Clara is?" Topa said. "Of course. Clara went to the lab right after we were teleported back." Emerald was puzzled. "Laboratory? Where?" Topa explained. "Yiyun set up a lab for Clara in the car. You have no idea what equipment is inside, but every bit of it is state-of-the-art. Come on, I show you." Then the two of them headed towards the lab. In the lab, Clara was asking Black Tower a question. After Black Tower returned, thinking he hadn't finished answering Clara's questions, he took Clara to the lab. After all, he had collected 500 star coins from Yiyun for the tutorial, so he had to teach her everything he needed to. Black Tower taught Clara while she assembled the Gundam. If there were any mistakes, Black Tower would point them out and provide the correct method and principles. Under Black Tower's guidance, Clara finally completed the assembly of the Gundam's main body. Black Tower was very pleased with Clara. She was indeed talented, far superior to those in the space station. "Not bad. Your talent is far superior to those idiots on my space station." Clara nodded happily at this. Little did she know that Topple and Jade, who had already arrived, were genuinely shocked. They had arrived long before, but seeing Clara assembling a mecha, they chose not to interrupt, choosing instead to watch quietly from the side. Who knew they would hear something truly shocking? Ms. Black Tower, the renowned genius of the Genius Club and the envoy of intellect, actually praised Clara? After casually praising Clara, Black Tower turned and looked at Jade and Topple with a cold expression. "Alright, you two can tell me what you're here for." Upon hearing this, Topa informed Clara that he was taking Feitsue back to live with him. Clara, of course, agreed immediately. She was delighted that Feitsue was going to stay with her. "Sister Feitsue, let's go back together after dinner with everyone." Fei smiled and agreed. Haida saw this. Clara, I'm going back first, Haida said, and walked towards the door. Just as he reached the door, Haida suddenly remembered something. By the way, tell Yi Yun that if you need tutoring later, remember to contact me. The price remains the same. Clara agreed. Haida, satisfied, left the lab and strolled downstairs. It was a little after 8 p.m. Jizi, Kafka, and the others placed pot after pot of delicious food on the table. Considering the large crowd, Yi Yun simply used a large iron basin to serve the food. After all, they were all eating together, so no one cared. Although everyone was hungry, no one picked up any food. They all waited for the two chefs. Yunli, drooling furiously, held a plate in her hand, trying desperately to suppress her appetite. At that moment, Paimon flew over with a large iron basin and placed it next to Yunli. Yunli, you still have to eat with this. Yunli was stunned when she saw it, and gave Paimon a thumbs up. Got it. Where did you get this? I get one too. Paimon pointed into the kitchen. Over there, I tell you, go find Xiangling. Xiangling will give it to you, but Yi Yun won't. Yunli understood, and ran to the kitchen to get Xiangling a large basin. Yi Yun and Xiangling finished preparing the last dish, and brought it to the table. Yi Yun nodded at Xiangling. Xiangling waved her spatula, and called out loudly. Eat! Everyone clapped and cheered. Yunli and Paimon were especially loud, shouting the loudest. Everyone took their plates, and went to get their food. This lively atmosphere was truly enjoyable. Jing Yuan was serving his food with his plate, wondering what to get first. Just then, a voice came from behind him. Try these shrimp dumplings. They're Xiangling's specialty. I had them once before, and they're delicious. Jing Yuan turned around, and saw Dongheng standing behind him, holding a plate. The corners of Jing Yuan's mouth curled up slightly. Okay, I try this. Dongheng then recommended a few more dishes to Jing Yuan, and Jing Yuan accepted them all, ordering a portion of anything Dongheng suggested. After Dan Heng and Jing Yuan finished their meal, Ren came over with his plate. He recalled the dishes Dan Heng had recommended, plating them one by one. However, Ren still had forgotten two dishes. At this moment, Yin Lang came over with a plate. Ren, there's also fish with green peppers and beef brisket with radish. Ren only remembered Dan Heng's recommendations after Yin Lang reminded him. Ren picked up the two dishes and placed them on his plate, then found a corner to sit down and eat. Yin Lang sighed, grabbed 2 bottles of Coke, and sat down next to Ren. Here, I brought them for you. Ren took the Coke, stared at them for a moment, a smile spreading across his face as he opened the bottle and took a sip. Kafka then sat down. Bao, are you getting the Coke for Ren and not for me? Yin Lang made a face. Loyalu. I'm not giving it to you. You stole my airdrop today. Kafka smiled. I didn't get it in the end either. I got tricked by that little Klee. Silver Wolf thought of Klee. Klee's luck is incredible. She got so many kills just from bombs. Blade nodded. I heard Klee's constellation is a lucky 4-leaf clover. Silver Wolf heard this. Huh? Is that so? Afterwards, the 3-star core hunters sat together, eating and chatting. Chapter 145. Zhongli ordered a meal, and sat in a booth by the window, enjoying the night view while savoring his delicious meal. At this moment, Hu Tao and Hua Hua walked in, each carrying their own food. They sat directly across from Zhongli. Guest, let me introduce you. This is Hua Hua, our newest member of the Rebirth Hall. Zhongli nodded slightly. I heard about this from General Jing Yuan. Welcome, Hua Hua. Hua Hua smiled and greeted Zhongli. Hello, Mr. Zhongli. Hu Tao lowered her head and took a bite of her food, saying, Hua Hua, if you have any questions about ghost hunting and exorcism, you can ask Guest. He's very knowledgeable about it. Hua Hua looked at Zhongli with admiration. Zhongli said, Master, what you said makes sense. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me. Hua Hua happily nodded in agreement. The past 2 days had made Hua Hua very happy. Everyone on the train was so welcoming and easy to get along with. Just then, a firework rose outside the window. Hu Tao saw the fireworks and remembered that Liyue's Lantern Festival was approaching. Guest, our Liyue Lantern Festival is coming. Zhongli nodded slightly. Yes, I'm planning to invite everyone to our Liyue Lantern Festival soon. Hu Tao heard this. That's what I was thinking too. I'm planning to take Xing and the others to Duwazu for a tour. Last time, there was a ruin I couldn't figure out how to get in. I couldn't find the mechanism. Let's see if they have a solution. Zhongli heard this. Well, let's eat first. Afterward, we go tell everyone. Yi Yun walked out of the room. He just heard the system notification sound, announcing his mission completion. So he found an excuse to return to his room and claim the mission reward. Notice: congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Clear 1 dungeon. Reward: 1 invitation to a guest from another world. Notice: new mission issued. Complete 10 dungeons. Reward: 1 chance to unlock a special large-scale dungeon. Yi-Yun glanced at the invitation to a guest from another world in his hand. The last time he obtained this item, it opened a link to Teyvat. This time, he wondered which world it would connect to. However, Yi-Yun didn't use it immediately. He planned to use it in 2 days. There was no rush. Yi-Yun returned to the scene. Kafka and Jeezy were each eating with their 2 little ones. Klee and Shiro were gathered around Jeezy. Diana and Hook were gathered around Kafka. Yi-Yun smiled. Thank you for your hard work. Jeezy shook her head. It's okay. I'm used to it. I'm always the one taking them to dinner. Kafka agreed. Diana and Hook are so well behaved and adorable. Yi-Yun smiled, then sat down to help with the little ones. Xing, March 7, Amber, Eula, and Ing were here. They had set up a table in the sofa break area, placed a large plate of each dish on it, and sat in a circle to eat. They were all discussing where to go tomorrow. March 7 was a little worried. We have to attend the martial arts ceremony tomorrow. Doesn't that mean we can't participate in the dungeon? Xing was also troubled by this. How about we not go to the martial arts ceremony? Amber shook her head. No, we already signed up. It would be a shame not to go, right? Ing thought for a moment and said, how about this? Let's see what dungeon tomorrow is. If it's not fun, we go to the martial arts ceremony. If it's fun, we just go to the dungeon. Eula thought for a moment and said, no, let's still go to the martial arts ceremony. We already signed up. It wouldn't be nice not to go. Besides, don't you guys still want to show off at the martial arts ceremony? Xing Ying and March 7th all heard it. That's right. I'm going to show off at the martial arts ceremony myself. Asmodeus, who was eating, heard this. Show off? Take me with you. Ing thought of Asmodeus's strength. You're not strong enough to participate, are you? You're a bit of a supermodel. Asmodeus heard this. What's so great about me being a supermodel? If Xing can participate, why can't I? Ing heard this and thought Asmodeus had a point. Alright, go talk to General Jingyuan later, and see if he let you in. Asmodeus gave an okay sign to show he understood. Since arriving on Sky Island, Asmodeus had only just realized how colorful and rich life could be. When he was on Sky Island, every day was boring, either wandering the garden or checking out the false sky. Paimon and Yuli felt like they had met too late. They sat at the bar in the small bar, each burying their head in their food bowls, and feasting profusely. Paimon finished his bowl, wiped his mouth, and glanced at Yunli, who was still eating. Yunli, do you want some more? Yunli looked up at the words. More. Let's go! With just 2 simple words, Yunli stood up and went with Paimon to add more food. Yunli's first dish consisted of stir-fried vegetables and rice. For her second dish, Yunli planned to have some skewers. Xianling had grilled a lot of skewers and placed them on the warming stove. Yunli went over and took most of them. Skewers. The best skewers. Paimon saw this and took all the remaining skewers from the warming stove. Noel, standing nearby, dutifully stood up and placed Xiangling's grilled skewers on the warming stove to top it up. Feixiu and Wendy each grabbed a plate of meat to go with their drinks. Wendy finished a bottle of beer in 1 gulp inside. Ah, delicious. Feixiu had just finished a bottle of beer as well. This beer is really good. Where did you buy it? Wendy asked. Yi-Yun bought this. 10 bottles for 1 star coin. Feixiu heard this. Is it that cheap? Wendy nodded. Yeah, otherwise why would I stay here drinking every day? Come on, don't just drink, eat some food. Feixiu thought for a moment. You treated me to so much wine today, I treat you tomorrow. Wendy was surprised. Okay, it's a deal. Come on, 1 down. The 2 clinked bottles, finishing another beer in 1 gulp. The atmosphere was harmonious and joyful as they ate and chatted. Here, there were delicious food, fine wine, friends, and music. Everyone ate and drank together, boasted, and played together. This kind of life was very satisfying. After more than 2 hours, everyone finished their meal. Hu Tao found a loudspeaker from somewhere. Hey, can you hear me? Everyone, my guest has something to announce. Come over here. Everyone gathered around. Xing asked curiously. What's up, Hu Tao? Hu Tao handed the trumpet to Zhongli. Zhongli took it and spoke slowly. As some of you here already know, the day after tomorrow is Liyue's Lantern Festival. I sincerely invite you all to come and enjoy it. Chapter 146. Zhongli continued. The Lantern Festival is the most important festival of the year in Liyue. It's going to be very lively. If you have time, you can go and have some fun. As soon as Zhongli finished speaking, Hu Tao waved his hand. Let me tell you, the Lantern Festival is super fun. There are lots of games. Hearing about games, Xing, Sanyueki, Amber, Sierra, and other little girls immediately piqued their interest and expressed their desire to go. Hu Tao then introduced the activities. There are also night lantern displays, fireworks displays, poetry readings, boat rides, and more. Hearing these activities, Jing Yuan, Walter, Jiao Qiu, and Hua Yan's eyes lit up. Walter looked at Jing Yuan and the others. Everyone, how about we go and participate in these activities together? Hua Yan stroked his beard. That's a great idea. It suits me well, Jing Yuan said with a smile. We can take a boat ride. We prepare a pot of tea and a chessboard, so we can enjoy the scenery and practice our skills. Jiao Qiu fanned himself. Mr. Zhongli's invitation is so kind, how can I refuse? Walter and the others were already discussing which activity to participate in first. Ning Wang, seeing that most people were going sightseeing, felt that as the Liyue celestial power, she naturally had to do something. Everyone listen to me. All your expenses in Liyue Harbor will be charged to me, Ning Wang. Xing was shocked. Ning Wang was so arrogant. Xing stood up and applauded wildly. Great. Sanyueki, Ying, and Amber also stood up and applauded at the sight. Fei Xiao then approached Jing Yuan and Hua Yan. General Jing Yuan, Elder Yan, look, there's another dungeon in Yiyun's shop, and Liyue is celebrating the Lantern Festival. How about we postpone the martial arts ceremony? Jing Yuan was a bit embarrassed when he heard this. Many contestants have already arrived in Luofu, ready to compete tomorrow. It wouldn't be appropriate to change the time. Fei Xiao didn't care. What's the big deal? At worst, we can just reimburse their daily expenses in Luofu, right? Hua Yan echoed. We could even give them some kind of compensation, like free access to some martial arts gyms. Jing Yuan pondered this, his head lowered. This idea was indeed feasible. So, Jing Yuan called Fu Xian over and asked him to issue an official document. Fu Xian quickly sent the document out, and most of the contestants accepted the postponement. Luca, who had come with Swarovski, was delighted to hear the news. That's great. I was just worried about finding a place to practice, Swarovski said. According to calculations, postponing the time will give Luca free access to the martial arts gym, which will help increase his chances of winning. Swarovski and Luca could only stay in the cheapest hotel when they came to the competition. It couldn't be helped, Bellowberg was poor. Bellowberg's credit reserves were very low, and the first batch of ice deer hadn't even grown yet. Currently, Bellowberg could only earn credits by selling rare minerals to the company. Even then, Tapa and Emerald came to the rescue and did Bronya a favor. Bellowberg's minerals aren't rare in the entire universe, and many mineral companies wouldn't bother to buy them. That was great. Free food and lodging, plus a training ground, solved Luca's urgent need. The gaze returned to Yiyun's shop. Almost everyone agreed and planned to go tomorrow. The pre-holiday period was also very lively. After making their decision, everyone played for a while in Yiyun's shop before going home to rest. The next day arrived. In Jizi's room. Jizi slept in bed, while Xing and Sanyueki slept on the floor. The alarm clock rang, and Xing jumped up with a somersault. Full health. Xing turned off the alarm and looked outside. The sun was rising, and fiery clouds drifted slowly in the breeze. Xing stretched heavily, looked at Sanyueki, who was still snoring beside him, and grabbed his shoulder and shook him gently. Sanwe, it's time to get up. Sanyueki drowsily opened his eyes, and pushed Xing's hand away. Let me sleep a little longer, I'm so sleepy. Jizi, who had gotten up, and was making her bed nearby, smiled at this. Xing, shake her again. Let's wash up, and get ready to leave for Liyue Harbor. Didn't you say you were going to Liyue for breakfast last night? Hearing this, Xing immediately pulled Sanyueki up and helped him stand. Sanyueki was numb and drowsy. However, since he was already standing, he couldn't fall asleep. Jizi saw this and said, Please tidy up the bedding. I go wash up first. With that, Jizi walked out of the room and into the hallway. As soon as she emerged, she ran into Jing Yuan and his group, who had just boarded the train. Good morning, Ms. Jizi, Jizi replied with a smile. Good morning, everyone. You're up so early? Jing Yuan spread his hands and said jokingly. I didn't want to, but Elder Yan woke me up so early. Huaiyan laughed heartily at Jing Yuan's mention of him. I'm already an old man, I don't get enough sleep, I can't sleep, and I'm bored staying in the hotel, so I can only resort to this last resort, haha. Seeing the group still chatting, Fei Xiu urged them. Let's hurry over. I made an appointment with Wendy to meet up for drinks at a Liyue tavern. Jizi saw this and said, everyone go ahead. I'm going to wash up first. Then Jing Yuan and the others said goodbye to Jizi and headed towards Yi Yun's shop. Inside, Jing Yuan saw Yi Yun helping the 4 children wash up. The 4 children were at the sink in the small bar, each holding a small cup and toothbrush. Yi Yun was pouring hot water for the children, waiting for them to finish brushing their teeth before washing their faces. Seeing Yi Yun, Jing Yuan said to Fei Xiu, General Fei Xiao, you go ahead. Elder Yin and I will wait for Yi Yun. Fei Xiao, hearing this, immediately fled. Okay, I be leaving first. Jing Yuan and Huaiyan were waiting for Yi Yun. They had agreed to visit the poetry festival that day. After the 4 children finished washing up, they lined up in front of Yi Yun and listened to his instructions. What are our rules for going out? The 4 children said in unison. Safety first. Yi Yun nodded with satisfaction and said to Rios beside him. Rios, please take care of them today. Rios nodded. Okay. Yi Yun instructed the 4 children again. Remember, don't stray too far from Rios, okay? The 4 children all agreed. Yi Yun saw this and waved his hand. Go ahead, go play. The 4 children happily rushed through the portal to play in Liyue Harbor. Go! Sisters! Kelly can go play. Hook is so happy. Slow down, wait for me. Afterwards, Yi Yun, Jing Yuan, Huaiyan, and Jiao Qiu waited for Walter. After everyone gathered, they walked into the portal to find Zhongli. Chapter 147. Inside Liyue Harbor. The 4 children chased and played in the streets, having a blast. Today was the day before the Lantern Festival, and the streets were filled with a festive atmosphere. Every household was decorated with lanterns and colorful lights, and everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles. Ning Wang had spent a fortune decorating the streets this year, making the entire street look very festive. The 4 children ran until they arrived at a morning market. The market was packed with people, many of whom were having breakfast. Smelling the delicious aromas in the air, the 4 children dashed into the market to buy breakfast. In the morning market, the young master and the young lady were also having breakfast there. They had their men by a large table of delicious food. The young master took a bite of a meat bun. I have to say, the buns from Liyue are truly delicious, much better than our Jidong bread. The lady rolled her eyes at the young master. You're from Jidong. How dare you step on your own country to praise another? Breakfast in Liyue is just SOSO. The young master smiled. Why don't you check how much you eaten before you speak? The lady glanced at the empty plates piled up beside her, and the intact Jidong bread next to them. Eating won't stop you. Eat quickly. We have work to do afterward. The young master was puzzled. Work? What work? The lady said. Her Majesty is coming to Liyue Harbor today. We're going to greet her. The young master stared at the lady, his eyes wide with disbelief. Really? How could I not know? The lady said. Of course you didn't know. The queen contacted me. Eat quickly. Afterward, we go to the harbor and wait. Upon hearing this, the young master stopped bickering with the lady and hurried to eat. The 4 children each bought 2 large meat buns and a cup of soy milk and left the morning market. They ate their buns while strolling down the street. As they walked, Kelly suddenly spotted Chi-Chi, standing dazed not far away. Kelly stared at Chi-Chi intently, her attire strange to her. Kelly approached curiously. Hello, my name is Kelly. What's your name? After a few seconds, Chi-Chi turned to look at Kelly and said blankly. Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's name is Chi-Chi. Kelly's expression of understanding dawned. Hello, Chi-Chi. What are you doing here? Chi-Chi looked up at the sky, pondering for a moment before speaking word by word. Chi-Chi. Waiting for Yao. Yao. To make night lanterns. Kelly's interest piqued. Making night lanterns? Is it fun? Chi-Chi stared at Kelly blankly, thinking for a moment. Fun, right? Kelly heard this. Chi-Chi, can Kelly go with you? Chi-Chi thought for a moment. Ask Yao Yao. Kelly's little head was filled with curiosity. Yao Yao? Who is Yao Yao? Kelly had barely finished speaking when Yao Yao, with a small bamboo basket on her back and her hair tied in a bun, walked over. Chi-Chi, I'm here. Chi-Chi looked at Yao Yao, pointing at her. She's Yao Yao. Yao Yao trotted over and looked at Kelly. Hello, my name is Yao Yao. Yao is polite. What's your name? Kelly said with a smile. My name is Kelly. Are you Yao Yao? Can Kelly join you in making night lanterns? Yao Yao agreed immediately. Sure. Let's go. I take you to find the materials for making night lanterns. Kelly asked Yao Yao to wait. Yao Yao, wait a moment. Kelly has a few friends. After saying that, Kelly called out to Hook, Bailu, and Diana, who were watching the fun at a ring-tossing stall in the distance. Bailu. Hook. Diana. Come over here. Let's make night lanterns. Hearing this, Bailu and the other two came closer to Kelly. The 6 children introduced themselves to each other again, and Hook asked curiously. Yao Yao, what is a night lantern? Yao Yao explained. A night lantern is a flying lantern. Every year during the Lantern Festival, we fly it to pray for peace. Hook suddenly understood. So, Hook wants to fly a night lantern. Yao Yao smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go. I take you to find the materials for making night lanterns. If you want night lanterns to fly high, they need good bamboo. Let's go find some in the wild. Kelly took Chi-Chi's hand and shouted happily. Great. Kelly and her new friend are going to make night lanterns. With that, Kelly quickly ran forward, pulling Chi-Chi along. Bailu waved her hand. Hurry. Let's keep up. Go. Bailu and Hook also rushed out. Diana and Yao Yao saw them and hurried to catch up, Yao Yao shouting as she ran. Slow down, be careful not to fall. The 6 little ones rushed towards the wild, Rios following leisurely behind to protect the 6 little ones. Xing, Hutao, Sanyueki, Ing, Amber, and Sierra were here. Hutao and the others were having breakfast in a tea house near the Hall of Rebirth. Xing took a bite of the egg custard and asked, Hutao, where are we going to play later? Hutao said, I take you to Wanshuan later. Ing heard this. Wanshuan? What's there to do there? You were waiting for me there the last time I came from Mondstadt, and there wasn't anything fun there? Hutao gave a mysterious smile. You don't know this, right? I discovered a ruin nearby a while ago. Let's go check it out. Ruins like these usually have a lot of treasure chests. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the word treasure chest. Sanyueki said in surprise. If that's what you said, I'm not sleepy anymore. Come on, eat, and then we go explore. Hutao nodded and continued. It should be almost evening when we get back from exploring the ruins. Ning Wang has a treasure ship and invited us aboard. She asked me to take you there tonight. Amber was curious. What kind of treasure ship? Hutao thought for a moment. It's one of those huge boats, specifically for pleasure cruises. I heard from the guest scholar that it's quite fun. We go check it out tonight and see for ourselves. Eula said. Then let's eat quickly and then go play. The group ate quickly and headed straight for the Wanshuan. Jing Yuan, Walter, Yiyun, Zhongli, Hua Yin, and the others had already arrived on a cruise ship, drinking tea, playing chess, and chatting. Jing Yuan lay on the railing, admiring the beautiful seascape. The last time I came here, the weather wasn't this good. Zhongli thought of Asel. Last time, there was a demonic rebellion, so naturally, the scenery wasn't very good. To be honest, Zhongli suddenly became curious about how Asel was faring in Luofu prison. And at that moment in Luofu prison, Asel lay in his cell like a salted fish. Here, sealed away by Zhongli, he felt much more comfortable. Here, he had no worries about food and drink, and he even had an hour of exercise every day. Chapter 148. On the 3rd floor of the Wang Xingtang Internet Cafe building, in Asmodeus's exclusive esports room. Asmodeus was finishing a round of audition with a cheerful expression, having just won another victory. Asmodeus took off her headphones, stretched out in her gaming chair, and looked out at the bustling streets below. The streets were bustling with activity. It was the first time Asmodeus had ever witnessed such a bustling scene. This Lantern Festival in Liyue is truly bustling, Asmodeus muttered. Nashida, who was standing nearby, overheard and remarked. The Lantern Festival is the most important festival of the year in Liyue. Almost everyone in Liyue goes home to reunite with their families and celebrate the new year together. Asmodeus nodded, then asked, a thought dawning on him. By the way, Nashida, can you help me find out where those guys are? Nashida asked. Are you asking the other gods? Asmodeus nodded. Well, didn't I tell them yesterday to come to Liyue for the festival? Are they here yet? Narsida heard this, channeling her divine power to investigate. Your Majesty the Ice God and Your Majesty the Thunder God are almost at Liyue Harbor. Your Majesty Fanina and a follower have already arrived at Xiaoying Manor, and should arrive there tonight. Asmodeus nodded in satisfaction. That's great, Narsida. Shall we have dinner together tonight? Narsida shook her head. I'm afraid that won't work. Your Majesty Asmodeus, didn't you promise Ningguang this morning that we have dinner together at the treasure ship? Asmodeus, hearing this, suddenly remembered. Yes, I almost forgot. Let them have some fun for now, and we meet at the treasure ship tonight. Neshida nodded in agreement and used her divine power to contact the ice god, Ing, and Finina. At that moment, the door opened and Silver Wolf walked in. I'm here, Asmodeus. Asmodeus was delighted to see Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf, you're finally here. Hurry, hurry, log in. At the Liyue Harbor port. Coincidentally, Ing and the god's son had just disembarked when they saw the ice god and the young master and lady not far away. The ice god approached Ing. Long time no see, Balzaboul. Ing was puzzled. Didn't we just meet on Sky Island? The ice god was speechless. Balzaboul, you haven't changed at all. You're still as chatty as ever. Ing nodded. I think so too. The god's son, watching from the side, couldn't stand it any longer. His own Ing was truly incapable of conversation. He had already killed the conversation with just a few words. Long time no see, Your Majesty Barnabas. The Son of God greeted the ice god Barnabas. Barnabas nodded. Yes, it's been a while. The little fox from back then has grown up so big now. The Son of God smiled. Sister Barnabas, you're still as beautiful as ever after all these years. Barnabas smiled slightly at the Son of God's praise. You become quite smooth-talking now. The Son of God waved slightly. Ah, I'm just being honest. Barnabas looked around. Did you get the message? Let's go for a walk. Want to join us? The Son of God shook his head. Forget it. I'd like to meet some old friends in Liyue later. See you tonight. Shensi took Ing and Barnabas by the arm and headed towards Yujing Terrace. Shensi planned to go see Ganyu first. He hadn't seen her in so many years and missed her terribly. As they walked, Shensi suddenly felt something was amiss. He turned back and was stunned. Where's Ing? Shensi hurried back and found Ing at a candied haws stall. Ing was devouring a string of candied haws with great concentration. Shensi immediately covered his face. Who could have imagined that the thunder god, who appeared so imposing and cold on the outside, actually enjoyed dessert? Shensi quickly walked over and grabbed Ing, ready to leave. Ing, let's go find Ganyu first. Ing nodded, but didn't move. Shensi saw this. Let's go! Why are you standing there? Ing said calmly. I haven't paid for the candied haws yet. Shensi was stunned. Wouldn't it be alright if you just gave me the money? Ing gulped down a candied haws fruit. I don't have any money, you pay. Shenzi rolled his eyes. You, the god of thunder, go out without money? Shenzi paid for the candied haws fruit and then took Ing's arm to prevent him from sneaking off to buy dessert again. Along the way, Shenzi was completely dazed. There were so many food stalls along the way, and Ing wanted to try every one of them. Candy figurines, sugarcane juice, osmanthus cakes, flour cakes, and so on. Shenzi had no doubt that if he hadn't been pulling Ing along, she would have eaten from one end of the street to the other. In Qiaoying manner, Fernina and Clarenda disembarked. Fernina was in a great mood. This was the first time she had been out of Fontainebleau in years. Everything around her was new to her. Fernina looked around and saw a stall selling flour cakes, owned by an elderly woman. The old lady noticed Funina's gaze. Little girl, would you like to try some of the flour cakes I made? Fernina was delighted. Oh, you can even sample them. This is great. Yes. The old lady took out a piece and handed it to Fernina. Here, be careful, they're hot. These are freshly made. My house is right next door. Fernina took it, and it did feel a bit hot. Fernina blew on it and carefully took a bite. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Delicious. This is even better than anything I had before. How much is it? I buy some. The old lady smiled. It's cheap, 300 molas each. How much do you want? I fill it up for you. Fernina waved her hand. I take all you have. The old lady actually refused. If you buy so much and can't finish it all, these flour cakes won't keep long. They go bad by then, Fernina said. It's okay. I have many friends. I share them with them when the time comes. The old lady agreed to sell all the flour cakes to Fernina. Fernina paid, picked up the large bag of flour cakes, and found a bench to sit down. A moment later, Clawland arrived in a carriage. Lady Fernina, we rented a carriage. Fernina jumped up from the bench. Thank you for your hard work. Come and try some of the flour cakes I just bought. Clawland then noticed the large bag of flour cakes next to Fernina. Lady Fernina, why did you buy so many flour cakes? Fernina grumbled, taking a bite of the flour cake. Of course they're delicious. Come on, help me put the flour cakes in the carriage. Let's set off for Liyue Harbor. Clawland heard this, and easily picked up the flour cakes that Fanina had just needed both hands to lift. Yes! Fanina boarded the carriage. Clarinda placed the flour cakes in the carriage, and then drove towards Liyue Harbor. All the way, Fanina ate the flour cakes while admiring the beautiful scenery. Chapter 149. Inside the Northland Bank. Barnabas was listening to the young master and the lady report on their work. The lady said, "Lord Barnabas, we have been following your instructions, and have been keeping our men under strict control to prevent them from causing trouble." Barnabas smiled slightly. "Thank you for your hard work, Rosalind." The lady shook her head. "This is all I should do, Queen?" The young master asked curiously. "Queen, I wonder why you have come to Liyue in person. If you have any instructions, we can be there. Why bother traveling so far?" Barnabas looked at the young master, feeling relieved. Among the Fatui, the lady and the young master were the most loyal to him. "There are some matters I must address." "Have you noticed anything recently?" The young master said. "Yes, there have been many visitors from other worlds in Liyue." Barnabas was a little surprised. "Visitors from another world?" The young man nodded. "Indeed, Master Hu of the Rebirth Hall recently launched a new business called Internet Cafes, and the equipment used in this business is sourced from another world." Barnabas, upon hearing this, became curious about the Internet Cafe. "Where is this Internet Cafe?" "Take me to see it," the lady said. "It's right next door." Led by the lady and the young man, Barnabas arrived at the adjacent building housing the Rebirth Hall Internet Cafe. It was almost the Lantern Festival, and many people were on holiday, so the Internet Cafe was bustling. The first floor hall was packed. Many people, lacking computers, could only watch from behind. As they watched, they offered suggestions. As soon as the young master, the lady, and Barnabas entered the Internet Cafe, the ceremonial attendant recognized them. They were VIP customers. The young master and the lady immediately booked the 2 esports rooms on the 3rd floor for a full month. "Welcome, 2 distinguished guests, to the Wangshengtang Internet Cafe." The young master nodded to the ceremonial attendant. "Don't worry about us, we handle it ourselves." The young master dismissed the ceremonial attendant to avoid disturbing the queen. The lady was explaining to Barnabas what a computer was. Barnabas found it intriguing and wanted to try it out. "You've been talking about it for a while now, and I think there's no room left," the lady said with a smile. "Don't worry, Queen. I have an esports room on the 3rd floor. I take you there." Barnabas was pleasantly surprised. "Then let's go check it out." Led by the lady, Barnabas arrived on the 3rd floor. Compared to the lobby on the 1st floor, it was much quieter. There was a staff member at the 3rd floor stairwell. Only guests who had booked an esports room with her were allowed in. With the lady leading the way, Barnabas reached the 3rd floor smoothly. Barnabas walked down the corridor. At the end on his right, the door opened and Narsida emerged. Barnabas faintly heard Narsida say to the inside, "Your Majesty Asmodeus, I go get some food." A voice that Barnabas knew all too well soon echoed from inside. "Please bring me some. I want grilled gobi from Lao Lu's place, a roast chicken from Lao Li's, and finally, some fried rice from Lao Zhao's place." Neshida nodded in agreement. As the Wangshengtang Internet Cafe's business grew, more and more small vendors appeared around it. Asmodeus was very pleased. The food these vendors prepared was quite tasty. It was also convenient. They could buy it right downstairs. Neshida turned around and noticed Barnabas. "Your Majesty Barnabas?" Barnabas nodded and responded. "Your Majesty, buyer, where are you going?" Neshida explained. "It's almost lunchtime. I'm going downstairs to get some food." Barnabas looked as if he understood, then asked, "Is that person here?" Neshida nodded slightly. "Well, Her Majesty Asmodeus is a guest of the Rebirth Hall. I heard she's currently helping Hall Master who dig holes and overseeing security at the Internet Cafe." Barnabas's mouth twitched upon hearing this. She hadn't expected Her Majesty Asmodeus, the almighty upholder of heavenly justice and ruler of the sky, to actually work in an Internet Cafe. This truly shook Barnabas's worldview. Narsida glanced at the lady and young man behind Barnabas and understood what Barnabas was up to. "I go get some food first. Have fun." Barnabas nodded stiffly and then stepped aside to let Narsida pass. The lady was puzzled. The queen had become so uneasy the moment she saw the little girl. "Queen, who is that little girl?" Barnabas asked. "She is the ruler of Shumi, buyer." The lady and young man were shocked upon hearing this. "What?" At this moment, the young master discovered his blind spot. The only person who could ask the grass god to bring food to us is. Barnabas looked at the young master, surprised by his cleverness today. Indeed. The young master and the lady gasped. Then, Queen, do we still need to go online? Barnabas looked towards the end of the corridor, thinking for a moment. No problem, we just have some fun. With that, Barnabas walked into the lady's room. The lady and the young master exchanged a glance and hurried after him, closing the door gently behind them, as if to avoid disturbing the other person. Barnabas glanced at the two nervous people and said, Don't worry, the past is over. From now on, we just need to obey your instructions. Understand? The lady and the young master nodded in agreement. No wonder the Queen had immediately ordered the suspension of the Heart of God collection, and instructed them to restrain their subordinates. So, this person had already emerged. Nashida left the internet cafe, and made her way through the crowd to the grilled fish stall across the street owned by Lao Lu. Boss, could you please give me 2 grilled goby fish, 1 spicy and 1 non-spicy? Lao Lu agreed. Okay, please wait. Nashida glanced at the line and figured she'd have to wait a while. So Nashida found a seat and sat down. As soon as she sat down, she noticed Gui Naifan and Su Shan performing nearby. Su Shan was lying on a table with a stone slab resting on her body. Gui Naifan was banging a gong and shouting, Don't miss it if you pass by. The chess-breaking stone show is about to begin. The crowd gathered curiously to see the performance. They had seen the chess-breaking stone show before, but this was their first time seeing a girl perform it. Nashida, curious, also moved closer. Su Shan lay trembling on the table. Little Geezy, are you really okay? Gillifen gave a thumbs up. I'm sure she's not dead. Gillifen raised her sledgehammer and smashed it against the stone slab on Su Shan's body. Nashida, seeing this, quickly and secretly used her divine power to create a barrier between Su Shan and the stone slab. Gillifen's sledgehammer fell, and the stone slab on Su Shan's body shattered. Good. Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone applauded. Gillifen's iron bucket, which had been placed on the ground, was instantly filled to the brim with Mora. Chapter 150. After a performance, the two of them retreated to a quiet corner. Su Shan stood there, still terrified. She almost fainted when Gui Naifan's hammer had struck her. Thankfully she was fine, and she hadn't felt a thing. At that moment, a voice rang out. Don't do such dangerous things again next time. Gnaifan and Su Shan looked up and saw Nashida slowly approaching. Su Shan was surprised to see Nashida. Nashida, why are you here? Nashida smiled. I just came down to get food and saw you guys performing a very dangerous act. Next time, it's better to take some precautions. Su Shan finally understood after hearing Nashida's words. I was wondering why I didn't feel anything just now. It turned out that Nashida had helped me. Nashida, did you help me just now? Nashida smiled slightly. Yes, why did you perform such a dangerous act? I don't understand. Gnaifan took out her phone. I've been recording the video. I was planning to post it online to increase my followers. Nashida was puzzled. Online? So, Gui Naifan explained the live stream to Nashida. Nashida listened. I see. But it's better not to do such dangerous things in the future. After all, getting hurt is very painful. Gui Naifan and Su Shan agreed. Okay. Nashida nodded with satisfaction. Then I'd be leaving first. I need to go get food. Gui Naifan and Su Shan watched Nashida leave. Gui Naifan looked at the video on her phone and was very satisfied. Come on, Shang, let's go get something to eat. After buying food, Nashida returned to Asmodeus's esports room. As soon as she opened the door, she heard Asmodeus's unbridled laughter. Hee hee, another newbie, daring to challenge the invincible Lord Asmodeus. Let me show you how I beat you. Nashida glanced at the computer screen. Asmodeus had set up another one-on-one room, and the other person's name was. The Queen of Renewed Love Nashida immediately guessed this person's true identity. Who else could it be? His Majesty Barnabas. In the bamboo forest near Chingsa village. The 6 little ones were working together to collect high-quality bamboo. Hook and Bailu each carried an axe. Bailu wiped her nose. Yao Yao, which one do you want to chop? Talk. Yao Yao looked at each bamboo one by one, quickly finding the best quality bamboo. Here. Here. Bailu and Hookah rushed over, axes in hand, chopping the bamboo back and forth. Hey, 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 hey. Bailu and Hookah were both quite strong, and they quickly felled the bamboo. Yao Yao saw the bamboo fall and quickly called out to Kuli and the others to get out of the way. The bamboo is going to fall. Get out of the way. Kuli quickly dodged, pulling Chi-Chi, who was standing there in a daze, with her. The bamboo fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yao Yao used a small knife to cut off the branches, then called out to Kuli, Bai Lu, Huku, Diana, and Chi-Chi to help lift the bamboo. The 6 children lined up in a row, and under Yao Yao's command, they simultaneously lifted the 10-meter-long bamboo. The 6 little ones, carrying a bamboo pole, strode towards Liyue Harbor with their short legs. Hey, 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 hey. The bamboo pole was too long, and the 6 little ones were separated by a large gap, causing it to sway constantly as they ran. Finally, over an hour later, the 6 little ones returned to Liyue Harbor with the pole, finding Grandma Ping. Grandma Ping was delighted to see so many little cuties chirping in front of her. Come on, children, gather around. Grandma will teach you how to make night lanterns. The 6 little ones obediently gathered around Grandma Ping, each sitting on a small stool, learning how to make night lanterns. Seeing Klee and the others about to begin making night lanterns with their bare hands, Yao Yao quickly pulled out some gloves. Everyone, wait a moment. Put on your gloves first to avoid hurting your hands. Klee and the other little ones took the gloves and put them on. Yao Yao had knitted the gloves herself, each one embroidered with a laurel pattern. After donning gloves, the 6 little ones officially began their training. In the southeastern part of Dihua Island, Xing, Hutao, Sanyueki, and Ing arrived at a dilapidated village. Sanyueki looked at the abandoned village below, speechless. This is a relic? Isn't this a ruin? Hutao said. Don't worry, the final destination isn't here, but behind this mountain. Hey, I'm telling you, don't underestimate this place. I found a lot of treasure chests here. Let's dig for treasure here first. Xing's eyes lit up at the words. Treasure chests. Primo gems. Star coins. Hurry, hurry, let's get down. Hutao grabbed Xing and pulled out a pile of mineral drafts from her space ring. Don't worry, each of you take a mining draft. Many treasure chests are buried beneath the ruins. Xing took the draft, indicating his understanding. Then, the group hurried down the mountain. Arriving at the abandoned village, everyone dispersed. Soon, Amber exclaimed, I found a treasure chest. Wow! There are 2 primo gems inside. Hearing this, Xing swung the draft faster. Dig, dig, dig. Xing swung the draft quickly, and in a blink of an eye, he had opened a tunnel. As he dug, Xing lowered the draft and suddenly saw a bright light ahead. Xing was overjoyed. Oh! A secret space. He lowered the draft again, and a cave appeared before Xing's eyes. Inside the cave, 3 magnificent treasure chests lay gleaming. Xing ran over and opened them all, finding a total of 30 primo gems. Satisfied, Xing stuffed the primo gems into his bag. Hee hee. I'm making money, but I don't know how to spend it. After putting away the primo gems, Xing picked up his digging stick and continued digging. As they dug, Sanyueki, Hutao, and the others joined them. Xing asked, Why are you here? Have you finished searching up there? Hutao nodded with a smile. I'm almost done. I got a lot of primo gems. How's your situation? How's it going? Xing said. I just found 30 primo gems. I'm thinking of keeping digging. Maybe there's a secret room. Hutao and the others joined Xing to help. Xing, Ing, Hutao, Yula, and Sierra were in charge of digging. Amber and Huahua were in charge of carrying the dirt out using their storage rings. None of them were ordinary people, and their digging speed was quite fast. They dug downwards. As Sierra dug down a digging stick, she was suddenly hit by a huge backlash. Sierra was suddenly knocked back and fell to the ground. The others gathered around. Xing helped Sierra up. Sierra, are you okay? Sierra shook her head. Just then, Hutao exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god! We dug straight into the ruins? Chapter 151. Hutao's words piqued the curiosity of several people, and they all approached the cave entrance. They saw an underground ruin. The ruins were extremely dilapidated and overgrown with weeds. The only source of light in the entire ruins was a large hole at the top. At the entrance, ripples of flowing water could be clearly seen, undoubtedly indicating that the ruins were underwater. Xing looked around and found a small path. Look over there, we go down that way. With that, Xing led the way out of the cave and down the path to the main part of the ruins. The main part of the ruins was an ancient city built entirely of massive stones. Xing, Hutao, and the others followed the path to the entrance of the ancient city. Hutao surveyed the ancient city, puzzled. It doesn't make sense. Such a large ruin couldn't have remained undiscovered for so many years. Senyuchi spread his hands. Could it be that this place is too hidden? Think about how deep we dug to get here. Hu Tao pondered after hearing Senyuchi's explanation. It wasn't impossible. It was indeed possible that the ruins, buried so deep underground, had remained undiscovered for so many years. Xing picked up his pickaxe. Whatever. Let's go in and take a look. With that, Xing swaggered towards the ancient city gate, pickaxe in hand, and pushed it open. It was unknown how long this wooden door had been there. With a gentle push, Xing's entire structure collapsed. The scene before him horrified Xing, and he froze in his tracks. Hu Tao and the others came closer, and were speechless. They saw countless salt men, made of salt, standing tall in the street. They all shared the same characteristics. Terrified, they wanted to flee the ancient city. March 7, watching the scene before him, couldn't help but have a terrifying thought. Couldn't these people have once been living people? Paimon was startled. March. Can you please stop sounding so horrified? Ing carefully examined the salt sculptures, noting that each one was unique. Even with the skill of Teyvat's artisans, it was impossible to achieve such lifelike detail. I'm afraid what March said is true. Xing looked along the street. The salt workers were all facing away from a distant castle, as if fleeing. That should be the source. Let's go check it out. Upon hearing this, everyone cautiously moved through the streets, heading towards the distant castle. The surroundings were eerily quiet along the way, and the light grew dimmer as they ventured deeper into the ruins. Finally, Xing and his group arrived at the castle's gate. Yula knocked on the door and heard a sound from behind. Let's look around. There should be a mechanism that can open this door. Xing took out the holy Skyfire. No need to bother, Skyfire. Unsheathe. Xing slashed the stone door with his sword, severing it in half. The stone door collapsed, revealing a secret chamber. The chamber was filled with the fleeing salt workers. In the center of the chamber stood a broken sword. March 7 took out her camera and snapped a picture. This was her first time exploring such an ancient ruin. Xing stepped forward and took it down to examine it. The sword was rusted and looked very old. Hu Tao, do you think this is worth anything? Hu Tao took it and examined it. It's just an ordinary sword, but you can take it to a jewelry store and see if it's worth selling as an antique. Xing, upon hearing this, put the iron sword into his storage ring, intending to take it back to Liyue Harbor and sell it. After putting the iron sword away, Xing looked around and saw 3 passages. He pondered for a moment. Let's search separately. Signal if we encounter danger. Hu Tao, Ing, and the others agreed. Then, they split into 3 groups and headed for different passages. Sierra headed for the right passage. Suddenly, a strange cry came from the front. Sierra looked closely and saw several hilichurls sitting around a bonfire, singing and dancing. Sierra drew her sickle and approached silently. Disappear with the wind. A fleeting sight of the past. Sierra swung her scythe, instantly killing several hilichurls. After dispatching the hilichurls, Sierra finally had time to observe the secret room before her. This secret room contained 2 altars, each holding a ruler and a bronze tripod. Sierra removed the 2 items and looked at them, only to find that the tripod was still half full of salt. What the hell is this? Forget it, I put it away and asked someone back. Sierra put the ruler and tripod into her storage ring and continued exploring. About 3 hours later, the 3 groups met in a very large secret room. In the center of this secret room, there was a small pile of salt. March 7 took out his camera and filmed the scene. Xing was a little gloomy. I thought there would be primo gems here, but I didn't expect there to be nothing but a pile of scrap metal. Sigh. Hu Tao checked the time. Let's go! We should be heading back. It'd be almost dark by the time we reach Liyue Harbor. The group then retraced their steps, exited the mine, and boarded the RV parked on the main road, heading towards Liyue Harbor. Aboard the treasure ship, Ningguang was having the supplies prepared for tonight's banquet. Take these foods to the kitchen and clean them up quickly. Xiangling will be here to cook soon. And these flowers? Whose are they? I paid such a high price, and they gave me these defective ones? Baiwen, take the team. Some people are not suited to business. And these fireworks? Take good care of them. Don't let them touch water. Understand? Ningguang meticulously oversaw every detail of the treasure ship's affairs, ensuring nothing went wrong tonight. This year's Lantern Festival was different from previous ones. Many important guests were arriving tonight. Ningguang made arrangements one by one, while the staff on the straw ship bustled about busily. Ningguang stood by the ship's railing, watching the sunset sink halfway below the sea as she breathed a sigh of relief. The banquet on the treasure ship was almost ready. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the guests to board. Not long after, Yiyun, Walter, Zhongli, Jingyuan, Huaiyan, Jiuqiu, and a few other members of the older group arrived first. Ningguang hurried forward to greet them. Welcome everyone to the Lantern Festival banquet. Please come inside. Led by Ningguang, Yiyun and the others went upstairs to a tea house for tea. They expressed their gratitude. Just as Ningguang finished greeting Yiyun and the others, Tapa and Feitsue boarded the treasure ship, bearing their gifts. Ningguang. We're here. Tapa waved and greeted Ningguang. Ningguang saw Tapa and Feitsue and went to greet them. Tapa, Feitsue, how was your day? Feitsue smiled faintly. I had a great time visiting this historic city today. Chapter 152. Ningguang smiled at this. That's great. Tomorrow is the main day of the Lantern Festival. You two can go for a walk tomorrow. There will be lots of fun things to do there. Feitsue agreed with a smile. At this moment, Topa suddenly asked. Ningguang, Feitsue and I are planning to set up a small stall tomorrow to sell some small items. We asked, and they said we need a license from you. Can you give us one? Ningguang heard this. That's no problem, but there are some dangerous items that can't be sold. Topa shook his hair. Of course. Feitsue and I are planning to set up a pitching pot stall to see if we can make some primo gems. Ningguang thought for a moment before agreeing. Most of the primo gems in Liyue had already been collected by the Lord of Rock. As for those on the market, most of those people owned privately had been bought back by Ningguang. It's not impossible for the two of them to set up a small stall, but they probably won't make much money. Okay. Of course, no problem. I issue you a certificate in a moment. Topa's brows lit up when he heard that. Thank you. Ningguang. Ningguang smiled and gestured for an invitation. Please come in and take a seat. Many people haven't arrived yet. Topa and Feitsue entered the treasure ship and found a seat in the first floor lobby to rest. Topa sat down, took out some snacks he bought today, and began to eat. Not long after, Luyun, Xueyue, Li Shui Xiao, and Shenhe boarded the treasure ship. Ningguang saw the immortals and stepped forward to greet them. Welcome, all immortals. Xueyue and Li Shui were fine, exchanging pleasantries with Ningguang. After all, Ningguang was the host, and they were the guests. As for Luyun, she went straight into the treasure ship, found a spot, and unearthed a pile of computer parts to study. These computer parts were taken from a computer that Hu Tao had finally persuaded her to sell her after much persuasion. Like Hu Tao's flying motorcycle, Luyun could only disassemble it, not put it back together. Luyun sat in a corner, looking distressed, trying to figure out how to put it back together. Xiao went straight to the second floor to greet Zhongli. Emperor. Zhongli nodded slightly. The Lantern Festival is coming soon, take it easy. Xiao nodded in agreement. Yes. Later, Grandma Ping arrived. Grandma Ping brought the 6 little ones and Yanfei aboard the treasure ship. Each of the 6 little ones held a night lantern, all made by them today. The 6 children didn't enter the cabin, but instead sat on the deck, clutching their night lanterns and chattering. Kelly hugged her night lantern. Yao Yao. When can we set off the night lanterns? Yao Yao placed the night lantern on the ground and clapped her hands. We have to wait until tonight. It's not time yet. You can set off fireworks when you see them. Kelly heard this. Kelly knows. Fireworks, fireworks. When are you coming out? Chi-Chi stared blankly at the sky, clutching the fireworks. Fireworks. What? Are they? Chi-Chi doesn't remember. Bailu said happily. Fireworks are really beautiful things. You know soon. At this moment, Bailu suddenly remembered something. Chi-Chi seemed to have a very poor memory. After thinking for a moment, Bailu decided to ask Yao Yao. Bailu walked over to Yao Yao and asked. Yao Yao, does Chi-Chi have a terrible memory? Yao Yao nodded. Yes. Chi-Chi is a zombie. She has a terrible memory and often forgets things. Bailu piqued her interest. Zombies? I only seen them in movies. This is something I need to research. Bailu took Chi-Chi's hand and felt her pulse. Chi-Chi stared blankly at Bailu. Bailu's brows suddenly furrowed. Chi-Chi had no pulse at all, not even a beating. This was a problem. Chi-Chi, come with me tomorrow. I take you for a checkup. Chi-Chi heard this. Where to? Bailu said. To a nice place. You know when the time comes. Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. At this moment, Kelly suddenly interrupted. Kelly, go get Brother Yiyun for help. Brother Yiyun is omnipotent, he can definitely cure Chi-Chi. Bailu slapped her head upon hearing this. Right. Let's go find Yiyun, so we don't have to run around all that trouble. With that, Bai Lu put down the night lantern, grabbed Chi-Chi, and ran into the cabin. The other little ones followed. Grandma Ping and Yan Fei went to find Shuiyu and Li Shui. The 6 little ones arrived at the tea room on the 2nd floor. As Bai Lu pushed open the door, she heard Jing Yuan's teasing voice. "Hey, look, who's here? Aren't these our little cuties?" Bai Lu pulled Chi-Chi straight towards Yi Yun. "Yi Yun, do you have any medicine to cure zombies?" Heard this, Yi Yun looked at Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi? Why is she here?" Yi Yun pondered for a moment, suspecting she'd been brought up by Klee and the others. Yi Yun glanced at Chi-Chi. "Let me take a look." Yi Yun observed her, and found that the energy within Chi-Chi was extremely chaotic, which was precisely why her memory was failing. As for the zombie form, that was easily dealt with. After searching the system store for a while, Yi Yun found a product that could heal Chi-Chi. Product, Water of Life. Description: this water, condensed from the essence of the Tree of Life in a fantasy world, has the effect of harmonizing the body's energy and restoring vitality. Price: 30,000 star coins. Yi Yun, unconcerned with the price, bought it immediately. The next second, a small glass bottle filled with green liquid appeared in Yi Yun's hand. Yi Yun smiled at Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, open your mouth." Chi-Chi stared at Yi Yun blankly. Seeing this, Bai Lu patted her chest. "Don't worry, Chi-Chi. Yi Yun is a good man. He's treating you so you won't forget things in the future." Chi-Chi's focus wasn't on the first half of the sentence, but on the words "you won't forget things." Chi-Chi opened her mouth, and Yi Yun poured the water of life into it. There was only a small bottle of water of life, and Chi-Chi quickly drank it all. Bai Lu, Kelly, and the others looked at Chi-Chi expectantly. "How is it? How is it? Chi-Chi, how are you feeling?" Kelly sniffed, not listening. Chi-Chi looked at herself and squeezed her hands. "Chi-Chi, I feel warm." Yi Yun heard. "That's right. The water of life is restoring your vitality and harmonizing the chaotic energy within you." Kelly was puzzled. "But Kelly, I see Chi-Chi still can't speak clearly," Yi Yun said. "Don't worry. This water of life will slowly heal Chi-Chi. Go play for a while. Maybe she'd be alright in a little while." 6 little ones heard this, and left the tea room with Chi-Chi. Huai Yin glanced in the direction 6 little ones had left. Mr. Yi Yun really loves children. Yi Yun didn't deny it. "Of course. Who knows me well enough to know that I love raising daughters?" Chapter 153. Yi Yun raised his teacup. "Come, let's continue drinking tea. It's rare to encounter such a beautiful and festive occasion, so we should enjoy the present moment." Juchio smiled slightly and raised his glass. Very, very. Thank you again, Mr. Zhongli, for inviting us to participate in such a grand and lively festival." Zhongli raised his glass. "You are all my friends. No need to say more. Enjoy your tea, everyone." Yi Yun and the others continued drinking tea and chatting. None of them found this kind of life boring at all. Xing had mentioned it a few days ago, saying that Yi Yun and the others played chess and drank tea every day. What was the point? Zhongli could only say, "You're not even our age yet. You don't understand." On the deck, Xing, Hu Tao, and the others had already boarded the treasure ship. Sierra approached Zhongli with the salt ruler and salt cup she had found, wanting to inquire about their value. "Mr. Zhongli, can you help me find these 2 items?" Sierra took out a salt ruler and a salt cup and handed them to Zhongli. Zhongli took them and examined them, frowning. "Where did you get these 2 items?" Sierra then told Zhongli about the ruins. After hearing this, Zhongli recalled a past event. "Congratulations. Both of these items are priceless." Sierra was delighted. "Really? Have I found a treasure?" Zhongli nodded slightly. "One of these items is called a salt ruler. When you insert it into the ground, it transforms the soil into salt. The other is called a salt cup. It always contains only half a basin of salt." Sierra finally understood. "Does that mean I never lack salt again?" Zhongli shook his head. These 2 items were once held by a demon god whose power was salt. Over the years, their effectiveness has greatly diminished. However, producing a few hundred tons of salt shouldn't be a problem. Seal's eyes lit up at the mention of hundreds of tons. A few hundred tons isn't enough. I saw Bronya placing an order for salt with Tapa a while ago. That's great. We can save some money again. Seeing this, Xing quickly took out the broken sword she had found and handed it to Zhongli. Zhongli, is there any legend about this sword? We all came from the same place." Xing looked at Zhongli expectantly. Zhongli glanced at the iron sword Xing handed him. "This is just an ordinary sword, but it's the very weapon that slew the salt demon. If you can sell it under that name, someone might buy it." But don't get your hopes up. You can't prove this iron sword is the weapon that slew the salt demon. That part of history has been buried beneath the dust, never to be seen again. Xing felt a wave of disappointment upon hearing this. She had thought she found something precious. This weapon was even enshrined in the past, so it clearly had a history. It did have a history, but it was of little use. Seal put away the salt cup and salt ruler, intending to return them to Bronya. Bronya and the others were busy with matters at Bellowburg and therefore did not attend Liu's Lantern Festival. Xing, Seal, and the others arrived at the first floor hall. Hu Tao ran to the kitchen to see Xiangling busy cooking, with several kitchen helpers busy at work. Hu Tao poked her head in through the window. Xiangling, how long will it take for the food to be ready? Xiangling turned around. It be a while, you guys go play for a bit. Hu Tao heard this and announced the news to everyone. Xing thought for a moment. How about we play Diyuan Qiongyu? Just as Xing finished speaking, Qin Ke walked in from the doorway. Diyuan Qiongyu is great. Come on, set the table. Qin Ke rubbed his hands, excited. San Yuqi was surprised by Qin Ke's arrival. Qin Ke? You're not coming either? Didn't you say you couldn't come? Qin Ke rubbed his hands. Of course, work's done. I saw you weren't on the train, so I thought I'd come find you. If my assistant, Sister Yulan from Wanman Hall, hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known you were here. Okay, enough small talk. Where's the Imperial Jade? Bring it up. Xing took out 2 sets of Imperial Jade, and the others set up 2 tables and began to play with them. On the deck, Barnabas led the ladies and gentlemen aboard the treasure ship. Ningguang was puzzled. She hadn't invited the Fatui. What are you doing here? I don't think I invited you, did I? Fatui ladies and gentlemen. At that moment, Asmodeus landed on the deck with Silver Wolf and Nashida. Ningguang, I called them here. Let them in. Ningguang looked at Asmodeus. She knew his identity, the Sky Ruler of Teyvat, a figure even more powerful than their own emperor. Asmodeus finished speaking and took out his controller. Silver Wolf, let's go inside and find a place to play. Asmodeus and Silver Wolf walked into the cabin arm in arm. Nashida looked around and saw 6 little creatures, each sitting beside their own night lantern, waiting to light it. Nashida decided to go see what the lantern looked like. Ningguang turned and looked at Barnabas, the lady, and the young master. Since you are His Majesty Asmodeus's guests, please come inside. Barnabas smiled and nodded. Thank you. Then Barnabas led the young master and the lady into the cabin. Barnabas, the lady, and the young master found a seat. Barnabas glanced at the young master, who was fidgeting and restless, and smiled. Go ahead. You don't have to stay with me. The young master stood up, bowed, and ran off to watch the stars beating the Imperial Jade. He found it quite interesting. The lady was speechless at the young master's expression. She really couldn't count on his emotional intelligence in the workplace. Your boss asked you to go, and you really went. However, it's precisely these kinds of colleagues who often won't backstab you. Young master approached Xing and, as soon as he arrived, felt something beneath his feet. Young master lifted his foot. Where did this broken sword come from? Xing noticed young master, seeing him stepping on the iron sword he had brought back. Suddenly, Xing's mouth curled up wildly, a flash of inspiration coming to his mind. Xing slammed the table and stood up. Great! You broke my treasure, pay me! Xing took out his phone and took a picture of young master's evidence. Young master, hearing this, looked at the iron sword on the ground with disdain. How much could this junk be worth? Pay me! Okay, how many mora? I give it to you straight away? Seeing his plot succeed, Xing silently held up 3 fingers. 3 million mora. The young master was stunned. How much more? Xing said. This isn't just any iron sword. This weapon killed that demon god, wasn't it? Amber added. The demon god of salt, Hulia. Xing only remembered after Amber's reminder. Yes. This sword was the weapon that killed the demon god of salt, Hulia. Don't disbelieve me. I asked Zhongli, the rock god of Teyvat. The rock god personally certified it, absolutely authentic. The young master was stunned. No! This tattered sword was the weapon that killed the demon god of salt. Is it true? But Xing had already brought up the rock god, so it must be true. The young master sighed helplessly, and took out a banknote. Here, this is a deposit slip from the North Country Bank for 5 million mora. I don't have that much cash on me, so you can exchange it for cash at the North Country Bank. This 5 million, and the extra 2 million is just for making friends. Xing took the note, and held it to his nose, sniffing it vigorously, his face full of enjoyment. The scent of money is so fascinating to me. Xing put the note away, very pleased with the young master's attitude. Not bad, not bad. You're still very good at handling things. I don't like the idea of making friends. Aren't we friends to begin with? This is called deepening our relationship. Friend, were you trying to come see me just now? What's going on? Xing looked at the young master with a sly look, as if he were being taken advantage of. The young master said, hearing this, I wanted to see what you guys were doing. Xing exchanged glances with Ying, Chike, and Sanueki at his tablemates. Sanueki immediately spoke. Then you come and play. I rest for a while. The young man bowed and thanked him. Thank you very much. Chapter 154. The young master sat down in March 7's seat, listening to him explain how to play the Imperial Jade. Xing, Ying, and Chike exchanged glances. He's stupid. He's rich. Tricking him. The three exchanged glances, then enthusiastically began teaching the young master how to play the Imperial Jade. The lady nearby, seeing this, was a little annoyed. Is this young master really stupid or just pretending? He can't even tell when someone's trying to trick him? Barnabas smiled. Whether he's really stupid or just pretending, at least he's become familiar with those guys, right? He's achieved his goal. The lady paused, pondering for a moment, and nodded. Indeed, at least the young master's goal had been achieved. Barnabas sighed. Sometimes, being too lucid isn't a good thing. Barnabas looked at Asmodeus, who was huddled beside Silver Wolf, enthusiastically playing a game. Is this really the cold-blooded sky ruler? At the harbor of Liyue Harbor. The Son of God stood dejectedly at the harbor. Who knows how exhausted she was today? A moment's hesitation, and Ying had wandered off to some stall. Sister Ganyu couldn't be found either. The staff here said she had declined Yunjian's offer. The Son of God glanced at Ying, who was eating a box of glutinous rice cakes, and sighed. Alas! Little fox. I'm born to work hard. The Son of God looked out to sea, and saw the treasure ship drifting in the distance. It's late at night, and no one's out sailing. Ying, shall we fly over? The Son of God called out to Ying, but received no response. The Son of God turned around. He saw Ying sharing food with a girl with heterochromic eyes. The young woman wore a top hat and a blue dress. Yes, it was Fernina. Fernina and Clarinda had just arrived, and Clarinda asked Fernina to wait while she found a boat. As Fernina waited, she saw Ying. They had met once before on Sky Island, and Fernina knew Ying's identity. Thinking, she figured Ying must have come at the invitation of that lord. So, Fernina came over with a flour cake and greeted him. Ying took the flour cake Fernina offered and took a bite. Her eyes lit up. Fukuros, where did you buy this flour cake? Fernina smiled with satisfaction. Where was that? Oh yes. That Qingsa Manor. How's it? Delicious, right? Ying nodded and looked at the Son of God. Son of God, I want to go to Qingsa Manor to buy some flour cakes. The Son of God covered his face with his hands, unwilling to speak. That's enough. Ying. We still have to attend the banquet hosted by His Majesty Asmodeus. Ying nodded blankly. Oh, that's right. Fernina heard this. How about we go together? My servant Clarinda has gone looking for a boat. The Son of God only realized what Ying had called the girl after hearing Fernina's words. Fukuros? That name is so familiar, I feel like I heard it somewhere before. Let me think. Hiss! Fontaine Water Goddess. Fukuros. Ying, who is this? The Son of God was still a little unsure, and wanted to confirm. Ying swallowed the flour cake in his mouth, and, quite naturally, took another one from the bag in Fernina's hand, and said, Fukuros, the Water Goddess Fukuros. The Son of God immediately gasped. My humble servant greets His Majesty Fukuros. Fernina was secretly delighted to see the Son of God bow to her. Wow, ha ha ha. I didn't expect I was so famous. Just then, a small fishing boat stopped in front of them, and Clarinda emerged from the cabin. Lady Fernina, many of the boatmen have already gone home for the holidays. This is the only fishing boat I could find. Fernina opened her mouth, tossed a piece of flour cake into it, and devoured it with relish. It's all right, it's all right. By the way, the Thunder God and her friends are coming with us. Clorin looked at Ying and bowed. Clorin greets His Majesty the Thunder God. Ying nodded slightly. Then, Fernina boarded the fishing boat, clutching the flour cake. Ying followed Fernina onto the boat, sat next to her, and reached into the bag in her arms, pulling out another flour cake. The Son of God had completely given up on persuasion. Ying had been the one to seal the castle tower for so many years, so he must have gotten greedy. Several people arrived at the treasure ship in a fishing boat. Ning Wang was curious about who was coming. Fanina and Ing were the first to board the treasure ship. Ning Wang was immediately puzzled. Who are these two? Their attire didn't look like Liyue people, nor did it look like Yi Yun and his group. Hello, who are you? Fanina heard this, and quickly chewed the flour cake in her mouth, and swallowed it. Oh, we're here at the invitation of His Majesty Asmodeus. At this moment, Shenzi and Clarinda also boarded the treasure ship. Just then, Ganyu came onto the deck to get some fresh air. Shenzi spotted Ganyu, and waved in surprise. Sister Ganyu. Ganyu turned around and saw Shenzi, beaming with joy. Son of God. Ganyu trotted over. Son of God, why are you here? Son of God pointed to Ing standing nearby. I'm accompanying my daughter Ing to attend His Majesty Asmodeus's dinner. By the way, let me introduce you to His Majesty Fukuros. She has the same purpose as us, and the other one is her subordinate. Ganyu hurriedly greeted them. 7-star Secretary Ganyu greets both His Majesties. Ing nodded slightly. She knew Ganyu. They had met long ago. Fanina replied. Hello, hello. Has His Majesty Asmodeus arrived? Ganyu nodded. Yes, His Majesty Asmodeus is playing games with Silver Wolf. Let's go in and talk. With that, Ganyu led the others into the cabin. Fanina immediately put away the flour cakes after entering the cabin. Just kidding, she was about to meet that person, so she had to be presentable. Entering the cabin, a bustling scene greeted them. Ing and Fanina approached Asmodeus. Your Majesty, we're here, Fanina said nervously. Asmodeus, who was playing games on his PS5, looked up at the two of them. Oh, it's you guys. Sit down and play for a while. Dinner isn't served yet. Ing glanced around, and suddenly his vision lit up. Not far away, he saw a snack bar with a large selection of snacks. Ying's feet moved involuntarily towards it. Fanina glanced around and took Clarinda to a booth. The entire hall was bustling with activity. Xing and the others were playing Gu and Qiongyu. Young Master had only been at the table for 6 rounds, but he had already spent 300,000 mora and was scratching his head. The 6 children were running around, clutching their night lanterns, playing and playing. Silver Wolf and Asmodeus were playing games, shouting and yelling. Barnabas and the lady were drinking tea and chatting. Soon, Yi Yun and his companions came down from upstairs. Xiangling, along with a few kitchen helpers, began serving the dishes. Chapter 155. Xiangling happily walked out of the kitchen, pushing a small cart. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. Everyone, come and eat. 3 tables were set for tonight. Yi Yun took out a jar of fine wine he bought from the System Mall. Those who can drink, come here. Those who can't, sit next to me. Wendy and Fei Shu rushed to sit at Yi Yun's table. Wendy eagerly glanced at the jar of wine in Yi Yun's hand. Quick, quick, Yi Yun, give me a drink first. Yi Yun said. What's the rush? Everyone's not here yet. After that, Yi Yun called out again. Who wants to drink? Come sit here. Kia and Daluk also sat down next to Yi Yun. I definitely have to count you in. Kia confidently sat down next to Wendy. Everyone in the hall took their seats. Kafka and Jizi, Ning Wang with the 6 little ones, Nishida, and Paimon sat at one table. Xing, Sanyueki, Hutao, Amber Eula, Xiering, Chike, and Xiangling sat at another. Seeing everyone was present, Yi Yun opened the lid of the wine jar. Instantly, a strong aroma of wine filled the air. Jumengzi Fei Shu and Wendy's faces immediately lit up with a hint of enjoyment. Yi Yun said, My wine is very strong. Drink it slowly. Fei Shu was surprised to hear this. Strong? I love strong liquor. Strong liquor is meant to be drunk in big gulps. Wendy, standing beside him, echoed. That's right, if drinking wine was like drinking tea, wouldn't it be boring? Yi Yun smiled. If you drink like that, I'm afraid you pass out after just 1 glass. Wendy stepped directly onto the stool and picked up the wine bowl. Come on. Let me see what's going on. Seeing someone fearless, Yi Yun poured Wendy a bowl. Wendy tilted her head back and drank it all in 1 gulp. That's it? That's it? Is this wine just average? Give me another. Wendy hadn't finished her words when her body suddenly slumped and she slid under the table. Yi Yun smacked his lips. TSK, 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 is this the level of the wind god? This wind god is too weak. Fei Xiao, seeing Wendy down with just 1 glass, immediately became interested. Yi Yun, give me a bowl too. Seeing another fearless person, Yi Yun took the wine jar and poured Fei Xiao a bowl as well. Fei Xiao drank it all in 1 gulp and wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth. Refreshing. This wine is strong. Another bowl. Yi Yun looked and was surprised. Wow, he could still stand after a bowl? He bought this wine specifically from the System Mall, the strong kind. Just this one jar cost Yi Yun 10,000 star coins. Yi Yun poured Feishu a second cup, which Feishu drank in another gulp. After finishing, Feishu slammed the bowl down on the table. Burp. Why are you all swaying? No. Why is the floor always shaking? A few seconds later, Feishu and Wendy both slumped under the table. Zhongli had them carried to the side to rest. Yi Yun glanced around at the table. What do you mean? Any other warriors willing to challenge me? Kia slammed the table and stood up. 3 seconds later, Kia collapsed. Huai Yin smiled, stroked his beard, and shook his head. Let's drink slowly. We're old, and we can't compare to the young. Then, each of them poured a bowl and sipped the wine while eating. The 6 little ones' table. Neshida grumbled in dissatisfaction. She's the mighty grass god. And yet she's sitting at the same table with Klee and the others. At first, Neshida wanted to sit at Yi Yun's table. Unexpectedly, Yi Yun dragged her directly to Klee's table. Under a nice pretext. Children, no drinking. Klee picked up a chicken leg and handed it to Neshida. Neshida, eat the chicken leg. Neshida, who had been grumbling and sulking, suddenly brightened up. Okay, thank you, Klee. Neshida took the chicken leg from Klee and took a bite. Asmodeus and Silver Wolf sat at the table with Xing and the others. Asmodeus and Silver Wolf were still playing with their PS5s, not even glancing at the food on the table. Furniture sat next to Xing. Xing asked curiously, Hello, what's your name? Who invited you? Fernina, enjoying her meal, looked up. Humph. I'm fine. I am the embodiment of justice, the god who rules Fontaine, the demon god Fukuros. Xing was surprised. You're a god too? Fernina nodded. Yes, what's wrong? Xing looked at Fernina. Are there any treasure chests in your kingdom? Fernina thought for a moment. Yes, what's wrong? Xing, Sanyueki, Ying, and the others' eyes lit up at the word treasure chest. Treasure chest. Fernina was puzzled. Aren't treasure chests everywhere? Aren't treasure chests everywhere? Ying, upon hearing Fernina's words, instantly realized that Fernina didn't know that primo gems could be exchanged for star coins. So, Ying picked up a piece of sweet and sour fish and placed it in Fernina's bowl. Fukuros? Can we come over to your place? Fernina heard. Just call me Fernina in normal times. Fukuros is usually for formal occasions. Ying nodded. Okay, Fernina, can we come over to your place? Fernina was very curious. Why are you going to my place? Isn't Liyue quite fun? Ying chuckled. We all have a common hobby, opening treasure chests. We all have a condition called snapping after not opening treasure chests for a long time. Fernina rubbed her chin. There's such a disease? This is the first time I heard of it. Ying patted Fernina's shoulder. Fernina, what do you think? Can you take us to Fontainebleau? Fernina thought for a moment. If you want to go, go ahead. We're not in a state of isolation. Fernina's words left Shenzi speechless. How could he, Inazuma, be implicated? Luckily, Ying had finally come out and approached him, promising to improve the lives of Inazuma's people. After the Lantern Festival, Shenzi would return to deal with the affairs of the 3 major families. After all, Inazuma's current state was largely due to the other 2 families besides the Kamisato family. However, Shenzi noticed something. This group seemed incredibly enthusiastic about the treasure chest. As expected, there must be some explanation. As for the disease Ying mentioned, that was ridiculous. How could such a disease even exist? Time flew by as they ate and chatted. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they sat down to digest their food. Yi Yun glanced at the group and took out dozens of red envelopes. Everyone, come on, get your red envelopes. In my hometown, it's a custom to give out red envelopes every new year. Come on, 1 per person. When Paimon heard about the freebie, he flew over to Yi Yun. Yi Yun. Happy New Year. Yi Yun smiled and took out a red envelope and placed it in Paimon's hand. Paimon was curious about what was inside. Paimon shook the red envelope and put his ear close to it to listen. Chapter 156. Yi Yun introduced. This red envelope is similar to the trash can scratch-off lottery ticket Xing opened earlier. What you get depends entirely on luck. Paimon suddenly understood. Is that so? Let me see what I can get. Everyone's eyes turned to Paimon. Paimon opened the red envelope. A flash of golden light appeared, and the red envelope disappeared. In its place, a roast chicken appeared. Paimon's eyes lit up instantly. Wow! It's a roast chicken! Paimon flew to Ying's side with the roast chicken. Hurry, put the roast chicken in your storage ring. I want to have it for a midnight snack when I get home. Xing ran to Yi Yun and imitated Paimon's words. Yi Yun. Happy New Year. Yi Yun handed Xing's red envelope to her. Followed by San Yueki, Hu Tao, Amber Eula, Sierra and Qing Ke. Zhongli, Walter, and Huayan all received their own red envelopes. What Finina hadn't expected was that she, too, received one. Finina stared at the red envelope in her hand, unsure of what goodie she might find. So, Finina opened it, and in an instant, a flash of red light filled her face. Xing, standing nearby, was stunned the moment he saw the red light. No! Delivered in one shot? Was that true? Xing stared at the can of herring in his hand, his face filled with disbelief. When the red light faded, 32 fully armored knights, each holding a rapier and a small round shield, appeared before Finina. The leading knight knelt on one knee before Finina and performed the knight's salute. Lancelot, hello to my king. Xiao frowned as he looked at the group of knights. The strength of these people. Xiao perceived that these knights were not much weaker than himself, and the leader was even more terrifying, emanating an aura not dissimilar to that of Ossel. Finina was stunned by this sudden scene. Are you calling me? Lancelot nodded slightly. Yes, my king, the Lancelot knights are at your disposal. Yi Yun, standing by, smiled and congratulated Finina. Congratulations, Finina. These knights are at least at the level of a demon's followers, and Lancelot, the leader, is even at the level of a demon. Finina was stunned upon hearing this. What? Are these people so powerful? Suddenly, Finina thought of Fontaine's prophecy. If that were the case, wouldn't she no longer have to worry about Fontaine's prophecy, with such powerful subordinates? What else would she have to worry about? March 7 asked curiously. Yi Yun, where do these guys come from? You can actually get someone from your red envelope. Yi Yun said. What comes out of my red envelope is random. These people are all members of the Order of Lancelot. They come from a game world called Warwill. Asmodeus, standing nearby, piqued upon hearing about the game world. Game world? Do these people have skills? Yi Yun nodded, following the system's introduction. Yes, 2 skills in total. The first skill is support. When their loyal knight is in danger, they will immediately appear by their side. The second skill is Lancelot sword fighting, which forces the enemy into a force 1v1 duel. Every time a knight of the Order of Lancelot attacks, they become invincible for a second. Of course, the second skill only works against enemies of similar or lower strength. Everyone was amazed upon hearing this. These 2 skills are truly insane. This bodyguard is simply awesome. After hearing Yi Yun's introduction, Xing's mouth watered with envy. Oh my god! It would be so great if I had a group of these minions. When a fight breaks out, I can just charge in with the Knights of Lancelot and have a righteous brawl. Most importantly, the armor these knights wear is truly stunning. Finina was so excited she felt like she was about to fly. Long live His Majesty Asmodeus. If His Majesty Asmodeus hadn't summoned me, I wouldn't have received the red envelope, nor would I have been able to open this Knights of Lancelot. Finina expressed her unwavering support for His Majesty Asmodeus's rule. Yi Yun glanced at the overjoyed Finina. Have them wait outside. The cabin is very crowded. Finina regained her composure and ordered the Lancelot Knights to leave the cabin and wait on the deck outside. Thank you, Yi Yun. Finina thanked Yi Yun sincerely. Yi Yun smiled. You're welcome. It's just your luck. Yi Yun looked at the others. What are you all standing there for? Let's open the red envelopes and see if there are any lucky winners today. Xing watched the others open their red envelopes eagerly. Xing tugged at Yi Yun's clothes. Yi Yun, are you selling this red envelope? Yi Yun asked. This is the same as the trash can scratch off lottery ticket. 1,000 star coins each. Hearing this, Xing's hand couldn't help but reach for her storage ring. Finally, Xing spent all of his primo gems, star coins, and stellar jade on 7 red envelopes. Xing took the red envelopes and happily prepared to open them. At this moment, Finina, standing by, was puzzled to see Xing had 7 red envelopes. Xing, where did you get these 7 red envelopes? I remember you already opened yours, didn't you? Xing heard. I bought them. Yi Yun sells them. Finina approached Yi Yun. Yi Yun, do you have any more red envelopes? Yi Yun asked. Yes, but you don't have any star coins, do you? Finina scratched her head. Star coins? What are those? Yi Yun explained. I sell a wide variety of items here, sourced from all over the universe. And I only accept star coins, which can be exchanged for primo gems at a 1-10 exchange rate. Finina heard primo gems? It sounded familiar. Clorinda, standing nearby, reminded him. Lady Fernina, primo gems are the stones you find in treasure chests. Fernina suddenly understood. So that's how it is. I was wondering why Xing and the others were so eager to open treasure chests. So that's how it is. After learning the usefulness of primo gems, Fernina decided to have all the primo gems in Fontaine collected as soon as she returned. Yiyun smiled and said, If you want to buy something from me later, you can talk to Asmodeus or Zhongli. They know where my shop is. Fernina understood. Everyone present had already opened their red envelopes. The items they opened were ordinary, but everyone was very satisfied. After all, these things were meant for good luck. Klee didn't get any good rewards this time, just a bag of candy. It wasn't that Klee was unlucky, but that someone had tampered with Klee's red envelope system. When Yiyan gave the red envelope to Kelly, the system forcibly assigned a specific red envelope. No matter which red envelope Yiyan chose, the designated one would swap places with it. Chapter 157. After everyone had opened their red envelopes, Xing began to open the 7 she had just purchased. Xing laid the red envelopes out in a row on a chair. Sanueki saw this. What kind of ritual are you going to perform? Before, every time Xing came to play the trash can scratch cards, she would first perform some strange ritual. Like bathing, burning incense, and performing shaman dances. Sanueki couldn't understand where Xing had learned all this stuff. Xing scratched her head. Huh? Rituals? Not today. As soon as Xing finished speaking, she suddenly grabbed all the red envelopes and opened them. I just opened them. While it's not looking. A flash of golden light appeared, and Xing sat down on the chair with a dejected look on her face. In front of her were 7 apples. Sanueki shook her head helplessly. See, this is what gambling leads to. Xing, try playing with it less from now on. Xing nodded numbly, sitting in a chair, staring up at the ceiling with a look of despair on his face. At that moment, a loud bang came from outside the cabin. Klee, playing by the window, looked out at the sky. The moon hung high in the sky, a riot of stars lighting up the inky black sky. A firework exploded in the night sky, a dazzling display of color. Followed by, more and more fireworks rose high into the sky. Bang! Bang! Whoosh bang! Klee danced with joy. Fireworks! It's fireworks! The 6 little ones quickly grabbed their night lanterns and rushed to the deck. Klee is going to light the night lantern. Zhongli looked up at the fireworks bursting into the sky and said to the people inside, Everyone, let's go to the deck and enjoy the fireworks. With that, Zhongli led the way to the deck. Neshida arrived, watching the fireworks explode into the sky one after another, her face brimming with joy. Neshida had seen fireworks before, but only in dreams. This was her first time seeing them. Asmodeus and Silver Wolf, the 2 internet-addicted girls, had also put away their PS5s and quietly admired the fireworks display. Hu Tao excitedly discussed with Xing which firework was the most beautiful. Xing, look at that one. That one's huge. This one's even bigger. Look at this one. Sanueki took out her phone to capture this rare sight. Ningguang gazed at the sky filled with fireworks, and had the prepared fireworks brought out. Everyone! Let's set off the fireworks. The 6 little ones jumped over at the sight of the fireworks. Xing, Sanueki, and Hu Tao were also excitedly gathering around the fireworks, selecting their favorites. Yiyan picked up Klee and taught her how to use the fireworks. Klee, come on, aim this end at the sky. Are you ready? Klee responded loudly. Klee, I'm ready. Yiyan lit the fuse, and seconds later, a firework rose from Klee's firework tube. The firework shot up into the sky, and with a bang, it exploded in the air. Wow! So beautiful. Klee's firework tube continued to fire off one firework after another. Klee's smile never faltered. She was incredibly happy. Xing picked up a box of 50 fireworks, each containing 25 tubes, and aimed it at the sky. March, help me light it. Hearing this, March 7 quickly took out a lighter and lit the fuse. Seconds later, the firework barrel on Xing's shoulder erupted with frantic fireworks, like a Gatling gun. 50 fireworks exploded simultaneously in the sky, bringing the fireworks display to a climax. Asmodeus, impressed by Xing's playful ways, picked up the same firework tube Xing had just used and shouldered it. Silver Wolf, I want to try this too. Light it for me. Asmodeus turned to see Silver Wolf running off to the distance, playing with a firework tube. Asmodeus glanced around and spotted Barnabas, quietly admiring the view. Barnabas, come and help me light it. Barnabas took the fire wick handed to him by the woman, opened the lid, and blew into it. A flame ignited. Your Majesty Asmodeus, I'm going to light it. Be careful, Asmodeus said nonchalantly. It's okay, it's okay. Hurry up, hurry up. Barnabas lit the fireworks, and the tube on Asmodeus's shoulder suddenly let out a roar. Cool. This is fun. Barnabas, come try it too. Don't just stand there. I asked you to come and have fun. Barnabas smiled at that. Okay, I do it right away. Barnabas picked up a tube and lit it. Zhongli, holding a cup of tea, quietly admired the scene before him. Just then, Hu Tao came running over. Guest. Come set off the fireworks. I got you a super large one. I help you light it. Zhongli looked at Hu Tao, who was holding the tube to him, and a rare smile crossed his calm face. Okay, Hall Master. Everyone on the boat happily set off fireworks. Inside the cabin, Fei Xiao, Wendy, and Kia were still sound asleep, their voices unwavering despite the noise outside. The fireworks gradually faded, and night lanterns rose from the streets and alleys of Liyue Harbor. Zhongli sighed as he watched the night lanterns rise in the sky. The night lanterns represent the Liyue people's yearning for peace and tranquility, Xiao continued. It is our duty to protect the lights of countless homes and safeguard Liyue's peace. Your Majesty, I will go ahead. Zhongli glanced at Xiao and knew what he was about to do. The Lantern Festival is Liyue's most important holiday, and it's also the day when all kinds of demons and monsters are most active. Be careful. Xiao nodded slightly and departed in a gust of wind. Seeing this, he called Rios. Rios, go help Xiao. Rios nodded in agreement and followed Xiao's direction. Zhongli looked at Jingyuan. General Jingyuan, could you please sell me a Qingling pill? Jingyuan heard this. It's just one Qingling pill. I get it for you tomorrow. Zhongli thanked him. Thank you. Jingyuan shook his head slightly, indicating you're welcome. At this moment, Kli came over to Yiyun, holding her night lantern. Brother Yiyun, can Kli light her night lantern? Yiyun squatted down and searched Kli's little head. Yes, come, Brother Yiyun will teach you. Ningguang took out the night lanterns she had prepared and distributed them to everyone present. Everyone, lighting night lanterns is a Liyue tradition. You can write your wishes on the lanterns and light them. Xing heard this, and took a pen to write on her own lantern. I hope I win a prize in future raffles. Xing finished writing and took a look, feeling very satisfied. Ing, seeing what Xing had written, offered some advice. Xing, why don't you switch to something a little more reliable? This isn't possible, is it? Krypton can't save you, and nothing can change your fate. Understand? Chapter 158. As the night lanterns slowly ascended, everyone returned to their cabins to have fun. Those who needed to beat Du Anqianjia did so, those who needed to drink tea drank tea, and those who needed to watch cartoons watched cartoons. The water of life Chi-Chi had taken had begun to take effect. Though Chi-Chi still stumbled with her speech, it was at least not as severe as before, and her reflexes had improved considerably. Fernina brought Clorinda to the deck and watched the fencing competition between the Knights of Lancelot. Slowly, as time passed, it quickly reached midnight. Zhongli raised his glass. Everyone, Happy Lantern Festival. Everyone present raised their glasses. Happy Lantern Festival. The next morning, Fernina lay soundly asleep in bed. 2 Lancelot knights guarded the door intently. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the entire room. Lying in bed, Fernina felt the sun's glare, frowned slightly, and blearily opened her eyes. Fernina sat up and gazed out the window at the azure sea. I slept so comfortably. Fernina stretched heavily, climbed out of bed, and made her way to the window. A refreshing sea breeze caressed her face, and Fernina closed her eyes, enjoying the gentle breeze. Last night, she and everyone else celebrated the new year together. Ningguang had arranged for them to rest on the second floor of the treasure ship. Ningguang had arranged rooms for everyone. Fernina stretched herself, then looked at the 2 tall figures at the doorway, feeling a surge of joy. This time, she had gathered such a team of experts. This would make it easier for her to act when she returned. In Fontaine, it wasn't unheard of for Fernina to question her identity, because Fernina had never fought in front of the people of Fontaine. This led some to doubt Fernina's identity. This time, Fernina planned to make a big move. Local legend. Just wait. I bring my men to destroy you when I get back. Fernina planned to return and lead the Lancelot Knights to publicly destroy the local legend. That way, no one would doubt her military prowess. After all, if the Lancelot Knights under her were so formidable, wouldn't she, their master, be even more formidable? Fernina dressed and went outside. 2 Lancelot Knights saluted with swords. My lord, good morning. Fernina nodded with satisfaction. Good morning, my loyal knights. Are Xing and the others up? Vanina had played all night last night, and had become quite familiar with Xing, Sanyueki, and the others. They had planned to go to Liyue Harbor together today. A Lancelot knight replied, My lord, Miss Xing and Miss March 7 are dining on the first floor. Vanina heard this. Okay, I understand. Vanina walked up to the first floor. Arriving, the entire floor was decorated with festive cheer, with various couplets and blessing characters plastered on the walls, windows, and doors. As soon as Vanina entered the first floor hall, 6 little wines approached her, each holding a bowl of porridge. Kelly waved. Good morning, Sister Vanina. Vanina greeted with a smile. Good morning, Kelly. Where are you going? Kelly said with a smile. Kelly wants to go out for dinner. Vanina stepped aside and let the little ones out onto the deck. Then, Vanina walked into the cabin, found Xing and the others, and sat down beside them. Xing was slurping down a large bowl of white porridge. Putting the bowl down, Xing wiped his mouth and stood up to get himself another helping. At that moment, Xing noticed Vanina. Vanina, you're finally up. We went to call you just now, but the 2 guys at your door wouldn't let us in. Vanina scratched her head. I ordered them to guard the door. Sanyueki poured Vanina a bowl of porridge and handed it to her. Vanina, eat first. Afterward, we go to Liyue Harbor for a stroll. I heard there's a lot of fun stuff going on today. Vanina took the bowl, sat down, and sipped from her spoon. Where are we going today? Vanina asked curiously. Hu Tao said. Let's just hang out in Liyue Harbor. There are lots of fun stalls today. I take you there. At this moment, Xiangling suddenly spoke up. By the way, I checked out today's dungeon. It's a minigame called Mario. Should we go back and play it first? Xing asked. Mario? How much is the reward? Xiangling thought for a moment. Not much. Only 100 star coins for clearing the dungeon. Xing's interest immediately waned. Only 100. Forget it. Let's just play in Liyue Harbor. Jeezy just left. She said she and Pam are going to renovate a new carriage. They think they can finish it today. After that, we'd be ready to leave for the next stop. Amber asked, puzzled. Aren't we participating in the martial arts ceremony? March 7 explained. Of course we have to participate. We don't have to participate in the preliminary rounds. We go straight to the elimination rounds. We return after the preliminary rounds for the elimination rounds. According to General Jing Yuan, the preliminary rounds are estimated to take a month. There are a bit too many contestants this time. Amber heard this, and he was surprised. I see. Okay then. Vanina was confused as she listened to the discussion about the martial arts ceremony. What are you talking about? March 7 looked at her and explained. This is a martial arts tournament held by a faction in our world. Vanina stared at March 7 with wide eyes. Your world? March 7 nodded. Yes, I forgot to tell you. Xing, Shir, and Chike, I are not from your world. Vanina was stunned. Not from our world. Xing then explained to Fernina the whole story, how they came to Teyvat, and so on. Fernina, after hearing Xing's story, became deeply interested in the Nameless. Being a Nameless would be so cool. Traveling the galaxy on a train, conquering a few worlds along the way, and becoming the savior. Oh my god! Fernina had decided, once Fontaine's prophecy was resolved, she'd run off and become a Nameless. Xing, how can I join the Nameless? Xing and March 7 were stunned for a moment when they heard Fernina's idea. What? Fernina, you want to be a Nameless? Fernina nodded. Yeah, isn't that possible? Of course we can. According to Pam, the train won't reject anyone who wants to become a Nameless. But aren't you the water god of Teyvat? You're not going to manage such a large country? Fernina explained. I'm not talking about now, I'm talking about the future, Xing said. Go talk to GZ later. She's our navigator. You might not understand what navigator means, but it's what the boss means. Chapter 159. Fernina nodded. Okay, I go talk to GZ. Let's eat, and then we play. Xing and the others continued eating, finishing their breakfast quickly. Afterward, they boarded the ferry to Liyue Harbor. Luyan called over his 2 loyal disciples, Ganyu and Shenhe. Ganyu, take Shenhe to Liyue Harbor for a stroll. Shenhe has had little contact with human society in recent years, so get her acquainted with it. For the time being, you take Shenhe with you. She stay with you until she finishes the martial arts ceremony, and then turn away from Yunjian. Ganyu agreed and took Shenhe's hand. Yes, master. I will take good care of you, junior sister. Lu Yun nodded with satisfaction, then turned and walked back into the treasure ship to continue assembling the computer. Ganyu looked at Shinha. Junior sister, I take you to Liyue Harbor, and buy you some clothes for the new year. Shinha nodded slightly. I do as you say, senior sister. Ganyu smiled, took Shinha's hand, and boarded a ferry bound for Liyue Harbor. Ning Wang had arranged a fleet of 10 ferries at the treasure ship, specifically to handle everyone's travel. Today was the Lantern Festival, and everyone would stay in Liyue Harbor for another day. Ganyu was about to ask the boatman to start the boat when a voice rang out. Ganyu. Wait for me. Take me along. Ganyu looked back. She saw Asmodeus and Silver Wolf boarding the ferry with Nashida. Ganyu was curious. Your Majesty Asmodeus, can't you fly? Why are you taking the ferry? Wouldn't flying be faster? Asmodeus sank down into a chair, pulled out his PS5, hit continue, and resumed the game he had just finished. Flying is such a hassle? You can't play games while flying. Boating is so much nicer. You can travel quickly and play games at the same time, right, Silver Wolf? Silver Wolf nodded, clutching his PS5. Right. That's right. Ganyu gave an awkward smile. So that's the reason? Very characteristic of His Majesty Asmodeus. Xing, Hu Tao, and Finina had already landed at the port. As soon as they disembarked, they were mesmerized by the bustling port. The port square was filled with countless vendors, food, toys, drinks, clothes, everything. Paimon sniffed deeply. Smells so good. Ing, shall we go get some more food? Ing rolled her eyes at Paimon speechlessly. You just finished eating, and you're still eating? Paimon spread his hands. I can't help it. All this food smells so good. March 7 said. Let's buy some snacks and eat while we walk. It's boring to just walk around without something to eat. Everyone decided to buy some snacks and eat while they walked. March 7 was walking around when he suddenly saw two familiar faces. March 7 thought he was seeing things at first, so he rubbed his eyes and looked again. Isn't that Topa and Jadeite? Why are they setting up a stall here? Xing and Hu Tao looked over and saw it was indeed them. The group approached Topa and Jadeite's stall and took a look. They had set up a large turntable, and next to it were all kinds of prizes. Topa stood in front of the turntable, holding a sign. Xing ate a popsicle and glanced at the sign. 1 Primogems gets 1 draw. 9 Primogems gets 10 draws. Frog Fun, Primogems Lottery? Topa noticed Xing and smiled. Hey Xing, March, Hu Tao, why are you guys so busy? Why don't you try my wheel? The prizes are generous. Xing spread his hands. I don't have any other currency except for over 6 million mora right now, Topa said. How about I give you 100,000 mora and let you play once? Wanna give it a try? Xing was surprised to hear this. Such a good deal? Hell, Xing took out 100,000 mora and handed it to Topa. Topa accepted it and asked Xing to spin the wheel. Xing looked at the prizes written on the wheel. 100 kilograms of high-quality rice, 10 rolls of silk, 3,000 sheets of tissue paper, a set of brushes, inkstones, paper, and inkstone, a box of bread, a basket of fruit, an iron sword, a donkey, and a fine horse. Xing glanced at the information and immediately felt a bit of a rip-off. I gave him 100,000 mora, which was enough for a family of 3 to live on for a month. Topa, your prize doesn't seem very interesting, Topa said. That's not true. Think about it, if you want a fine horse, wouldn't you be rich? Come and see the fine horse I brought. Tell me if it's beautiful. Topa pointed to a magnificent white horse nearby, and Xing nodded. The white horse was indeed handsome. It was snow white, with bright eyes and a sturdy body. It was obviously a fine horse. Okay. I start. Xing spun the wheel. The wheel spun rapidly, and Topa got a gong from somewhere and struck it. Everyone, come and take a look at the lucky wheel. Whatever you spin, you take. Today's Lantern Festival is giving us a big giveaway. Just 1 Primogem gets you a chance to spin the game. Don't miss it if you're passing by. With Topa's shout, people on the surrounding streets turned their attention. They were all curious about this new gadget. What is this? It looks quite fun. Look at that horse. Wow, it's so handsome. Boss, is that horse a prize? Topa greeted the customer. Of course, that's our grand prize. Look at the lady next to me. She's already playing. Do you want to try? Xing was furious when he saw Topa using her as a promotion. Fei Chui smiled and surreptitiously took out 100 star coins and put them in Xing's hand. Xing understood immediately and gave a mysterious smile. Xing looked at the spinning wheel, which hadn't stopped yet, and gave it another strong spin. This is really fun. I wonder what I can win. On March 7th, Hu Tao and the others were speechless when they saw the jade and star being traded by PY. Xing's greed for money is incurable. She was bribed with just 100 star coins, Hu Tao said. Xing was bribed with just 100 star coins. If it were me, I have to pay at least 200. March 7th raised an eyebrow. 200? I think 300 is enough. Ing waved her hand. 1,000. With the cooperation of Xing and Topa, more and more people gathered to watch the fun. During this time, most people secretly regretted having sold their primo gems to Ningguang. However, the Lantern Festival wasn't just for Liyue people. Many from other places were also present, some of whom had primo gems. In groups of 3 or 4, some took out their primo gems to play. Fei Chui was in charge of distributing prizes, while Topa was responsible for hosting and warming up the crowd. With their cooperation, their business expanded, and more people gathered. Seeing that his mission was completed, Xing collected his prize, a basket of fruit, and continued shopping with San Yueki and the others. Fei Chui, seeing that Xing and the others were so numerous, gave them an extra basket of fruit. Everyone in Xing's group ate a piece of fruit as they strolled around. Chapter 160. Xing and his group were strolling around, eating fruit and looking around. At that moment, Xing noticed young master sneaking around behind a bush. Xing slipped into the bushes next to young master. What are you looking at? Young master gestured for silence. Shh. Look over there. Xing looked in the direction young master pointed, her eyes widening. March 7 slipped in from beside Xing again, seeing Xing's expression of delighted delight. What are you two looking at? Xing pointed into the distance. March 7 looked over, his eyes widening. Hu Tao slipped in again. What are you three looking at? Amber, you 4. Eula, you 5. Ing, Following everyone's gaze, they saw 2 factory kissing. Xing and young master, hiding to the side, watched with rapt interest. San Yueki watched the 2 kiss. Isn't that too corny? Xing's eyes widened, wishing she could just get right up next to them and eat their food. The 2 were completely lost in their own world, completely unaware of the people crouching in the bushes nearby, watching the scene. Just then, a woman walked by, shopping for Barnabas, and spotted a few people skulking in the bushes. What are you doing? The woman's voice was so loud that it not only startled the peepers, young master, Xing, and Hu Tao, but also the 2 factory who were flirting with each other. The 2 factory were petrified when they saw a group of people emerge from the bushes, just a few meters away. The lady saw the petrified 2, and instantly understood what Xing and the others were doing. The lady rolled her eyes at young master. Boring. With that, she took the juice she bought for Barnabas and headed for the internet cafe. Barnabas had already booted up his computer, logged into the game, created a room, and was waiting for Asmodeus to enter for a sparring match. Yesterday, Barnabas had been beaten all day, and today, Barnabas vowed to win for once. After the lady left, Xing and young master separated and continued their shopping. As they walked, Xing saw another familiar face. Ketching. Hu Tao and the others looked, and it was indeed Kitching. Kitching and a few others were selling various fireworks and firecrackers. Kitching had bought these fireworks and firecrackers online from the Interstellar Peace Company, and they were all very cheap. Kitching was selling them, hoping to earn some money, so Mora wouldn't have to constantly ask Ningguang for funding for her business next year. Xing walked closer, picked up a box of firecrackers, and examined it. Kitching, how much are you selling these for? Kitching asked, noticing Xing and her group. Your ones are cheap, 588 Mora a box. Xing looked at San Yueki and the others. How about we buy some for fun? Okay. San Yueki, of course, agreed. Great. I saw online that celebrating Chinese New Year without firecrackers is a complete waste. So, Xing and the others bought a bunch of different firecrackers. Xing pulled out a box of firecrackers. These didn't need to be lit, they would explode when thrown to the ground. Xing glanced at the defenseless Amber and chuckled. I throw them. Xing took out a firecracker and slammed it down at Amber's feet. The sudden explosion startled Amber, causing her to jump. Oh my god! Xing burst into laughter at Amber's embarrassment. Haha, Amber, you're such a coward, aren't you? After Amber realized what was happening, she pulled out a box of firecrackers, lit them, and threw them at Xing. Xing gave a sly grin and dodged sideways. Hee hee. You can't blow me up. Hee hee. Xing took off, and Amber chased after him, firecrackers in hand. March 7 and the others also became interested and followed Amber in pursuit of Xing. Xing fled frantically, while Amber and the others pursued him. All the while, Xing would occasionally turn back and throw a few firecrackers at Amber and the others. Amber and the others, seeing this, also switched to firecrackers, chasing and throwing them. Xing fled in panic, finally hiding in a pile of empty cargo boxes. Xing peeked out to see March 7, Amber, and the others retreating. "Hey, you're still trying to catch me with this level?" Xing climbed out of the empty cargo box and looked around. She noticed a few dogs resting after their meal near the bridge leading to Shimi. Xing watched for a moment as the dogs stood up and strolled around. Seeing this, Xing took the dogs' bowls, lit a firecracker, and used the bowls to hold it. Then, Xing quickly dodged. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and the bowl took off. Xing's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the flying bowl. "This is fun. Hee hee, try again." Xing went over to pick up the bowl and, this time, doubled the power, placing 5 firecrackers inside and lighting them simultaneously. Xing dodged again, and the bowl took off again. Xing, as if she had found a favorite toy, continued to explode the bowl, much to the amusement of the people around her. Just as Xing was about to blow up the dog bowl again, she suddenly felt her vision go dark, and several figures blocked out the sun. Xing looked up, and was instantly caught in the act. She saw. The dog bowl's owner had returned, glaring at her fiercely. Xing swallowed hard, suddenly turned, and ran. Several dogs barked incessantly behind her, chasing Xing through the streets. The noise was so loud that Sanyueki, and the others, who had initially been chasing Xing, also spotted her. "Look! Xing's there! Sisters charge! Revenge!" Sanyueki and the others joined the hunt for Xing. Nashida watched from the windowsill. So energetic. Ganyu, on her side, led Shinha to a tailor's shop. "Boss, are you open today?" Ganyu asked inside. Soon, the owner's voice echoed from inside. "Open, open! Hey, isn't this Ganyu's secretary? Please come in." The shop owner came out to greet her, recognized Ganyu, and quickly ushered her and Shinhee in. The owner of this tailor's shop was a woman with exceptional craftsmanship. Most of Liyue's high-ranking officials had their clothes custom-made here. Ganyu pointed at Shinhee. "Boss, this is my junior sister. Could you please make her a few dresses?" The shop owner took Shinhee's measurements. "Wow, sir, you have a great figure. Come here and choose the material and style you like." Shinhee looked at Ganyu. "Sister, please help me choose. I'm not very good at this." Ganyu smiled. "Sister, what color do you prefer?" Shinhee thought for a moment. "White, something simple." Ganyu turned and discussed the details of the dress with the shop owner. Shinhee, standing by, stared blankly at the two chatting. Shinhee has been learning skills from Lu Yun in the mountains since she was a child, and has only come down the mountain once. Coupled with her childhood experiences, she cannot communicate with others. Chapter 161. Luofu, Return Star Harbor, train stop. Jeezy and Pam were counting the renovation materials delivered by the company. Off to the side, Ren and Donhung were waiting to help with the moving. The two continued to ignore each other, each finding a seat, looking as if they had never seen each other before. Jeezy counted the items one by one, then called out to them. "Move these in first, they've been counted." Donhung and Ren came over and started carrying the materials into the train. As they bent over to pick them up, they glanced at each other. They both snorted coldly and turned away. After counting the materials, Jeezy arrived at an empty carriage. Glancing at the materials scattered across the floor, Jeezy took out the blueprints for comparison. Jeezy planned to create 6 rooms in this carriage. The rooms wouldn't be too large, about half the size of her own. After carefully comparing the blueprints and clarifying her ideas, Jeezy called Donhung and Ren to work. The renovations were relatively simple. The materials were all high-end company made. For example, the soundproofing walls were delivered as mere light fixtures. Once activated, the lights automatically expanded to form a wall. First, the walls were finished, followed by wallpaper, power strips, and carpeting. With the 3 of them busy, the basic renovations were quickly completed. Jeezy clapped her hands in satisfaction, dusting them off. As expected of high-end company-made materials, they saved time and effort. After saying this, Jeezy looked at Donhung and Ren. "Let's go take a break and continue this afternoon after lunch." Donhung and Ren nodded in agreement. The two of them found a spot to rest. Pam went to prepare lunch. Jeezy washed her hands and went to the small bar to operate the spiritual energy coffee machine. Halfway through the first cup, the spiritual energy coffee machine suddenly lost power and stopped operating. Jeezy opened the power port and saw that the spiritual energy stone inside had completely lost its luster. Jeezy opened a box nearby and took out a spiritual energy stone to replace it. After replacing it, the spiritual energy coffee machine started working again. In a short while, Jeezy had prepared 3 cups of Jeezy brand coffee. Holding the coffee, Jeezy came to Donhung. Donhung, come and have a cup of coffee and rest. You work so hard. Donhung was stunned when he heard the word coffee. Jeezy's coffee. Donhung turned his head away and put on his headphones, pretending not to hear. Run, who was standing nearby, said, seeing this. If he doesn't drink, give it to me. I'm thirsty. Hearing this, Jeezy immediately found Ren pleasing to the eye. Look, this is what a connoisseur looks like. Jeezy placed 2 cups of coffee in front of Ren. Ren nodded slightly. Thank you. Jeezy smiled. You're welcome. Just call me for more. With that, Jeezy took her cup of coffee and went to sit aside to rest. Donhung glanced at Ren. Good luck. Ren picked up a cup of coffee and downed it in one gulp. After swallowing it, Ren sat frozen in place, holding the cup. Donhung saw this and thought to himself, it's not good. He hurried over to check on Ren. Hey, are you okay? Ren looked up, and Donhung saw the expression on his face, a stern one. Even so, Ren forced a smile. I'm fine. Ha. A cup of coffee in. Before Blade could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly rolled back, and he fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Donhung hurried forward to check, shaking Blade. Hey! Wake up! Wake up! Jeezy was puzzled by this scene, and took her own cup of coffee to the spiritual coffee machine to study it. A while passed. Blank sat on the sofa, his hands slumped on the backrest, his face a look of relief. For the first time, I think the curse of plenty is good for me. Donhung, standing beside him, nodded in astonishment. Blank had nearly died, but at the last moment, his demonic body reactivated and saved him. Blank, desperate for death, said, I want to die, but not this way. I, the Starcore Hunter Blade, will not accept dying from a cup of unpalatable coffee. The two rested for a while, ate the lunch Pam had prepared, and then went to renovate the new carriage. Blank had come to help because he wanted a room for Kafka. There were 6 rooms in total. Toppa had reserved 1, and Chinke had reserved 1, so 2 were eliminated. Xing had 1, and Sanueki had 1, 2, so 2 more were eliminated. 2 rooms remained, and Kafka wanted 1, so she asked Ren to take care of it. Ren didn't mind. It was good to have some free time, and it would be good to get some exercise. Another afternoon passed, and Jeezy, satisfied, took out her phone and took a photo of the new carriage. On the right, upon entering the new carriage, there was a row of rooms, and on the left, an aisle and a row of windows. The overall style of the carriage was similar to Jeezy's and her companions, except for the lack of a few sofas for resting. The equipment for each room had already been installed. Jeezy only provided the basics: a refrigerator, a 2-meter bed, a desk, a wardrobe, an air conditioner, and a washing machine. If they wanted to add other furniture, they would have to buy it themselves. Jeezy checked the time and asked Donhung to call Toppa, Chike, Xing, and Sanueki back. Upon hearing this, Donhung entered the portal Yiyun had left behind and headed for Liyue Harbor. Donhung surveyed the bustling streets, feeling a little distressed. There were so many people, it would be hard to find someone. Just then Yilan, who was stationed at Wanman Hall, approached and saw what Donhung was thinking. Donhung, are you looking for someone? Donhung nodded slightly. Yes, I'm looking for Xing, Sanwe, Toppa, and Chinke. Yilan took out a phone and checked it. After a while Yilan spoke. Xing, Sanwe, and Chinke are playing by the Lotus Pond in Yujing Terrace. Toppa is doing business at the harbor. Donhung heard this. Thank you. With that, Donhung headed for Yujing Terrace. At Yujing Terrace, Hu Tao was chasing Chi-Chi. Hey Chi-Chi, don't run. Yiyan protected you last night, but I wonder who can protect you today. Hey! Chi-Chi was running away. Just now, she was playing hide-and-seek with Kuli and the others, and she thought of running over here to hide. Unexpectedly, upon arriving, she saw Hu Tao. Hu Tao, of course, saw Chi-Chi too, and without a word, she grabbed a sack and chased after her. Xing, Sanuchi, and the others also chased after her, trying to catch Hu Tao. Chi-Chi was running when she spotted Kuli, the one in charge of the capture. Kuli! Help! Help! Kuli saw Hu Tao chasing after Chi-Chi, and immediately called out. Sister Hu Tao is trying to catch Chi-Chi again. Everyone, come out and help. The Bailu cubs, who had been hiding, also saw what was happening and rushed out to help. Bailu grabbed Hu Tao's waist, slowing her down. Diana and Hook also rushed over, one hanging on Hu Tao's hand, the other on her leg. Hu Tao tried to break free with her free hand, but quickly pounced on her again. Hu Tao was completely restrained, unable to move. Chi-Chi stopped and turned to walk over to Hu Tao to examine the rope she had brought. Chapter 162. More than 10 minutes later. Yujing Terrace. Hu Tao was lying on the lawn, tied up like a dumpling. A sunset fruit was stuffed in Hu Tao's mouth. Chi-Chi was tickling Hu Tao with a chicken feather, causing her to twitch constantly. Grandma Ping, who was standing nearby, saw this and pulled Chi-Chi to her side. Okay, kids, let Hu Tao go. She should know she's wrong. Hu Tao nodded quickly in agreement with Grandma Ping. Chi-Chi held the chicken feather. Hu Tao. Devil Chi-Chi, teach her a lesson. Grandma Ping smiled and patted Chi-Chi's head. Chi-Chi, Hu Tao already knows she was wrong. Let's forgive her, okay? She won't try to catch you again. Chi-Chi looked at Hu Tao. Hu Tao nodded repeatedly. Chi-Chi saw this. Okay. Chi-Chi forgives Hu Tao. Hearing this, Xing untied Hu Tao. Hu Tao stood up and rubbed her waist. Ouch, being tied up is so uncomfortable. Ing spread her hands helplessly. It can't be helped. Who told you to bury Chi-Chi so many times before? By the way, Hu Tao, why are you so obsessed with burying Chi-Chi? Hu Tao said. Chi-Chi is a zombie. The dead should go to the underworld. Hearing this, Xing and the others realized that this was the reason. At this time, Grandma Ping spoke. Chi-Chi is no longer a zombie. Under Mr. Yi Yun's treatment, Chi-Chi is now considered an immortal. Everyone looked at Chi-Chi. Immortal? Grandma Ping explained. Yes, immortal. The reason Chi-Chi became a zombie was because she couldn't withstand the chaotic immortal energy within her body. Now, the immortal energy within him has been harmonized, and his body, under the influence of the immortal energy, has become that of an immortal. Everyone, upon hearing this, gave a look of astonishment. Just then, Dan Heng found this place. You're here? Xing turned to look at Dan Heng. Dan Heng, what brought you here? Are you here to help GZ decorate the carriage? Dan Heng said. The carriage is already decorated. GZ asked you, Sanyu, and Qin K to go back and choose a room. Sanyu was a little confused and pointed at herself. I have a room. Why do I have to choose one? Dan Heng explained. The new room isn't as big as the previous one. With the 6 of them, Klee and the others, your previous room will belong to Klee and the others from now on. Sanyuchi finally understood. I see. Let's go back and choose a new room. Xing looked at Hu Tao and the others. Well, do you want to come with us? Hu Tao said. Let's go. We don't have anything else to do right now. Afterwards, Xing and the others followed Dan Heng to the port to find Topa and return to the train. Jeezy saw them return. Welcome back. How was your day? Xing said cheerfully. It was fun. But we had enough, Jeezy. We're leaving the day after tomorrow, right? Jeezy nodded. Yes, we're leaving the day after tomorrow. We have to attend the family event. March 7 suddenly became excited when Jeezy mentioned the family event. A family event? Is it Pinocchio? That's amazing. Xing was confused. Pinocchio? Is it fun? Sanyueki nodded happily. Of course. Pinocchio is also known as the Star of Festivals and the Land of Dreams. It's extremely famous throughout the universe. Xing heard this. Oh, is that so? How about we leave tomorrow? Jeezy shook her head. We still need to restock our supplies. Xing heard this. Okay. Then let's go play in the dungeon tomorrow. Jeezy stood up and looked at Xing, Sanyueki, Topa, and Shinke one by one. Okay, go pick your rooms first. Xing and the others happily ran off to choose their own rooms. Xing asked Sanyueki, Topa, and Shinke. Which one will you choose? Topa said it was up to him. I don't care. These 6 rooms are all about the same size. I'm fine with any of them, Chike said. I take the last one. I'm planning to set up a Duyuan Chungyu card table in my room, so I don't disturb you all. Sanyueki said. Then I take the front row. I don't sleep well. Xing saw this. Then I stay next to you. After the rooms were assigned, the 4 of them each went inside to take a look. Xing entered his own room. The room was now bare, without bedding or a mattress. Xing saw this and searched his pockets. He only had Mora. It seemed he would have to go to Liyue. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. The train team, the Luofu team, Topa, and the others returned to the Star Rail World, concluding their Lantern Festival journey. Asmodeus stood at the entrance of the Wangxingtang Internet Cafe to bid farewell to Ing, Shinsi, Barnabas, Bernina, Clarinda, and the others. When you return, govern your own countries well. Don't be a drag on the relocation. Do you understand? Several people agreed. Asmodeus nodded in satisfaction at their agreement. I'm serious. I already told Ing to conduct a surprise inspection. If anything goes wrong, you be in trouble. Okay, let's all go back. With that, Asmodeus returned to the internet cafe and continued surfing. Shinzi, Ing, and Ing bid farewell to Fanina and Barnabas before boarding the merchant ship back to Inazuma. Shinzi had originally wanted to return to Inazuma quickly, but Ing had bought a lot of snacks, desserts, and other things. These things filled an entire ship, so Shinzi had no choice but to return with Ing on the merchant ship. Ing sat in the cabin, happily eating flour cakes and reading the comic book Sanueki had given him. Shinzi sat next to Ing. Ing, what are you going to do when you get back? Ing asked bluntly. Wouldn't a meeting be enough? Shinzi shook his head slightly. Ing, just holding a meeting won't do. I told you last time that the problem lies with those officials. His Majesty Asmodeus just told us to go back and govern properly, and he's also asking Ing to be the supervisor. He conducts surprise inspections. If then... Ing pondered for a moment, then made a decision. When we get back, I follow your instructions. I won't govern. Shinzi feigned distress and agreed. Alas, why am I so pitiful? I'm just a little fox, yet I have to worry so much. Ing, thinking Shinzi was actually complaining, held out a piece of flour cake. Here, have a piece of flour cake. You be happy after eating it. Shinzi looked at Ing, who solemnly handed him the flour cake, and chuckled. Okay, I eat it. Then, the two boarded a merchant ship back to Inazuma. Ing remained in his room reading comics the entire way. On the other side, Fanina and Clorinda arrived at the entrance to Liyue, where the Knights of Lancelot had been waiting for a long time. My lord, please mount the carriage. A knight offered Fanina a hand and helped her onto the carriage. With a wave of his sword, he led the Knights of Lancelot, escorting Fanina's carriage towards Qingce. Chapter 163. Fanina sat in the carriage, humming happily, as she counted the gifts she had brought back for Violet and the others. This water is for Violet. I wonder if he likes this otherworldly water. Cloland, standing by, glanced at the unactivated portal nearby. Lady Fanina, where should we put this portal? Fanina rubbed her chin, thinking. Let's put it in my living room. Didn't they say we should put it somewhere out of reach of ordinary people? Wouldn't my house be perfect? Fanina thought. If she kept it at home, she could visit Yuyun and the others whenever she wanted. Cloland heard this. I understand. Fanina looked at the flour cakes she had bought earlier. There aren't many left. Cloland, let's go buy some more from that old woman later. Cloland nodded in agreement. Yes. Fanina then sat in the carriage, leisurely leaning against the window, admiring the scenery. The monsters encountered along the way were instantly slain by the Knights of Lancelot. After a safe journey to Qingce Manor and emptying the old woman's house of flour cakes, Fanina, Clorinda, and the Knights of Lancelot boarded the ship back to Fontaine. Train inside Yiyun's shop. The train crew gathered inside Yiyun's shop. Yiyun took out the invitation to the otherworldly guest. A new friend will arrive soon. Xing asked curiously. New friend? From where? Luofu? Yiyun waved the invitation to the otherworldly guest in his hand. From another world? You find out later. With that, Yiyun tore up the invitation to the otherworldly guest. The next second, a portal appeared not far away. A moment later, a girl with white hair in a ponytail and wearing a tight combat uniform emerged from the portal. Wow! Is this the place the boys mentioned? It's definitely different. The visitor was none other than the protagonist of the Honkai Impact Third World, Kiana. Kiana looked around and noticed Yiyun and the others. Kiana stood up straight and introduced herself with full energy. Hello, my name is Kiana Kaslana. Nice to meet you all. The moment Walter saw Kiana, he was stunned. Kiana! Why are you here? Kiana noticed Walter. Teacher Walter? Why are you here? Didn't that voice talk about the other world? Are you kidding me? Kiana glanced at everyone carefully. And Jeezy. Why are you here too? You're dressed. And so? What's the word? Walter immediately held his forehead. Intellectual. Kiana clapped her hands at Walter's reminder. Oh! Yes, intelligent. March 7 and Xing looked at Walter. Uncle Yang, do you know each other? Walter nodded. Yes, we're from the same place. Xing was surprised. Oh! Kiana is from Uncle Yang's hometown, isn't she? Walter nodded noncommittally, but after taking a closer look at Kiana, he said, I guess so. We're from two different parallel universes. The Kiana I know is a very powerful Valkyrie. Kiana's brows lit up at Walter's words. Teacher Walter, are you saying I'd be very powerful in the future? Walter nodded slightly. Yes. Kiana was overjoyed at the confirmation. Great. I knew I could become the strongest Valkyrie. Ian smiled and said to Walter, Walter, since we're from the same hometown, please take the trouble to show Kiana around the shop. Walter agreed and began to lead Kiana around the shop. After a round, Kiana understood her current situation. The Aunt Jeezy she had just seen wasn't the same Aunt Jeezy she knew, they just looked alike. Teacher Walter wasn't the one she knew either, but someone from the future. Kiana said her mind was swirling, and she couldn't process it for a moment. Walter looked at Kiana, who looked like she was about to faint, and smiled slightly. Sure enough, she was still the same clueless Kiana. Walter took out 200 star coins and handed them to Kiana. Here, Kiana, these are star coins. Take these 200 and go experience the shopping process here. Kiana took the star coins, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Okay. Kiana rushed to the bar. Walter had just explained how to buy things. A few minutes later, Walter looked at Kiana speechlessly. As expected, Kiana was happily holding a bucket of super invincible delicious instant noodles she had purchased from the system. Instant noodles, I love instant noodles. This bucket of instant noodles cost 20 star coins. Kiana had originally wanted to buy 10 buckets, but Walter stopped her and told her to save it for other things. Xiangling, standing nearby, saw Kiana preparing instant noodles. Kiana, right? My name is Xiangling, and I'm the chef. Kiana nodded. Yes, hello. Xiangling pointed to the incredibly delicious instant noodles in Kiana's hand. Would you like me to cook them for you? They'd be even better if cooked, and I add some toppings. Kiana immediately agreed. Okay. Thank you, Xiangling. Xiangling smiled and shook her head. You're welcome. Wait a minute, and I cook for you. Xiangling took the noodles from Kiana and went into the kitchen. Afterwards, while waiting for her noodles, Kiana chatted with the others. During this time, Kiana got to know everyone present. From Kiana, everyone also learned about the world she inhabited. Kiana quickly bonded with Xing, Sanueki, and Ing. After all, they were of similar age and temperament, so it was easy for them to get along. Kiana was filled with longing after hearing Xing's account of her recent experiences. Wow! Your experiences were truly amazing, weren't they? Xing patted Kiana's shoulder. It's okay. We head to our next stop tomorrow, and we go play together then. Kiana agreed immediately. Okay. Quickly, Xiangling cooked instant noodles, placed them in a large bowl, and placed them in front of Kiana. Come, try it, Kiana. Kiana inhaled the aroma, a happy smile spreading across her face. It smells so good. Oh my god. I can't handle it. Kiana picked up the chopsticks from the bowl, scooped up a handful of noodles, and slurped them into her mouth. The moment the noodles entered her mouth, Kiana was stunned. For a moment. These instant noodles are so delicious. They're the best I ever had in my life, Xiangling. You're such a great cook. Xiangling scratched the back of her head. As long as you like it, eat it quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Kiana nodded emphatically, and happily slurped down her instant noodles, making savory sounds as she ate. Chapter 164. Kiana ate with a large bowl of noodles, relishing it so deliciously that even Xing, who had just finished breakfast, felt a little hungry. Kiana emptied the entire bowl of noodles, including the soup. Kiana wiped her mouth and slammed the bowl down on the table, looking very satisfied. Ah, it's so delicious. I'm going to bring some back for May and the others when I go back. This is seriously the best instant noodles I ever had. Himiko took out a wet tissue and handed it to Kiana. Kiana, don't wipe your mouth directly after eating. You get your hands dirty. Remember to use a tissue next time. Come on, wipe your hands. Kiana took the tissue, scratched the back of her head, and smiled foolishly. Kiana took the tissue and wiped her mouth. I know, Aunt Himiko. Kiana casually said Aunt Himiko. Jeezy flicked Kiana's forehead with her finger. Call me sister. Kiana rubbed her forehead with a wry smile. Sister Jeezy. Jeezy nodded in satisfaction. Let's go see what today's dungeon is. Everyone arrived at the dungeon portal. Kiana leaned over to the portal and read the words word by word. Today's dungeon, CFG, biomode? What does that mean? Xing was a little surprised. CFG, biomode again? But what does this biomode mean? Yiyun said. We find out once we get in. It's quite fun, but a little scary. March 7 was surprised to hear that the new mode was a little scary, and scenes from a horror movie suddenly appeared in his mind. Hey. Horror stories always start like this. A group of people walk into a bottomless, pitch-black cave. Finally. Xing coquettishly patted Kiana's shoulder and whispered something in her ear. Kiana was puzzled. Why are you patting Sanyue's shoulder? Xing nudged Kiana. Go ahead. Just do it, and it'd be over. Kiana, baffled, patted Sanyueki's shoulder. Sanyueki was already a little scared, and suddenly startled, she jumped up on the spot. Hey! Ghost! Jeezy! Help me! Sanyueki hugged Jeezy and hid behind her. Kiana, seeing that Sanyueki had been frightened, was very proud and giggled with Xing. Sanyueki only realized what was happening when she heard the two laughing. Sanyueki stamped her foot in anger. Kiana, why are you scaring me? Kiana pointed at Xing innocently. Xing told me to hit you. Hearing this, March 7 immediately pointed his finger at Xing. Xing! Get right there. March 7 bit his bow, drew his arrow, and shot. Xing tried to hide, but Ying grabbed her. Xing struggled frantically, trying to break free from Ying's grasp. Ying chuckled. Xing, accept justice. March 7's arrow pierced Xing, causing her to cry out in pain. March 7's hand was measured. The arrow only pricked Xing before falling to the ground. Yiyun clapped his hands. All right, stop messing around. Let's finish today's dungeon first. Then March 7 and the others quieted down. Yiyun glanced at the dungeon information for today. In the Go biochemical mode, a total of 32 people can participate. The top 3 with the highest scores will receive 3,000, 2,000, and 1,000 star coins respectively, and the rest will not receive any rewards. Xing and the others signed up and waited nearby. The game could only begin when 32 people were present. As time passed, more and more people arrived on the train. Ningguang, Yelan, and others. Qin, Lisa, and others. Jingyuan, Huayan, and others. Asmodeus and Nashida. Soon, all 32 people were present, and the 32 who had successfully registered were teleported to the game map. After landing, Kiana looked around. There were still a few people around. They were Xing, Sanyueki, Zhongli, Jingyuan, and Nashida. Kiana tried to stretch her legs, but found her legs wouldn't respond at all. Xing, who was standing nearby, said, Kiana, the game hasn't officially started yet. We haven't explained the rules yet. We can move once the game officially begins. Kiana waited patiently. Kiana had time to survey her surroundings. It was an abandoned neighborhood, dimly lit and flickering, adding a touch of eerie atmosphere. Soon, the system voice chimed in. This instance, CF Biohazard Mode. Instance Map, Block 13. Instance Details. This instance features 2 teams, Biohazard Zombies and Human Mercenaries. There are 17 rounds, each lasting 20 minutes. Victory condition. If the timer expires and all humans are not infected, the humans win, otherwise, the Biohazard Zombies win. Scoring rules. Mercenaries earn 1 point for shooting zombies that reach 1000 HP, and 1 point for each mercenary infected by a zombie. Reward rules. The highest scorer receives 3,000 star coins, second place receives 2,000 star coins, and third place receives 1,000 star coins. 3, 2, 1. The game officially begins. Please select your primary and secondary weapons. You can only select once per game, so choose carefully. The system voice fell, and everyone began to choose their weapons in a familiar manner. Kiana watched Xing operate the system and imitated it. Xing still pulled out his heavy machine gun, the Nejif, while Sanyueki chose the sniper rifle. Kiana thought for a moment and chose the AK rifle. Xing waved his hand. Go, go, go! Let's go kill the zombies. Who's the zombie? Stand out, Zhongli said slowly, holding his shotgun. The countdown isn't over yet. We know who the biozombie mother is after it ends. Hearing this, Xing called Sanyueki and Kiana to wait on a higher container. In the dungeon, everyone's physical fitness was forcibly changed to that of an average person. Time ticked by, and everyone present formed teams of 2 or 3, settling in what they considered to be a prime location. Xing glanced around and happened to see Hu Tao and Huahua passing by. Xing waved quickly. Hu Tao! Huahua! Come here! Hu Tao and Huahua heard Xing's cry and quickly climbed onto the container where Xing was. Xing pulled the trigger, a look of awesomeness on her face. Wait, watch how I lead humanity to victory. Just then, the countdown ended, and a flash of light flashed from Xing's body. This round's biomatrix. Xing, Jingyuan, Hutao, Huahua, Sanyueki, and Qiana were stunned. No! Is this how unlucky she is? Xing transformed into a biomatrix, her entire body, save for her head, transformed into a biozombie. Xing bared her fangs and claws. I will lead the zombie camp to victory. Xing grabbed Huahua and infected him. Hutao, Sanyueki, and Qiana reacted, aiming their weapons at Xing. Xing's body fell uncontrollably backwards, eventually falling out of the container. Hutao finished reloading her magazine and breathed a sigh of relief. Huh. Luckily we reacted quickly and shot Xing down. At that moment, Hutao suddenly felt a chill on her back. When she turned around, Huahua had already infected March 7 and Qiana, with March 7 aiming at her and grabbing her. March 7 infects Hutao. Chapter 165. Hutao was so exhausted, she was so focused on repelling Xing, that she forgotten Huahua was also infected. Hutao, Huahua, Sanyuchi, and Qiana stepped off the container. Xing looked at them with a sly smile. Hey, let's go, my little brothers. Let's catch some. The others, standing in their zombie formation, quickly went to infect the humans. Xing quickly locked onto Jean, Lisa, Kia, Ing, and Nashida, who were hiding against a wall. Xing waved his hand. Go! Infect them. Join the glorious evolution. Xing led the way up the wall. As soon as she reached the top, Jean opened fire from her M4, knocking Xing off the wall. Following them, Hutao, Sanyuchi, and the others rushed up the wall one after another. However, under the firepower of Jean and the others, they were all knocked off the wall. Hutao glanced at Jean and the others and saw their magazines dwindling. Sisters, come on! They're running out of bullets. Upon hearing this, Xing and the others increased their speed in their assault on the wall. A little over a minute later, they were down to the last magazine. Seeing this, Ing stealthily jumped off the wall and ran away. This was just what Qiana happened to see. Qiana sprinted over. Hey, I got you, Ing. Where are you running? The biozombies were twice as fast as humans, and Ing was quickly infected by Qiana's claws. Ing was heartbroken. She should have known better, but she wouldn't have run. At least she had one magazine left, so she could still score some points. Less than a minute after Ing was captured, the defenses of Jean, Kia, Lisa, and Narsida were breached. Elsewhere, Jingyuan, Qin Ke, Yanqing, Amber, and Yula were attacking the Liyue team led by Zhongli. Huayan, Jiaqiu, and Fei Xia also joined the Liyue team, helping them fend off the zombie onslaught. Zhongli commanded. Only 3 people need to fire at a time, the rest remain on guard to conserve ammunition. Zhongli and the others chose the second-floor hallway in the center of the map. There were more humans here, and Jingyuan had no immediate options. He could only keep charging and depleting the humans' ammunition. Zhongli checked the countdown. 13 minutes remained. At this rate, holding this place wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, Jingyuan wasn't the only one in the matrix. There were 2 flashpoints on the map. Xing and the others heard gunfire and rushed to the scene. A full 8 zombies joined the fray. The pressure on Zhongli and his group suddenly increased, forcing them to unleash all their firepower. Under Xing and his men's relentless assault, Zhongli and his team were nearly depleted of their ammunition. Xing sprinted towards Keqing, who instinctively raised her gun and pulled the trigger. But the bullet didn't fire. Keqing quickly rolled sideways to avoid Xing's claws. Xing landed, rubbing her hands together. Hee hee, you can't escape, right? Keqing. Be infected by me. Hee hee. Xing leaped high and charged at Keqing, unaware that her body was flashing with light. Seeing this, Keqing, determined to make a desperate attempt, drew her dagger and struck Xing hard. The strike pierced Xing's head firmly. Xing's body dissipated in a flash of light, and her soul reappeared in the same place. Xing was bewildered. What had happened to her? Just then, a system notification chimed in from the sky. Keqing kills the mother unit, Xing, with her sword, earning 1 point. Zombies killed by melee weapons cannot be revived. Xing was stunned by the system notification. How humiliating. I'm the mother of zombies. And I was stabbed by a human mercenary. Keqing dispatched Xing, and quickly returned to her group to reload and continue shooting. Little did they know, at a traffic light not far from them, Silver Wolf was crouching, using a silent sniper rifle, stealthily firing at Jingyuan and the other zombies. Silver Wolf's lip curled as he looked at his 5 points, far exceeding the second-place finisher. What's the point of having more people? Zombies can respawn constantly, and even if they're eaten, they fall. This game demands a cautious approach. Silver Wolf fired back, one shot after another, avoiding attracting the zombies' attention. With just 5 minutes remaining, Zhongli and the others had used up their last bullets. Zhongli drew his dagger. Everyone, bayonets ready. Fight! Ningguang, Fei Xiao, and the others drew their daggers and charged at Jingyuan and the other zombies. The final result was self-evident. They were all infected. Silver Wolf checked the time, sheathed his sniper rifle, and quietly crouched at the traffic light. She only needed to survive the final 5 minutes to win the round and earn 2 extra points. The infected searched everywhere, finally finding Silver Wolf at the last minute. Xing pointed at Silver Wolf. She's there. Kiana glanced at Silver Wolf's position. How did she get up there? Zhongli glanced around. Look over there on the second floor. You can jump up from the balcony. Seeing this, Kiana led the charge up the second floor, accelerating toward Silver Wolf. Kiana reached the edge and leaped high. Just as she thought she had secured her spot, Silver Wolf unleashed 2 bursts from his VSS. Kiana's body suddenly stiffened in midair, falling to the ground. Silver Wolf repeated his tactics with the next person who charged, waiting only for them to leap before firing. In this way, Silver Wolf survived the final minute. Everyone was restrained once more, and Silver Wolf blew away the smoke from his gun. Huh. Done. Humanity wins, and each surviving human gains 2 extra points. Silver Wolf looked at the 8 points on the dashboard, feeling quite satisfied. At this rate, he definitely win a prize. The second round began. Zhongli rallied everyone. Let's all stay together. This way, even if the Matrix is around, we can repel it and avoid being picked off one by one like in the last round. Everyone followed Zhongli to a shipping container. The container was very high, with only one path leading to it. Furthermore, there was a gap between the 2 containers, requiring a jump to cross. 32 people packed the entire container tightly, each one warily watching their surroundings, fearing that someone nearby might suddenly become a Matrix. The countdown ended. This round's Biomatrix. Silver Wolf and Fei Xiao after transforming, Silver Wolf and Fei Xiao attacked without a word, regardless of who was nearby. It took only a few seconds. Game over. Congratulations to the Bio-Zombie for their victory. All zombies received 2 extra points. Round 3. Hu Tao glanced at Zhongli. Guest, do you have any other ideas? Zhongli pondered. I have another plan. Everyone follow me. Zhongli led everyone to the traffic light and the wall. The people on the traffic light could help those on the wall attack the zombies. Everyone, stand back. If anyone mutates nearby, shoot them down immediately. In this round, the zombies erupted directly on the traffic light, and the 2 matrices wiped out everyone on the light. The people on the wall couldn't escape either, so they had to hold their ground. Unfortunately, they were short on bullets and were infected. Round 4. Zhongli pondered for a moment. Everyone, I have a plan. Hearing this, Hu Tao silently walked away with Hua Hua. Chapter 166. Everyone ignored Zhongli's call, opting instead to form groups of 2 or 3. Kiana, dual-wielding her Uzi, surveyed her surroundings warily. Suddenly, she felt as if she bumped into someone on the back. Turning sharply, she saw it was Hu Tao. Hu Tao's eyes flickered. Kiana, let's make a pact. If either of us transforms, we can't capture the other. Let's just go, okay? Kiana heard this. Okay, if either of us transforms, we can't capture the other. The 3 of them formed a brief alliance and found a small room to hide in. The countdown quickly ended. Main units in this game. Hu Tao, Ningguang. Kiana heard the notification tone and quickly pointed her gun at Hu Tao. Hu Tao, keep your promise. Hu Tao patted her chest. I definitely will. Unexpectedly, the next second, Hu Tao grabbed Hua Hua and infected him. Then, Hu Tao stood at the door, blocking the way out. Kiana gasped and glanced at Hua Hua, who was frantically waiting beside her. Hua Hua, don't come over here. Didn't we have a deal? Hua Hua apologized. Sorry, Sister Kiana. Hua Hua didn't make a deal. Kiana, suddenly filled with fear, opened fire on Hua Hua, briefly repelling it. Kiana was dual-wielding Uzi eyes, with a rapid-fire rate, emptying a magazine in just 3 seconds. Seeing Hua Hua repelled, Kiana hurried to the door. Hu Tao, let me out. Hu Tao gave a sly smile, feigning deafness. Hua, what did you say? You want me to just stand here? No problem. Kiana's mind suddenly went numb. At that moment, Hua Hua appeared behind her. Kiana let out a desperate cry. Hu Tao, I never trust you again. Hu infects Kiana. The same scene unfolded with Ningguang. The infected Keqing and Qin stared at Ningguang speechlessly. Keqing's lips twitched. You deserve to become Tian Quan. This scheme is a huge win. The three of them had also made an agreement. Even if they became the Matrix, they wouldn't infect the other two. Unexpectedly, as soon as they finished speaking, Ningguang transformed into the Matrix and began to capture them. The next few rounds were a perfect display of deception, the main theme being a verbal agreement. No matter who they were, they made an agreement upon meeting. Like Hu Tao, if I don't capture you, I can help others capture you. And so, a dozen more rounds went on. With only 5 rounds left to end the game, the system's voice rang out. Thanks to sponsor AHA for the funding, for the next 5 rounds, special units will appear in each round. Terminator and Ghost Hunter. Terminator, randomly selected at the start of each round. Ghost Hunter, the last 3 surviving human mercenaries can transform. Everyone's spirits soared upon hearing this. Xing glanced around and expertly leaped onto the traffic light. Off to the side, March 7th frantically jumped around the light, but got stuck on the sign and couldn't get up. Xing pulled out his Nejif and aimed at March 7th. Hold still. March. March 7th also drew his gun and pointed it at Xing. Let's keep this distance, so neither of us can catch the other. Xing agreed. As the countdown ended, March 7 transformed into a Terminator. Xing stared at March 7's appearance in amazement. Besides his head, March 7's body had transformed into a biochemical ghost with blue skin and lightning patterns. On its back, several sharp claws clung to it. March 7 hadn't expected to suffer so soon after joining the new rules. March 7 glanced at Xing and charged towards him. After transforming into a zombie, March 7's jumping ability had improved. He instantly leaped onto the billboard he had previously been unable to reach. Seeing this, Xing quickly opened fire. March 7, struck hard, considered the information he had just received. Shield. March 7 shouted, and a translucent shield appeared around him. Xing's bullets suddenly lost power, and March 7 quickly closed in on Xing. Seeing this, Xing quickly drew his pistol and fled. Sanyueki instinctively reached out, and a bolt of lightning shot out, striking Xing's back with unerring accuracy. Terminator. Sanyueki infects Xing after Xing landed. He stared at his crimson body, his steel claws stunned. No! Can you catch someone from such a distance? Sanyueki tried again, and another bolt of lightning shot out. Sanyueki, as if he had a beloved toy, continuously unleashed lightning. Fun! Terminators are so fun! In the distance, on the rooftop of the central building, Kia sighed, as he watched Sanyueki unleash lightning at the traffic light. This Terminator is a bit too strong. We already have trouble dealing with ordinary ghosts, and now there's a Terminator. Are we human civilization going to play? Deluk, his shotgun in hand, stood guard at the only electrical box accessible to the rooftop. Don't humans have special units too? Next. March 7 led a group of Little Reds, who continuously infected humans. Those targeted by March 7 were practically unavoidable. Silver Wolf and Kiana hid behind a box, and Silver Wolf whispered, Let's just stay put. That Ghost Hunter back there is definitely formidable. Kiana nodded. What the two didn't know was that the Terminator could see every human's location. March 7 stood on a box beside them, chuckling. Where are you hiding? Hee hee. March 7 said nothing, and immediately infected Silver Wolf and Kiana with 2 bolts of lightning. Silver Wolf was puzzled. March, how did you find us? You could even find this location? March 7 explained. I can see your location. I have an icon above every human's head. Silver Wolf, hearing this, could only reluctantly accept the reality. March 7 checked the icon. The remaining 5 were all on the rooftop of the central building. Let's go! The last 5 are on the rooftop. Let's go capture them. Deluk, Zhongli, Kia, Jingyuan, and Huayan held the rooftop, continuously firing at the zombies below. Xing waved his claws. Give up the resistance. You be caught sooner or later. Deluk snorted. Consult my gun first. With that, Deluk shot back a zombie that had jumped onto the electrical box. At this moment, March 7 arrived at the scene and shouted, Get out of the way! I'm going to see what's going on! The smaller zombies ahead saw this and gave way. March 7 activated his shield and rushed towards the electrical box. Deluk aimed his shotgun at March 7 and, once March 7 reached the box, shot him down. Unfortunately, things went against his will. March 7 unleashed a bolt of lightning, directly infecting Dilek. Terminator, March 7 infects Dilek. Chapter 167. Diluc was immediately annoyed. He had forgotten that March 7's infection had a long range. Now that he had transformed into a zombie, Diluc naturally followed the rules of the game and charged towards Zhongli and the others. Kia quickly fired at Diluc. However, even after repelling Diluc, March 7 and the others had already run up. Seeing this, Kia leaped from the rooftop without a word, decisively abandoning Zhongli and the others. After the entire game, Paimon, who had only 12 points to his name, looked at the gift from heaven and stretched out his hand. Paimon infects Kia. Paimon was overwhelmed with emotion as he saw the extra point on his dashboard. I finally scored. Paimon's previous 12 points were the guaranteed points per round, 1 point per round. Since entering the game, she had lost the ability to fly and could only wander around on her short legs. She couldn't even jump onto boxes, so she had to stay on flat ground. This meant she was always the first to be infected in every round. On the rooftop, Zhongli heard a prompt in his mind. Transform into a ghost hunter. Do you want to transform? Zhongli chose to transform without hesitation. Jing Yuan and Huaiyin did the same. A flash of light appeared, and 2 Nepalese knives appeared in the hands of the 3 men. Zhongli rushed towards Sanyueki and slashed at him. Sanyueki saw that his health had dropped by 700. Sanyueki extended a hand and struck Zhongli with a bolt of lightning. Zhongli checked his health bar. He still had 6,000, which meant that every hit would deduct 1,000. He would definitely not be able to win in a head-on fight. Zhongli quickly dodged an attack from Sanyueki. Jing Yuan and Huaiyin, seeing this, rushed towards the other ordinary zombies, giving Zhongli a chance to kill the Terminator. Zhongli relied on his agility to constantly fight Sanyueki. Sanyueki glanced at Zhongli, his teeth itching with rage. Was Zhongli a slippery creature? He was so slippery, he couldn't even touch him. Sanyueki checked his health bar. It was only 5,000 left. To be safe, he decided to retreat. Sanyueki jumped directly from the rooftop. Seeing this, Zhongli didn't follow him. There was only one way to get up from the rooftop, so he didn't have to worry about being surrounded. Going down to the ground would be a different story. He would face attacks from all sides. Jing Yuan, Huaiyin, and Zhongli took turns guarding the opening. If they stayed there, they would inevitably be caught and lose health. Seeing this, Xing cheered everyone on. Keep charging. They're almost overwhelmed. March 7, having recovered his health, rejoined the battlefield, taking the damage and reducing Jing Yuan to a sliver of health. Jing Yuan was forced to retreat, and Huaiyin took over. March 7 activated his shield and battled Huaiyin for health, keeping a constant eye on his own health, retreating immediately if it dipped below 3,000. Under March 7's onslaught, Huaiyin and Jing Yuan's health were both reduced to 1,000. Only Zhongli remained, with 5,000 health remaining. Jing Yuan glanced at March 7, who was beginning to recover again below, and shook his head helplessly. Mr. Zhongli, we're counting on you. With that, Jing Yuan and Huaiyin leaped off the roof. In an instant, all the zombies were drawn to the two, chasing Jing Yuan and Huaiyin. 10 seconds later, Jing Yuan was stopped in a corner, and Kiana killed him. Kiana stared in amazement at the 5 extra points on her dashboard. This ghost hunter is so valuable. I added 5 points in one go. Kiana glanced at Huaiyin in the distance, figuring her chances were over. Then, she decided to go after Zhongli. Unexpectedly, Kiana had just reached the stairs when she encountered Huaiyin, who was charging in. Kiana dispatched him with a single blow. Kiana kills Huaiyin, earning 5 points. Kiana was pleasantly surprised. Just then, Xing and Sanyueki caught up. Kiana saw the two of them chasing after her with a chuckle. Hey! Why did old man Huaiyin come to me? I really found a great deal. Kiana was in a good mood. With the 10 points, she moved straight to second place, not far behind the first place Silver Wolf. On the rooftop, Zhongli's health was dwindling, and at his feet lay the corpses of 3 ordinary biozombies. Kiana leaped onto the rooftop and carried Zhongli away with a single claw. Kiana kills Ghost Hunter Zhongli. Kiana was overjoyed. This was all a lucky break. So cool, round 2. As expected, the rooftop was packed. Xing arrived first, holding a Nejif to block the opening. The others were trapped in the outer corridor on the second floor. March 7 yelled at Xing to get out of the way. Xing! Stop blocking me. Get out of the way. I'm about to transform. Xing chuckled. If you don't transform, how can I transform into a hunter? Hee hee. March 7 was speechless. Soon, the countdown ended. The good news was that the Terminator wasn't here. The bad news was that both matrices were here. Xing remained crouched at the opening, poised pouring Nejif in his hand towards the two matrices. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the two matrices were repelled after infecting only 3 people. March 7, while still attacking, urged Xing to get out of the way. Xing! Let me get up! Xing shook his head frivolously. No, I wait for you to be captured. As the surrounding strongholds fell, swarms of bioghosts swarmed in. Xing soothed March 7. Don't worry, March. Just wait for the transformation and it'd be over. March 7 surveyed the scene. We may not be able to transform. Maybe other places haven't fallen yet, Xing said. Don't worry, it will definitely work. We have the most people here, so we'd definitely be the last to be attacked. Just think about it, with the Terminator here, those hiding people won't be able to escape. Sanyueki was surprised to hear that Xing had a point. As the zombie onslaught intensified, Xing, Sanyueki, smoothly transformed into a ghost hunter. Xing brandished 2 Nepali knives with ferocious force. Hey, points guys, I'm coming. Xing leaped from the rooftop, landing on the ground and slashing at Ing, who was standing next to him. Ing, instantly furious, shouted, Everyone come! Xing's here! Ing shouted, and the people who had been infected by Xing below all gathered around. Xing, trapped in the middle, stared blankly at the crowd that had surrounded him. Is it too late for me to admit my mistake now? Ing waved a hand. Go! Kiana kills ghost hunter star Xing was in tears. She had transformed into a hunter, and only managed to score 2 points. Zhongli looked at the miserable Xing, and shook his head. Too clever for his own good. Soon, 17 rounds were over. Although Kiana had never transformed into a hunter, her luck was incredible, having snatched up many ghost hunter kills. Kiana easily secured first place. Second place went to Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf, using VSS, was able to steal a significant amount of points in every round, primarily focusing on staying hidden. Third place went to Zhongli. Zhongli had transformed into a hunter the most times, and each time, with his superior martial arts, he was able to slay several ordinary bioghosts. Chapter 168. Award Ceremony. Kiana stood tall on the podium for first place, her lips curling up uncontrollably. This was Kiana's first time standing in this position. Previously, in school, her grades had always been at the bottom, and she could only watch others ascend the podium. Back then, she had fantasized about standing on the podium for first place. Now, that wish had finally come true. Yiyin took the microphone and announced, Let us congratulate Kiana for winning first place in this dungeon. The prize is 3,000 star coins. Xing led the applause, cheering for her new friend, Kiana. Great! Kiana is amazing. On March 7th, Hu Tao and the others also cheered for Kiana. Kiana happily accepted the 3,000 star coins handed to her by Yiyun. Kiana happily looked down at the Xings cheering below and raised the star coins high in her hand. I'm treating everyone to instant noodles tonight. Xing applauded. Great! Kiana's awesome. Kiana's the coolest. The award ceremony concluded, and everyone was transported back to Yiyun's shop. Kiana fulfilled her promise and ran to the bar to buy 500 star coins worth of super deluxe, delicious instant noodles. Paimon and Yunli were thrilled to hear someone was treating them to a meal. They had already run to the bar, retrieved their own bowls, and began washing them. Xiangling glanced at the pile of instant noodles on the kitchen counter. Hu Tao, come help me lift the pot. Hu Tao, who had just turned to leave happily, turned back. Okay. Hu Tao and Xiangling moved the large pot to the stove. Yiyun sat on the sofa, leisurely sipping tea. It's a rare day I get to rest. Jing Yuan, standing across from him, smiled slightly. That's true. You're usually the one cooking in the kitchen. By the way, are you leaving for your next stop tomorrow? Jizi asked from the side. Yes, we've been invited by the family to attend the Harmonious Music Festival. Jing Yuan heard this. Oh! The family also invited Luofu to the Harmonious Music Festival, but unfortunately, Luofu just finished the war and needs to recuperate, so they don't have time to go. Yiyun smiled. You definitely regret it if you don't go. Jing Yuan heard this. Oh! What do you mean? Yiyun smiled. I don't know about anything else, but Stellar Jade and Pinocchio have plenty. Jing Yuan's hand, holding the teacup, paused in midair. Are you serious? Yiyun asked. Would I lie to you about something like this? Jing Yuan pondered for a moment, then suddenly stood up. Everyone, I have something to attend to. Please excuse me. Jing Yuan hurriedly left the train and headed straight for Xingcha back to Shinsu Mansion. Kiana emerged from the bar, a glass of juice in hand, just in time to witness Jing Yuan's departure. Huh? Why is General Jing Yuan leaving? Didn't I say I treat everyone to instant noodles? Yiyun smiled and said. He's in a hurry, so we have ours. GZ, standing nearby, echoed. General Jing Yuan governs the vast Luofu region and has a busy schedule. Kiana felt a little sorry for Jing Yuan. These instant noodles were so delicious, it would be a shame not to try them. Soon, Xing and Yula arrived at the table carrying a large pot of instant noodles. Kiana's eyes lit up when she saw the instant noodles arrive, and she rushed to the table and sat down. Kiana picked up her bowl and chopsticks and looked around, realizing everyone was staring at her. Why are you all looking at me? Let's eat. When Kiana announced the start of the meal, everyone began to dig into the noodles. Kiana poured herself a large bowl, sat down contentedly, and picked up her chopsticks to eat. Kiana ate with great relish, chatting with Xing, Sanyueki, Hutao, and the others while she ate. The meal was over. Kiana patted her stomach and was about to wipe the greasy stain from her mouth when she noticed Himiko's gaze. Kiana smiled awkwardly and wiped her mouth with a tissue. Xiangling approached with a large lunch box. Kiana, this is what you asked me to pack. Here you go. Kiana took the lunch box from Xiangling. Thank you, Xiangling. Kiana was holding the instant noodles in her hand, planning to take them back for Mei. Kiana wanted Mei to try these delicious instant noodles. Everyone, see you tomorrow. Kiana approached the portal and returned to St. Freya's academy. Kiana exited the portal, which was awkwardly located inside her closet. Kiana emerged from the closet and saw Mei sitting in her room. Mei, I'm back. Mei looked at Kiana, a look of deep concern on her face. Kiana, where have you been all day? Everyone's been looking for you. Kiana scratched her head. Huh? Where did you go? So that's what I mean. Kiana excitedly recounted her day's experiences to Mei. Meeting new friends, enjoying incredibly delicious instant noodles, playing a dungeon, and winning first place. The more Kiana talked, the happier she became. She was incredibly happy about her day's experiences. She had fun, enjoyed herself, and gained something. After listening to Kiana's explanation, Mei finally understood. So, Kiana had traveled to a different world today, where she met many new friends. And there was a magical shop there where she could buy items from all over the universe. Mei lowered her head, gathering her thoughts. Kiana had just talked too much, and she needed to digest it all. Kiana glanced at the lunch box in her hands, and said with a smile. Mei, let's go get some instant noodles. I brought them back for you. They're super delicious. Mei, snapped out of her thoughts by Kiana's call, glanced at the lunch box in her hands. Okay, let's go to the living room. Kiana agreed with a smile. Afterward, Kiana brought Mei to the living room, placed 2 lunch boxes on the table, and opened them. Instantly, a rich aroma filled the air. Kiana rushed into the kitchen and retrieved 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Mei, come try this. Xiangling made this for me. She's a great cook. Mei nodded slightly, picking up a handful of instant noodles and placing them in her bowl. Mei, did you find Kiana? Teresa and Himiko hurriedly opened the door and walked in. Kiana looked at Teresa in surprise. Aunt Himiko, you're just in time. Come try some of the incredibly delicious instant noodles I brought back. Himiko and Teresa, preoccupied with Kiana's safety, didn't pay much attention to the way Kiana addressed them. Teresa asked, Kiana, where were you today? We've been looking for you all day. Kiana heard this and realized she had indeed forgotten to come back and let everyone know she was safe. Kiana scratched her head sheepishly. Chapter 169. A dozen minutes later. Teresa and Himiko also sat down at the table, savoring the instant noodles Kiana had brought back from the other world. You know what? Teresa thought the noodles tasted quite good. Teresa swallowed her noodles and asked, Kiana, what are these star coins you're talking about? Kiana took out her 2,500 plus star coins. This is a star coin, Auntie, Teresa said speechlessly. Kiana, call me Dean. Not Auntie. Kiana saluted. Okay, Auntie. I get it. Auntie! Teresa was immediately furious. Kiana, you idiot. Kiana raised a finger and shook it. I'm not an idiot. I won first place today and stood on the podium. Teresa sighed. Never mind. She didn't want to dwell on it. Can we use your portal? Kiana racked her brains, then threw up her hands. I don't know. Teresa was speechless. She walked over to the portal and opened it. It was pitch black, completely unlike what Kiana had described. Kiana approached. How about I give it a try? Teresa closed the door, and Kiana opened it. This time, the scene inside was no longer utterly dark, but an elegantly decorated room. However, no one was visible. Perhaps everyone had gone to bed at this hour. Teresa reached out and felt around, but found she couldn't get through. An invisible wall blocked her hand. Kiana tried again, and easily made it to the other side. Teresa saw this. It seems only Kiana can use this door. Kiana, go ask tomorrow if there's a way for us to get through as well. Kiana gave a thumbs up. Okay, I go ask tomorrow. Come on, Auntie, have some instant noodles. They won't taste good if they get cold. Inside Fontaine Court. Fernina and Clorinda had just returned to Fontaine Court with the Knights of Lancelot. After returning to Fontaine Court, Fernina and the Knights of Lancelot swaggered down the street. The surrounding residents cast their gazes at Fernina. Isn't that Lady Fernina? Who are these knights around her? They look so impressive. I don't know. This is my first time seeing them. They look like Lady Fernina's guards, don't they? Didn't you see? They're tightly guarding Fernina and her companions. That's right. Fernina and the Lancelot Knights swaggered back to the Momong Palace. Navalette had been waiting at the gate of the Momong Palace for a long time. He had already learned the news when Fernina entered the city. Seeing Fernina approach, Navalette said, "Welcome back." Fernina waved, recognizing Navalette. A Lancelot Knight approached, carrying a large bag. Fernina rummaged through the bag and found a bottle of water for Navalette. "Here, Navalette, this is a gift for you. Try it." Navalette took the water from Fernina and put it away. "Thank you." The Violet looked at the Lancelot Knights beside Fernina. "Lady Fernina, who are these people?" Seeing Violet asking about the Knights of Lancelot, Fernina introduced them. "These are my loyal knights. They will be responsible for protecting my safety from now on." Violet frowned at this. "Miss Fernina, I think it would be best if Clorinda protected you. She knows these people better." Fernina heard this. "Oh no. Don't worry. My knights are absolutely loyal to me. Don't worry. All right. I'm going back to rest. I'm tired from the journey. I need a good night's sleep." With that, Fernina led the Knights of Lancelot into the Momong Palace. 4 of the Knights of Lancelot stood with their swords at their chests, and their shields at their sides. The 4 Knights of Lancelot stood there, exuding the aura of strength. Violet glanced at them, then turned and walked into the Momong Palace. Returning to her office, Violet called her secretary. Amelusine bounded into the office. "Lord Violet, what do you want?" Violet's mood lightened considerably upon seeing Melusine. "Please ask Clorinda to come to my place." Melusine happily agreed. For Melusine, being able to work was a joy. Violet planned to ask Clorinda, who was traveling with her, about the origins of the Knights of Lancelot. Soon, Clorinda arrived at Violet's office. "You want me?" Violet asked without hesitation. "What are the origins of those knights?" Clorinda heard this. "Are you worried they might harm Lady Fernina?" Violet nodded slightly. "Indeed, this group of people has a mysterious origin, and each possesses immense power. If they wish to harm Fontaine, it would be very easy," said Clorinda. "You can be assured of these knights. They are called the Order of Lancelot, and they are absolutely loyal to Lady Fernina." Violet was puzzled. "Why are you so sure?" Clorinda was about to explain when she suddenly remembered Fernina's instructions. This trip was requested by His Majesty Asmodeus. Upon returning, she should try not to reveal anything about the trip. This would prevent her from spilling the beans and causing trouble for His Majesty Asmodeus. Far from mentioning anything else, simply exposing Yi Yun's affairs might lead to someone looking for trouble with him. Greed is something that most people possess. Yi Yun and His Majesty Asmodeus are friends. If Yi Yun were provoked, His Majesty Asmodeus might even help him vent his anger. The wrath of a ruler is more than Fontaine can withstand. I can confirm this, don't worry. These people won't harm Fontaine. I have things to attend to. Goodbye. With that, Clorinda left Navalot's office. After this question, Navalot became even more curious about the origins of these knights. Through the window, Navalot spotted the Lancelot Knights patrolling the perimeter of Momong Palace in pairs. Where exactly did these people come from? Fernina, on her side. She had finished washing up, and was lying down in the back garden of her room. Fernina picked up a piece of flour cake, and chewed it in one gulp. This flour cake is delicious. I have someone buy some more at Chingsa Manor after we finish it. 2 Lancelot Knights followed closely behind Fernina. At that moment, one of the Lancelot Knights looked toward a shadowy area in the distance. Noticing something unusual, the Lancelot Knight glanced at the other, and headed back toward the shadows. Fernina, oblivious to all this, continued to leisurely eat her flour cake. Chapter 170. A few minutes later, Knight Lancelot quietly returned to stand guard behind Finina. Finina ate a flour cake, rested on a recliner for a moment, then returned to her room to rest. In the shadows where Knight Lancelot had just headed, 2 factory corpses lay in a pool of blood. The next day arrived. Kiana woke early, leaping out of bed full of energy. No school today. That's great, Kiana said. She was going to the train to help ask Teresa and the others how to get there. So, Teresa had granted her permission to skip school today, much to Kiana's delight. After getting dressed, Kiana entered the living room. May had already prepared breakfast for her. Kiana sniffed the air and scurried to the dining table, savoring the delicious food. May, it's so nice to have you, May said with a gentle smile. Come on, eat. You still have things to do after dinner. Kiana happily sat down on a chair, picked up her bowl and chopsticks, and began to eat. I wonder what today's dungeon is. Kiana imagined it with anticipation. Yesterday, Xing told her that this dungeon rotates daily, with some offering smaller rewards and others offering larger ones. The rewards are too small, and it doesn't seem very fun, so everyone will choose to go their own way, May said. I want to try everything you mentioned yesterday. It sounds fun. Kiana was delighted to hear May say she wanted to go too. I'm telling you, May, that dungeon is super fun. It's fun to play with so many people. It's super exciting. If you can make it, we join you then, May said with a smile. Okay, let's eat first. Kiana nodded, devouring her breakfast. May's cooking is the best. After finishing her meal, Kiana looked in the mirror and noticed a grain of rice at the corner of her mouth. Kiana licked the grain of rice off with her tongue, straightened her clothes, and called out, May, I'm going out. With that, Kiana ran through the portal. Arriving on the train, Kiana looked around and found Xing and the others holding a meeting on the train. Kiana waved. Everyone. Good morning. Xing turned around and saw it was Kiana. Kiana, good morning. Why are you here so early? Kiana chuckled. I'm here to see Yiyun. Where's Yiyun? Xing pointed to the reception room next door. Yiyun and Zhongli are playing chess. Kiana nodded and asked curiously, What are you all doing? Standing here? March 7 said. We're in a meeting. Our train is about to depart for the next stop. Kiana instinctively wanted to run away when she heard the word meeting. Oh, then you guys drive. I go find Yiyun. Kiana scurried into the reception room, found Yiyun, and asked how to get May and the others over. Back on the train, the meeting had ended. Everyone found a seat at random inside Yiyun's shop, and then Pam activated the warp. Suddenly, Pam's voice came over the train's announcement. Everyone, it's ready. The train is about to warp. Please find a place to sit to avoid falling. March 7's main character is a rebellious character. She stood directly on an open space, her body tense. I must succeed this time. Kiana, who had just emerged from the reception room, saw the scene. March, what are you doing? March 7 explained. It's hard to stand steady during a train jump. I'm trying to complete the jump. Kiana's interest piqued. I do it. Kiana imitated March 7 and stood beside her, clenching her fists and exerting all her strength. The announcement blared again. The train is about to jump. 3, 2, 1. In Kiana's sight, the train began to accelerate wildly, nearly knocking her over, which made her feel extremely excited. Fun! I must succeed in this challenge. When the train reached its critical speed, a bright light enveloped it, and Kiana fell to the ground uncontrollably. When Kiana regained her vision, the train had completed the jump and entered the deceleration phase. Kiana rubbed her butt. She'd been badly hurt by the fall, having sat down flat on her back, completely unprepared. My butt hurts. Beside her, Sanyueki wasn't much better off, having landed on her knees. Ouch. My knees, damn it. I failed again. Himiko smiled. All right. Get up and sit on the sofa for a while. We're almost in the station. Sanyueki and Kiana helped each other to their feet and looked out the window. Kiana was instantly surprised. Wow, it's different outside, Sanyueki said. Of course it's different. We moved to a new location. Kiana heard this. Oh yes, but the train is running so fast. It only took a short time to reach the next destination. March 7th was filled with pride. Of course, our star train is amazing. At this moment, Yiyun and Zhongli emerged from the reception room. Zhongli entered the portal to Liyue Harbor. A moment later, Zhongli arrived on the train with a large group of people. Among them was Xiangling. After hearing about the large number of stellar jade in Pinocchio, Zhongli had already organized his team last night. Lu Yun, Xieyue, Li Shui Xiao, Ping Lao, Xiangling, Hutao, Yalan, Kiqing, Ningguang, Ganyu, and Shenhe. Zhongli planned to personally lead the team and take a few people to Pinocchio to search for stellar jade. Yi Yun smiled. Zhongli, have you ever considered the fact that you can't enter Pinocchio? Zhongli was puzzled by this. What do you mean? Yi Yun said. It's the Family Harmony Festival, and all incoming and outgoing passengers will be scrutinized very carefully. You don't even have a legitimate identity in this world, so how are you supposed to get in? Zhongli was stunned. What should he do now? Topa, who had just emerged from the reception room to get juice from the bar, commented. I do have a way to get you in, but our company and the family are enemies. If you use our identity to get in, you'd definitely be under heavy surveillance. At this moment, Silver Wolf, who was curled up on the sofa playing games, suddenly spoke up. At this time, you must rely on the great Lord Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf snapped his fingers, and a virtual keyboard appeared before him. Silver Wolf used the Ether Editor to create a billboard. Identity Agency, 100 star coins per person, guaranteed service, guaranteed validity. Fake identity, crossed out, real identity, look for Lord Silver Wolf. Yi Yun looked at Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf should be able to help you solve it. She's a hacker. Chapter 171. Silver Wolf pulled a small table over. Come on, those who need to apply for IDs, line up here. You won't get ripped off or hurt by buying 100 star coins. You definitely make a profit. Seeing this, Kiana took out 100 star coins and slapped them on the small table in front of Silver Wolf. Give me one, I'm going down to play. Silver Wolf happily put the 100 star coins away. Okay, wait a minute. Come, look at the camera here. Click. A minute later, Silver Wolf had completed Kiana's ID. Next. Zhongli saw this and told the Liyue people to line up for IDs. A short while later, Vinny arrived with the Mondstadt people. After hearing that they needed IDs, they joined the line. Silver Wolf was overjoyed. Today was a good day. Beautiful star coins were coming my way. GZ called Xing and Sanyueki. Let's go check in first. Xing and Sanyueki heard this and followed GZ off the bus. As they boarded the bus heading to the hotel lobby, Xing suddenly felt sleepy. In Xing's dream, Xing looked around and seemed to be in a room. In the center of the room was a large shell, within which lay a spring of water. Just then, a voice rang out. Another one, follow me. Xing looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared before him. Who are you? The woman said slowly. You can call me Huangquan, a sea ranger. This is the chasm between reality and dreams. Come on, I take you out of here. Xing, a little confused about her current situation, decided to follow and see what was going on. Xing followed Huangquan through the corridor and into a large hall. In the hall, many people Xing had never met were conversing. Xing looked around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. A treasure chest, Huangquan explained as he walked. These people are just projections from a dream. Don't pay any attention to them. Huangquan finished, subconsciously glancing behind him. Huangquan suddenly stopped. Where was the person? Huangquan looked around and saw Xing, crouching on a pillar, opening a treasure chest. The treasure chest was suspended from the ceiling, and Xing had to climb the pillar to reach it. Xing happily put the 5 stellar jades into her storage ring. Then, as Xing spoke, the pillar slid down, landing perfectly. Xing clapped his hands and walked over to Huangquan. Let's continue on our way. Huangquan was puzzled. Why was this person opening a treasure chest? Never mind, let's get him out first. After taking a few steps, Huangquan noticed Xing running around again. Xing spotted another treasure chest and ran over to open it. Huangquan was slightly annoyed. Don't waste time on such meaningless things. Xing agreed repeatedly. Okay, let's go. After taking a few steps, Xing saw another treasure chest, a large blue one. Xing decisively began running again. Just as Xing defeated the monster guarding the treasure chest and was about to open it, Huangquan's patience ran out. Fine, I just send you back here. Surging like a tide. I take you home. Xing suddenly exploded. Xing didn't care about the blood spraying from her body. She tightly grasped the 30 stellar jades she had taken from the box. Xing fell heavily to the ground, forcing himself to store the 30 stellar jades in his storage ring before leaving safely. On the bus, Xing woke from his dream, his chest heaving violently, gasping for breath. Huff, huff. Sanyueki asked curiously. Xing, what's wrong with you? Xing wiped the sweat from his forehead. I was stabbed in my dream. Sanueki was startled. Is that so terrifying? Xing shook his head. It wasn't terrifying. The terrifying thing is that I almost didn't store the stellar jades in my storage ring. Sanuewa heard this. It's no use storing them. That was a dream, completely unrelated to reality. Xing opened the storage ring and took a look. Surprisingly, there were 40 more stellar jades inside. March, look. I really have 40 extra stellar jades. March 7's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Stellar jades really exist? What kind of dream are you having? Jeezy, standing nearby, thought for a moment and explained. Xing might have just entered the family's dream. In the dreams created by the family, everything inside can be brought out. March 7 felt this was incredibly magical. Is there such a thing? It's amazing. Xing held the 40 stellar jades, feeling incredibly happy. The blow hadn't been in vain. Just then, Xing's phone rang. Xing, where are you? I'm coming to play with you. Kiana's voice came over the phone. Xing was surprised. Kiana, aren't you going back to bring your friends over? Kiana replied. Yeah. Auntie and May said they'd be coming tomorrow to collect some special ores and bring them over. Kiana had just returned to St. Freya's Academy after getting her ID card and placed the shop portal Yun had given her in the living room of her room. She also informed Teresa and the others that they could now go to the shop. Teresa, with Bronya, Himiko, and May, planned to collect some special ores and bring them over to see if they could exchange them for star coins. After all, Kiana had heard about Primo Gems and Stellar Jade, 2 stones that could be exchanged for star coins. Kiana had been trying to help, but unfortunately, she ended up doing more harm than good. The ores Teresa had so carefully sorted and arranged were messed up by Kiana's shuffling. So, Teresa sent Kiana away and told her to come play with Xing. And so, there was the incident of Kiana calling Xing. Xing heard. Wait on the train, I pick you up. After that, Xing hung up. Jeezy Sanwe, I'm going back to pick up Kiana. I'm worried she might get lost. Sanueki heard. I go with you. Jeezy saw this. Okay, I check you in first. You guys come as soon as possible. Xing and Sanueki agreed, then got off at the next stop and boarded the bus back to the train station. Over an hour later, Xing, Sanueki and Kiana arrived at the hotel lobby. Along the way, they went through countless rounds of inspections. Kiana was worried her ID would be found out to be fake. Thankfully, Silver Wolf's skills were excellent, and the family members didn't notice anything. Arriving in the hotel lobby, the 3 saw Jeezy and Walter negotiating with the staff. They approached. Xing asked, Jeezy, what's going on? Jeezy said, hearing this. We left Donhing's information and forgot to change it to yours. We're now discussing your room. Xing was surprised by this. So what do we have to say now? The staff member said. There's really nothing we can do about this. We have to make sure it's the person checking in. Jeezy was about to continue the negotiation when a man dressed in fancy clothes, wearing red sunglasses and a coat around his neck, walked out. Don't embarrass this young lady. We're just following orders. Chapter 172. Jeezy looked at the visitor. My friend, who are you? The man introduced himself. My name is Sha Jin. I work in the company's strategic investment department. Of course, I'm also a customer who's been waiting in line for more than 10 minutes behind you. Xing heard this. You're also from the strategic investment department? Do you know Faitsue and Topa? Sha Jin smiled. Of course I do. They're my precious colleagues. Xing rubbed his hands. Hey, if they're my friends, then we're friends, right? Sha Jin raised an eyebrow. Friend? I like that word. Xing continued. Since we're friends, how about doing me a favor? Sha Jin understood Xing's meaning. Friend, you probably don't know that the company and the family are sworn enemies, right? Xing was a little stunned. Oh, is that so? Well, we leave you alone. We figure it out on our own. Xing turned and walked away. Sha Jin suddenly said. But there's a solution. Xing turned back and winked at Sha Jin. My friend, you deserve to be the director. Your management skills are unmatched. Sha Jin smiled. It wasn't impossible to help. The train crew was currently on the same side as him. Wasn't Toppa stationed on the train permanently? Okay, for Toppa and Faitsue's sake, I do you a favor. Sha Jin then looked at the staff nearby. Miss, you heard our conversation just now. Please help them check in. I have an appointment with Mr. Sunday, our family's boss. Don't worry, nothing will happen. These are honest, unnamed guests. The staff member still refused, insisting on their duties. At this moment, a brother and sister approached. Ellie, Pinocchio is a place of dreams. How can we let our guests sleep with troubles? I handle this matter. You can go and attend to other matters. Gold Dust looked at the newcomers. Oh, just as you said. Isn't this Sunday, the most handsome man in Pinocchio, and the world-renowned singer Miss Robin? Robin covered her mouth and chuckled. Brother, he said you are the most handsome man in Pinocchio. Sunday smiled. Robin, please take a few guests to the side to rest for a while. I have something important to discuss with this gentleman. Robin, upon hearing this, led Himiko, Xing, and the others to a nearby booth. March 7 looked at Robin with surprise. Are you Miss Robin? I love your songs, especially the one that frees a heart from sorrow. Robin chuckled softly, her smile particularly sweet. I didn't expect Miss Sanueki to be a fan of mine. Sanueki said excitedly. Can we take a picture? Robin agreed immediately. Sanueki was thrilled. Great. Xing! Come take my picture. Sanueki turned around and called out to Xing, but she was nowhere to be seen. Even Kiana was nowhere to be seen. Sanueki was confused. Where's Xing? Wasn't she just here? Jeezy smiled and pointed behind the sofa. Over there. Sanueki leaned over the sofa and looked. Behind the sofa, by a flower bed, Xing and Kiana were crouching in front of a treasure chest with shifty eyes. Xing was holding a few stellar jades and talking to Kiana. Kiana listened attentively, occasionally showing surprise. Himiko had expected March 7 to say something to Xing, but she didn't. March 7 flipped over from the sofa. Xing! Whoever sees it gets a share. March 7's actions shocked Himiko. She hadn't expected March 7 to become so greedy. Himiko chuckled and looked at the Robin. Sorry to make you laugh. The Robin smiled and shook his head. No, I think Miss March 7, Miss Xing, and Miss Kiana are all very energetic. Xing gave a stellar jade to March 7 and looked around. Look! There's another treasure chest over there. The three of them rushed to the newly discovered treasure chest. Soon, Sunday arrived. My fellow train crew members, the dreaming arrangements have been made. I wish you all a pleasant stay. Sunday looked at the Robin. Robin, we should go back now. The Robin smiled and wished. Have a good time. Goodbye. After Sunday and the Robin left, Walter recaptured Xing, March 7, and Kiana. This time, there were no more problems, and the five of them successfully checked in. Kiana, having joined later, was assigned to the same room as Xing. Himiko checked in. Let's go! Let's go to the room and put our luggage away. Xing, March 7, and Kiana happily ran off. Himiko and Walter followed them at a leisurely pace. On the way to the VIP lounge, Xing, Sanueki, and Kiana kept scanning the area for treasure chests. Not to mention, they actually found several ordinary treasure chests, each receiving 20 stellar jades. Xing and Kiana arrived at the room. As soon as they entered, they saw gold dust. Xing was a little surprised. Hey friends, we meet again so soon. Kiana followed Xing's example, putting her hands on her hips. Hey friends, we meet again so soon. Gold Dust turned around and said with a smile. Yes, we meet again so soon, my two friends. Xing asked, puzzled. What are you doing in my room? Gold Dust explained. This room belonged to me until half a system ago. Xing then realized that this was Gold Dust's room. You mean, you gave me this room? Gold Dust nodded noncommittally. That's right. Otherwise, do you think the family would be so kind as to offer you a VIP room? Kiana heard Shajin say this, and immediately sensed a strong hostility towards the family. Do you have a grudge against this family? Shajin shook his head. Not personally, but my faction and the family are sworn enemies. Shajin looked at Xing. Friend, I did you a favor, and you should do me one. Xing heard this. Tell me what the favor is, Shajin said. I want to investigate something the family is helping me with, and I want to share the information with you. Xing was puzzled. Why are you looking for me? Go find Jeezy. Also, since you gave me a room, I give you a heads up. You've forgotten something. Gold Dust was puzzled. I forgot something? Xing nodded. Yes, you should know what Stellar Jade does, right? Gold Dust nodded. Yes, I do. So what? Xing chuckled and pulled out 10 Stellar Jade pieces. Haven't you noticed? This Pinocchio treasure chest is quite large. Instead of focusing on dealing with the family, you might as well spend more time opening the treasure chests. Yi Yun once said, as long as you're strong enough, no schemes or tricks will work. Xiaojin gasped upon hearing this. He felt Xing was right. Yes. Such a great opportunity to collect stellar jade, I can't waste it. As for the mission? No rush. Completing it will earn the company some profit, and at most I can share some of the credit with the strategic investment department. But stellar jade is completely my own. Most of the treasure chests in the universe have suddenly disappeared for some reason. If I remember correctly, there's a treasure chest in my new room, Xing Jianshijin said, realizing what he had said. Have you figured it out? If you have, go find the treasure chest. Good luck, friend. Chapter 173. Gold Dust left Xing's room and returned to his own. Gold Dust returned to his room and saw Dr. Leisho, the truth doctor, waiting for him inside. Leisho was about to speak when Gold Dust suddenly reached out and stopped him. Wait a moment, Professor. Leisho stopped himself. Gold Dust walked straight into the room, found an ordinary treasure chest in the corner, and opened it. Leisho was slightly annoyed by this. You interrupted me just to open this useless treasure chest? Gold Dust took out the stellar jade from the treasure chest and held it in his hand. The treasure chest is useless, but this little stellar jade is invaluable. Leisho's words reminded him of something he had stumbled upon earlier. He had discovered that the strategic investment department was secretly collecting stellar jade without telling the entire company. Tell me about your discovery. Why is your strategic investment department secretly collecting stellar jade? Gold Shaw put the stellar jade in his pocket, smiled faintly, and feigned confusion. Really? No. Leisho was very dissatisfied with Gold Shaw's attitude. Hasn't anyone taught you that? The prerequisite for cooperation is trust. Gold Shaw continued to feign confusion, even though Leisho was trustworthy. However, this was Pinocchio, and Gold Shaw couldn't be sure it wasn't under the family's surveillance. Professor, I told you the truth. Gold Shaw glanced at the fruit bowl beside him. Leisho glanced at it from the corner of his eye and spotted the camera hidden in the fruit bowl. Seeing Leisho's attention, Gold Dust continued. Professor, if you don't believe me, you can ask Jadeite. You should trust her, right? Leisho heard Gold Dust's implication. It was clear he was going to ask Jadeite about this matter. Leisho closed his eyes, and then opened them again. I go. You do your thing, I do mine. Goodbye, no, never see you again. With that, Leisho left Gold Dust's room. Gold Dust saw this, walked to the fruit plate, picked up an apple, and began to eat. After finishing, he planned to go out and look for stellar jade. Stellar jade's value far surpassed that of Pinocchio. Among the Stoneheart 10, there was a tacit understanding. Stellar jade was above all else. On Xing and Qiana's side, just as they were about to enter the dreaming pool, someone suddenly appeared from the doorway. Xing recognized the person instantly. It's you? You're the one who just stabbed me in my dream. Qiana was also startled. Mei? Why are you here? The visitor was Huang Quan. Huang Quan had lost his way and happened to see Xing's door open, so he came over to ask for directions. Huang Quan was very surprised. You? Know me? Mei? My name is Mei, but I don't know you. Qiana looked Huang Quan over carefully. My name is? Well, you're not my Mei. You just look a bit like her. Xing thought for a moment and said, maybe it's a bit similar to GZ's situation. Didn't Uncle Yang say something about being an isomorph? Qiana heard this. That's what Teacher Walter said. Xing put his hands on his hips and looked at Huang Quan. You really don't remember me? You stabbed me in the dream, and you forgot? What are you talking about? Return to the waking world. Huang Quan bowed his head in thought for a moment. Sorry. I don't remember what happened before. Xing raised an eyebrow. Huh? You don't remember? Huang Quan nodded. I often forget things. Xing looked at Huang Quan and nodded. I see. By the way, what are you doing in my room? Huang Quan said. I wanted to ask for directions to the hall. Xing then showed Huang Quan the way. Huang Quan thanked Xing profusely and left Xing's room. Xing closed the door. Now we can finally go to the dream world. Let's go, Qiana. Let's go open the treasure chest in the dream. Qiana's eyes lit up at the mention of treasure chest. All right. Qiana. Attack. Qiana and Xing entered the dream pool, entering a dream world. The train stopped. Zhongli led the Liyue people off the train. The platform was bustling with people. Hu Tao placed her hands over her eyes and stood on tiptoe to survey her surroundings. Wow. This place is so huge. So many rooms. Ningguang surveyed the vast hotel. Even she, the wealthiest person in Liyue, was astonished. To build such a large hotel, the amount of money and resources required must be unimaginable. Although Huohuo was born on the immortal ship, this was her first time outside of it. The architectural style of Pinocchio was very different from that of the immortal ship, and Huohuo found it quite novel. Zhongli glanced at the team. He had already summoned nearly all of Liyue's elite. Remember, we must not miss any chests in sight. Xiao obeyed. Yes, your majesty. Zhongli glanced at Luyun, who was leaning over the railing, curiously observing the traffic on the avenue. Zhongli pondered for a moment, and called Ganyu and Shenhe. Ganyu, Shenhe, you two will be in a group with your master. Be sure to keep an eye on him. Ganyu understood Zhongli's intention, to keep an eye on her master and prevent him from dismantling anything. Seeing Ganyu's agreement, Shenhe followed suit. Zhongli gave the order. Search this area first and find all the treasure chests. Hu Tao, upon hearing this, ran out with Huohuo. Hu Tao and Huohuo ran furiously, soon spotting an ordinary treasure chest in an open area. Hu Tao observed it for a moment, and when she saw the red glow surrounding the treasure chest, she immediately drew her weapon. Treasure chests like these with a red glow are likely guarded by monsters. Hu Tao took out her Homa staff. Huohuo! Prepare for battle. Huohuo held up a small flag and cheered herself up. Okay, Sister Hu Tao, I do my best. Off to the side, the tail-shaped man floating beside Huohuo was pleased to see her brave enough to join the battle. This little girl has finally grown up. I don't have to worry about her anymore. Hu Tao rushed towards the treasure chest. As she approached it, two monsters resembling televisions appeared. Hu Tao formed a hand seal, and the Homa in her hand swept out, engulfing the two television monsters in a stream of flame. By the time Huohuo arrived, the battle was over. This scene unfolded across the platform. Zhongli led the Liyue people, Vinti led the Mondstadt people, and even Silver Wolf, Kafka, and Blade had disembarked to search for the treasure chest. After finishing his training, Yi Yun also took the 6 children off the train to play. After this period of training, Yi Yun's strength had reached the level of a mid-level commander, making self-defense a relatively easy task. The news of the group's treasure chest raiding quickly reached Sunday's ears among his family members. Sunday sat in the dimly lit office, his chin resting on his hand, thoughtfully looking at the briefcase in his hand. The briefcase contained confiscated gold dust, and Sunday had found several very interesting items inside. Topaz and Aventurin, Sunday looked at the waiter. Don't worry about it. Let the train crew search for the treasure chest. As long as it doesn't affect the plan, it's fine. The waiter respectfully withdrew. A moment later, the waiter re-entered. Sir, we detected the Luofu immortal ship's signal in the nearby star field. It appears they're here to participate in the harmonious music ceremony. Suinri frowned upon hearing this. This was a bit unexpected. He hadn't expected the Luofu immortal ship, which had just experienced a major battle, to actually participate in the harmonious music ceremony. Chapter 174. On the Luofu immortal ship, Generals Jing Yuan, Fei Xiao, and Huai Yin were organizing a meeting with Fu Xian, Jiao Qiu, and others. Jing Yuan said, This time, our target is the treasure chest. You have to work hard for the next while. Our immortal ship is already lagging behind the train crew, the company, Liyue, and Mondstadt. They already begun collecting stellar jade on Pinocchio. For the next while, we must race against time to find the treasure chest and bring us a massive amount of stellar coins. Everyone, follow me to Pinocchio. For the immortal ship. Let's go! Everyone's excitement surged at the words for the immortal ship. Only Qin looked gloomy. She was completely unwell. She had been enjoying herself on the train yesterday, only to be captured by the Grand Diviner after dinner. Qin felt like she was about to burst into tears at the thought of not being able to fight for Diyuan Qiongyu every day for the next while. General, you're a liar. You said I'd just be responsible for transcribing product information? Liar. You're all liars. Jing Yuan noticed the gloomy Qin and approached him. Qin, I said before that you only be responsible for transcribing product information, but now I'm calling you over. It's actually me who breached the contract first. How about this? If you can bring back 500 stellar jade this time, I give you a week's vacation. How about that? Qin was a little embarrassed when he heard this. 500 stellar jade, that's 100 ordinary treasure chests. That's hard to come by. Seeing this, Jing Yuan continued to increase the offer. Paid vacation. Qingchua's eyes lit up at the mention of the word paid vacation. It's a deal. Qi happily followed the main force as they prepared to land at Pinocchio. Huai Yin saw this and walked over to Jing Yuan. General Jing Yuan is truly adept at mobilizing his men. Jing Yuan smiled faintly. No, Elder Yin, you're too kind. My abilities are no match for yours. Huaiyan stroked his beard and smiled. Alright, let's stop chatting here. Let's land. The Luofu Immortal Boat crew boarded the Star Raft and headed for Penacony. Soon, the Star Raft arrived. General Jory had been waiting for him for a long time, along with a large group of family members. Fu Xian peered through the windowsill at Jory below. General, this man is one of the leaders of the family. Jory, this harmonious music ceremony will be presided over by him. Jing Yuan heard this. Let's go down and meet Mr. Sunday. Jing Yuan led everyone down the Star Raft. As soon as they disembarked, Jing Yuan bowed to Sunday, who was standing nearby. Mr. Sunday, I long heard of you. My name is Jing Yuan, and I currently serve as general of the Luofu Xianzhou. Sunday responded with a smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, General Jing Yuan. Luofu has been through great trouble, yet you still managed to take time off to participate in the family's music festival. This is truly an honor for our humble Pinocchio. Jing Yuan said with a smile. The family and Xianzhou have always had a friendly relationship. With the family's gracious invitation, we here at Xianzhou naturally couldn't refuse. Fei Xiao, standing by, was stunned. A close relationship between the family and Xianzhou? Not really, huh? At most, it's a normal partnership, with some business cooperation. Fei Xiao was completely unaccustomed to such a scene. If he hadn't heard that Pinocchio had stellar jade, he'd probably still be drinking with Wendy. Sunday noticed Fei Xiao's anomaly and asked, by the way, who are these two? Sunday looked at Huaiyan and Fei Xiao. Standing parallel to Jing Yuan, they were likely no ordinary figures. Jing Yuan introduced them. This is General Tianji Fei Xiao, and this is General Zhuyuan Huaiyan. Sunday was momentarily stunned upon hearing their identities, but quickly recovered. Welcome, generals. I didn't expect Xianzhou to value our relationship so much, sending 3 generals at once. I had your rooms prepared. If you have any questions, please contact the family. We do our best to help you. I wish you all a happy time at Pinocchio. Afterward, Sunday said goodbye to the Xianzhou group and headed back. Huaiyan watched Sunday's departing figure. This man is incredibly cunning. He's been testing our limits just now. Jing Yuan pondered as he spoke. It's clearly the family that invited the other factions to participate in the Harmonious Music Festival, but as the organizer, he's extremely hostile to us. Fei Xiao, standing nearby, said in confusion. Isn't hostility normal? We're not on the same side. Huaiyan smiled and explained. Restlessness is indeed normal. This gentleman is going a bit too far. Something's wrong when things aren't normal. The waters of Pinocchio are quite deep. Fei Xiao, hearing this, put his hands on his hips. Whatever the waters, at worst, we can just fight. Let's go find Stellar Jade first. With that, Fei Xiao swaggered towards the hotel lobby with Jiaqiu and Moze. Jing Yuan observed this. Let's go, Elder Yin. Let's go collect Stellar Jade too. We came to Pinocchio solely for Stellar Jade. As long as we achieve our goal, that's all. Jing Yuan nodded. Well, if there's real danger, we can just fight. My immortal boat isn't afraid of any enemy. Jing Yuan and Huaiyan, along with Fu Xian, Yunli, and the others, followed Fei Xiao's steps. In a dream, Xing and Qiana met the doorman Misha. Dear guests, this way. This way. Xing and Qiana looked around and realized the voice was coming from inside a painting. They approached the painting, and Xing reached out to touch the crack. Instantly, a suction force came, sucking Xing and Qiana in. When they regained their vision, they found themselves in a magical space. The entire space was purple, with only a small path suspended in midair before them. They also spotted Misha, the doorman they had met in the lobby. Misha was delighted to see them. You're finally here. My name is Misha, and I'm happy to serve you. Xing greeted them. Hello, Misha. Do you know how to get to Golden Hour? Misha gestured with her hand. Go to Golden Hour through that door over there. Have fun, and if you need any help, feel free to contact me. Xing and Qiana said goodbye to Misha, walked to the end of the path, opened the door, and walked in. As soon as they entered, they noticed something was amiss. Qiana looked down. Oh my god! Why are we in the sky? Qiana and Xing felt their feet suddenly drop to the ground. At first, they felt panicky, flapping their limbs wildly. Then, they saw the bustling city and the dreamy purple sky, and they were mesmerized. Qiana opened her arms and imitated a bird. Fly. Fly. Xing also looked around curiously. Chapter 175. With a loud bang, 2 large pits appeared in Golden Moment Square. Xing and Qiana climbed shakily from the pits. Just as they had been having fun in the sky, They now fell in a terrible mess. Kiana held her waist. Ouch, it hurt so much. Xing adjusted her clothes. Is this Pinocchio entering the dream so hardcore? He just fell straight from the sky. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Xing, Kiana, it's you too. Xing and Kiana looked up, surprised to see who was coming. Robin. Robin smiled. Welcome to the land of dreams. How are you feeling? Kiana ached all over. I'm sore all over. Robin heard the words. Is that so? Let me help you tune your rhythm. This will help you adjust to dreaming more quickly. Robin closed his eyes slightly, and a faint power enveloped them. A few minutes later, Xing and Kiana were surprised to find that all their discomfort had disappeared, and they felt completely relaxed. Kiana stretched her body. You're amazing, Robin. How did you do that? I don't feel a single bit of discomfort right now. Robin chuckled softly. This is the power of harmony. It can adjust your state and help you adjust to dreaming more quickly. Xing's expression was astonished. I see. By the way, where's your brother? Isn't he with you? Robin heard. My brother said he had a distinguished guest, and he wanted to go greet him. Well, I have something else to do. You two can take a stroll during this golden hour. There are many interesting things here. Xing and Kiana said goodbye to the Robin. Xing took out his phone and contacted Jeezy, Walter, and March 7. After a chat, Xing and Kiana decided to check out the place March 7 recommended, the Dream Vending Machine. And Sunday. He stood in his office, a look of worry on his face. Next to him, a purple crow stood on a nearby bookshelf. The crow suddenly spoke. With the 3 immortal ship generals visiting, our plan must be postponed, otherwise. The crow was none other than Dream Master Gopherwood. Sunday shook his head. We can't postpone it. The company, Yitting, the tavern, and the Star Corps hunters are all gone. They won't give us that much time. The longer we delay, the more likely something will go wrong. The Dream Master was silent for a moment. Just think it through. This thing can't fail. If it does, you and I will be doomed. Sunday glanced at the Dream Master. Of course I know that. Only in this way can our dreams be the most beautiful. The Dream Master nodded slightly. Well, I'm glad you understand. By the way, get ready over there, Robin. Sunday paused at this. I understand. The Dream Master's transformed crow vanished, leaving Sunday alone in his office, lost in thought. In the hotel lobby, Zhongli, Wendy, and the others looted all the treasure chests from the platform to the lobby, only to discover a problem. They couldn't enter Pinocchio's interior. They had no rooms. Even if they had credits, it wouldn't help. Pinocchio's rooms were already fully booked during the Harmony Festival. Zhongli was stumped. Hu Tao saw this. At this critical moment, I still have to rely on you, the Hall Master. Keqing looked at Hu Tao. Hu Tao, do you have any ideas? Hu Tao shook her sleeves, pulled out her phone, and called Silver Wolf. Hello? Silver Wolf, is there any way we can enter Pinocchio's dream? Yes? As expected of you, I knew you had a way. What? Only sneaking in? Smuggling isn't impossible, as long as we don't get caught. 2,000 star coins? Sure. I transfer it to you later. Hu Tao hung up the phone and put her phone back in her bag. It's a deal. 2,000 star coins. Silver Wolf will take us in, but we can only sneak in, and we have to be careful once we're inside. Zhongli, upon hearing this, said it didn't matter. As long as they could get in, it was fine. As for getting caught, the worst that could happen was that they pay a credit point fine and be kicked out. As long as they got the Stellar Jade, that was all that mattered. A dozen minutes later, Silver Wolf, Kafka, and Blade swaggered into the hotel lobby. As the 3 approached, Silver Wolf cocked his head toward Hu Tao. Hu Tao, I'm here. Which of you wants to go in? Hu Tao was curious. Aren't you a wanted criminal? Is it really okay for you to show up here so brazenly? Silver Wolf said nonchalantly. There's nothing to worry about. Silver Wolf pointed to a badge on his collar. This is a little gadget Ian sells. It's called an identity change badge. It can change the way we appear to others. Hu Tao heard this. How much is this? If I bring this, won't I have to worry about getting caught if I try to sneak in later? Silver Wolf held up a finger. 3,000 star coins each, and it only works on ordinary people. Hu Tao was surprised. 3,000 star coins? Forget it. It's not something they can afford. It's not that they don't have enough money, it's just not worth it. Spending 3,000 star coins on an item that only works on ordinary people is a waste. Forget it then. I'd just be a stowaway. Silver Wolf shrugged. Whatever you say. Come on, I take you in. Silver Wolf led the Liyue group to a secluded, deserted corner. Silver Wolf summoned the ether keyboard and manipulated it, and a portal appeared before them. Let's go! We can enter our dreams through this portal. Arin will be here to guard our bodies and awaken us at any time. Zhongli took out 2,000 star coins and handed them to Silver Wolf, who happily accepted them. Perfect. Another 2,000 star coins have arrived. Just as everyone was about to enter the portal, Wendy arrived with Mon's group. Wait, take one of us with you. Wendy landed steadily and said to Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf looked. Oh wow. More star coins coming in. Pay up, 2,000 star coins. Wendy, hearing this, wanted to get some for free. Oh no. Silver Wolf, we're so familiar with each other, why don't you take us with you? Silver Wolf shook his head. No. Wendy's eyes rolled as he thought of a solution. How about this? Later, when we participate in the game, I give you my all for once. How about that? Silver Wolf shook his head. No. I want everyone in Mon to help me once. Wendy glanced at the Mon group. Qin said. Just as Silver Wolf says. Seeing this, Wendy agreed on behalf of the Mon group. Silver Wolf was finally satisfied and led Mon and his companions into the dreamland. Everyone entered the dreamland, and a minute later, their bodies reappeared in their original locations, each of them falling into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Ren took out Silver Wolf and opened his own spatial isolator, creating an invisible wall that separated them from the outside world. Chapter 176. Xing and Qiana arrived at the dream vending machine and experienced Akaveli's memories. While it was said to be Akaveli's, it was unclear whether it was real or not, but Xing felt it must be true. In the dream bubble, Akaveli and another person were being scolded by Pam. Xing had witnessed Aha being scolded by Pam, so he completely believed the contents of the dream bubble. After the experience, Xing bought the dream bubble, intending to take it back for Sanyue and the others to experience as well. After experiencing the dream bubble, the two decided to walk around. As they walked, they saw several people surrounding a young girl not far away. The girl saw Xing and trotted over as if she had found a savior. Can you help me? Hearing this, Xing shielded the girl behind him. The leader of the group that had chased them shouted angrily. Get out of the way! The clan is apprehending a wanted criminal. Don't interfere. Otherwise, I take you down too. Qiana, upon hearing this, was furious with the man's attitude. What? Wanna fight? Come on! Several members of the Hound clan attacked immediately. Qiana wasn't going to hold back, and immediately charged forward with both pistols. As a Valkyrie, Qiana's strength was far superior to these little hounds. Qiana quickly defeated them all. A hound glared at Qiana fiercely. Just wait! The man, having just finished his threats, pulled out his phone to call for backup. Just then, a bearded, melancholy-looking older man approached. What's going on here? One of the hounds recognized the man. Sir, guard. The man who arrived was Sheriff Gallagher. Gallagher asked again. What happened here? A hound reported. Sir, we found a stowaway and wanted to arrest her, but we didn't expect she had accomplices. Gallagher looked at Xing, Qiana, and the girl with a hint of meaning. Gallagher turned. I told you to catch the silver guy, not the silver-haired girl. Can't you tell the difference? Several hounds tried to argue, but Gallagher spoke. All right. Go look somewhere else. I take care of this. The hounds left in frustration. After the hounds left, Gallagher said, I'm sorry for what happened just now. These are new recruits. Please forgive me. Xing looked at Gallagher. It's okay. If nothing else, we be leaving. Gallagher then left as well. The girl looked at Xing and Qiana. Thank you for your help. My name is Lu Ying, a waiter of the Iris family. Xing patted his chest. It's my duty to protect beautiful girls. Qiana, standing beside him, agreed with Xing's words. That's right, it's our duty to protect beautiful girls, Qiana said, posing with her finger towards the sky. Lu Ying chuckled softly at the two people, looking at them in amusement. By the way, what are your names? Xing hummed. I'm the world-famous Galaxy Skyfire. Qiana didn't feel embarrassed by Xing's childish remarks. Instead, she found them quite cool. Oh, cool. Xing, where did you get your name? Xing folded her arms and closed her eyes slightly. Of course, I got it myself. Qiana, upon hearing this, seemed to have learned something. I see. I want a name for myself too. I thought about it, and I got one. I call myself Qiana, the first Valkyrie of Destiny. Hee hee. Lu Ying looked at Xing, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. She was still as lively as she had been back then. Nice to meet you, Xing, Qiana. To show my gratitude, let me show you around and be your guide. Xing heard this. Lu Ying, how did you know this was our first time here? Lu Ying pointed to the ticket on Xing's collar. I think this ticket is supposed to be a symbol of our status as an unknown guest. Xing heard this, then realized that Lu Ying had recognized the ticket. Qiana, standing beside her, was confused. I don't have a ticket. You know I'm from out of town? Lu Ying smiled. Because you and Xing came here together. Qiana heard this. Oh, that's right. Lu Ying glanced at a nearby spot. Come on, I show you around. Xing followed Qiana around the shopping center, each buying an oak roll cake and eating it while they walked. As they walked, Qiana suddenly stopped and pointed forward. Xing! Look! A treasure chest. Xing looked. Oh! A treasure chest. Let's go! Xing and Qiana rushed to the treasure chest and opened it. 5 fresh stellar jade appeared in Xing's hand. Xing put them into her storage ring. She and Qiana agreed that they would split the stellar jade they had obtained in their dream 50-50. Qiana had no storage items, so she left them all with Xing. Lu Ying followed. Do you like treasure chests? Xing and Qiana nodded. Yes. We came here to open treasure chests and find stellar jade. Lu Ying said. I see. I know there are many more places with treasure chests. Would you like me to take you there? Xing and Qiana were delighted. Really? That's great. Thank you, Lu Ying. Lu Ying smiled happily. It's okay. Let's go. I take you there. Under Lu Ying's guidance, Xing and Qiana successfully found a treasure chest. Just then, Lu Ying's phone rang. She opened it and saw it was a message from Silver Wolf. Silver Wolf, Lu Ying, do you know where there's a treasure chest in Pinocchio? Kafka and I are coming in. We're going to collect stellar jade to buy something from Yi Yun. Lu Ying glanced at the delighted Dixing not far away and replied. I don't know. You can find it yourselves. After replying, Lu Ying turned off her phone. Just then, Xing and Qiana returned to Lu Ying's side. Lu Ying smiled and said, Come on, I take you to the next place. Then Lu Ying led Xing and Qiana on a frenzied unpacking spree. In just over an hour, Xing and Qiana had collected over 2,000 stellar jade between them. Xing was overjoyed. Now she could unpack again. Qiana was also delighted. Now she could buy tons of instant noodles. Silver Wolf sighed and shook his head at Lu Ying's cold reply on his phone. Kafka, who was playing with 5 newly acquired stellar jade, saw this. What's wrong? Silver Wolf said speechlessly. Someone has completely forgotten about us. Let's go, let's go. Let's just stand on our own. Kafka understood. Wasn't she always like this? Elsewhere, the invincible Lady Hanabi was happily strolling down the street. As Hanabi walked, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Isn't this? Chapter 177. In Hanabi's sight, Ahab was crouching in the grass, doing something furtively. Hanabi walked over and kicked Ahab in the butt. Ahab, what are you doing here? Have you found something fun? Great. You're having fun, and you didn't call me. Ahab rubbed his butt. Hanabi-sama. Ahab is looking for fun, ha. Hanabi looked Ahab up and down. What are you doing here? Ahab said with a grin. Ahab is looking for fun. Hanabi heard this. Did you find it? Ahab chuckled and pulled out a fragment. Hee hee, Ahab found a fragment of order, and Ahab wants to give it to Chicken Wing Boy. Hanabi looked at the fragment in Ahab's hand with interest. Oh. What's the fun in this? Ahab moved closer to Hanabi. Just think about it. When the train crew is about to defeat the Chicken Wing Boy, Aha will throw this fragment to him. Hee hee, the train crew's expressions will be quite impressive. Hee hee. Huahua nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. You're quite capable, aren't you? Huahua continued. Since you're here, let's go and deliver the gifts. Aha gathered up the fragment of order and happily followed behind Huahua. The two of them skipped off into the distance. On the train, Yi Yun led the 6 little ones directly from the store into the Pinocchio Dreamland. How did they get in? Of course, Yi Yun purchased a family-style dream pool through the system. Zhang Heng's dream pool allowed Yi Yun and the 6 little ones to enter the Dreamland. Furthermore, this pool was not under the family's control, allowing them to exit at will. Even if Tai Dream is activated on Sunday, it can be withdrawn at any time. Yi Yun led the 6 little ones into Pinocchio. As soon as they landed, they were stunned by the bustling metropolis. Kelly looked around excitedly. Wow! It's so beautiful here. Kelly has never seen a place like this. Hook echoed. The lights here are so bright. Much brighter than in our lower district. Chi-Chi stood there in a daze. Just then, a billboard zigzagged towards her. Suleta. Suleta. Delicious Suleta. Chi-Chi stared at the billboard with a naive look. Suleta? Delicious? Chi-Chi wants some. The billboard, seeing the business coming in, pointed to a food truck in the distance. There's Suleta. Delicious Suleta. At this moment, the other little ones also noticed the billboard. Bai Lu exclaimed in surprise. Oh my goodness! This is the first time I've seen a living billboard. Kelly was also curious. Hello, billboard. My name is Kelly. What's your name? The billboard looked at Kelly. Suleta. Suleta. Kelly suddenly understood. Oh. Hello, Suleta. Suleta continued. Suleta is super delicious. Seeing this, Kelly tugged at the corner of Yi-Yun's shirt, who was looking at the scenery nearby. Brother Yi-Yun. Kelly wants some Suleta. Yi-Yun rubbed Kelly's head affectionately. Okay, let's go. Brother Yi-Yun will take you to buy some Suleta. Yi-Yun brought the 6 little ones to the food truck and bought 7 bottles of Suleta. After buying, Yi-Yun and the 6 little ones continued shopping. It was truly bustling at this golden hour. Yi-Yun glanced around and noticed something familiar. Thinking carefully, Yi-Yun realized he seemed to be near an amusement park. So, Yi-Yun decided to take the 6 little ones there. They had probably never played in such a modern amusement park before. The 6 little ones obediently followed Yi-Yun towards the amusement park. They followed him, drinking their Suleta, occasionally discussing the novel objects around them. For example, there were flying books, many small balloons, and cars speeding by on the road. After more than 10 minutes, Yi-Yun and the 6 little ones successfully arrived at the amusement park. Yao Yao ran to Yi-Yun's side. Yi-Yun. I'm done. Where should I put this bottle? Kelly then jumped over to Yi-Yun's side. Brother Yi-Yun. Kelly's done too. Bai Lu then said. Yao Yao, Kelly, let's throw it over there. There's a trash can over there. Yao Yao and Kelly saw this and scurried over to the trash can, throwing their bottles into it. Then, Yi-Yun led the 6 children into the amusement park. Yi-Yun glanced at the staff nearby and spent some credits to buy 200 game coins. The 6 children lined up, waiting expectantly for Yi-Yun to distribute the game coins. As soon as they entered the amusement park, the 6 children were mesmerized by the rides. Roller coasters, arcade games, carousels, pirate ships. Yi-Yun held up the game coins. I won't give them to you. We go one by one. If you want to play, I give you the game coins. That way, we won't get lost. Got it? The 6 little ones all said oh in agreement. Then, they formed a line and followed Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun led the 6 little ones to the carousel first. Is there anyone who wants to ride the carousel? Kelly, Yao Yao, Hook, Bai Lu, and Diana all raised their hands. Yao Yao, noticing Chi-Chi was still in a daze, took Chi-Chi's hand and raised it. Yi-Yun handed the staff 6 game coins. The staff opened the door, and the 6 little ones filed in, each running towards their favorite mount. As the machine turned, the 6 little ones were filled with excitement, their laughter ringing like silver bells as they sat on the carousel. Yi-Yun quietly watched the 6 little ones play, when a voice suddenly rang out from beside him. Hey! Yi-Yun, you're in the dreamland too? Yi-Yun followed the voice and saw Xing, Kiana, and Luing had arrived without him noticing. Xing, Kiana, and who is this? Seeing this, Xing introduced them. This is Luing, a friend I just met. Luing, this is Yi-Yun, our train crew member. Luing smiled and greeted Yi-Yun. Hello, Mr. Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun smiled back. Hello, Luing. Kiana's eyes lit up as she watched the carousel, tugging excitedly at Xing's clothes. Xing! Let's try this too. Xing nodded in agreement. It was okay to rest for a while. The two of them had already earned nearly 4,000 stellar jade. Sure. Xing chuckled, glanced at the basket of game coins in Yi-Yun's hand, and offered his hand without hesitation. Yi-Yun, some coins. Yi-Yun rolled his eyes at Xing. You're a VIP. You can go get your game coins directly. Xing was surprised. Oh. Really? Luing said from the side. Yes, VIPs of the family can receive 10 game coins for free. Hearing this, Xing rushed to the coin counter with Kiana. Chapter 178. Seeing this, Luing was about to follow when Yi-Yun suddenly spoke. Kafka, and the others have come in too. Aren't you going to go find them? Luing turned and looked at Yi-Yun thoughtfully. You figured out my identity. Yi-Yun said with a smile. Don't worry, we're all in this together. How's your entropy problem? Luing thought about it, and realized that Yiyun was indeed on her side. My entropy problem remains the same. Nothing much has changed, Yiyun said after hearing this. Silver Wolf and the others should have told you about my shop, right? I have medicine for entropy. Luing nodded. I heard of it. I go after I finish my script. Yiyun nodded. No problem. Just then, Xing and Kiana returned with 10 game coins. The carousel had finished its round, but the 6 little ones hadn't had enough fun yet. Brother Yiyun, Klee wants to play more. Yiyun, I want one more round. Yiyun agreed with a smile, taking out another 6 game coins and handing them to the staff. Seeing this, Xing also took out 3 game coins. The 3 of us want to play too. The staff opened the door, and Xing rushed in with Kiana and Luing to find their favorite mounts. Xing sat on the carousel, excitedly urging the staff to start. The staff pressed the start button. The carousel began to spin, and Xing shouted excitedly. Ah ho ho. Kiana was also excited. She had never experienced anything like this before. The world back there was always in disaster, and things like amusement parks only existed in textbooks. Go, go, go! For the next few minutes, Yiyun, Xing, and the others continued to play in the amusement park. They tried every ride. Especially on the roller coaster, with its 200-meter vertical drop, the 6 kids and Xing were practically screaming the entire time. Kiana's legs were weak when she got off, and if Luing hadn't helped her, she would have nearly fallen. Xing looked at Kiana's miserable state with disdain, chuckling sarcastically. Kiana, you're no good either. Is this all you can do? Do you dare to try again? Kiana, hearing Xing's sarcasm, immediately agreed. Come on! Who's afraid of who? Hearing this, Xing was about to pay when he felt in his pocket and realized he had no game coins. Suddenly Xing felt distressed. We're out of game coins. Xing looked around and saw Yiyun paying. Xing silently walked over to Yiyun and held out his hand. Yiyun, give me some game coins. Yiyun turned around and was speechless at Xing's rudeness. How could he be so embarrassed, even at such a grown-up? If Xing knew what Yiyun was thinking, she'd probably just say she was just a baby, not even a year old. Yiyun took out 30 game coins and handed them to Xing. 30? Is that enough for the 3 of you? Xing took the star coins Yiyun handed over with a smile. Yes, 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 of course. Xing took out 3 of the star coins and handed them to the staff. Let's do it again, 3 of us. The staff member smiled and took the game coins. Then the roller coaster started up again. This time, Kiana felt even more thrilled. After all, I had just experienced it once before. Compared to unknown dangers, the known is more terrifying. It was like the feeling of a prisoner about to be beheaded, watching the knife fall bit by bit. When the roller coaster reached its highest point and suddenly plummeted, Kiana instantly screamed. Help! Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, an entire afternoon had passed. After Xing, Kiana, and Luing finished playing with their 30 star coins, they left the amusement park to search for Luing's secret base. Yiyun and the 6 children played in the amusement park for a while longer before arriving at the lobby of the VIP room where GZ and the others were staying. At that moment, the train crew, Liue, and Mondstadt had all gathered there. Xing and Kiana had also been brought back by Hanabi. Seeing Yiyun return, Xing hurried over. Yiyun, do you know about entropy loss? Yiyun asked. Of course I know. The patient will gradually disappear from the world, in every sense of the word. Moreover, the process is extremely painful, and the patient can only watch themselves disappear before their eyes. Xing asked, seeing this. Yiyun, do you have any medicine to treat entropy loss? Yiyun nodded. Of course I do. 5,000 star coins. Upon hearing this, Xing took out 50 stellar jades and handed them to Yiyun. Buy me one. I need it. Yiyun accepted the stellar jades from Xing. Then, Yiyun took out a pill. This pill comes from a certain Doryman world. It's called the all-disease medicine. It can cure any disease. After saying this, Yiyun handed the all-disease medicine to Xing, who took it and carefully put it into his storage ring. After buying the panacea, Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief and returned to play with Kiana, Sanyueki, and the others. In the hall, everyone gathered to chat and recount their haul. Chike placed 1,000 stellar jade pieces next to Jingyuan. General, here are 1,000 stellar jade pieces. Can I take a break now? Jingyuan was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Chike to find so many stellar jade pieces. As expected of you, Chike. You found the most stellar jade pieces among us on the immortal boat today. Fu Xian also looked at Chike with a look of satisfaction. Chike, you're worthy of my attention. Keep up the good work. Your future is bright. Chike was speechless at the praise. Goodbye, huh? Please stop praising me. Little Chike, I just want to play with some fish and catch some Emperor Yuan Chungyu. A bright future? I think it's dark, right? Chike said with a wry smile. Well, General, my leave. Jing Yuan smiled upon hearing this. Okay, I give you 7 days of paid leave. Fu Xian observed this. Chike, your leave can be put on hold. Since you've been so good at finding stellar jade, I have to work you a little harder these few days. Chike was petrified upon hearing this. No! We agreed on a vacation. Chike looked at Jing Yuan, wanting to cry but unable to, hoping for his help. Jing Yuan laughed heartily at this. Chike, you will definitely have a vacation. We still need your help during this period. The immortal boat needs you. How about this? If you find another 1,000 stellar jade within the next few days, I give you a vacation right now without further ado, and add 3 more days, for a total of 10 days of paid leave. How do you think? Chike was completely stunned. How could this be? Wow! I'm so miserable. What else could she do? Although she was extremely reluctant, she had no choice but to agree. Alright. Fu Xian looked at Chike with satisfaction and nodded. Well, Chike, keep up the good work. Bring honor to our Taibushi. Chapter 179. Chike walked over to the sofa booth where Xing and the others were sitting, looking miserable. Gui Naifan, noticing Qingque's expression, asked, Chike, what's wrong with you? Chike sighed, with a sense of despair. Don't mention it, my vacation's been postponed. Xing, standing nearby, heard this and opened a bottle of Soleta, handing it to Chike. You thought it was a big deal? That's it. It's not like you're not getting a break. Come on, let's play a few rounds, shall we? Chike nodded helplessly. Sanyueki, standing nearby, looked at Xing. How can we play without cards? Xing chuckled, and pulled out a set of Imperial Jade from his storage ring. Hey, of course I brought them. Xing then dragged over a square table, and placed the Imperial Jade on it. Come on, come on! 2 rounds. Chike saw the Yuan Qiongyu instantly regenerate, and naturally sat down. Come on, play! Xing, Chike, Gui Naifan, and Ing gathered at a table and began playing. Hu Tao, Sanyueki, Kiana, Amber, and the others watched from the side. After watching 2 rounds, Kiana became interested in Yuan Qiongyu. This is quite interesting. Hu Tao raised an eyebrow. Really? So should we set up another table? Kiana agreed immediately. Okay. I go move the tables. Kiana ran to the side and brought over a square table. Hu Tao found Yi Yun and bought a set of Yuan Qiongyu. Hu Tao, Sanyueki, Kiana, and Amber gathered in another table. Eula took turns, and the loser left the table. Hu Tao sat down at the card table, took a sip of the juice in the cup, and put it aside. Well, what's our minimum? March 7 said. Let's just play around, starting with 1 star coin. Kiana heard that she needed star coins to find a star, and asked it to give her its share of stellar jade. Kiana took the stellar jade she found today, a total of 4,600 stellar jade, and exchanged them with Yi Yun for 460,000 star coins. Thanks to Luying and Kiana's luck, the 3 of them opened treasure chests like crazy today, practically finding one every few steps. Kiana fell while crossing a bridge and unexpectedly found a luxurious treasure chest, containing 30 stellar jade. Jing Yuan, who had witnessed Kiana's exchange of star coins, was stunned. 460,000? And that's split in half? Jing Yuan thought, this is too much. With so many people on his immortal ship, he only managed to earn 400,000 star coins today, his. Seeing this, Jing Yuan fell into deep thought, wondering how to continue to PUA the people on the immortal ship, so that they would unleash even greater energy to find stellar jade. Jing Yuan pondered for a moment, then called out to Qin Ke. Qin Ke. Qin Ke, who had just finished sorting the cards, turned around. General? What's wrong? Jing Yuan said. 3,000 stellar jade, and the leave increased to 1 month. Qin Ke was stunned when he heard 1 month. Really? Jing Yuan nodded. Really? Qin Ke gasped. How could General Jing Yuan speak so beautifully? It was like sweet music to the ears. Yi Yun, standing by, chuckled at this. TSK, 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 they're really just going to pick on Chike all by themselves. At this moment, Kafka and Silver Wolf walked in from outside. They sat down next to Yi Yun. Silver Wolf nudged Yi Yun. Yi Yun, I need to ask you something. Yi Yun took a sip of tea. Go ahead, Silver Wolf asked. Do you have any medicine for entropy loss? Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. Yes, but I don't think you need to buy it. Silver Wolf looked at Yi Yun suspiciously. What do you mean? Yi Yun said. Xing has already bought the medicine. If I'm not mistaken, you two are probably buying it for the same person. Silver Wolf heard this. Yes, the same person. I said I'd buy it myself, but since Xing already bought it, I let it go. It saved me some star coins. After that, Silver Wolf took out his game console, put on his headphones, and began to play. At this moment, Kafka glanced at the teacup in Yi Yun's hand. Would you like some wine? Yi Yun heard. Okay, one. Afterwards, Yi Yun and Kafka chatted over their drinks. In a corner of the VIP lounge, Yi Yun had asked Jing Yuan for a favor, and had the family build a small children's playground. The 6 little ones had a blast today. When Yi Yun said he was leaving, they all looked back every 3 steps. So, Yi Yun had Jing Yuan use his privilege to have the family build a makeshift playground. The 6 little ones played happily inside. It wasn't big, just a slide, a seesaw, and a trampoline. Dudu stood by the slide, waiting for the 6 little ones to slide down, and would use his big hands to help them up. Rios was sprawled out at the exit, taking a nap. Not only the 6 little ones, but Charmander, Blossom, Blue, Xiaomi, and other cell elves were also playing inside, having a blast. After tiring themselves in the VIP lounge, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Liua and Mon's group squeezed in, with a train crew and Xianzhou, sharing a room. Xing, Sanyueki, Hutao, Ying, Amber, Eula, Huahua, Xiangling, and Qingke went into Xing's room, playing a pillow fight before bed. Ningguang, Kiching, Yilan, Qin, and Lisa were in one room. Fu Xian, Shenhe, Ganyu, and Lu Yun were in another. The remaining men were free to relax. Luckily, the VIP lounge was spacious and had sofas, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many people. Yi Yun returned to the store, with the 6 little ones and Kiana. Inside the shop, thanks to the system's protection, the family's dreams wouldn't affect them. After buying a bunch of snacks from Yi Yun's shop, Kiana waved goodbye to Yi Yun and the 6 little ones, then slipped through the portal back to St. Freya Academy. After Kiana left, Yi Yun looked at the 6 little ones. Come on, kids, let's go take a shower and get some sleep. The 6 little ones obediently ran to their rooms to wash up. In the train laboratory, Clara was concentrating on assembling the Gundam. After so long since receiving the Gundam model, Clara had finally finished assembling it. Clara was delighted to see the handsome Gundam before her. Great, Clara succeeded. The family member handed Clara a towel, and wiped the paint off her face. Congratulations, Clara. Clara took the towel. Family member, I do it myself. After wiping her face, Clara reached out and touched the Gundam's chest. This Gundam was a full 2 meters tall, humanoid in shape, with a large sword strapped to its back. The moment Clara touched the Gundam's chest, it opened up to the sides. Clara climbed in, and the Gundam returned to its original shape. After settling in, Clara whispered, Family number 2, start. The Gundam's name was Family number 2. A gleam flashed in Family number 2's eyes, and a bright light illuminated. Chapter 180. Inside St. Freya's Academy. Kiana skipped into the library, a lollipop in her mouth. Here. There Teresa, Himiko, Bronya, Fu Hua, and Mei were sorting supplies. Auntie. Mei. I'm back. Teresa looked at Kiana. Kiana, you're finally back. Did I ask you to go ask something all day? Kiana scratched the back of her head embarrassedly. Hee hee. Well, Xing and the others happened to arrive at a new place on the train today, so I went down with them for some fun. But I didn't just play around. I also earned a ton of stellar jade. As she spoke, Kiana pulled 450,000 star coins from her newly purchased storage ring. Look! I earned so many star coins today. Teresa took a look and thought it was pretty good. Earning that much star coins in just one day wasn't bad. It was probably because Teresa didn't know the exact value of the star coins, otherwise she would have been stunned. Teresa counted the star coins and returned them to Kiana. Kiana, keep these. Kiana reached out and shouted. Come back. As soon as Kiana finished speaking, all the star coins were stored in the storage ring. It was then that Teresa noticed the storage ring on Kiana's hand. Kiana, what's with that ring on your hand? Kiana chuckled. This is a storage ring. You can store things in it. Hee hee, isn't that impressive? I spent 1,500 star coins on it. Bronya became interested in the storage ring. Kiana, let me see the storage ring. Kiana's eyes rolled when she saw Bronya asking for it. Hee, you're begging me, idiot Bronya. Bronya rolled her eyes at Kiana. Okay. I beg you. Satisfied, Kiana took the storage ring and handed it to Bronya. Bronya took it and examined it carefully. There are many strange symbols on this thing. What do they mean? Kiana, let me borrow your storage ring to study for a few days. Kiana knew this wouldn't work. She already had so many star coins in her storage ring. No, this one won't work. I go buy you another one. I have so much stuff in it. What if you break it? Bronya heard this. Okay, buy me a new one. Jeezy asked. Kiana, have you asked if we can go to that world? Kiana nodded. I did ask, and Ian gave me another portal right in my dorm living room. Teresa glanced around at the piles of supply boxes. We're almost done packing. Let's move the stuff to Kiana's place. Tomorrow morning, we can just move it directly from Kiana's place. Hearing this, the others began moving the supplies. This move took over an hour. After they finished, they sat down in Kiana's dorm living room to rest. Kiana plopped down on the sofa and let out a sigh. Finally finished moving. As soon as Kiana finished, her stomach growled. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Kiana rubbed her belly. Hungry. May smiled, then stood up and headed for the kitchen. I make you something to eat. Don't eat instant noodles so late at night. Kiana was surprised. May, how did you know I wanted instant noodles? May chuckled. Don't I know you? All you know is instant noodles. Kiana shook a finger. No, I can even boil an egg. Teresa chuckled beside her. Haha, you're so daunted, May. Make me something too. I'm hungry too. Himiko, Bronya, and Fuhua also asked May to make them a portion. Kiana suddenly thought of something. Oh, by the way, I have something good. Teresa and the others glanced at Kiana in confusion. Kiana pulled a takeout box from her storage ring. Xiangling packed some food for me for dinner tonight. Kiana opened the takeout box and saw a box of chili pork. May. Xiangling said it needs to be heated up before eating. May took the chili pork and sniffed it. It smells so good. It's fried in lard, so it really needs to be heated up before eating. Quickly, May prepared her midnight snack. Since it was late, May kept it simple. She cooked some noodles and heated up the chili pork Kiana had brought back as a base, making a few bowls of chili pork noodle soup. Teresa and the others each grabbed a bowl of noodles and ate it. After finishing their noodles, everyone went back to rest. The next day arrived. Kiana, Teresa, and the others got up early and gathered at Kiana's house. Teresa called out to everyone. Move! Everyone began to carry boxes of supplies into the portal. These boxes contained over 90% of the stone species in their world. Bai Lu, wearing adorable pajamas emblazoned with a medicine gourd, clutched a mouthwash cup filled with a toothbrush and toothpaste. She reached out and pushed open the door to Yi Yun's shop. Ah! Bai Lu yawned loudly as she noticed Teresa and the others moving supplies. Huh? Who are you? Teresa noticed Bai Lu and glanced at her pajamas, figuring they must be from the train. Hello, we're from Kiana's world, and we came to visit today. Bai Lu heard this. Oh, I heard her say yesterday that she was bringing some friends. Bai Lu walked over to the boxes of supplies they had stacked and knocked on them. What are you moving? Fu Hua explained. These are various stones from our area. We heard that Primo Gems and Stellar Jade can be exchanged for star coins, also Primo Gems, so we wanted to check what stones we can exchange for star coins. Bai Lu suddenly understood. Is that so? Then you guys move ahead. I go wash up. With that, Bai Lu walked into the small bar, brought Pam's personal footstool, and placed it next to the sink to start washing up. The 6 children lived in March 7's room, which had only one, very small bathroom. If one of the 6 children got up, they would inevitably wake the others. So, to wash up faster, the 6 children would split up and wash up in the small bar, 1 or 2 at a time. At this moment, March 7's room was now the 6 children's room. The other 5 children huddled by the bathroom sink, brushing their teeth. Chi-Chi brushed her teeth blankly with her toothbrush. Seeing Yao Yao spit out foam, she imitated Yao Yao by drinking water and spitting foam. After brushing her teeth, Kelly opened her mouth and looked at her white teeth with great satisfaction. Kelly has finished brushing her teeth. Let's go. Go play. The 5 children put on their clothes and walked into Yi Yun's shop. Chapter 181. Soon, Ian also got up and entered the shop. As soon as he arrived, he saw Kiana, Teresa, and the others resting in a booth. Klee, seeing Yi-Yun come out, ran over to him. "Brother Yi-Yun, good morning." Yi-Yun rubbed Kelly's little head. "Good morning. You guys go play over there for a while. I have guests here. I make you breakfast later." Kelly glanced at Teresa and the others and obediently agreed. "Okay." The 6 little ones ran to the sofa coffee area, turned on the TV, and started watching cartoons. Yi-Yun walked over to Kiana and the others. "Kiana, these are the friends you mentioned, right?" Kiana nodded with a smile. "Yes, yes. Let me introduce you. This is May. The best May in the world. This is my Aunt Teresa. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by her short stature, she's incredibly impressive. She's our dean. And this one, Himiko, our teacher. She's so fierce. This is the class monitor. She's got superb grades, a nerd. Finally, that idiot Bronya." Teresa, Himiko, and Bronya were immediately enraged upon hearing Kiana's introduction. "Kiana. Kiana is the idiot. Oh. Am I fierce, Kiana?" Kiana looked at the 3 men, filled with murderous intent, and realized she said the wrong thing. She winced, and quickly tried to rationalize herself. "I was wrong. What happened just now? I wasn't the one talking. It felt like, yes, a ghost had taken over my body." A minute later, Kiana sat crying in a chair, a large bump on her head. Seeing this, Yi-Yun smiled inwardly. Teresa looked at Yi-Yun. "Hello, Yi-Yun, my name is Teresa. Nice to meet you." Yi-Yun replied with a smile. "Hello, Teresa." Yi-Yun then greeted Mei, Bronya, Hosen Himiko, and Fu Hua. After the introductions, Teresa said, "Yi-Yun, we just brought a lot of stones. Can you help me see which ones can be exchanged for star coins?" Yi-Yun pointed to the exchange scale on the bar counter. "That's the exchange scale. Place the stones on it. If they can be exchanged, they will automatically be converted into star coins." Teresa thanked him and began testing with Mei and the others. Yi-Yun glanced at the several large boxes of various ores and figured it wouldn't be over soon. Yi-Yun went into the kitchen to make breakfast for the 6 little ones. Yi-Yun easily prepared breakfast. Since almost everyone had gone to Pinocchio, he could relax, not having to prepare breakfast for dozens of people. That was why Yi-Yun had gotten up so late today. He finally had a chance to get a little extra sleep. After making breakfast, Yi-Yun called the 6 little ones over for dinner. After dinner, Yi-Yun and the 6 little ones watched TV for a while Teresa and the others finished testing the ores they had brought. Of all the ores, only one, called Honkai Crystal, could be exchanged for star coins. 1 crystal could be exchanged for 50 star coins. But there was a problem that stumped Teresa and the others. Artificially synthesized Honkai crystals were useless. Only those found in naturally formed treasure chests were useful. Teresa pondered for a moment. "When we get back, we have people collect as much as we can. We find a way if we can't collect more later." At this moment, Yi-Yun, standing nearby, said, "If you have time, you can go to Pinocchio. There's a lot of stellar jade there. 1 stellar jade can be exchanged for a full 100 star coins." Teresa and the others were shocked. "Really?" Yi-Yun nodded. "Really? Didn't Kiana get a lot of star coins yesterday? A full 460,000. Teresa, hearing this, suddenly remembered that Kiana had brought back 450,000 star coins yesterday. The missing 10,000 star coins were probably used by Kiana. Bronya, who was browsing the product information nearby, suddenly said, "Principal, I think we should go down and take a look. Come and see. The value of these star coins is beyond my imagination." Teresa walked over to Bronya, took a quick look, and her eyes widened. These star coins are surprisingly valuable. Teresa suddenly thought and looked at Kiana. "Kiana, where are your 450,000 star coins?" Kiana took a sip of juice. "In the storage ring, what's wrong?" Teresa said. "That's good. Be sure to keep it safe and don't lose it," Yi-Yun said. "Don't worry about that. The storage ring is sealed with blood. Unless the previous owner dies, no one else can open it." Teresa felt relieved. After some discussion, Teresa and the others decided to go to Pinocchio. Seeing this, Yi-Yun said, "I suggest you go find Silver Wolf. She has a way to lead you into the dream world." Teresa said to Kiana. "Kiana, can you contact that Silver Wolf?" Kiana heard it. "Sure, wait a minute." Kiana took out the phone Sanueki had given her and contacted Silver Wolf. Over half an hour later, Silver Wolf returned to the shop. Bronya's eyes widened the moment she saw Silver Wolf. "How come you look exactly like me?" Silver Wolf also looked at Bronya with curiosity. Oh, I didn't realize I had a twin. Kiana finally realized. Oh yeah, I was about to mention it yesterday. Silver Wolf and Bronya look alike. I was so busy moving the portal back that I forgot. Himiko was amazed. I didn't expect there were people in the world who looked so much like each other. Kiana then remembered train Himiko. Himiko, you have a twin too. Himiko was surprised to hear that. Really? Where is it? Kiana asked. It's in Pinocchio. Himiko here is the train navigator. I take you to meet her later. Honka Himiko agreed immediately. She was curious about what her other self was like in this other world, and whether she liked drinking as much as she did. Silver Wolf chatted with Bronya for a while, and said, I'm in a good mood today. I didn't expect to meet my counterpart. I help you with your identity information for free. I take you directly to the dream world later, free of charge. Teresa and the others happily expressed their gratitude. Silver Wolf summoned the etheric keyboard and began to operate it. Seeing Bronya's interest, Silver Wolf explained as he operated. Bronya understood almost immediately. She had obtained her identity herself. Silver Wolf was very pleased with this. As expected, he was so powerful no matter which world he was in. After completing his identity information, Silver Wolf opened a portal and led the group of Bungsan through it, into a dream. After the Bungsan group's consciousness entered the dream, Yi-Yun lifted their bodies onto the sofa and placed them there. Afterwards, Yi-Yun took the 6 children out to play. Chapter 182. Penacony. Xing entered the dream again, but this time it was different. After waking from the dream pool, she found her surroundings eerie, accompanied by eerie music. All of this confused Xing. Xing thought for a moment, then opened the door and walked out. Out into the hallway, she spotted several nightmare troop monsters not far away. Xing pulled out the Skyfire Judgment and fired a few shots, instantly killing them all. Xing was baffled. How could these nightmare troop monsters appear right next to the guest rooms? Xing walked forward for a moment, puzzled. Soon, her confusion faded, replaced by the joy of opening a treasure chest. Yes, Xing hadn't walked far when she saw the treasure chest. She put away the stellar jade and resumed her treasure chest hunting mode. Searching along the way, Xing soon arrived at the lobby. As soon as she entered, she saw Huang Quan. Dozens of nightmare troop monsters stood before Huang Quan, their corpses strewn beneath his feet. Xing, seeing this, rushed to help, transforming his heavenly fire judgment into a great sword. Heavenly fire. Unsheath. Xing swung his sword, clearing the field. The blazing flames engulfed and burned the monsters. After dispatching the monsters, Xing approached Huang Quan. Why are you here? Huang Quan looked at Xing in confusion. Do you know me? Xing instantly understood Huang Quan's words. Oh, this guy had forgotten him again. I know you, you've forgotten me again? Huang Quan heard this. Sorry. Xing waved his hand. It's okay. By the way, why are you here? And what's going on with all these monsters? Huang Quan shook his head. I wanted to go to the lobby, but I got lost on the way and ended up here. As for these monsters, I have no idea what's going on. Xing heard this. Is that so? Let's go. I take you to the lobby. Huang Quan thanked him. Thank you. Xing shook his head. You're welcome. We met so many times, we're friends. There's no need for formalities between friends. Let's go. Xing led Huang Quan towards the lobby. When they reached the VIP lounge door, they found it firmly shut. No matter how hard they pushed, it wouldn't budge. Desperate, Xing pushed a few times, but still couldn't budge. Hey! I don't believe I can't open your broken door. Skyfire. Unsheath. With one strike of Xing's sword, the door vanished, replaced by a blanket of dust. Xing wiped his nose and sheathed the Skyfire Sacred Judgment. I still can't open your door? I just give you a sword. Xing said to Huang Quan. Let's go to the lobby. The elevator's not far ahead, I remember. The two walked along the corridor to the elevator. Along the way, Xing found several more treasure chests. Just as they were about to enter, a charming woman appeared and stopped them. I advise you not to take the elevator. Something's wrong with this dream world, and it's very chaotic. You won't be able to reach the first floor lobby by elevator. Huang Quan looked at the person who came. The remember? The person who came was Black Swan. Black Swan looked at Xing. Let me introduce myself. I'm the Rememberer Black Swan from Luang Yiting. Xing smiled at this. Hello, my name is Xing, the unknown guest of the train team. Did you just say that the elevator can't reach the first floor? Black Swan nodded. Yes, you want to go to the lobby? I take you there. Xing heard this. That's great. Thank you. Then, Black Swan led Xing and Huang Quan back the way they come, back to the VIP lounge, and through another door. Over an hour later, the three of them arrived at the lobby. Along the way, Xing frantically searched for treasure chests. This trip netted over 500 stellar jade, and Xing was overjoyed. This Pinocchio is such a great place. There's so much stellar jade. The three of them arrived at the lobby. Xing spotted Luying. Luying. Xing ran towards Luying. Suddenly, a black mist appeared from the ground, speeding towards Luying. Seeing this, Xing chased after it, holding the heavenly fire sacred judge. The black mist moved behind Luying and transformed into a memory meme. Just as memory domain meme was about to capture Luying, Dual Core Star arrived at the scene with all his might. Skyfire. Unsheath. Xing slashed at memory domain meme. Memory domain meme, sensing danger, quickly fled. After landing, Xing shielded Luying behind him, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Looking at Xing, who was protecting her, Luying recalled what Silver Wolf had said to her not long ago. Silver Wolf, Elio just sent a message. Ever since he had appeared, the original script has been messed up. He said you don't have to face death 3 times, just once. Luying recalled that she had already faced death once in Pinocchio. If Xing hadn't saved her, that would have been the second time. As expected, the script was completely messed up. In the script, Xing shouldn't be so powerful now. At this moment, Black Swan and Huang Quan approached. Black Swan scanned its surroundings. It's okay, it's gone far away. Xing then asked Luying with concern. Are you okay, Luying? Luying smiled and shook her head. It's okay, thank goodness you arrived just in time. Black Swan interrupted. We meet again, Miss Luying? Luying looked at Black Swan. Ah, it's you, Ms. Black Swan. Thank you for saving me yesterday. Xing was confused. Do you know each other? Luying explained. Well, after we separated at the golden hour yesterday, I entered a dream. At that time, I entered a maze, and at the exit at the end of the maze, I encountered the memory meme from earlier. Thankfully, Ms. Black Swan showed up in time and saved me. Xing heard this. I see. Thank goodness you're okay. After saying this, Xing remembered the panacea he had bought for Luying. Oh, I found a cure for your entropy loss. I bought it for you from Yi Yun yesterday. Take it quickly, your entropy loss will be cured. Luying happily accepted the panacea from Xing. Thank you, Xing. Xing waved nonchalantly. It's okay, it's a small matter. At this moment, Black Swan spoke. Miss Luying, this medicine won't work here. This is a dream. Luying realized what was happening. Oh yes, this is a dream. Luying handed the panacea back to Xing. Xing, keep it for now. Give it to me when we get to the real world. This pill is too small. I'm afraid I lose it if I carry it with me. Xing heard this. Okay, I keep it for you. I give it to you when we get to the real world. Black Swan glanced around. Let's talk somewhere else. This dream is very dangerous. Golden moment. Disguised as a robin, Hanabi approached Sunday. Not far away, Aha crouched in the bushes, watching the fun unfold. I'm back, brother. Chapter 183. Sunday turned to look at Mockingbird. Fool, I urge you to stop your actions. You only bring disaster upon yourself. Hanabi transformed back into her true form, and shook her head in disappointment. Alas! I'm helping you. If others knew that death could occur in dreams, you'd be in serious trouble, wouldn't you? How about letting me help you, your mute sister, in the public eye? Okay. Chicken Wing Boy. Sunday glanced at Hanabi. The family will handle this. Go back where you came from. The joy you seek isn't here. Hanabi didn't seem angry but said, Alright. Alright. Of course, I can't go back. I finally come here, and I haven't had enough fun yet. If you need any help later, you can contact the invincible Hanabi-sama. After all, who could resist a boy who nails chicken wings? Sunday took a deep breath and turned to leave. Seeing Sunday walk away, Aha scurried out from the nearby bushes. The chicken wing boy is pissed, hee hee. Hanabi-sama, I'm leaving now. Aha needs to find some fun. Hanabi reached out and pinched Aha's ear. Go! Where are you going? Come with me. We haven't finished giving out gifts yet. Hanabi grabbed Aha's ear and walked toward the crowded shopping plaza. She transformed into a robin once again and distributed specially made buttons to the people of Pinocchio. Aha followed behind, his arms full of buttons. Gold Dust strolled down the street, collecting treasure chests. As he did so, he pondered the secrets hidden within his family. Pitaconi is truly a treasure trove, boasting so many treasure chests. Along the way, Gold Dust collected nearly 2,000 stellar jade. These stellar jade could be used to purchase 20 equipment forging scrolls. With luck, perhaps he could restore his shattered Aventurin to its original state. Perhaps it could even become even more powerful than the original Aventurin. As Gold Dust walked, he spotted a robin distributing buttons. Gold Dust's pupil shrank. This couldn't be possible, the robin should have been dead. He had seen it with his own eyes. Gold Dust followed stealthily, observing for a while, and after tracking for a while, he realized the robin's true identity. Gold Dust took out the button he had just purchased from a passerby and touched the unique Hanabi mark on it. When did the fool become one with the family? Gold Dust pondered for a moment, quickly dismissing his conclusion. To be precise, this fool is just having fun again, impersonating the dead. Kind of interesting. Gold Sand followed him again, and as they reached a park, Firefly suddenly jumped out from the side. Is that how you attract girls' attention? Gold Sand smiled. I just happened to be passing by. Firefly glanced at Gold Sand. Passing by? You've been following me for half a system hour. Gold Sand shook his head. To be exact, 45 minutes. Firefly snorted. Little Peacock, you have beautiful eyes. I believe. Oh, yes, these glasses are a symbol of the Cyganian people. Who in the universe doesn't know that you Cyganians are born liars and thieves? Hanabi glanced at the nearby manhole cover. If you ask me, people like you belong in the sewers. Look, there's one right there. Go on. Gold Sand wasn't offended by Hanabi's harsh words. No need. For someone as refined and handsome as me, a beautiful dream suits me better. Hanabi rolled her eyes at Gold Sand. Please go back. I'm a fool, not a fool. I don't have time to play friend games with the company's lapdogs. Gold Sand chuckled. Fool, you and I are both smart people. Choose wisely, and don't let yourself lose too badly. Hanabi turned and left, leaving behind a heartfelt warning. Little Peacock, if I were you, I make friends with the mute. You two are the same kind, aren't you? Gold Sand pondered Hanabi's words. Make friends with the mute? I get it. At this moment, the phone in Jinshaw's pocket rang. Jinshaw picked up. It was Leisho. Hello, Professor, are you willing to help me? Leisho said. Where are you? I'd like to talk to you on Sunday. Jinshaw's eyes flashed with cunning. Oh, really? I come find you. A little over an hour later, Jinshaw and Leisho met in front of the mansion gate. Leisho glanced at the stellar jade Jinshaw was playing with. How much have you found? Jinshaw saw Leisho looking at the stellar jade in his hand, and spread his hands. Not much. Have you asked Jade? Leisho nodded slightly. Well, your strategic investment department is going a bit over the top this time. Shajin waved his hand casually. Big? This is just an investment exclusive to our strategic investment department. Leisho was silent for a moment. Come out later, and sell me some stellar jade. With that, Leisho headed towards the mansion. Shajin smiled and followed. Afterwards, the two met Sunday and staged a scene of betrayal before Sunday, then broke in and seized the real Aventurin. The Aventurin, now broken, was hidden within the jewel. At the same time, Shajin was also struck by the same black magic, feeling drowsy. Returning to the golden moment, Shajin felt another wave of pain in his head. He subconsciously pulled out the 3 equipment enhancement scrolls he had brought with him. These were the 3 scrolls Jade had given him when he brought them back. Now was the perfect time. Shajin was about to use them when he suddenly stopped and put the scrolls back into his clothes. I won't hold back any longer. There's one thing I haven't finished yet. Gold Sand frantically threw coins around, sniffing around about the family's secrets. This act successfully lured out Hanabi and Aha. Aha followed behind Hanabi. Hanabi-sama, look! The little peacock is so pitiful. Hanabi nodded. Oh my! So pitiful. The kind-hearted Hanabi-sama decided to help him and give him a little tip. Hanabi led Aha out of their hiding place and over to Gold Sand. Isn't that the little peacock? How did he become like this after a while? Under a curse cast upon him by the family? He's almost assimilated, he. With that, Hanabi changed the subject. But, in my opinion, this is actually a good thing because... Gold Sand added directly. Because? I'm almost getting to the truth, right? Fool, why do you think I keep throwing money around with a tattered bag? It's all to lure you out. To get you to answer a question. Hanabi was a little surprised. Oh! Not bad, little peacock, you're quite clever after all. As a reward, I tell you a secret. There are 2 mutes. One can no longer speak, and the other. She's already returned to Pinocchio. Chapter 184. Gold Dust heard this, and got the answer he was looking for. I see. Thanks for sharing. I have things to do, so I won't stay long. Gold Dust said goodbye to Fireworks, and walked towards the Grand Theater. After Gold Dust left, Aha emerged from beside Fireworks, clutching 3 bills. Fireworks was curious. What are those bills? Aha chuckled. Hey, Aha got them from the little peacock. Aha paid for them with a coin of destiny. Hee hee. Fireworks was completely bewildered. Coin of destiny. What's that? Aha explained. Well, there's this interesting guy on the train who opened a little shop. Inside, Fireworks kicked Aha in the butt. Aha. You didn't even tell me about this fun place. Come on. Take me there now. Aha rubbed his butt, looking aggrieved. Aha, I forgot. I take you there right now. Aha opened a portal, and walked through it with Hanabi. Back on Xing's side, she and Huang Quan returned to the Golden Hour, and reunited with Jeezy, and the others in front of the Clock Kid statue. They exchanged their gathered information. Sanyueki asked, puzzled. So where are we going now? Jeezy glanced at the large advertising screen on the nearby commercial building. No rush. Since someone invited us, they tell us where to go. Sure enough, the next second, the screen lit up, and Jean Shaw appeared on it, delivering his speech. Jeezy smiled. So the news is here. Let's go to the theater. Walter said, you go ahead. I have something to discuss with Miss Huang Quan. Hearing this, Jeezy glanced at Huang Quan, then at Walter, understanding. Little Sanwei, Xing, let's go to the theater first. Hearing this, Sanyueki and Xing followed Jeezy to the Grand Theater. The Gold Dust advertisement wasn't just seen by the train crew. Liu of Mondstadt, the Immortal Ship, the Starcore train, and even Bung Sanchi's group, who had just arrived at Pinocchio, all saw it. Kiana pointed at the big screen. Auntie, I'm going to the Grand Theater. Xing is my friend, and I'm going to help. You guys go find the treasure chest first. With that, Kiana took off running. May stopped her. Kiana, we go with you. Kiana was overjoyed. Really? Teresa said. Let's go help. The treasure chest is right here. It won't run away. The Bung Sen group hurried along, asking for directions as they headed towards the Grand Theater. On the Xianzhou side, Fei Xiao waved his hand. Let's go! Let's go to the Grand Theater. The train crew is our ally, and I can't stand watching them bully my allies. Zhongli gathered everyone in Liyue. Let's go! The train crew is in trouble. Let's go help. Then did he summon the hurricane and flew Mond and his group to the Grand Theater. Kafka, seeing this, also wanted to go and take a look, mainly because she was worried that Xing might be injured. Sand Gold was quite powerful. Silver Wolf chuckled at this. You go ahead. I won't go. I'm going to look for the treasure chest. See you later. Kafka and Silver Wolf separated, one going to the Grand Theater, while the other continued to search for the treasure chest. Inside the Grand Theater, Gold Dust looked bewildered at the packed audience area. No! Where did all these people come from? Yiyun had also brought his 6 little friends to watch the fun. Sitting in the first row, they clattered around the stage, chasing and playing, having a blast. Yiyun, Zhongli, Jingyuan, Huaiyan, and Jiaqiu had a pot of tea and were chatting while sipping. Shuiyu and Li Shui saw this, and also came over to ask for a cup of tea. Xiao stood behind Zhongli, diligently guarding against Gold Dust on the stage. Kiana, along with Teresa and the others, were getting to know the others. Ganyu and Shinhe were whispering to one side. Lu Yun had obtained a cell phone and was placing it on a chair, crouching beside it, disassembling it with a screwdriver. Fei Xiao and Wendy gathered together and began drinking again. Fei Chui and Tapa were happily chatting with Ningguang, Qin, and the others. Tapa wants to go to Mondstadt. The local specialties she brought back from Liyue during the last Lantern Festival sold quite well. She plans to buy some from Mondstadt and sell them. Although her main focus right now is a Yiyun shop, she still needs to make some progress. On the stage, Sha Jin looked at the bustling scene below and said she didn't want to talk. Can you please respect me? You're having tea in such a serious situation? Also, what's wrong with these kids? Bringing them to such a dangerous place? Finally, Tapa. Jade. Why are you two among them? I'm your colleague. Sha Jin suddenly regretted accepting the tavern's invitation. Of course, this was a joke. After all, my sister and I had made a pact to protect me and preserve the last bloodline of the Evican people. Luckily, the train crew and Huang Quan arrived at the scene. Sha Jin looked at Huang Quan. Finally, the messenger who shouldn't have existed. The scene suddenly shifted. The lights dimmed, and the large screen on the stage lit up, revealing Sha Jin. At the same time, the surrounding speakers blared, and a burst of dynamic music began to play. Everyone, the dice have been rolled. Are you ready to open the cards? Xing took out the Skyfire Judgment, activated his great sword, and looked at Sha Jin with a serious expression. GZ, San Yuqi, and Walter also drew their weapons, and pointed them at Sha Jin. Sha Jin sneered and threw down a few dice. I bet I gamble I win. I still spin the roulette wheel of fate, risking everything, risking my life. All for the Amber King. The audience applauded at this scene. The 6 little ones crouched on the edge of the stage, their short legs wobbling as they excitedly gazed at the strange gold dust in the sky. Kiana was even more dramatic, imitating the gold dust by standing up straight, her right hand raised at a 45-degree angle and pointing to the sky. I place the bet. I gamble. I win. Hu Tao, standing nearby, raised her right hand at a 45-degree angle. I let fate spin the roulette wheel, risking everything, and finally surviving. Amber finally jumped out, her right hand also raised at a 45-degree angle. All for the Amber King. The gold dust. Xing stumbled and nearly fell. No! Why are you guys constantly ruining the atmosphere? You bastards! Sha Jin reached into his clothes, trying to pull out 3 equipment enhancement scrolls to use immediately. But, when he reached in, he found only a hard object. He pulled it out, and saw it was a coin. At this time, at the edge of the audience area, Huahua waved the 3 equipment forging scrolls that had originally belonged to Sha Jin. Here they are, little peacock. Aha had taken Huahua to the train first, and after seeing the matchmaker, they came here to find Yi Yun. Unexpectedly, there was something fun to see right from the start. Chapter 185. Gold Dust's defenses were instantly broken. Fool! How dare you call me a thief? You're the one who's doing this, aren't you? Hanami threw up her hands innocently. I don't know. I didn't steal it, he did. Hanami kicked Aha, who was watching the fun and laughing non-stop. Aha, kicked, said, laughing. Aha didn't steal it. Aha left you a coin of destiny. Throw it into the air. If it lands positive, you recover from your injuries. If it lands negative, you be struck by lightning. I gamble. I win. Go. I'm rooting for you. Ha ha ha. Everyone present was stunned by Aha's words. They could only say, you're worthy of me, Aha. You're capable of this. Gold Dust looked at the coin of destiny in her hand, very satisfied. Is that so? Fine. Well then, let the fun begin. Gold Dust launched an attack directly at the train crew. Rios, Duduko, and Jinglu quickly gathered the 6 little creatures and protected them. Zhongli spread his hands. All gathered. In an instant, a shield enveloped everyone present. Xing, without a word, leaped up, holding the Skyfire Judgment. With a single strike, he slashed at the incoming attack and charged at the Gold Dust. Gold Dust launched another attack, directing all its firepower at Xing. Xing shouted, Second Star Core. Activate. In an instant, Xing's momentum surged, and the Skyfire Judgment in his hands continuously absorbed the energy of the 2 star cores within Xing's body. Xing exerted all his strength. Skyfire Judgment. Destruction. A raging heat wave swept over the Gold Dust, and even from a great distance, the flames could be seen. The flames dissipated, and Gold Dust fell to the stage. Xing landed shortly after, pointing the Holy Judge of Heavenly Fire directly at Gold Dust. Gold Dust scrambled to his feet, took out the coin of fate Aha had given him, glanced at Aha, and said with a wry smile, I hope what you say is true. Gold Dust tossed the coin into the air, opening his arms, as if poised to face death. Everything. Or nothing. The coin landed, and the result was positive. Gold Dust laughed wildly, like a maniac. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Now, let's begin the second round. Gold Dust's injuries healed instantly under the influence of the coin of fate. Gold Dust soared high into the sky. This time, I bet everything I have. Come! Either I win today, or I turn into a handful of dirt and win everything. Or nothing. Gold Dust exerted all his might, creating a dark red barrier in the air. From within the barrier, countless giant chips appeared and crashed to the ground. Xing stared at the sky full of chips, his eyes wide. So many gold coins. How much would that cost? Xing stared at the falling chips like a curious baby. At that moment, Huang Quan beside him moved. Huang Quan took a step forward. May I weep for the dead, tears falling like rain, filling the river? Time seemed to slow around him. Huang Quan raised his sword high above his head. Red lines spread across his body, his hair turning gray. He slowly drew his sword. Like a tide. Led you home. A tear of blood flowed from the corner of Huang Quan's eye, and he slashed with his sword. A blade of energy pierced the sky, slicing through it and rushing towards the gold dust. Then, the blade of energy spread, surging in all directions, destroying everything around it. At the scene, Yi Yuan, Jing Yuan, Huai Yin, and Fei Xiao had also taken action when Huang Quan attacked, shielding the people around them behind them. Thus, Huang Quan's attack didn't affect anyone else. Qiana's eyes widened as she stared at Huang Quan on the stage. Qiana tugged at Mei. Mei! Look! She's the person here who looks just like you. Mei stared blankly at Huang Quan on the stage and nodded. Yeah, I see. At this moment, Teresa also noticed the train crew member, Himiko, on the stage. Himiko! Look, that person looks exactly like you. Himiko, from the Bung San, looked towards the stage. I saw her. I wonder if she likes drinking. Yi Yuan glanced around, clapped his hands, and greeted. Okay, everyone, things are over for now. Let's go back. Xiangling just sent a message saying she's preparing dinner. Yi Yuan waved his phone, revealing a chat screen with Xiangling in him. Everyone exited the dream and returned to the VIP lounge. Bingson Jeezy found Train Jeezy, and the two sat and chatted at the bar in the center of the hall. Bingson Jeezy ordered a beer and skillfully pried open the cap and handed it to Train Jeezy. Come, have a drink? Train Jeezy smiled and asked the waiter for a cup of coffee. I don't like alcohol. I prefer coffee. Bingson Jeezy heard this. You actually like this bitter stuff. Alcohol is so much better. Train Jeezy smiled. That's the difference between us, isn't it? Even though we have the same name and look the same, there are always differences. The Hansha princess nodded. That's right. Then, the two princesses sat down at the bar and chatted. Qiana, on her side, took Mei to Yomi. Yomi and Mei met eyes, sizing each other up. Even Yomi was a little surprised. She hadn't expected someone to look so much like her. Mei held out her hand. Hello Yomi, my name is Mei. At the mention of Mei, Yomi awakened a memory hidden deep within. Your name is Mei too? Mei nodded. Yes, my name is Raiden Mei. What's wrong? Yomi was surprised again. Raiden Mei? Mei nodded. Yes, is there something wrong? I see your expression. Yomi took a deep breath. My name is Raiden Mei. Qiana, Kurumi, and Hoshi all heard this. Frog fun. What a coincidence. I can only say they're worthy of being a twin. Xing was shocked. Qiana, bewildered, looked from Mei to Yomi. This is too much of a coincidence. I wonder if there's a twin of mine here. Walter, who was playing chess with Jing Yuan nearby, suddenly thought of someone. Walter suddenly stood up and looked at Jing Yuan with a serious expression. General Jing Yuan, where are Luo Sha? Jing Yuan was puzzled by Walter's seriousness. He's in the prison. What's wrong, Mr. Walter? Walter said. I knew it. I knew it. He's Otto's twin. General Jing Yuan, this man is extremely dangerous. He must be kept under close watch. Never let him out of the prison, even if he's just Otto's twin. Anyone associated with Otto is no good. Never mind, I go and take care of him. That way, I eliminate this trouble forever. Jing Yuan heard this. Don't worry, Mr. Walter, I definitely keep your words in mind. The prison is heavily guarded, don't worry. Chapter 186. Huai Yin agreed. That's right, Mr. Walter, don't worry. He can't get away. Now that Luofu is under the control of me, General Fei Xiao, and General Jing Yuan, plus the former sword master, Ms. Jing Lu, he can't escape. Yi Yuan smiled. That's right. Come on, let's continue playing chess. Walter shook his head and sat aside. Yi Yuan, you come on. I take a break and relax. Yi Yuan sat down across from Jing Yuan. Come on. Let's start again. The two men reset the chessboard and began playing. Topa and Fei Tsue had already contacted Sha Jin. As expected, everything was just as they had suspected. Dying in a dream doesn't mean real death, but rather a return to the real Pinocchio. Xiaomi moved closer to Xing. Mika. Xiaomi stood with her hands on her hips, her face puffy with anger. Xing, confused by Xiaomi's words, looked at Rios. Rios explained. Xiaomi asked why you didn't take him to battle today. Xing rubbed Xiaomi's head. Today's battle is dangerous. I'm worried you might get hurt. Mika turned her head away, still sulking. Seeing this, Xing picked Xiaomi up. Okay. I take you to fight monsters tomorrow. Xiao Xiaomi's heart brightened instantly. Mika? Mika? This time, Xing answered directly, without Rios's help. Really? I take you to fight monsters tomorrow. Xiao Xiaomi instantly jumped for joy. Rios then said, most elves love fighting. Fighting makes them stronger. March 7th rubbed the flower on Babuhua's head. Bubble Flower, let's go monster hunting tomorrow too. Bubble Flower smiled and nodded. Bubble. Amber and Eula also planned to take Bumblebee and Blue out to level up tomorrow. Seeing this, Hu Tao remembered she didn't have any Pokemon yet. So, Hu Tao ran to Yun to buy an essence, asking him to bring it back to the train to hatch. Bronya and Silver Wolf were now together, discussing hacking techniques. However, it was mostly Bronya asking questions, and Silver Wolf answering them. Although Honkai Impact 3rd was also a technological world, it wasn't as advanced as Star Rail. After chatting with Yomi for a while, Mei saw Xiangling busy in the kitchen. So, Mei walked towards the kitchen, which was also a makeshift structure, located next to the living room. A stove, a countertop, a sink, and a range hood were simple, but sufficient. Xiangling quickly tossed and stirred the large wok, stirring the food. This way, the stir-fried dish would have a nice aroma and taste delicious. Mei walked into the kitchen. Hello, are you Xiangling? Xiangling looked at Mei. Yes, you are? Mei said. Hello, my name is Raiden Mei. I heard Kiana talk about you a lot lately. She says you're a great cook, and even packed a lot of food for her. Xiangling said. It's okay. I'm in charge of everyone's meals at Yi Yun's restaurant. He and I usually cook together. Mei nodded, surveying the scene. Let me help you. I can cook a little bit. Xiangling heard. Well, that might not be possible. This kitchen is a makeshift one, with only this one stove. The dishes are already prepared, so I just stir-fry. Mei saw this. I get an induction cooker. I can help you with some dishes, but it'd be slower. Xiangling agreed. Guoba, go get a table. Guoba heard the words, and ran over to the table. After having the waiter bring a battery stove, Mei put on an apron and began cooking. Everyone was playing around. Aha arrived with Hanabi. Aha kicked the door open, and the loud noise attracted everyone's attention. Aha, come on! Hanabi pushed Aha aside. Go away, you're blocking my way. Aha looked aggrieved. Master Hanabi is being mean to me again. Hanabi, seeing everyone staring at her, coughed twice to clear her throat. Ding ding. The invincible Lady Hanabi has arrived. Good evening, everyone. What are you busy with? Emerald looked at Hanabi, recognizing her. Fool, what are you doing here? Hanabi saw that Emerald didn't seem particularly welcoming. Of course I came to play with you all. Why wouldn't you welcome me? I brought you gifts. Hanabi grabbed Aha and shook him, and a bunch of Hanabi dolls fell out of Aha's clothes. Hanabi handed the Hanabi dolls to everyone one by one. Come on, these are all custom-made dolls I made for you. Everyone, please take a look. Xing took the doll that Hanabi handed over. As soon as he took it, the Hanabi doll on his phone suddenly made a sound. Oh, isn't this the invincible Galaxy Skyfire? I didn't expect to meet you. You're my idol. Xing was very pleased with this. Not bad. Say something nice. The firework doll suddenly changed the subject. Your Qua phone credit balance is insufficient. Please top up your phone promptly to avoid any disruption to your experience. To top up, yell 3 times, I'm an idiot. Xing's face suddenly fell as he tossed the firework doll into the trash can. Everyone was amused. Hua and Ahaha laughed. Yian saw this. Alright, Hua, stop teasing everyone. I'm afraid you get beaten up soon. Aha put his hands on his hips. Ahaha is a star god. He's not afraid of a beating. Yian directly manipulated Aha with just one sentence. Aha, do you believe I won't sell you anything? Aha heard that, but that wouldn't do. He still needed to buy the coin of destiny, which was a source of fun. Okay. For Yi-Yun's sake, Aha, stop messing around, at least for tonight. Hanabi ran over to Yi-Yun's side. Are you Yi-Yun? I heard Aha say you can buy anything you want here. Is that true? Yi-Yun nodded. Yes, what do you want to buy? Hanabi smiled. I heard Aha say that he and Achiveli blew up a train before. Do you have a similar bomb? Sell me some. I want to blow up a train too. Yi-Yun was speechless. Not for sale. The train has finally gotten going again. Don't mess around. Hanabi smiled, looking at Xing, Sanueki, Jizi, and Walter, who were watching her warily. Hee, don't worry, I'm just joking. I won't blow up the train, don't worry. Hanabi continued. Yi Yun, what do you sell there? Show me. I like to see if there's anything I'd be interested in. Yi Yun asked. Do you have stellar jade? Hanabi shook her head. I don't. What's the use of it? Yi Yun explained the function of stellar jade. Hanabi thought for a moment, walked over to Aha, and kicked him. Aha, do you have any coins? Give me some. Aha immediately pulled out 1 million star coins. Aha, give Master Hanabi 1 million. Chapter 187. Hanabi took the 1 million star coins and nodded with satisfaction. Then, she looked at Yi Yun. I have star coins now. Let me see what goodies you have. Yi Yun smiled. There's no rush. Let's have dinner together later. Afterward, I take you back to the shop. We have the equipment there, so it'd be more convenient. Hanabi agreed. Okay. I wait a moment then. Over half an hour later, Xiangling and Mei finished preparing dinner. Seeing this, Yi Yun waved his hand. Everyone, come and help move the tables together. There were many tables in the hall, but they were all small squares. For so many people, a large table would be more convenient. Everyone dropped what they were doing and rushed to move tables. A long table was formed, and Xiangling and Mei served the dishes with rice crust. The three of them each pushed a small cart filled with tempting food. The dishes arrived, and Xiangling beckoned everyone to come and eat. Everyone, stop standing and sit down. At Xiangling's invitation, everyone found their seats. Qiana pulled Huang Quan and Mei to a table and sat down. Mei, which dishes did you make? Mei asked. I made egg rolls, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and black pepper beef. Xiangling made most of the other dishes. Xiangling's cooking is definitely better than mine. Qiana waved her hand slightly. It's okay. You're already very good. Xiangling is a serious chef. She owns a restaurant at home. Mei nodded slightly. That was true. My own cooking was indeed delicious, but it certainly couldn't compare to Xiangling's expertise. When it came to preparing ingredients, Xiangling was far superior. Yi Yun and the other grown men sat together, and Yi Yun glanced at them. What's the matter? Do you want some more today? Wendy, upon hearing this, pointed a finger. Come on. I won't get drunk this time. Yi Yun looked at Wendy with disdain. TSK. I don't know who it was, but last time they passed out after just one drink, Wendy stammered. That's because I wasn't in good shape and wasn't prepared. This time, I won't be down with just one drink. They shall also recall the disastrous experience of last time. He, General Tianji, one of the 7 heavenly generals of the Imperial Bao, had actually passed out after just 2 drinks. How embarrassing. That's right, we weren't in good shape last time. Yi Yun heard this. Okay, then let's drink some more today. After that, Yi Yun asked the system to buy the same drink he had enjoyed during the Lantern Festival, Tianxianzui. This wine isn't cheap. Even a 5-gene jar costs 1,000 star coins. Yi Yun placed the jar on the table. Come on, if you want to drink, sign up and bring your own cups. Xing nudged Hu Tao, who was eating nearby. Hu Tao, what's up? Let's go get some wine. Hu Tao glanced at Yi Yun, who had already started the first round of toasts. Forget it, that wine looks pretty strong. Even Wendy, who can drink a lot, would be down in 1 glass. Xing persuaded. Let's just try it. I get a glass, and we can share. Ing raised her hand in agreement. I think it's fine. Let's try it. A little shouldn't be a problem. Eula was also a little tempted. She could drink too, having often done so back in Mondstadt. Have a drink. I haven't had one in ages. Seeing this, Xing picked up a glass and ran towards Yi Yun. Approaching Yi Yun, Xing tugged at his shirt. Yi Yun, pour me a glass. I take it and Sanwa, and the others can share. Yi Yun raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? This wine is quite strong. Xing nodded. Sure, we discussed it. Have a little and try it. Only after hearing Xing's words, did Yi Yun agree to pour her a glass of Tianxianzui. Just try it. Don't drink too much. Xing was holding a juice glass. Even a small glass could hold about 10 glasses. Carrying the glass, Xing carefully returned to the table to distribute the drinks to Sanyueki and the others. After distributing the drinks, they stood up and clinked glasses. Sanyueki, Hu Tao, and Amber, the less tolerant, took small sips of their wine. Eula, Xing, and Ing gulped it down in 1 gulp. The result was self-evident. Xing's vision immediately doubled, and he felt completely dizzy. Ing and Eula weren't much better. They sat in their seats, still recovering from the aftereffects. Sandyueki smacked his lips. I told you this wine is strong, and you're still drinking so much. Look, you're drunk, right? Xing sat in his seat, shaking his head, holding his glass high. No, I'm not drunk. I'm the Galaxy Skyfire. How could I be knocked out with just one drink? Xing forced himself to calm down, but the more he tried, the more dizzy he became. The floor began to roll like waves. Finally, Xing couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed onto the table, passing out. Seeing this, Sandyueki and Hudao helped Xing into the room and threw him on the sofa to rest. At the same time, inside the Fontaine court, a servant listened solemnly to a report. Sir, a group of knights of unknown origin have recently appeared around the water god, and many of our brothers have been killed. The servant rubbed his brow with a look of worry. The queen has ordered a halt to the collection of God's hearts, and a suspension of the factory's activities. While the cessation of the collection of God's hearts was a good thing for the servant, it also troubled her. She wanted to save Fontaine and resolve the prophecy. So, she sent people to follow Fanina and gather intelligence on her. However, having just returned from a meeting at Solstice, she was surprised to hear such devastating news. Linny said, Father, should we continue to send people to follow Fanina? The servant pondered for a moment. No need. I go and see for myself tonight. The servant planned to meet the knights and find out their background. Teyvat wasn't a big place, but it had only a few experts. Linny, hearing this, felt a little worried. Father, I go with you. Those knights are very powerful. The servant smiled. No need. I'm enough. You take care of my brothers and sisters. If anything happens to me, you can take them back to winter. How could Linny agree? The servant was firm. It's settled. Linny, seeing this, could only swallow the words he was about to say. It was night. The servant arrived near the Mong Palace. With a slight release of his aura, for Lancelot knights immediately arrived and surrounded the servant. The servant, after assessing the Lancelot knight's strength, thought to himself, this isn't good. Each of these men had the strength of a demon's followers. Chapter 188. Strike first. The servant drew his scythe and attacked the 4 Lancelot knights. The 4 Lancelot knights worked together to block the attack, then launched a coordinated counterattack against the servant. The servant was slightly stronger than the 4 Lancelot knights, but not by much. Her strength had not yet reached the level of a demon god. For a while, neither side could defeat the other, and the battle was stalemate. Soon, the other knights arrived at the scene, a total of 32 Lancelot knights. The servant stood in the center, a gloomy look on her face. She had not expected these knights to be so powerful, with 31 of them at the level of demon god followers. The remaining one was even more terrifying, possessing the combat power of a demon god. Lancelot, the leader of the Lancelot knights, walked not far from the servant. You are a strong man. I grant you a fair duel, you and me, one-on-one. Lancelot's words fell, and the other Lancelot knights stepped aside, making room for the two. The servant, hearing this, realized his only chance of survival was to defeat the man before him. The servant suddenly exerted his strength, instantly appearing in front of Lancelot, and swung his scythe at him from top to bottom. Lancelot calmly parried his rapier, blocking the servant's attack. Then, with a powerful push, Lancelot pushed the servant's scythe away and thrust his sword forward. The servant dodged, but was a step too late, leaving a bloody mark on his body. In just one round, he had already seen blood. This man was too strong. The two fought for several more rounds, and the servant suffered several more wounds. Just as the servant closed his eyes in despair, a voice rang out. Lancelot, wait a moment. Lancelot turned to look at the newcomer. It was none other than Valette. Valette, this man has evil intentions against my master, Valette said. He's an important figure in another kingdom. If he dies in Fontaine, it will cause great trouble for Fontaine. Lancelot was unimpressed. In his opinion, only Fernina was most important. As for Fontaine, it didn't matter. If Fontaine was gone, he would help my master build a new kingdom. Valette, seeing this argument fail to convince Lancelot, became worried. A servant could die, but not in Fontaine. He was acting in the guise of a diplomat in Fontaine. At this moment, Fernina's dazed voice rang out from a distance. Lancelot, give me some water. I'm thirsty. It turned out that Fernina had been awakened by the noise outside and was thirsty for water. Now Valette, upon hearing Fernina's voice, had an idea. Lancelot, Fernina will join you. I take care of this person. I promise she won't do this again. Lancelot agreed. After sending the knights back to their posts, he took a glass of warm water and went into Fernina's room. Now Valette breathed a sigh of relief. After spending a few days together, he had come to trust these knights. These knights were deeply loyal to Vanina. They would do whatever she said. These knights were true knights, the kind who embodied the ideals of chivalry to the end. When faced with injustice, they would stand up for justice. When faced with someone in distress, they would come to the rescue. Neuvillette had seen these knights helping the people of Fontaine more than once. They would even help with something as simple as finding a cat or dog. The only downside was that whenever it came to Vanina, these knights became ruthless and utterly devoted to her defense. The servant rested for a moment and stood up. "Thank you." Neuvillette turned to the servant. "According to my intelligence, your queen has already ordered a halt to your actions." The servant nodded and laid out his thoughts. Neuvillette listened. "Vanina and I will handle this matter on our own. We don't need your help." The servant was rather frustrated when Neuvillette declined his help. "I understand. I be staying in Fontaine permanently. If you need help again, call me. It's just a token of my gratitude for your help tonight." Liyue, inside the Wangshengtang Internet Cafe. Asmodeus had been lounging in his esports room for several days. Since the Lantern Festival ended, Asmodeus hadn't left this room. Every day, he asked Nashida to run errands for him, buying food from the stalls downstairs. Nashida was speechless, feeling like a child. Every time she went to buy food, she remembered the scene she witnessed before. In Shumi City, a family of 3 was cooking at home. The mother, who was in charge of the cooking, sent the child out to help with the cooking. And she was that child. Nashida was furious but couldn't say anything. There was nothing she could do. Asmodeus was her immediate superior. Nashida went downstairs and bought 2 grilled gobies and a bowl of fried noodles. The owner quickly packed up her food. Nashida paid and walked back with the food. As soon as she entered the internet cafe, she suddenly heard a burst of discussion. Didn't Lord Tying Quanxing issue a decree prohibiting minors from using the internet? What's going on with this little girl? You mean her? The others are from the Wangsheng Hall, and Hall Master who is her friend. Is that so? I thought Hall Master who would dare to break the law. How is that possible? We watched Hall Master who grow up, and his character is excellent. Nashida was speechless, completely unwilling to speak. I'm a child, ha ha ha. I'm a minor, ha ha ha. Nashida returned to Asmodeus's room in a gloomy mood. Asmodeus heard the door open and quickly jumped from his seat to the door, taking the lunch box from Nashida's hand. Asmodeus eagerly opened the lunch box, took out a grilled gobi, and began to devour it, devouring it with great relish. After swallowing the grilled gobi, Asmodeus noticed Nashida, looking glum. What's wrong with you? You were so cheerful when you left, but you're like this when you come back? Nashida sighed, and told Asmodeus that others had mistaken her for a minor. Asmodeus wasn't surprised. You're only 500 years old, but among the gods you're not an adult. You only become an adult at 1800, didn't you? Nashida's anger deepened after hearing this. No! I need to grow taller, Asmodeus said. Don't rush growing taller. Take your time. Here's how. I teach you a trick to change how you appear to ordinary people. Nashida heard this. Please teach me. Asmodeus nodded. Don't worry, don't rush. Let me finish my meal first. I'm starving. Nashida let go of Asmodeus, who sat back down and happily ate his lunch. Nashida, feeling a little better, pulled a book from the shelf and began to read. Chapter 189. In an Azuma castle. Ing, fresh off the boat, issued an order for everyone to follow Miko's instructions. After giving the order, Ing, carrying his own pile of snacks and comic books, entered Ishin Pure Land. Miko then called a meeting of all the senior executives of Inazuma. Kamisato Ayaka and Kamisato Ayato arrived at Narukami Taisha's shrine with Toma. As soon as they entered the main hall, they were noticed by Miko. Oh my! Ayaka, Ayato, you two are the quickest to arrive. Kamisato Ayato smiled and bowed. Our Kamisato family lives at the foot of Narukami Mountain, so it's natural we got here quickly. Miko covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled. Why doesn't Ayato come to Narukami Taisha's shrine more often? Look at Ayaka, the others come here regularly. As he spoke, Miko waved at Ayaka. Little Linghua, come sit here. Linghua chuckled and sat down next to the godchild. A drop of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Who in Inazuma doesn't know that you, Lord Palace Administrator, love to play pranks? Lingren heard that even the dogs at the gates of Inazuma City have been pranked by you, hanging hard-earned dog bones from trees. I usually have family matters to attend to, so I don't come here often. Please forgive me. But doesn't my sister come here often? My sister and I are family, so if she comes, I come. The godchild smiled. You're just so smooth. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Come and sit down. We have a meeting once everyone else arrives. Kamisato Ayato sat down next to Ling Hua. The godchild had someone bring out the snacks he brought back from Liyue and place them on the table. I don't think the others will arrive soon, so let's eat something first. These are specialties we brought back from Liyue. Try them. Shinri Ayaka smiled in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Palace Administrator, for treating my brother and me to such precious gifts. Shinko said nonchalantly upon hearing this. Precious? Not really. I brought these back myself. Ing hadn't announced the trip to Liyue with Shinko. Because things were rushed, Ing and Shinko simply found a boat and departed. Thus, Kamisato Ayato and Kamisato Ayaka were unaware of Shinko's trip to Liyue. Ayato was puzzled upon hearing this. Mr. Palace Administrator brought them back personally? Could it be that he'd been to Liyue? Lately, I often heard those detained Liyue merchants on the outlying islands talking about the Lantern Festival. Shinko raised an eyebrow. Yes, Ing, and I went to the Lantern Festival. Okay, let's stop talking about this and try some snacks. Kamisato Ayato took a candy pill and ate it. He sensed a storm brewing. Ing was the shogun's name. In other words, the shogun had gone out and gone to the Lantern Festival with the chief minister. And just after returning, the shogun had already issued an order for the 3 major families to follow the chief minister's orders. Today's meeting was likely no small matter. Quickly, Kujo Takayuki and Tu Shinsuke, the 2 family heads, also arrived at Narigami Taisha Shrine and entered the main hall. Unlike his treatment of the Kamisato siblings, the godson treated them very harshly. As they were about to sit down, the godson glared at them. Did I tell you to sit? The 2 family heads paused at the words, and Tong Shinjia said with a chuckle, Master Chief, please forgive me. I'm old and frail. I'm a little tired after climbing the mountain, and instinctively wanted to sit down. May I have a seat? Shinzi sneered. If you can't even stand through a meeting, how can you possibly help the general? Resign and save some dignity. Tong Shinjia sweated profusely, a chill running down his spine. This looked like he was here specifically to accuse me. He knew exactly what he had done, colluding with foreign forces. Kujo Takayuki said, Master Chief, although we too aren't as young as the Kamisato family head and are indeed advanced in years, we remain fervently committed to serving the general. Shinzi burst out laughing at this. Have you checked your conscience before you say this? I know everything you've done, and Ing knows it too. Today's meeting is an accountability meeting. Come on, take the 2 family heads away and execute them. Kujo Takayuki and Tu Shinsuke instantly felt their spirits tremble. No! You can't do this. You have no right to do this. We obey the general. The general hasn't spoken yet. You're defying the general. Shinzi glanced at the 2 with disdain. Don't you understand the situation? Or are you still fantasizing about something? Take them away, and keep them under strict guard. Several soldiers escorted the 2 family heads away. Kamiri Ayato and Kamisato Ayaka were also nervous. They hadn't expected the chief priest to be so ruthless as to kill them directly. Shinzi smiled at the 2. Your family is still the best, little Ayato. With these 2 old men gone, there won't be anyone else capable of doing what they need to do for a while. I'm sorry to trouble you for a while. Kamisato Ayato didn't care. It's no problem if it's a little hard. Phew. Inazuma is finally back on track. Kamiko smiled. Yes, the 2 family heads deceived the emperor, colluded with foreign forces, and messed up Inazuma. Kamisato Ayato saw the look in Kamisato's eyes, and understood what he meant. Yes, the 2 family heads deceived the emperor, and deceived the general. I think when the people learn of this, they will be outraged, right? Kamisato Ayaka was a little confused. What were these 2 people talking about? Kamiko looked at Ayato with satisfaction. Well, this meeting is over. I have to see the little Tengu later. You 2 should go back first. Kamisato Ayato and Kamisato Ayaka stood up and said goodbye to Kamisato. As they sat on the road down the mountain, Kamisato Ayaka couldn't help but ask her own questions. Brother, isn't the general aware of the 2 family heads' actions? Why did the chief priest say that? Kamisato Ayato smiled. The general's reputation cannot be ruined. If the people of Inazuma no longer trust the general, Inazuma will become even more chaotic. So we need someone to take the blame, and the 2 family heads, who will soon be unable to speak, are the most suitable candidates, aren't they? How wonderful. I never thought that the matter that has troubled me for so long is finally over. Inazuma will once again see the light of day. As he spoke, Ayato looked toward the setting sun, its warm rays bathing the earth. The sky was no longer clouded, Nor was the thunder and lightning rumbling. Kamisato Ayaka finally understood. So that's how it is. Kamisato Ayato smiled. Well, let's go home. I'm afraid I won't be able to rest properly for a while. Kamisato Ayaka chuckled softly. I think brother seems to enjoy this busy life. Kamisato Ayato looked at Kamisato Ayaka, and they smiled at each other. Chapter 190. Back at Pinocchio, it was already the next day. Everyone woke up and set out to continue their treasure chest search. Xing, March 7, GZ, and Walter were walking down the street. Xing was groggy, looking hungover, completely drained of energy. March 7 rolled his eyes at Xing. I told you to drink, see? Does it feel bad? Xing scratched the back of his head. Not bad, I slept well last night, hee. March 7 was speechless. As the four of them walked, Gallagher came towards them. Xing saw Gallagher and waved. Hi. Friend, are you that who? Oh yes, the sheriff. Gallagher nodded slightly. Hello, Gallagher said, glancing at the four of them. Did you all receive the invitation I sent to the train crew? GZ nodded. Got it. Didn't you say we meet in front of the Clock Boys statue? Gallagher said quietly. You're overdue. Forget it. Let's go. I take you somewhere. The old man left something for you. Walter was puzzled. Old man? Gallagher said. Mikhail, the unknown man who helped Pinocchio out of his predicament. The four of them widened their eyes at Mikhail's name. March 7 covered his mouth. Isn't this one of the three seniors Pam asked us to find? Gallagher checked the time. Let's go. Follow closely. Gallagher turned and left. GZ and the other three followed him. Following Gallagher, they arrived at a bar. As Xing exited the elevator, he caught a glimpse of an ordinary treasure chest in the corner. Without a word, Xing walked over and kicked it open, removing the 5 stellar jades inside and weighing them. Hey, another 500 star coins in my account, so happy. GZ, Walter, Sanueki, and Gallagher had already left the elevator lobby. GZ saw Xing hadn't caught up and glanced back. Xing, catch up. Xing trotted back to the group. They reached the bar, where a stylishly dressed woman greeted them. Hi, everyone. My name is Xu Wang. Welcome to the Dreaming Bar. Would you like a drink? Xing, upon hearing this, piqued his interest at the colorful cocktails on the table. Give me one, hey. Sanueki took a deep breath. Xing, you're still drinking? We have more work to do later. Xu Wang smiled. Don't worry about that. This is a dream. You won't get drunk if you don't want to. Sanueki was surprised. Is that even possible? Gallagher said. Well, not only that, you can add anything you want to this wine, even something like screws. Xing and Sanueki piqued their interest. Xing raised her hand. Can we make our own? Xu Wang smiled. Of course. Come on, I teach you the basics, Xing said. Wait, I sent a message. Xing took out her phone and sent a message to the long-lasting Friendship Sisters group. Xing, sisters. Big boobs spotted. Fun stuff. Come on. Location Ing, looking for stellar jade, do not disturb. Hutao, what's fun? Send me a picture. Amber, coming. Coming, Eula and Amber, we're still looking for stellar jade. Xing, come on, I take you to the hidden map. Ing, hidden map. We be there soon. Silver Wolf, you're going to Dream Reef now? Wait for me. Hutao, Dream Reef. Where is it? Silver Wolf, yes, there's stellar jade. Ing, we be there soon. Amber, we're already on our way. Xing saw Silver Wolf's message and looked at Gallagher. Gallagher, are you taking us to Dream Reef? Gallagher was a little confused. How did you know? Xing showed her phone. Oh, my friend told me. Gallagher looked at the chat message and was speechless. Yes, Dream Reef. I take you there later. After hearing this, Xing went to find Xu Wang to learn how to make cocktails. Over there, Yiyun was playing the claw machine with the 6 children. He glanced and saw Misha, a microcosm of the legendary nameless guest's life. Yiyun was curious. How could he see Misha? Logically, shouldn't only the nameless guest be able to see her? As Yiyun was thinking, Misha seemed to notice him approaching. Hello, sir. I'm the hotel doorman. How can I help you? Yiyun looked at Misha, who hadn't yet recalled his previous memories. An idea flashed through Yiyun's mind. Take Misha to meet Pam. Yiyun remembered that in his previous life, Pam had cried uncontrollably because of Mikhail's death. Yiyun pointed to a box nearby. It contained the dolls the 6 little ones had won from playing the claw machine. Can you help me get these dolls onto the train? Misha agreed with a smile. Misha ran over and wheeled over a luggage cart. Come on, sir. Please lead the way. Yi-Yun smiled and called the 6 little ones back. Little cuties, we're going back. Bai Lu, happily clutching her dolls, felt a little reluctant to go back. I still have a few game coins. Yi-Yun smiled. Let's play again tomorrow. Let's go. We have something to do back home. Bai Lu, hearing this, put away the game coins and followed Yi-Yun back. Over half an hour later, Yi-Yun and Misha returned to the train. The moment Misha boarded the train, everything around her suddenly felt strangely familiar. Misha looked around, memories flooding back to her mind. At that moment, Yi-Yun smiled and asked, Does everything around you feel familiar to you? Misha nodded. Yes, sir. I always feel like I used to live here. At this moment, Pam came out and saw Misha. Pam rubbed her eyes in disbelief, then took a closer look. After confirming her identity, she rushed over and hugged Misha. Mikhail. You bastard, you finally got back on the train. Pama! The moment Misha saw Pam, all his past memories came flooding back. Misha looked around in a daze. This is the train. I remember it. I remember it all. Misha looked at Pam, who was hugging her in pain. Pam, long time no see. Pam wiped her tears. You bastard, where have you been all these years? Pama! Misha smiled. I've been through a lot over the years. Pam took out a tissue and wiped the tears from her face. Mikhail, have you eaten yet? I make you your favorite train pot. How about that, Pam? Misha smiled, his face filled with nostalgia. Sure, I haven't had it in ages. Thanks, Pam. Chapter 191. Pam ran towards Yi-Yun's shop with her short legs. Yi-Yun called out to Pam. Pam, do it in your kitchen. Pam paused, a little confused, but she obeyed Yi-Yun and ran to her own kitchen. Yi-Yun looked at Mikhail again. Let's sit for a while. Misha nodded slightly. The two of them, along with the 6 little ones, sat down on a sofa. Yi-Yun raised his question. I'm not an unknown passenger, so why can I still see your memory? Misha smiled and explained. What is an unknown passenger? An unknown passenger isn't just someone with a ticket. Everyone else traveling with them is also an unknown passenger. Even if it's only for a very short period of time, they're still unknown passengers. Mr. Yi-Yun must have been on the train for quite some time, right? Yi-Yun suddenly realized. So that's how it was. No wonder. Misha glanced at Pam, who was cooking on the stove. How wonderful. I never thought I'd be able to return to the train before my life completely vanished into the universe, even if it was only in a dream. Yi-Yun understood Misha's meaning. Misha was merely a memory, his mission to pass on Mikhail's pioneering spirit to a new generation of nameless guests. And once this mission was accomplished, he would completely dissipate. Yi-Yun smiled. As expected of Mikhail, he noticed something was amiss so quickly. Did you figure that out? Misha nodded thoughtfully, gazing out the window. The family has gone a bit too far, Yi-Yun asked. Do you want to continue pioneering with the train? When Misha heard the word open up, memories of the past flashed back to him. Of course I do, but my journey is over. Yi-Yun shook his head. That's no big deal. I can make your body real. Misha was a little surprised. Really, Mr. Yi-Yun? Yi-Yun smiled. Of course. Wait a moment, I find you something. After saying that, Yi-Yun opened the system store and searched. Soon, Yi-Yun found the item he wanted. Item: First rank immortal puppet, customizable appearance version, description, a chi training puppet from a certain immortal realm. It can hold souls and nourish the soul body. It can be upgraded later by spending star coins. Price: 3,000 star coins. This item is perfect for Mikhail. It can host his memories. Mikhail looked at the puppet that had suddenly appeared beside him. It looked exactly like him. Yi-Yun said. This item is called the immortal puppet. It can house and nourish souls. Go inside and try it out. Mikhail thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Yi-Yun. This must be very expensive, right? Yi-Yun said. It's free. I have a partnership with the train crew. Every month, you can take something from me for 3,000 star coins. They seem to have forgotten about this for so long. It's a good idea to deduct the money for this immortal puppet from them. Okay, go ahead and try it out. Mikhail approached the immortal puppet and reached out to touch it. The moment they touched, Mikhail was sucked into it by a powerful suction force. Immediately, the immortal puppet began to move. Misha stretched her body, getting familiar with the immortal puppet. Yi-Yun asked. How does it feel? Misha was delighted. I feel great. I can control this puppet at will, as if it were my own body. And my memory is definitely more stable, Yi-Yun said. That's good. Misha stayed in the immortal puppet for a while before running out again. Yian saw this. What are you doing out again? Staying in here will strengthen your memory, Misha explained. I still have my mission to complete. After eating Pam's train pot, I have to leave. Yian nodded. Okay, I have Pam put this immortal puppet away for you later. Inside the dreaming bar. Hoshi, Kiana, Mei, Sanueki, Amber, and Hutao were playing at antics at the bar. Several people, each holding a glass, were mixing cocktails. Kiana stared at the glass, pondering for a moment. Mei, what do you say about adding some instant noodles? Mei's mouth twitched at this. Let's forget it. Kiana waved her hand. Didn't Mr. Shu say anything was fine? I had some instant noodles, hee. As soon as she did, Kiana took out a bucket of instant noodles, boiled it, and poured it into the glass, then added various colored base liquors. She twirled it with a straw and added an origami bird as a decoration. Done! Kiana's cocktail is ready. Anyone want to try it? The others shook their heads. While it was possible to make it dark, it couldn't be too dark, right? Instant noodles with wine. Is that drinkable? Kiana curled her lips, seeing no one wanted to try her wine. If you don't want to drink it, forget it. I drink it myself. Kiana took a deep sip from the straw, her eyes instantly brightening. It's quite delicious, like instant noodles. Xing and the others looked at Kiana in disbelief. No, is this really drinkable? Shuwen explained. This is a dream. All your feelings come from your thoughts. If you think it tastes good, then it tastes good. Xing and the others suddenly understood. So that's how it was. Xing chuckled and pulled out a can of herring. Sanueki's eyes widened. No. Xing, are you sure you want to add this? Xing nodded as if it was a matter of course. Yeah, isn't it? Xing opened the can of herring and poured it into the cup. Then he picked up the cup and shook it, distributing the herring evenly throughout the glass. March 7 quickly pinched his nose. Xing, take it away. It's so ugly. Xing said. March, why don't you just imagine it's delicious? This is just a dream. March 7 closed his eyes and tried, but ultimately gave up. I can't do it. This thing is too impressive for me. Xing chuckled. Let me try it. Xing drank it in one gulp. She thought it tasted quite good. It's just that the color wasn't very appealing. The girls played around for a while, and then Jeezy called out. Xing, March, come here. We're leaving. The girls rushed to Jeezy's side. Sometime later, Gallagher led them to Looming Reef, the original home of Pinocchio. The group walked through the dim alleyway, the streetlights flickering, adding a touch of eeriness. There were several more people in the alley, all of whom shared a common trait, sadness. They were all in a state of deep dejection and depression. When they reached the end of the alley and took the elevator up a short distance, the atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a relatively bustling town. Chapter 192. The group arrived in the town, where they met the mayor, Luing, the supposedly dead Robin, and Sunday, who had been brought here by Gallagher. They also saw the tombstones of the 3 former nameless guests. Led by Gallagher, the 4 members of the train crew arrived at the site of Mikhail's death. As for Kiana, Luing, Ying, and Hutao, they wandered around Dream Reef, hoping to find treasure chests that would yield some stellar jade. Xing, March 7th, Jeezy, and Walter reached the highest point of the garden, where they found Mikhail's body and the dream bubble in his arms. Gallagher said, This dream bubble is what the old man left you. I looked inside, and there's nothing there. Perhaps it requires you, the nameless guests, to open it. There's some secret key or code, Jeezy said to Xing. Xing, try it. Hearing this, Xing reached out to the dream bubble. The result was disappointing. There was indeed nothing in the dream bubble. It was completely blank. There's nothing in here. Several people were puzzled by this. At this moment, Misha came up the stairs with the clock kid. Of course there's nothing in there, because the things inside have escaped. He could hear the train whistle, and couldn't wait to see the train and meet the anonymous guests. Dear guests, welcome again. I'm Misha, the hotel's doorman. Of course, you can also call me by my other name, Mikhail. March 7 looked at Misha in disbelief. Are you Mikhail Sr.? March 7 looked at the elderly Mikhail in his wheelchair, then at Misha before him. The two looked very similar, but that didn't make sense. Jeezy and Walter now understood. Misha continued. I am a small microcosm of Mikhail's life. Many years ago, I boarded a train and traveled the world. I was fortunate to spend that time with a group of great people. I'm sorry, the watchmaker's legacy is a lie. However, if there is anything that can be passed down as a legacy, it is the faith that still burns in the heart of an old man like me. The hands of the clock cycle back and forth, just like the confusion, troubles, and weakness of people. Just like your hands, always set in front. The journey of exploration will never end. With your will, continue to explore. And I will quietly watch you, watching you reach the distant future. Walter listened to Misha's words, and noticed the key point. You said you will quietly watch us reach the distant future. What do you mean? Misha smiled slightly. Indeed, I met Mr. Yun before this. Pam told me he was a great man. He gave me a body to house my memories. Jeezy was surprised that Misha had actually met Yun. Jeezy looked at Misha. Mikhail, welcome home. March 7 also waved happily. Mikhail, welcome back. Walter and Xing also expressed their gratitude for Mikhail's return. Misha continued. Go, do what you must do, and rescue those trapped in the dream. Jeezy, Walter, and the others nodded firmly. Misha said with a smile. Good luck to you. See you on the train. Jeezy, Walter, Sanueki, and Xing left Mikhail's resting place. In the theater, Xing, Jeezy, Kurumi, Ing, and the others all entered. At that moment, everyone was attending a ceremony hosted by the Saleta production company. The ceremony would allow them to enter the theater and seal the Star Core. Xing was in a group with Luying. Luying looked at Xing and noticed that she was distracted. Xing, what are you thinking about? Hearing this, Xing didn't hide her thoughts from Luying and expressed them. I'm wondering if Senior Mikhail has stellar jade. He's traveled so many worlds. Luying thought for a moment. After we're done here, you can go check it out when we get back on the train. Hearing this, Xing decided to ask Mikhail about it. Afterwards, the two continued their competition, finally reaching the Grand Theater after defeating a certain Galaxy Street Slicker. Meanwhile, back at Huangquan, she and Black Swan encountered the long-vanished Sea Ranger. Damn it! You dare show up before me? I kill you! Poshio pointed his revolver directly at Huangquan's brow. Huangquan apologized. I'm sorry. I've been searching for you to return a relic to you. But I haven't been able to find you. Poshio heard this. So, you're using our Sea Ranger name to try to get us to find you? Huangquan nodded noncommittally. Yes, and the facts have proven that I was right. Huangquan took off a pendant and handed it to Podio. This is that man's relic. I didn't know its purpose, but now I'm finally returning it to you. After understanding the reason, Podio put away his revolver, took the pendant, and smiled. Of course you don't know, because this is a symbol of heroism. Only those who have made great contributions to the Sea Patrol can possess it. When it rises, the Sea Patrol will flock to it, no matter how far away. Because, when it rises, it represents the fall of a hero, and it tells us that injustice still exists here. Huangquan and Black Swan heard this. I see. I didn't expect it to be like this. At this moment, a hole opened next to the others, and Aha reached out and took the bullet. Ha ha ha. This is fun. Let me borrow it, Aha. Before Huangquan could even react, Aha had already closed the hole. And not far away, in the night sky, a bullet rose. Bullets streaked across the sky like meteors, followed by a flood of flying stars. Each flying star represented a Sea Ranger. Poshio was stunned. Holy crap! Who dares to steal from a Sea Ranger? Black Swan covered his mouth and chuckled. Didn't he say it? He's called Aha. Huangquan echoed. I'm no match for him. I didn't even have time to attack. Poshio, upon hearing the two of them, finally realized what was happening. Holy crap! Is it really that fun star god? Holy crap! And here were the stars. They saw Sunday. Sunday was giving his speech. In my opinion, the ideal system for society should be 7 days off. The day after Sunday, there will be another Sunday, the second, the third, and forever. This is the face of the new world, a day of eternal peace and idleness. Chapter 193. Aha, Huahua, Yiyun, and the 6 other children, watching the fun from the sidelines, applauded. Great. Well said. Huahua jumped up and clapped her hands. Aha continued. Aha has already recorded it. Aha will post it on the company website for all those idiots there to see. Hee, it's sure to be fun. Aha loves fun. Sunday frowned as he glanced at Huahua and the others. Fool. Well, since you're here, just be a witness. Sunday slowly turned and ascended into the air. Countless spirits floated out from the surrounding rooms of the theater. In an instant, the entire theater collapsed, and a massive mecha appeared before everyone. Xing took out the holy fire judgment and looked directly at Sunday. Everyone get ready. God Lord Sun waved his baton, directing the choir's music. Notes appeared, flowing towards Xing and the others. Xing slashed with his sword. Unsheathed heavenly fire. Destruction. Xing came up and immediately unleashed his full power. Sunday was far more powerful than Gold Sand. Sunday slowly waved his baton, directing the chorus to launch another attack, repelling Xing. Xing landed and then charged at Sunday. Jeezy aimed at Sunday and fired the orbital cannon. Walter Star of Eden frantically gathered energy, and a black hole formed in his hand. Walter tossed it casually, and the black hole appeared around Sunday, its violent force tugging at the body of the God Lord's Sun. March 7 drew his bow and drew his arrow. Sun shooting arrow. March 7 drew the holy bow, and several bolts of light hurtled towards the God Lord's Sun, piercing his baton-holding palm. Sunday quickly extended his free hand to take the baton. Sunday hadn't expected this group of nameless guests to be so powerful. There was no other way. He could only resort to his last resort. All the work of creation is complete. Day 1. God Lord Sun's arms retracted, firmly protecting his main body. The countdown for God Lord Sun began. Xing thought to himself that this was not good, and sped up to rush towards God Lord Sun. However, the surrounding souls constantly harassed Xing, preventing him from reaching God Lord Sun. The souls in the chorus were extremely determined to stop Xing's advance, even at the cost of their lives. Finally, the countdown for God Lord Sun ended. Day 8. God Lord Sun looked up at the sky. A rip had been torn open, and from within, a massive hand emanating a terrifying aura emerged. Jeezy quickly warned the others. Be careful. Something big is coming. Just then, a water dragon streaked across the sky, knocking the baton from Divine Lord Ri's hand away again. March 7 looked back to see the Immortal Boat Company bursting through the clouds, at the front of the fleet. Dan Heng, Jing Yuan, Fei Xiao, Hua Yin, Zhongli, and Wendy, in the form of Moon Drinker, hung high in the sky. Dan Heng. You're finally here. Dan Heng nodded slightly. Yes. Everyone, attack together and end this quickly. Jing Yuan said with a smile. I didn't expect the family to harbor such a massive conspiracy. Immortal Boat Alliance. Attack. At Jing Yuan's command, the Immortal Boat Fleet unleashed its full force, raining down a barrage of fire on Divine Lord Ri. Fei Xiao drew his axe and wiped his nose. A great victory lies ahead. Fei Xiao summoned the Divine Lord, raising his axe high and slashing at Divine Lord Ri. Jing Yuan and Dan Heng attacked simultaneously, Water Dragon circling Jing Yuan's Divine Lord. Glorious and mighty spirit. Blue Dragon cleanses the world. Hua Yin wiped his beard. Old man, let me move too. The 4 attacks landed simultaneously on the Divine Lord Sun, severely damaging it. Walter looked at the Divine Lord Sun, and saw that its mecha was drawing power from the dream to repair itself. This won't go on. We must break Tai's dream, otherwise it will continue to draw energy. Just then, a musical note rang out, and the robin, standing on the platform, burst into song. As one of the 2 chosen by the gods, the robin's song punctuated the chorus of the chorus. GZ sensed the moment had arrived. Everyone! Now! Xing led the charge, and he and Fei Xiao leaped high, one on each side, slashing at the Divine Lord Sun with a sword and an axe. With the combined attack, the Divine Lord Sun's mecha was completely destroyed. Sunday looked at Xing, who held the Skyfire Judgment before him. Why does life sleep? Xing put away the Skyfire Judgment. Because? People always wake from their dreams. After the war between the 2 systems, Sunday disappeared, and Robin was ordered to preside over the harmonious music ceremony. The Xianzhou, Liyue, Mondstadt, and train crew returned to the train. They were counting their gains. This trip to Pinocchio had yielded a large amount of stellar jade. Zhongli put down his teacup and looked at Wendy. Barbados, we must begin terraforming the planet. Wendy, who was playing music for the 6 children, nodded. Understood, old man. Jing Yuan and Hua Yin also said this. We're about to return to our original route. We need some time to digest our gains after we return. Speaking of which, Mr. Zhongli, the planet you chose happens to be on our Xianzhou Alliance's route. I have to pay you a visit then, Zhongli said. You're welcome, please do as you please. I have to go back to Teyvat. Zhongli said goodbye to everyone and returned to Teyvat with Wendy to find Asmodeus. When they arrived at the internet cafe, they saw Asmodeus enthusiastically playing a game. Zhongli spoke slowly. Your Majesty Asmodeus, it's time to begin terraforming the planet. Asmodeus glanced at Zhongli, his fingers still rapidly tapping away on the keyboard. Go away. Can't you see I'm busy? We can terraform the planet anytime. If I lose this game, I really lose. With that, Asmodeus returned to his game. Today, she met a formidable opponent. They'd been playing all day, tied, and the battle was about to end. Zhongli was speechless. Considering the disparity in strength between them, he could only wait silently. Finally, as dusk approached, Asmodeus achieved a hard-fought victory. You little brat. Still want to beat me? I'm the invincible Asmodeus. Asmodeus clapped his hands and stood up. Let's go, let's terraform the planet. Zhongli heard this. Don't you need to call the others? Asmodeus snapped his fingers and summoned the ice god. The four of us are enough for now. Land, wind, plants, sky, and water. But Nina's situation is special. Barnabas, you take charge and melt the ice. Barnabas realized that they were about to begin preparing for the migration. Yes. Zhongli heard this, and concluded that the current number of people was indeed enough. Thunder and fire could be added later. At present, the four of them are enough to build an ecosystem where people can survive. Chapter 194. On a deserted planet in a star system adjacent to the galaxy of Yalalos 6. Asmodeus brought Zhongli, Windy, Neshida, and Barnabas there. Not far away, Tapa summoned a warship, and Hutao, Ing, Amber, Xing, March 7, and the others watched the show from the ship. They wanted to see how Zhongli and his team transformed the planet. Then, Asmodeus waved his hand, and a transparent, glass-like barrier enveloped the entire planet. Asmodeus looked at Windy. Barbados. Windy, hearing her name, took out her harp and began to play. A torrent of gusts of wind surged from her body into the barrier. The wind she infused filled the entire planet, with oxygen sufficient for human consumption. Zhongli then struck, and the planet's ground began to churn. From hard and desolate to soil suitable for cultivation. Nashida then extended her small hand. Nashida's power was still relatively weak, having only created a small rainforest area, just 10 square kilometers. However, there was no rush. As long as the rainforest existed, oxygen would continue to be produced. Currently, the planet was uninhabited, so oxygen would not be lost. Barnabas glanced at the low-lying area on the other side of the planet and, with all his might, filled the entire area with ice. Then, he melted it all, and in an instant, a deep blue ocean formed. The others continued to work, adding details. For example, they created mountains, generated air currents, and created various climate zones. On the nearby warships, everyone watched with fascination as the once dead and desolate planet was now becoming habitable. Xing grabbed a potato chip and tossed it into his mouth. Asmodeus and the others are quite something. Just 5 of them, and they can actually terraform a planet. Luing's true form stood beside Xing. Yeah, that's quite a feat, isn't it? I never heard of anyone who could terraform a planet on their own. Luing had already taken the all-curing elixir Xing gave her, and her entropy had been cured. For now, like Kafka and the others, she was temporarily staying on the train, awaiting the next script. March 7 was deeply impressed by Nashida, who could create a rainforest with her bare hands. No wonder they're called gods. This is truly something only gods can do. Fei Chui smiled, took a sip from her cup of red tea. March, you're absolutely right. This is truly a miracle only gods can achieve. Yi Yan watched for a moment. Let's go back. We probably won't be able to deal with Zhongli and the others here for a while. Hearing this, Tapa piloted the battleship back to port. Asmodeus, along with Zhongli and the others, continued to transform the planet, improving some minor details. Jing Yuan, Hua Yin, and Fei Xiao had already returned to Luofu. They were now gathered at the Shinsu mansion for a meeting. Jing Yuan glanced at the form Fu Xian had submitted. We reaped a good harvest this time, a full 11,000 stellar jade. As expected, the top prize went to Qin Ke. Hua Yin stroked his beard with a smile. Of course, Qin Ke is incredibly lucky, and the chips General Jing Yuan offered have given her plenty of motivation. Jing Yuan smiled. Yes, alright, you two, let's talk about what to buy. Someone, call Qi Ke, and have her bring the copied product information. A little over an hour later, Qi Ke was carried in by 2 cloud riders. Qi Ke desperately wanted to resign, even though the general had promised her she could start her vacation today. She was playing to Yuan Xiongyu when 2 cloud riders arrived and asked her to come to work. She didn't want to, but they still forced her over. The cloud riders brought Qi Ke over, and she sighed. General, can I still take my vacation? Jing Yuan smiled. Yes. Of course I can. I called you here to show me the product information you copied earlier. I'm discussing with General Feishu and Elder Yin what we should buy. Do you have any good suggestions? Qi Ke heard this, and realized that was the case. Qingke took out her phone and connected it to the projector. Generals, the product information here is what I think will be useful for the immortal boat. Please take a look. Jing Yuan, Fei Xiao, and Hua Yin looked at the projector screen. Jing Yuan looked at the first item in the first row and read it out. Item: Imperial Jade Deluxe Mahjong Table. Description: This item comes from one of the most powerful companies in a sci-fi world, and is very expensive. Each tile is meticulously carved and polished, giving it a smooth feel. Price: 10 star coins per table. Jing Yuan was stunned and turned to look at Qingke. Qingke scratched the back of his head awkwardly, a drop of sweat dripping down his forehead. Fei Xiao read out the second item. Item: Stand-in doll. Description: This item comes from a fantasy world, can change appearances, and perform simple tasks. Price: 100 star coins per item. Should we buy this? It seems to have some use, and could replace a person's work, Fei Xiao asked Hua Yin and Jing Yuan. Hua Yin shook his head. No, this item isn't cost-effective. We have no shortage of labor on our immortal boat. Jing Yuan silently glanced at Qingke again. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Qingke's forehead. Hua Yin looked at the third item. Item: Guide to Slacking Off in All Worlds. Description: This guide to slacking off was compiled by a certain, incredibly idle expert. Reading it will surely advance your slacking skills. Price: 50 star coin/item. Hua Yin stroked his beard and smiled. Slacking off? If you don't work hard when you're young, you regret it when you're old. We don't need this item on our immortal boat. Slacking off is harmful. Qingke was so embarrassed that he nearly dug a hole in the floor with his toes. Generals, the items have been delivered. I'm leaving now. Bye. Qingke sprinted out of the Shinsu mansion, stopping only to reach Shanglishan Square and breathe a sigh of relief. Jing Yuan smiled and shook his head as he watched Qingke's humiliated escape. Hua Yin said, Miss Qingke is still young, that's normal. Let's see what happens. Thankfully, the product information behind it was relatively normal, without any ulterior motives. Hua Yin had his eye on a forging technique from the world of immortal cultivation, which could be used to forge magical weapons with spiritual power. Jing Yuan, on the other hand, was more focused on development, selecting many medicinal seeds from other worlds. For example, he planned to import a large quantity of the medicinal seeds needed for the Qingling pill, and have the Danding division focus on cultivating them. Relying solely on star coins to buy from Yi Yun wouldn't be enough. Fei Xiao planned to purchase some bodybuilding techniques, intending to promote them among the Cloud Cavalry and comprehensively enhance their strength. The sword controlling technique that Qingke had won previously required extremely high levels of comprehension from the practitioner, making it unsuitable for widespread promotion and only suitable for cultivating elites. Chapter 195. After the three of them had initially selected the products, they sent their selections to Marshal Hua. Marshal Hua convened a meeting of generals, who would gather in 7 days to discuss the final purchases. In the train, Kiana, Teresa, and others were selecting items. Noelle was greeting them. Kiana sat bored to the side. She didn't care about the shopping. She was only responsible for the transportation. Teresa had left her 100,000 star coins for pocket money, and the rest went to Teresa. Kiana didn't care. She just wanted to have enough money for instant noodles. Kiana gulped down the juice in her glass and handed it to Noelle. Noelle, another glass. Noelle smiled and nodded, pouring Kiana another glass. Kiana took another sip from the glass, quietly watching Teresa and the others select items. At this moment, Xing and the others who had gone to observe the planetary transformation returned to the train aboard the battleship. As soon as Xing returned, he ran to the small bar and opened another display screen to buy something. Kiana, curious, approached. Xing, what are you buying? Xing took out 1 million star coins and placed them all on the bar, chuckling. I want to enter a lottery. With that, Xing planned to buy 1,000 trash can scratch-off tickets. Yi Yun, seeing this, said, Xing, do you want to change your scratch-off tickets? Xing shook her head. No. Trash cans are my lucky charm. Yi Yun said. Don't worry, listen to me. This new scratch-off ticket is also in the shape of a trash can. Most importantly, it's pure gold. It can yield items worth up to 5 million star coins, and the price is only 10,000 star coins per ticket. How's that? Interested? Xing's interest piqued, and she nodded frantically. Golden trash can. This hit home. All right. Give me 100. Yi Yun took the 1 million star coins and made Xing 100 pure gold trash can scratch-off tickets. Xing drooled at the golden trash can stacked before him. Oh my god, trash can and gold, a match made in heaven, Kiana asked curiously. Yi Yun, what is this golden trash can? Why is it so expensive? Yi Yun explained. This trash can is a luck-based item. Each one contains a different prize. It all depends on luck. Kiana suddenly understood. Oh, so I want to buy one to try. As she spoke, Kiana took out 10,000 star coins and bought a golden trash can scratch-off ticket. Kiana didn't rush to open the golden trash can after receiving it. She wanted to watch Xing open it first to see what he could find. Xing planned to test the waters first. Xing ran to the bar, filled a basin with water, washed his hands in it, then took a golden trash can and opened it. In an instant, the entire store was ablaze with light, a golden glow illuminating the entire store. When the light faded, a card appeared in its place. Xing picked it up and saw a few lines of text on it. Muzang King Durian Pickup Card, Quantity, 1 ton of fruit pulp. Xing suddenly lost the ability to speak. Looking at the card, he felt sick. No! This is an upgraded version, and it can still produce durian? Sanueki came over to take a look. Oh, durian again! Xing, bring it out! We're having some. Amber, and the others were also getting a little greedy. Xing, bring it out! We want some too. Seeing this, Xing immediately used his pickup card. Thankfully, the minibar's refrigerator had a special space that could hold so many durians. Xing took out 10 kilograms of durian pulp for each person present. Eat! Eat up! A ton of durian! Everyone was eating with great relish. The durian was truly delicious. Xiaomi and Charmeleon, 2 Pokemon, each holding a piece of durian flesh almost as big as themselves, sat on the ground, showing off. Zhou Zhang saw this and wanted some durian too, so he ran to Topa. Topa saw this and gave some of his to Zhang Zhang. Kiana also tasted the durian. It was soft and delicious. Xing held the durian flesh in one hand and opened another golden trash can with the other. The light faded and another pickup card appeared before Xing. Xing glanced at it and found it incredibly familiar. The yellow flesh. Xing closed his eyes. Sanwe, help me figure out what it is. I don't want to be the first to face this harsh reality. Seeing this, Sanueki picked up the pickup card while still eating a durian. A pineapple pickup card? There's 10 tons of this, Xing. I take some out to eat. Xing was stunned. No! 2 in a row, both pickup cards. Is this really necessary? Simply, Xing opened all 98 remaining gold trash cans. The 98 rays of light were all golden, with no trace of red. Xing regretted it deeply. Why was I so ungrateful? 1 million star coins, Yi Yun smiled. Alright, stop moping here and take a look at the harvest first. Xing nodded, looking at each one. Not to mention 2 great things. Item, Tiny Cave Heaven. Product description. This cave heaven, refined by a powerful cultivator, is only a compass in the outside world. Upon entering, you find a 10 square kilometer cave heaven. This cave heaven can accommodate living creatures and humans, and contains a vast amount of spiritual energy. Price, 300,000 star coins. Special item, title, Trash Can King. Description. The wearer of this title can summon 10 King's Next Bucket to aid them in battle at any time, and their overall strength is increased by 5%, unlimited. After the King's Next Bucket dies, they can be reborn within 24 hours. King's Next Bucket Strength, High-Level Destiny Walker. Price, 1.88 million star coins. As for the rest, they're all pickup cards, filled with all sorts of things, food, drinks, toys, pots and pans, ore, wood, and more. Yi Yun said. You made a killing. This title, and this cave alone, are worth over 2 million star coins. Xing was delighted. Tell me more. Yi Yun took the cave compass from the ground. This compass served as the entrance to the cave. This is a cave. The space inside is enormous. 10 square kilometers of ground plus a 5,000 meter high sky. Unlike the storage ring, this one can accommodate living things. This means you won't have to squeeze into the small compartment on the train anymore. Xing's eyes lit up after hearing Yi Yun's description. Oh wow! That's great. That's great. Xing took the compass and examined it carefully. How do I use it? Yi Yun said. Just a drop of blood will do. Seeing this, Xing took out the heavenly fire sacred judgment, transformed it into a great sword, and set it aside. He ran his finger across the blade, creating a small wound. Xing dripped a few drops of blood onto the compass. The next second, a beam of light burst forth, from the compass and penetrated Xing's forehead. Chapter 196. The moment Xing's blood dripped onto the cave compass, the entire compass erupted in a blue light. The light gradually converged, forming a spatial rift. Through the rift, everyone could clearly see the scene across from them. Across from them lay a vast forest, each tree immense, stretching as far as the eye could see. Between these trees, thick trunks had been cut in half, forming bridges between them. Below the forest, there were no deep bushes, only weeds a few centimeters long. Everyone was stunned. The forest here truly resembled something out of a fairy tale, brimming with fantasy. Yi Yun was surprised. This was clearly an immortal cave dwelling, yet it had such a fantastical style. The only possibility was that the powerful being who had created this cave had traveled to a fantasy world, and therefore had created it in this style. And a being who could transcend worlds. Needless to say, he was an incredibly powerful figure. Yi Yun looked at Xing. "Let's go and take a look." With that, Yi Yun led the 6 little creatures inside. The moment they passed through the crack, a gentle breeze blew across their faces, bringing a hint of coolness that made Yi Yun feel refreshed. The 6 little creatures trotted and played on the grass. Xing, Sanyueki, and the others followed. Sanyueki looked at the scene before her, and said she was truly jealous. Such a beautiful sight. Such a large place. Xing will own it all from now on. I'm so jealous. Kiana walked over, holding the golden trash can. Wow. This place is so beautiful. Look, there's a path leading up over there. Everyone looked in the direction Kiana pointed. A wooden staircase wound completely around the giant tree. The stairs weren't very high, only reaching a third of the tree's height. Xing waved his hand. Come on. Sisters. Let's go up and take a look. Following Xing, Sanyueki, and Kiana rushed to the stairs. The 6 little ones followed suit. To everyone's surprise, Bailu ran the fastest and reached the top first. Bailu pushed open the wooden door, revealing a living room. The entire living room was made entirely of wood, connecting 10 rooms. On one side of the living room was a window, not yet glassed, it was completely sealed. Of the 10 rooms, 5 were on the wall and 5 below. Xing and the others looked at each one. Each was roughly the same size, about 80 square meters, and each had its own bathroom. You could say it was a tree house, a house hollowed out from the inside of a tree. The only downside, however, was that it lacked a single piece of furniture. That's right. Not a single thing. It could be described in one word, bare, literally bare. But that doesn't matter, we can add furniture later. Looking at the numerous rooms, Xing had an idea. How about we all move in here? That way, we won't have to squeeze on the train. Amber and Eula thought for a moment, and shook their heads. Let's forget it. We're staying with the knights. Although Mondstadt is peaceful, we still have to go on missions sometimes, Amber said. Xing didn't insist. Okay, I keep the room for you. Just let me know when you want to stay. March 7 and Kiana wanted to move in, their current place was too small. One lived in a train room, the other in a school dormitory, neither of them had much space. Kiana was relatively well off, with a 1-bedroom apartment. But that was also quite small, not as comfortable as this 80 square meter studio. March 7 chose the rightmost room on the 2nd floor. Kiana was about to choose when Teresa said, Kiana, sometimes we have to go on emergency missions, so you should stay in the dorms. Kiana was immediately relieved. That's right, she was always on a mission. Xing looked at the huge house, and suddenly felt a little empty. It was so big, but only she and March 7 lived there. It was a little too lonely, wasn't it? At that moment, Lu Ying and Kafka spoke up. We want to live here too. Xing, of course, welcomed them and immediately took them to choose a room. At that moment, Hanabi jumped up and hugged Xing's arm. I want to live here too, okay? Okay. Xing thought for a moment. As long as you don't cause any trouble, I let you stay here. Hanabi agreed with a smile. Okay, Hanabi-sama, I promise you I won't cause any trouble in Little Gray's lair. Topa poked Jade's arm. Jade, why don't you stay here too? The room I have on the train is a bit cramped for 2. Jade smiled. Okay, I listen to you, little Yelena. Jade walked towards Xing. Jeezy looked at Misha. Mikhal-senpai, what about you? Misha smiled. I won't stay here. I share a room with Pam. I used to live with her. Yi Yun looked at the 6 little ones again. Kelly, Bailu, what about you? Do you want to move here? Kelly shook her head. No, Kelly loves her current room. It has Dudu and her good friends. Yi Yun smiled and picked up Kelly. Okay, then we won't move. Yi Yun had also spent a fortune on the 6 little ones' rooms, with 6 bunk beds. The upper bunk was a bed, and the lower bunk housed a small desk and wardrobe. Each little one's blanket was woven from the feathers of a spirit bird, a pure down blanket. These feathers imbued with the spirit bird's energy, and covering them with them can improve one's health and promote sleep. The group quickly chose their rooms, and went to the lawn to chat. Xing pulled out another item he had just found, the title of Trash Can King. The title currently appeared in Xing's hand in the form of a wooden plaque. Yi explained. This is a special item you can wear. Just like in the game, these words will appear above your head. Once worn, it will unconditionally increase your strength by 5%, with no restrictions. Even star gods can receive a 5% boost. Furthermore, you can summon 10 thugs to help you fight. These thugs are all at the level of high-level Destiny Walkers. March 7 glanced at the words on the wooden sign, King of the Trash Can. As these words floated above his head, March 7 declared he couldn't accept it. It was humiliating. King of the Trash Can? What the hell? But this thing was in Xing's hands. Xing said, what's so shameful about this? What a powerful title. King, is summoning thugs not great, or is a 5% boost to strength not great? What's so shameful about this? Wear it! Xing crushed the wooden sign with his force. The sign transformed into light, converging on Xing's head, transforming into several large golden characters that floated above him. King of the Trash Can Xing. Chapter 197. Xing glanced at the 5 large characters King of Trash Cans hovering above him, feeling incredibly impressive. Xing put his hands on his hips. How's it going, March? Cool, isn't it? San Yueki was silent for a moment. This, how should I put it? Besides the unpleasant title, the font and lighting effects are all quite good. The entire title's font was vigorous and powerful, emitting a golden glow, with tiny particles of light constantly emanating from it. Yi said. Xing, try summoning the King of Trash Cans. Hearing this, Xing struck a pose, and 10 King of Trash Cans appeared before Xing. Xing looked at these King of Trash Cans. Each one was essentially a trash can, with human-like limbs, each muscular and well-developed. The 10 King of Trash Cans formed a circle around Xing, protecting her securely within. Walter carefully examined the King of Trash Cans and discovered that, as Yi Yun had described, each possessed the strength of a high-level Destiny Walker. Kiana looked enviously at the title above Xing's head. That's so cool. Let me see what I can get. I want a title too. Under the gaze of the crowd, Kiana opened the golden trash can she had bought. A flash of light flashed, and a wooden sign appeared in its place. Kiana picked it up and read the contents. Strongest Valkyrie? Yi Yun. Is this also a title? Kiana asked Yi Yun excitedly. Yi Yun examined it. Special item, title, Strongest Valkyrie. Introduction. The wearer of this title is immune to the effects of Honkai. In addition, the wearer deals 1000% damage to enemies with Honkai factor. It also reduces the damage of enemies with Honkai factor by 50%. Subsequently, you can upgrade the title to Athena Valkyrie for 1 million star coins. Price, 880,000 star coins. Yi Yun was stunned. No, Kiana, I know you're lucky, but isn't your luck a bit exaggerated? This thing is a complete anti-Honkai attack, increasing damage by 1000% and reducing damage by 50%. That's a bit outrageous. Kiana looked at Yi Yun expectantly. Yi Yun, what do you think? Is this a title? Yi Yun took a deep breath, accepting the reality. It is a title, and a truly outrageous one at that. Kiana, upon hearing it was a title, crushed it without a word. A flash of light dissipated, and several golden characters appeared above Kiana's head. Strongest Valkyrie. Kiana looked at the title above her head with pride. Kiana laughed heartily, pointing her finger at the sky. Me? Kiana. I'm the strongest Valkyrie. Ha ha. Teresa asked Yi Yun from the side. Yi Yun, how effective is this thing? Does it have special abilities? Yi Yun nodded. Yes, this thing makes Kiana immune to Honkai, in every sense of the word. Furthermore, it increases Kiana's damage against enemies with Honkai by 1000% and reduces damage from Honkai attacks by 50%. This title can be upgraded. For 1 million star coins, you can become Athena Valkyrie. Teresa, Mei, Bronya, Honkai Himiko, and Fu Hua were all stunned. This is so exaggerated. Teresa glanced at Kiana, still basking in the joy of receiving the title. That fool Kiana was in big trouble now. With this title, as long as Kiana's strength reaches S rank, she'd definitely be able to defeat the end. Teresa glanced at the star coins in her arms. A total of 1.03 million. Teresa asked. Yi Yun, What happens after becoming an Athena Valkyrie? Yi pretended to think, but his mind was actually communicating with the system. Title: Athena Valkyrie. Increases attack against Honkai by 1,500%. Reduces incoming Honkai damage by 70%. Immune to Honkai. Summon Athena Valkyrie Armor. Athena Valkyrie Armor Skills. Skill 1, Guardian. Creates a 500-meter diameter protective field. Within this field, allies receive 10% less damage. Skill 2, Judgment. Summons a giant lightsaber to strike enemies, dealing 200% attack damage, with an additional 2,800% damage against Honkai. Skill 3, Purification. Purifies Honkai. Yi Yun informed Teresa and the others of the details of Athena's Valkyrie title. Teresa, upon hearing this, made up her mind, pulled Kiana over, and thrust 1 million star coins into her hands. Kiana, take this and advance your title. Kiana was a little reluctant. I think Strongest Valkyrie sounds better, not Athena Valkyrie. Can I not advance? Auntie, May said. Kiana, haven't you always wanted to defeat Honkai? Once you advance, we have hope. Yi Yun continued from the side. Kiana, the Athena Valkyrie armor is very cool. Besides, in mythology, Athena is a symbol of wisdom. Kiana's eyes lit up when she heard that Athena was the symbol of wisdom. Does that mean I can become smarter? Kiana immediately chose the promotion. The word Strongest Valkyrie above Kiana's head glowed with a rainbow of light. The light faded, and a new title, shining like a star, appeared above her. Athena Valkyrie. Kiana didn't immediately summon the Athena armor. Instead, she ran to Bronya and hugged her shoulders. Stupid Bronya, I'm the symbol of wisdom now. Don't you dare call me stupid anymore. Bronya rolled her eyes at Kiana speechlessly. Ah yes, you're the smartest, Himiko said. Kiana, try summoning the Athena Valkyrie armor. Kiana heard this and walked to an open space, hands on her hips, and shouted. Athena Valkyrie armor. Possess. In an instant, a beam of light enveloped Kiana. When the light faded, Kiana was revealed to be wearing a pure white armor with gold trim. A fleet of flawless white wings spread from her back, and in one hand she held a spear, in the other a round shield. Kiana glanced at the wings with curiosity, realizing they moved like her own body, responsive to her will. Kiana controlled the flapping of her wings, slowly carrying her into the air. Kiana watched herself soar, overjoyed. May! Auntie! Look, I'm flying! But Kiana's joy didn't last long. Distracted, she fell flat on her butt. Ouch! Teresa observed. Looks like Kiana should return to training and familiarize herself with the Athena Valkyrie armor. Himiko smiled. Leave this to me. I train Kiana, said Fu Hua, standing nearby. I help too. In Kiana, Fu Hua saw the possibility of defeating Honkai. Chapter 198. Xing looked at the title Kiana had obtained, and suddenly felt that his status as the king of the trash can wasn't quite as impressive anymore. Yi Yun, can I get a promotion? Yi Yun shook his head. No what? You're still not satisfied with this? An unconditional 5% increase in strength. What more do you want? This thing has no upper limit. Even if you're a powerful figure who can blow up a world with a single punch, it'd still be useful. Xing thought about it, and realized that even his 5% increase was a bit buggy. Xing felt reassured. March 7 and Ing looked at Xing and Kiana. They also wanted to try getting a title. March 7 asked Yi Yun. Yi Yun, can a title be obtained from an ordinary trash can? Yi Yun shook his head. No, the minimum value of a title is 660,000 star coins, while the upper limit for an ordinary trash can is only 500,000. Ing and March 7 discussed it, and decided to each do a 10-draw combo. The two bought their golden trash cans, and returned to the lawn, lining them up. March 7 looked at Ing. Ing, you open first. Paimon rubbed his hands together, muttering non-stop. Delicious, delicious, I must open something delicious. Ing grabbed Paimon's ears. Alright. You're cursing me here. I'm going to boil you after all. If you don't get a title later, I'd boil you. Paimon was startled and quickly corrected himself. I wish you a title, I wish you a title. Everyone present was amused by Paimon's overwhelming desire to survive. Ing rolled her eyes at Paimon, and then began to open the can. Ing opened them all, and 10 golden flashes flashed. 9 delivery cards. 3 for 1,000 tons of rice. 4 for 200 tons of beef and mutton. 1 for 500 tons of vegetables. 1 for 500 tons of fruit. Thankfully, the goods were delivered. A wooden plaque with a title lay quietly in its place. Ing sprinted to pick up the wooden plaque, while Paimon silently gathered the 9 delivery cards from the ground. Ing examined the words on the plaque. Dizziness-resistant. Ing looked at Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun explained. This is the most common title. Its only effect is to increase your stun ability by 50%. Ing felt a little disgusted upon hearing this, feeling like she'd lost out. But then she thought, it was a title after all, so she crushed it. A white line of text appeared above Ying's head, dizziness-resistant. On March 7th, Ing had also delivered. This title has a pretty high drop rate. Xing, standing nearby, looked at San Yueki with wide eyes upon hearing her words, silently pulling out a stack of pickup cards. Sanwe, why don't you take a look at what I have in my hand before you consider whether you should say this? San Yueki glanced at the thick stack of pickup cards in Xing's hand, a bead of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Oh, this? San Yueki surveyed the 10 golden trash cans before him. Hopefully, one will come out. San Yueki opened all 10 golden trash cans. 10 flashes of light appeared, revealing 8 pickup cards, a wooden title plaque, and a golden doll. San Yueki was incredibly surprised to see a drop. Haha. I got one too. San Yueki ran over and picked up the wooden title plaque. 3 words were written on it. Sharpshooter March 7 put it on, without hesitation, and Yi-Yun explained its special effects. This item increases your bow accuracy by 50%. It's priced at 700,000, which is pretty good. The most valuable thing about your 10-hit combo is this item. Yi-Yun picked up the golden doll on the ground. This item is called the Undying Totem. Wearing it will make you immune to death once. After receiving a fatal attack, it will also restore your health and provide some temporary buffs. However, this has limitations. It only works on those below the level of Star God. Yi-Yun's words sent shockwaves through the air, and everyone present looked over. Xing was completely dumbfounded. How could such a ridiculous thing be found in this trash can? Yi-Yun handed the Undying Totem to March 7. March 7 took it in a daze, clearly still recovering from his shock. Yi-Yun smiled. What are you standing there for? Take it. March 7 came to his senses, and took the immortal totem. Himiko removed the pin from her collar, and placed the totem on March 7's clothes. March, I make you a necklace to hang it on, when we get back to the train. March 7 smiled and nodded. Thank you, Himiko. Afterwards, everyone played on the lawn for a while, before returning to the train. Xiangling, Guoba, and Noel were already preparing the food. Yi-Yun and Mei rolled up their sleeves, and went to help. Himiko took March 7's immortal totem, and made it into a necklace for March 7 to carry. Kafka, Luing, Xing, and March 7 were busy moving. Silver Wolf opened an ether portal. Across the portal, Elliot was struggling to control the transport robot Silver Wolf had sent over to help Kafka, and Silver Wolf pack their luggage. There was no other way. Elliot was the only cat in the entire base, and it would be a hassle for Kafka and the others to return. So, Elliot had to trouble himself with the luggage. Silver Wolf, mindful of Elliot's small size, even sent a transport robot over. Kafka and Luing were on the phone with Elliot, each of them talking back and forth, asking him to help with the luggage. Elliot, remember to bring all my coats? Elliot, please send me the group photo by my bed, as well as the photo album of Xing and me. Elliot, holding the phone in his tail, agreed and headed towards Kafka's room. No problem, no problem. Code right? I help you get it out. Okay, I be careful and won't damage your photos. Elio opened Kafka's closet, and was stunned. The phone on his tail fell to the ground. The closet was completely filled with coats. More importantly, the closet was incredibly huge, a full 10 meters long, 3 meters high, and split into 2 levels. Stupefied, Elliot used his paw to measure the size of the closet, then his own size. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Ha ha. Elio collapsed to the ground, staring at the ceiling in despair. Cat, I'm going to die of exhaustion today. Elio wanted to slap himself for making such a promise to Kafka and Luing. It wasn't until Luing's voice came through the phone that Elliot sat up again. The cat sighed heavily. Sigh. Cat life is tough. Elliot listlessly tucked his tail around his phone, chatted for a few words, and hung up. Then, with a look of despair on his face, he walked to the closet to help Kafka pack her coat. Originally, he thought it might only be a few coats, not many. He hadn't expected that. He hadn't.